Chapter 531. Let's rewind a little. Forged Light City. In a spacious office, a projector that was originally used to project projected plans flickered twice, then automatically turned on, revealing a humanoid silhouette made of glass, radiating brilliant light. Almost simultaneously, the office environment subtly darkened. That was a ripple from the abyss. A Depth 5 Abyss Lord, while unable to make the abyss interfere with reality much, let alone directly override it, still couldn't achieve zero. One of the behind-the-scenes controllers of the well-known hacker organization Theater. Depth 5, Abyss Lord, Glass. Speak your mind? Borridge's tone was less than friendly. I shouldn't have taken this job in the first place. Do you know what I've been through this past year? That crazy woman Zenryo has been chasing me everywhere. How can a small, grassroots organization like mine possibly compete with the dangerous hand of a giant corporation? The first half was alright, but the second half was utter nonsense. Thanks to the rapid development of the corporate alliance and the enlightened and leading online environment, grassroots internet organizations here are as numerous as hairs on a cow, presenting a vibrant and competitive scene. Theater, as a leading force among them, has caused the company no shortage of trouble. Dissatisfaction with the company's actions is only part of the reason. The main reason is to seek personal gain and demonstrate strength. If they don't pull off some big projects, how can they tell the unruly crowd that Theater is exceptionally capable? Now, at illegal hacker gatherings like technology conferences, if a participant flashes the Theater logo, the others will at least give them a thumbs up and look at them with newfound respect. Under these circumstances, while Theater was no match for a giant corporation, it wasn't particularly afraid either. At worst, they divide the spoils and scatter like birds and beasts, as long as they were faster than their brothers. The other party was saying these things now. Theater has priority bidding rights for the technological spoils acquired by future enlighteners, Chaklo stated succinctly. So generous? Borridge's complaints abruptly stopped, her tone becoming cautious. Are you planning something big again? Chaklo remained noncommittal, simply smiling as he spoke. I need an invitation from Ogden. You should be able to get one, right? Let me confirm. Is Christopher also behind this Ogden? Chaklo looked at him quietly. Very good. This is extremely difficult. Borridge pressed her head, floating in midair. Your psionic power is terrifying, but you're not a demon after all. I need to think about how to explain this to you. Let's put it this way. Looking at all the Abyss Lords, I am also among the strong, Borridge stated calmly. Your Sangari is not as good as me. Sangari, that was the Enlightened One's only Abyss Lord. But I might dare to touch Senishida, but with Dwight, I could only manage a few provokes before I had to run for my life. Borridge shook her head slightly. And Dwight is inferior to Ogden. You only know him as the Wizarding King, but in our demonic circles, the guy is practically inhuman. Some people even say things like Ogden Christopher is the Abyss King among Abyss Kings, and I actually believe that to some extent. He's disappeared for years. You want me to find him using technical means? Sorry, I can't. Borridge shrugged. Of course you know that too, so you're asking for an invitation from Ogden, but that's also very difficult. Borridge scratched her head. How many years ago did Ogden issue these? I don't even know if there are any blank invitations left. Ogden Christopher, in his early years, was reportedly obsessed with iSky, Another World, anime, creating a set of consumable Ogden's invitations, including but not limited to randomly sending them to citizens' mailboxes, hiding them in the abyss, and sponsoring them as prizes for technical competitions. Of course, Ogden kept a backup plan. The only use of these invitations was to get a glimpse of him. Whether one could request a meeting, hire him, etc., was another matter entirely. Even so, the market value of Ogden's invitations was still priceless. When they first appeared, they were simply considered interesting. But as Ogden's power rapidly increased, his reputation grew, and the invitations were gradually consumed, their market value skyrocketed, even winning the title of Best Collectible of the Year for 2 consecutive years. If you had one, you wouldn't have to do anything every day, your assets would increase indefinitely. The only risk is that Ogden might suddenly die one day. If it weren't difficult, I wouldn't have come to you. Chaklo clasped his hands together. I believe the renowned Borridge won't be a problem. I can try to find it. Borridge didn't waste any words and directly stated his price. If I can't get it, that's fine, otherwise you have to help me out once. As long as it doesn't cross my bottom line. Chaklo didn't hesitate. Of course. Borridge nodded. If it crosses my bottom line, I'm afraid you punch me to death first. Not necessarily. Chaklo smiled slightly. If I'm unlucky, it might take 2 punches. Looks like you're really planning something big again. Borridge crossed her legs. The Abyss Lord of the Enlightened Ones, Great Platinum Flower, Sangari, while not as strong as himself, wasn't far off. She was more than capable of finding an invitation to Ogden. However, just as everyone knew Ogden was incredibly powerful, everyone also knew Sangari was one of the Enlightened Ones. The intricate web of various forces was like a cocoon, keeping a close eye on each other, making every move difficult to decipher. That's why Chaklos secretly approached him. I think we can start discussing the second business deal. Borage shifted to a cross-legged position. You know, the theater has always maintained neutrality, and intelligence trading is our forte. The Enlightened Ones are preparing for some big new moves, and I think the company representatives are willing to offer a good price. I have a schedule coming up, so if there's nothing else, you might as well leave. Chaklo adjusted his collar, politely issuing the order to leave. Damn, you changed your tune so fast. Borage cursed, then without further ado, the projection dissipated into stardust, scattering in tiny specks. The next second, in a safe house thousands of miles away, the man opened his eyes. He pulled out the black tubing from his body, rose from the deep-sea chamber, and azure liquid slid down between his muscles and hair, dripping and splashing shallow ripples. He casually grabbed a coat from a nearby shelf and put it on, his gaze sweeping around the safe house. Ugh, this is tricky, the man said, quickly making a decision. Scratching his head, he opened the small refrigerator on the floor. Never mind, let's open a champagne first. Chapter 532. Chaklo's communication didn't elaborate on its contents. But Songshur guessed it boiled down to two things: seizing the spinning machine, and the psionic technique Emperor's Dew. Moonlight essence contains Emperor's Dew, shaped like countless olives, with thousands of golden threads strung together, hanging down to the mortal realm. Born from the imagery of moonlight and Tyne, this psionic technique has many uses. In its birthplace, the Eastern continent, there are even ancient legends that plants touched by its essence can become demons, and foxes and ghosts that consume it can display supernatural powers. Songshur was drawn to this psionic technique for three reasons. First, Emperor's Dew possesses a remarkably powerful healing effect. Previously, whenever he was injured, he would use his fire seed to tough it out. With the increasing intensity of the battles, this method of healing was becoming increasingly inefficient. Moreover, the fire seed wasn't specifically designed for healing. Its healing effect was limited, more akin to a stimulant, temporarily masking injuries. Secondly, the Emperor's Dew can also enhance the holder's spiritual energy reserves to some extent. The myriad moonlights, as numerous and chaotic as the sun, will never cease as long as they exist. Spiritual energy reserves are indeed only one of many factors determining victory or defeat, but it also depends on who uses them. Thirdly, and most importantly, Songshur thought to himself. He needed to use the imagery of the moon's radiance from the Emperor's Dew to construct his own cycle, completing the second piece of the puzzle on the path to completeness. Heavenly sun, destruction, embers, scorched earth. Aside from a few techniques like stone smash, the spiritual energy skills of the first three rings were all about extreme intensity and killing. Now, he needed to revisit and adjust them. It wasn't that he was planning to follow a path of yin and yang in harmony, from which all things are born. Pure steel, devoid of any other substances, is actually inferior in strength and hardness to steel mixed with carbon. A raging fire, doused with a little ice water, will only burn more fiercely. He intended to use a sliver of yin from Emperor's Dew to blend with the overall yang fire, thereby stimulating the latter, and unleashing an even more intense killing power. Hiss, it's really hot. Songshur stepped out of the room. The blinding sunlight shone brightly, making the air shimmer and the world seem like a vast, white ocean. For a fourth-ring psychic, this wouldn't cause discomfort, but Songshur, adapting to local customs, changed into a floral shirt and trousers. The spreading air currents lifted a corner of his shirt. Songshur turned his head. On the hotel's open-air platform, shadows loomed, and a shuttle bearing the Danglon logo slowly descended. The hatch clicked open slowly, and a rush of refreshing cold air hit him directly in the face. "We struck it rich," Songshur said, sitting in the shuttle. "If you guys dared to fly it before, Fubo Energy would have shot it down with a single shot." You're joking." The pilot, holding the control ball in both hands, seemed quite excited, turning his neck 180 degrees, his prosthetic eye flashing. "It's all thanks to the sacrifices you and your comrades made. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Why don't you turn your neck back first?" Songshur couldn't help but cough. How about we continue flying the shuttle?" Don't worry about that. I also have an eye implanted in the back of my head." 25 minutes later, the shuttle landed at a base not shown on the electronic map. Someone was already waiting below, quickly stepping forward to lead the way. Songsher glanced around. Armed personnel were everywhere, the sheen of their weapons no less vibrant than sunlight. He then tried to extend his senses, but with little effect. A far more powerful, invisible force silently enveloped the base. This force didn't do anything intentionally, its mere presence brought unavoidable consequences. It was Chaklo Vaughn's psionic energy. This is the fifth ring. Songsher paused, gazing intently for a moment, before continuing to follow the guide. Then they descended. Amidst the creaking of steel cables and winches, a towering, silver-gray steel wall rose abruptly from the ground, encompassing all sides, like an abyss with no end in sight, or more accurately, Songsher was at the bottom of that abyss. They were standing on a rapidly descending mechanical elevator. This is one of our newly built military bases. The receptionist, a composed middle-aged man, introduced it proactively. Well, its main function isn't military defense, it's more like a training base. Our current main tactical approach is special operations. Many new members receive armed training here, including but not limited to firearms handling, tactical coordination, prosthetic disassembly, and technical identification. Also, promising talents from various branches will come here for intensive training. You guys value this place a lot. Songsher nodded in a certain direction. A fourth-ring psionicist is permanently stationed here. As far as he knew, the Enlightened Ones currently had no more than 8 fourth-ring psionicists. The corporate alliance was large enough, and the Enlightened Ones, despite being at a disadvantage, could never have too much combat power. Even so, they still stationed one here. We believe it's worth it. The receptionist's gaze was reserved as he spoke in a deep voice. A constant stream of fresh blood will flow from here. That's inspiring. Songsher clapped. The elevator stopped abruptly. A few minutes later, Songsher saw Chaklo sitting on the ammunition box. Ogden's invitation is still being searched for. You have to wait a while to see him. Chaklo stared at the glass tube in his hand. Inside the vacuum-sealed tube, a silvery yellow cloud, like solidified matter, shifted as the tube rotated. You wanted Imperial Essence. The next moment, he tossed it to the young man. So generous, not even asking? Songsher glanced at it, calmly putting it in his pocket. I'm a little envious of you, Chakro chuckled. You can still proceed along a predetermined path, with precedents to follow, taking it one step at a time. Oh! You get there someday. Chakro picked up a bullet from beneath him, the brass casing reflecting the stark white light of an industrial chandelier. By the time we reach the fifth ring, the path has opened its arms to us, almost offering us everything we need. But for us, there's little left to directly use. Most things serve only as, well, references, lessons. But who can predict the future? Perhaps a few thousand years from now, our accumulated experience will benefit future generations of the fifth ring, giving them a clear and well-defined path, just like the current lower ring. Chakro tossed the bullet lightly, flicked his index finger, and a large hole appeared in the concrete wall dozens of meters away, revealing the smooth steel reinforcement inside. Then came the belated, deafening sound. And then, everything reversed. Everything returned to normal. Chaklo clapped his hands, and jumped down from the ammunition box. Want to be a company boss, Songsher? Chapter 533. It must be admitted that Songsher was stunned for a moment. Starting a company, being a boss? In his previous life, Chakro had never said such a thing to him. Besides, asking him to start a company seemed a bit humorous. You want me to start a company? Songsher fell into serious thought. You're not planning to make me the legal representative, are you? You're overthinking it. That's my position as legal representative. Chakro calmly pointed out. Okay, let's sort this out first. Starting a company. Songsher crossed his arms. I brought in so much business in Yunnan, your cash flow should be much better now. Are you planning to take advantage of this and expand? For the business development in Yunnan, I do want to thank you on behalf of the Enlightened Ones. Chakro nodded and then shook his head, but this time it's unrelated to that. I'm all ears. Songsher raised his head slightly. Just say it. Let's sit down and talk. Chakro pulled up a pair of chairs and sat down first. Currently. Have you considered the situation? I'm referring to the corporate alliance. Undercurrents are surging, the tide is about to turn. That's the overall picture. Songsher didn't mince words. From your perspective, it's a series of constraints. Forged Light City is both a beacon and a conspicuous target. Before, you were homeless, like the blockchain industry, companies were somewhat at a loss. But now, with the new Forged Light City, they can act freely. Songsher's words were concise, but he grasped the key points perfectly. Learning to keenly perceive and analyze situations is an essential skill for freelance bounty hunters. Otherwise, they might inexplicably accept a job, then inexplicably get caught up in some massive conspiracy, and ultimately die without a trace. Of course, using brute force to break through cleverness and carve out a path is another matter entirely. Regarding that promise of 7 years for one city, the company won't have any overt armed military operations, but other things will come in abundance. Songsher rested one hand on his leg, gently shaking it. I saw a video a few days ago, a meteor streaked across Forge Light City without warning in the middle of the night. The release date was 3 months ago. That was one of the company's satellites, wasn't it? A reconnaissance satellite from Time Sequence. They're very clever, hiding it deep enough and high enough, placing it in medium Earth orbit. The words coming from Chaklow's mouth were almost unreal. Taking it down took me a bit of effort. Songsher clapped. Of course, you also made quite a few preparations, like this training base, but the company is aware of that, and has been closely monitoring Forge Light City. After a while, Songsher's thoughts became clearer. You hired an outsider like me to start the company. I guess it's related to breaking the deadlock? You want something that makes things easier. This time, it was Chaklow who clapped. Just what you expected, Chaklow smiled. I can tell you in advance that I decided to proceed with the operation to seize the textile machines, but before the official execution, I hope you serve as the company's president. A new company? Songsher asked with interest. A new company. Chaklow nodded. A security contractor company whose main business is private armed forces and security consulting. Legal and compliant, with all the necessary licenses and procedures. You be the president from the start. So, are you interested? Songsher pondered for a few seconds. A smile gradually appeared on the young man's face. This security contractor company, with all the legal and compliant licenses and permits, what's its name? Chakrow's next question slightly surprised Songsher. Not yet. But the president naturally has the authority to name the company. Songsher leaned back slightly, his tone light and cheerful. Any shares? Otherwise, just the title of a working-class president, a fourth-ring psychic, might find it difficult to agree. Consider it your technical contribution, a 30% stake. Chakrow opened a can of drink from somewhere, took a sip. How about it? Oh, you really are offering? Sure, might as well take it. Songsher raised an eyebrow. He understood the other party's thinking. What's most important for a security contractor company? A well-trained team, high-performance equipment, attentive and dedicated service, ample criminal immunity, and high fees. But for a security contractor company of the enlightened ones, there's something even more important. Extraordinary combat power enough to command respect. In certain inconvenient situations, one can take a gamble and use extraordinary combat power through underhanded tactics. A fourth-ring psychic is naturally more than enough. Given the various constraints, the enlightened ones cannot spare such combat power, which is why Chaklow approached him. Interesting. Starting a company. Songsher thought with great interest. He never tried it before. It seems he wouldn't even have to manage things himself. What about manpower? Songsher put down his crossed legs. We can't just stuff a bunch of wanted criminals in there. Not all enlightened ones are wanted criminals. There are still some with clean records. I pick a few for you. As for the rest, cosmetic surgery, fake identities, there's always a way to overcome difficulties. Chaklow even had time to joke. If all else fails, just make some hoods and masks. As long as you don't admit it, no one can say anything. Then I take it, Songsher said lightly. Well, after all, this is my first time starting a business, so I'm prepared to put some effort into it. Let me state beforehand that I'd be evaluating these people later, and I send back anyone I don't think is suitable. Chaklow smiled. That's your right. After all this time, you ended up starting a company. Songsher stood up, stretching comfortably, grabbing a piece of work before the spinning machine. Since he's already decided to get involved, he might as well find an opportunity to cause some bloodshed first. This doesn't feel bad. Have you thought of a name for this company? Of course, this is just a simple inquiry. You have plenty of time to think about it. Chaklow also stood up. Before his world-shattering spiritual energy manifested, his appearance was no different from a normal middle-aged man, perhaps even more handsome and open. By the way, considering efficiency, a management team will help you manage the company's operations. If you have any opinions, you can directly contact Gwenlyn. I remember you have her contact information. Songsher's focus was on the first question. The Ferocious 10? Sounds a bit like something out of a superhero comic book. Chakrow commented fairly and tactfully. Corporate Gravity Destroyer. The intention is a little too obvious. Tianchi Biluo Divine Sword True Martial Sect? Then let's call it. The young man stroked his chin. 9 defenses. Chapter 534. The security contractor belonging to the Enlightened Ones, now known as 9 Royal Defense, was a clear case. Song Shi's judgment was accurate. This company was obviously not founded because of him, but rather he was an indispensable core piece of its territory. Because it was powerful enough. A fourth ring psychic inherently enjoys extremely high political immunity. This right is not explicitly stipulated in the Constitution of the United Government, but clearly, everyone tacitly accepts it. Even disregarding the background and influence possessed by psychics of this level. Aside from a very few exceptions, everyone else inevitably possesses these. Powerful forces have an attraction, drawing power, followers, and applause even if they remain motionless. Just look at the power they represent. Indeed, if a giant corporation like Fubo Energy were to unleash its full power, a single, fully operational solar radiation focusing array, the power of the sun, would annihilate even a fourth ring psychic in the endless torrent of light and heat. A fully armed, fully loaded space carrier can evoke in most fourth ring psionists a sense of helplessness reminiscent of their childhood. The helplessness a human trying to physically stop a car moving in one direction. But how many such exceptional cases exist? Beyond this, fourth ring psionists are unstoppable. Their overwhelming psionic power can easily destroy anything in their path. Conventional weaponry poses virtually no threat. Even high-yield nuclear bombs require the target to be within the blast radius to be truly effective. The Great Source, skilled in wide-area strikes, can overturn a modern metropolis in time, while other paths, typically less adept at this, require much more time to achieve the same result. This is the fourth ring. For an individual who could potentially send your city flying at any moment, Terra's long history has forged an enduring order, one that even the Seven Earths War, which shattered the world, failed to disrupt, and even reinforced. Respect and power are bestowed upon the fourth ring. Respect without justification, a special, supreme power. And from a broader perspective, for a legitimate security contractor, possessing such a level of psionicis means the company has greater tactical flexibility. War-torn regions, addictive substances, gang feuds, bribery, cover-ups, and violent deaths inevitably breed a wild and ruthless environment. A child on the street who catches a glimpse of your gold pocket watch might, 10 minutes later, bring several bloodthirsty gang members to confront you. A leader entrenched here, controlling the city's dark underworld. Sending special forces in to take his head would inevitably result in enormous casualties. Military-grade cybernetic bodies and weapons purchased through various channels, meticulously trained subordinates, informants throughout the streets and alleys, and a ruthless modus operandi. In this situation, if the employer offers a high enough price, the company, for the sake of cost reduction and efficiency, could consider employing another tactic, deploying its own fourth ring members, descending from the sky, and easily destroying the target's lair, safe houses, bunkers, fortified positions, anything goes, even the surrounding square kilometers. A fourth ring psychic, simply by virtue of their name, can become a golden brand for a security contracting company. Although, strictly speaking, one cannot act rashly. After all, the destructive power of the fourth ring was already somewhat excessive. A certain degree of restraint was another unspoken rule followed by all parties. Then Song Shi unconsciously smiled. But what did this have to do with him? After leaving the Enlightened One's training base, Song Shi had lunch outside, and then returned to the hotel. Since the celestial changes, the dietary habits of Casting Light City had also changed rapidly, and some shops that weren't quick enough to react unsurprisingly drowned in the market's turbulent waves. The fruit ice cream I had earlier was quite delicious. Although it contained absolutely no fruit. Song Shi took an ice water shower and sat cross-legged on the bed. A fluid of silver and gold, like clouds and mist, flowed slowly in the glass tube. The power from Emperor's lava caused this zero-element crystal to change its form. Truly worthy of its reputation as a spiritual energy technique that can transform plants into demons, and grant foxes and ghosts supernatural powers upon consuming its essence. Even before opening it, merely examining the glass tube sent a jolt through Song Shi's spirit, a cool sensation spreading through his mind. Spiritual energy users possessing the imagery of moonlight and Tyne, and wielding Emperor's essence, would also experience enhancements in perception, control, and mental resistance. Control was manageable. With Heart of Forging, his control was already incredibly precise and refined, and Emperor's essence was merely icing on the cake. However, perception and mental resistance, especially the latter, were crucial. With Emperor's essence stabilizing his mind, the intensity of Calamity Flame could be pushed even higher, unleashing even more scorching killing power. Songshur crushed the glass tube. Long time no see. In an instant, silvery gold clouds spread like ribbons, gently filling the room, but Songshur's consciousness was no longer there. The boundless, dark night sky unfolded silently, the wandering stars, as always, trailing magnificent divine light, converging into a constantly flowing vortex of stars, countless colored starlight scattering down, reflecting his image on the smooth, mirror-like surface. Songshur stood on the path of the great origin. Ahead flowed a stream of silvery gold light, like clouds and mist, upon which rode a white deer with enormous antlers, lightly lifting its hooves and leaping, its simple movements possessing a unique beauty. With its leaps, the streams of light rippled, swirling like vast stardust, making the enormous antlers shine brightly. A phantom beast that had awakened intelligence. This and yet not weak spiritual energy. At its peak, this white deer possessed an extremely powerful spiritual energy that had reached the fourth ring. In the eastern continent thousands of years ago, she would have been an absolute great sage among demons, her every move causing the universe to tremble, and all living beings to bow down. Of course, as the path of cultivation has expanded, the prestige of the title Great Sage among demons has continuously increased. Now, to even claim the title of Great Sage, one would need at least the peak of the fourth ring, or even the fifth ring. Songshur quietly watched the white deer finish its dance. This former great sage shook its fur, formed from scattered golden light, and walked forward with gentle steps, circling the young man once before stopping. Its head, topped with enormous antlers, swayed, looking directly at the person before it, its silver eyes revealing a gentle and restrained light. The sun, the moon, which is superior? Chapter 535. First, I must emphasize one point. The imagery of the sun is more like my means than my goal. I have no interest in becoming the sun. Songshur stood casually. Although the white deer behaved with great holiness and elegance, displaying a rather grand presence, considering that one of its antlers could easily overturn a street, and the inevitable battles on the path to achieving the fourth ring, there was no touching of its antlers or any affectionate contact. The white deer ignored him, its gentle voice repeating once more, "Sun, moon, which is superior?" "The sun, I suppose," Songshur answered succinctly. "You may not know, although we in the eastern continent have always considered the sun and moon side by side, complementing each other, in reality, the moon shines purely because the sun's light refracts onto its surface. Of course, this kind of physics knowledge isn't very useful to us. The real reason is that I think the sun is stronger." This time, the white deer didn't repeat itself. It proudly raised its head, calmly gazing at the other. "As for why I feel the sun is stronger," Songshur grinned, his pupils glowing with a rich crimson gold, "there's no reason for that." Then the white deer raised its forelegs and leaped into the air. The flowing golden light, like swirling clouds, transformed into an invisible breeze, lifting the white deer as it danced in the air, silver light swirling and cascading down in strands. Undoubtedly, this was the Emperor's essence, refined and perfected over decades, reaching a state of ultimate purity, a veritable celestial treasure. As the white deer danced, the Emperor's essence overflowed, gradually converging into a golden-silver vortex covering hundreds of meters in radius, drawn by the deer's movements. If someone were to look from a great distance, they might even have the illusion that a moon had descended to Earth. Songshur admired the scene, making no unnecessary movements. If one ignored the heavy slaughter that had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. In the perception of a psychic, this tranquil and beautiful scene was brewing unimaginable power. Emperor's Dew wasn't a psychic technique used for killing, so this massive amount of Emperor's Dew was clearly a purely consumable resource. The true killing move was hidden behind the dazzling vortex. The white deer was accumulating psychic energy. Songshur gave her a chance. On one hand, this was precisely a test for her. On the other hand, even though she was a former great sage among demons, as a psychic thousands of years later, aiming to reach the pinnacle of the Tao, Songshur didn't care whether this so-called killing move would work on him. Perhaps the moment this white deer awakened her psychic energy was under the moonlight. Songshur could tell that the imagery constructed and pursued by her great source psychic energy revolved around Tying, being. Perhaps her ultimate goal was to transform herself into Tying. His wandering thoughts abruptly ceased. "It's here." In the center of the golden vortex reflected in his azure pupils, a sliver of silver light suddenly appeared. In less than a tenth of a second, this sliver of silver light blossomed, expanding into a perfectly round silver moon. Or rather, Tying. In that instant, the moment Tying appeared, pure silver light silently spread. The magnificent starry sky above, the golden vortex, even the flame surrounding Songshur, Everything within sight and beyond seemed to be permeated by this silver light, merging into the same, unique color. Through the operation of multiple spiritual energy techniques, this white deer forcibly refined the Emperor's essence once more, creating an indescribably brilliant moonlight, thus constructing this titan. A silver light shone through, and anything touched seemed to freeze in time, veiled in a silver filter, unable to move an inch. Frozen? Not yin-yang separation. The speed of light is incredible. Even Songshur couldn't avoid it. The moment Titan appeared, he was frozen in place. Yet Songshur showed no sign of tension. A method originating from the principles of yin and yang. I seen another great source envoy. His voice also froze, but the transmission of his thoughts couldn't be stopped. Songshur's slightly distorted voice echoed around him. However, you've gone to two extremes. The Lieutenant General from the Northern Thunder Defense Front, who had once helped him hold off the Eastern Continent Republic's pursuers, yin-yang unity, Zhang Mingyuan, used the method of yin and yang to control heavy atomic nuclei and thermal neutrons, the two interacting and resonating to unleash a sword immortal's killing move. But the pure white deer before him, this seemingly frozen yin radiance, was essentially the complete opposite. Almost instantly upon being struck, Songshur discerned the truth. The reason everything was frozen wasn't that this yin had stopped the flow of time, nor that it had halted the vibrations of molecules, atoms, and even smaller particles. The root of all this lay in the fact that the opponent had separated the yin and yang aspects of everything. If we consider living beings as composed of a spirit and a body, then once the spirit leaves the body naturally cannot act independently. Separating the spirit of another while chatting and laughing is a method that consensus has always excelled at. And the essence of the opponent's move is similar to this. She sees all things as composed of two aspects, yin and yang. The effect of this round of Titan baptism is to forcibly separate the yin and yang aspects of the target. The spirit and the body have been separated for too long, and both are in decline and death. With her spiritual power, the yin-yang separation she creates will only have a more severe effect of decline and death. Truly worthy of being the great sage of the past. Songshur's voice continued. The emotions that had been indifferent in Bai Lu's eyes due to her control over Tian suddenly rippled. These words were no longer a mental message, but spoken aloud. Crack, crack, a crisp sound like shattering glass. A world of pure silver light suddenly revealed a new color. It was a crimson gold, completely different from Tian. First, a tiny speck of crimson gold appeared, then spread rapidly like wildfire. The silver moonlight, baptized by Tian, like millions of unyielding ice crystals, tried to resist it, but could not completely negate it, and continued to crack slowly, like a shattered mirror. In the end, you cannot completely separate my yin and yang at once. Whether it was the great sage or a preemptive buildup. Having achieved sublimation through complete annihilation, and further enhanced by a series of spiritual techniques including the heart of forging, he was already as solid as diamond, unshaken by external forces. Even with his opponent's cultivation, this Tian technique, refined through countless trials, could not possibly split yin and yang in an instant. It takes time. Therefore, he only needed to annihilate this Tian in one strike within that time. A raging crimson gold flame erupted into the sky, forcefully breaking through the momentary sluggishness caused by the Tian, and Songshur seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful slash towards the heavens. The solidified heaven and earth trembled. A breath later, crimson engulfed the sky. Chapter 536. Songshur didn't lie. If it was one move, it was one move. Two fire seeds were extinguished, surging together into a massive, burning flame. Under the destructive power of calamity, Tian melted rapidly like snow meeting the morning sun, disintegrating and shattering. All things frozen and solidified resumed their flow under the scorching light. Even burned to ashes. The golden vortex that had just obscured the sky disappeared in the endless stream of flames, leaving only scattered fragments of collapsing silver light, drifting and scattering across the sky. A pair of antlers passed through the fragments of light, followed by delicate, jade-like skin. The white deer strolled out leisurely, the remaining imperial essence forming a circular, illusory staircase, carrying it back to the ground, stopping 3 steps away from Songshur. His opponent had also used one move. Once one move was over, there was no need to continue. The white deer tapped its foreleg, and golden mist surged around it, swirling and rapidly condensing like a whirlpool at the bottom of a river, finally forming a small, crystal-clear golden ball that disappeared into the young man's body. Songshur didn't immediately assess it, but cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you. The sun, the moon, which is superior? The sun. The white deer chuckled softly. Under the young man's gaze, her body suddenly became transparent, instantly disintegrating like a sandcastle in the wind, turning into grains of starlight like yellow sand that flowed around the earth again and again, finally rising into the starry sky without lingering. In a distant corner, a silver star twinkled a few times. What a magnificent aura! Songshur stood with his hands behind his back, looking up. How did he ascend to the Tao when he died in battle in his previous life? Songshur slightly widened his eyes, trying to find his own star, but even with the glazed eyes open to their limit, he couldn't find it. Then I won't look anymore. Songshur sighed, closed his eyes, and leaned back. When he opened them again, he was back in his bedroom. Spiritual ability Emperor's Due. His second spiritual ability after entering the fourth ring. Songshur raised his hand, and with his will, wisps of golden light spread through the gaps between his fingers. Although the color was still warm and bright, in less than a second after the golden light appeared, the atmosphere of the entire bedroom suddenly changed. It was a cool sensation that even an ordinary person could feel. But it wasn't icy. The uncomfortable coldness was more like the refreshing coolness of drinking from a spring in summer. Following this cool sensation was a cleansing of the spirit. Songshur noticed his senses had become significantly sharper, not just in terms of seeing things more clearly, but in a deeper, more penetrating way. The effect of the glazed contemplation has been enhanced, Songshur assessed, slightly surprised. Interesting. He then extended his left hand, and flames ignited on the index finger of his other hand, solidifying into a sharp, metallic substance. He used this to cut a gash in his left palm. What flowed out wasn't blood, but rather a crimson gold liquid imbued with the properties of fire. The Emperor's essence he had just summoned spontaneously surged forth, smearing the gash and healing the wound almost instantly. Not bad. The downside is that the on-site condensation is too slow. It's best to prepare ample reserves beforehand. Songshur rotated his wrist, opening and closing his fingers a few times without any abnormality. Unlike the freely wielded psionic flames, Emperor's Due requires specific time to condense. Its speed isn't particularly fast or slow, but it's not enough for high-level combat. However, it's not too bad. Unlike that white deer, who uses Emperor's Due as a consumable to construct Tyne, he can easily accumulate it in his spare time. Besides, his cultivation focuses on extreme yang in intensity. The Tyne he seeks only requires a sliver. A jet-black flame quietly appeared. Calamity Flame. Then came Emperor's Due. The instant the Calamity Flame emerged, the previous cool tranquility of the room was instantly burned away, replaced by a violent surge of hatred. At Songshur's current level, even a machine placed here would have its logic processor burned away by this violence. Songshur was completely unaware. He stared at the raging flames before him, which surged and swirled rapidly. However, under his exquisite control, all destructive power was contained within a small area, and no matter how rampant it was, it failed to burn anything inside the room. The Emperor's essence reacted. Large clumps of Emperor's essence, like waves receding from the tide, suddenly vanished, leaving only a shallow line. No, it didn't vanish. It was clearly an extreme condensation and extraction of the Emperor's essence, refining it into this line of extremely high-quality Emperor's essence. Then, it abruptly rushed into the raging flames. It was a scene reminiscent of splashing water into a boiling pot of oil. Without the slightest thought of mixing or merging, under the influence of Songshur's deliberate manipulation and the starkly different properties of the two, the powerful raging flames collided with the line of Emperor's essence, erupting with a deafening roar. The surging killing power even broke through Songshur's restraints. The calamity spread instantly, incinerating everything in its path. When Songshur withdrew it a moment later, only a shelf remained of the floor, walls, and ceiling. 3 seconds later, the hotel's communication system rang in the living room. He answered. Mr. Song, we discovered a high-energy reaction and partial building collapse on your floor. Should we come and take a look? Sure, thank you. I send someone over in 2 hours. The bill can be settled when you check out. Also, please restock the refrigerator, we're almost out. Your request has been received. Songshur put down the communicator, surveying the devastation. Using the Tyne imagery of the Emperor's Due to activate the calamity amplified its destructive power by at least 30%. Moreover, the Emperor's Due's effects weren't limited to this. With it stabilizing his mind, the calamity could last longer, allowing him to make more extreme and daring attempts. Could Isidore of that time surpass my current self? I should be able to. Songshur thought to himself, then couldn't help but laugh. Now that he had acquired new psionic techniques and his strength had increased, Isidore was comparable to his former self. In this situation, even if he won, it wouldn't mean much. What if his opponent had also advanced to an even higher level? Songshur had to admit that even though they had already fought once, he still had little hope of winning again. However, that's what makes it interesting. A low laugh echoed through the ravaged ruins. He hadn't yet reached the peak of the 4th ring, hadn't even set foot on the 5th ring, which he hadn't been able to achieve in his previous life, let alone reach the peak of the 5th ring, or even the supreme realm that represented the highest point in the history of psionic power, crowned with the god's throne. He still had a long way to go, a long enough path to walk. He could still improve. Chapter 537. 9 Royal Defense. We are a medium-sized multinational group deeply rooted in the fields of armed operations and security defense, dedicated to providing clients with war recruitment, security guarantees, and tactical guidance. We currently have 30 branches and subsidiaries throughout China and overseas, employing over 4,000 people. At present, 9 Royal Defense adheres to the corporate tenet of excellence, resilience, and toughness, steadfastly providing every client with. He spoke eloquently to the young woman in front of him, dressed in a neutral-toned suit, her prosthetic eyes gleaming with dark blue light. Songshur raised a hand. Let me ask you a question. Do we really have that many people? And 50 branches and subsidiaries, really? Is Chakro really willing to give me so many people? The secretary seemed to choke on her saliva, coughing several times before whispering, ahem, well, President, most of our subsidiaries are registered in Yunnan. And some employees are just nominally registered there. So, our corporate publicity is mostly fabricated? Songshur considerately finished the sentence for her. The company is full of lies. Since we're going to be part of it, we can't remain unaffected, the secretary said righteously. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We're just doing what they did to the general public again. No problem, Songshur said, resting his hands on the armrests of his leather chair. You're right. What company doesn't lie? If you ask me, you're being too conservative. Why don't you just write 40,000 people? And I think the number of branches could be increased even further. Ahem, President. President. The secretary quickly and earnestly tried to persuade him. That's too big, it won't fool anyone. Is that so? Songshur gently patted the armrest. The desk and executive chair in front of him were very impressive, the kind of thing even someone who knew nothing about furniture could tell was high quality. As the president of a multinational corporation, being able to project an impressive image was a basic requirement. Oh, okay, whatever you say. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief. Songshur fiddled with the executive chair for a while, discovering it had an adaptive function. He tested it, and the chair's headrest, backrest, and lumbar support quickly and automatically adjusted to the most suitable shape for Songshur's frame. Perfect, incredibly comfortable support. This secretary in front of him, of course, wasn't hired. Her name was Xiao Lu, originally an outstanding member of the Enlightened One's administrative department, who, after internal selection, became one of the candidates for the president's secretary at 9 Royal Defense. The list presented to Songshur contained 7 names. After glancing at their files, he found each one to be quite accomplished. Since he didn't know any of them, he simply chose one randomly, Xiao Lu, standing before him. This could be considered the official opening. Songshur slowly spun his executive chair, a thought creeping into his mind. The establishment of 9 defenses didn't begin after his return. Long before Chaklo was asleep, the Enlightened One's strategic department had proposed a plan and begun preparations. When Chaklo extended the invitation, he accepted and was immediately able to take up his post. Considering the nature of 9 defenses' work, Songshur also contacted acquaintances. Harold of Palosair, Flashstar, and others, as well as Chu Tonglu from before. After some discussion, the former ultimately declined the invitation. Harold's exact words were, "If you had asked a year earlier, we could have bought the tickets that day. But now, the establishment of Newcastle City has led to a surge in attacks on the Enlightened by companies across the country. Palosair's previously stable situation is showing signs of fluctuation again, and the branches are facing considerable pressure, making it impossible for them to spare the time. As for Chu Tonglu, he hasn't given a definite answer yet, saying he'd consider it. At least he needs to finish this vacation first." Xiao Lu, so actually, how many people do we have available right now? Songshur jumped out of the executive chair. "If you mean armed field personnel, 537. Xiao Lu gave the exact number. "This is the first batch, and there are plans for further recruitment. 500 or so." Songshur stroked his chin. Leaving aside the factor of psionic energy, the booming and rapidly evolving cybernetic technology has long since created a generational gap between people. Centuries ago, even the most well-trained and fully armed soldiers could be easily overwhelmed by 100 civilians wielding large wrenches. But things are different now. A mercenary with neural enhancement pathways and multispectral sensor arrays crammed into his brain, covered in woven tempered skin, wielding gleaming, ultrachromium-coated prosthetics, and capable of injecting himself with stimulants at any time. Firearms? No, he could just grab a thick steel bar and slaughter 100 people, smashing their heads like watermelons, leaving a mess of flesh, blood, and gore on the streets. The only cost the former would incur is that his bathroom would be a bit of a headache to clean. 500 or so professional combatants, all former enlightened ones, could easily conquer a city if organized properly. Songshur asked, "Are they all your people?" Xiao Li's answer was slightly unexpected, not entirely. There are also lone wolves and small teams who joined on their own initiative, standing on our side. Because the contracts we offered are very good in the market, Xiao Li said with a beaming smile. I understand. It's about 12:18 p.m. now. Songshur glanced at the digital clock. Gather everyone for me. At 3 p.m., everyone gather at the training ground. Tell them to remember to bring their weapons and armor, and to have their prosthetics tested beforehand, so there won't be any mishaps at a crucial moment. Understood. Xiao Li's expression turned serious. 9 Defense has its own training ground, not particularly large, but fully equipped and sufficient for its needs. I want to see their skill level. Songshur stroked his chin. It's fine to let them know that. The woman's expression remained unchanged, but her heart skipped a beat. To become an administrative backbone of the enlightened ones, one must possess some martial arts skills. Although she looked to be no more than 1.7 meters tall, she had once broken the head of a street thug with her bare hands. With her prosthetic body and skillful marksmanship, she was more than capable of self-defense under normal circumstances. But the opponent? Nando Songshur. Among those in the know, no one was unaware of this title, the significance of this name. A considerable number of people, including members of the enlightened ones themselves, even believed his psychic talent was more terrifying than Chaklo's. After all, what psychic breaks through to the 4th ring, Ascension, in less than 3 years at most? Moreover, he wasn't just a figurehead with a high level, on the contrary, his combat skills were earth-shattering. She was present during the Battle of Forge Light City. She watched with her own eyes, as he forcefully blasted Emmanuel Grodin down. Such a character, personally testing him. Suddenly I'm a little looking forward to it. Anyway, administrative staff don't need physical tests. Chapter 538. 9 Royal Defense, Training Ground Number 1. As a relatively unknown medium-sized multinational corporation, 9 Royal Defense possesses considerable strength and owns a sufficiently large territory in Newcastle City. It has 3 training grounds, with Training Ground Number 1 being the largest, covering several thousand acres. Even after accommodating hundreds of people, Training Ground Number 1 remains spacious, but the atmosphere has become somewhat chaotic. Have they arrived? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 5 minutes. A 4th ring psionicist. The man murmured hoarsely, unconsciously adjusting his skull mask. A super washed-up internet celebrity? Someone grinned, casually disassembling their rifle again. Would it work if I asked him for a photo? New position, new responsibilities. The lean young man took a deep breath, silently reciting the enlightened one's motto, trying to get himself into peak condition, calling for human rights and the rule of law, resisting corporate monopolies and technological abuse, and reconstructing social order. Calling for human rights and the rule of law. A master, an absolute master. Many eyes gleamed with brilliance. We must learn from him. Suddenly, a few people in the scattered crowd looked up. Following them, more people reacted, also looking up sharply. At the horizon of the open-air training ground, a speck of crimson gold appeared in the white sunlight, then rapidly expanded from afar, like a meteor crashing down. There was no overwhelming force as expected. The moment the meteor touched the earth, all the flames subsided, and a figure emerged from the lingering fire. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt underneath a light jacket, the black-haired youth casually scanned the crowd, his pupils gleaming with a glassy light, as he gained a general understanding of them. Hello everyone, I'm the current president of Jiuyu Defense. You can call me Songshur, or you can call me President Song, I don't mind. I thought about it for a moment, and it seems there's not much more to say. So let's get straight to the point. Songshur snapped his fingers. Secretary Xia. Here. Xiao jumped out. Please, everyone, step back a bit. The 500 or so people present readily complied, and quickly moved to the side. With a heavy mechanical roar, the steel ground rapidly sank and flipped. Like building blocks being assembled, the entire training ground began to reassemble. One after another, rudimentary buildings rose from the underground space. Further out, arched mechanical giants rose from the edge of the training ground, as if giants were closing their arms, slowly obscuring the sky above the entire training ground. First, it went dark, then the closing dome suddenly lit up, a stark white like industrial chandeliers rushing in. This stark white quickly softened, transformed, and finally turned into an extremely gloomy darkness. A frosty winter wind blew in from somewhere. Frost climbed visibly from the surfaces of the model buildings. An artificial canopy with localized weather effects, and a training ground constructed with multiple scenes. Technically, this wasn't difficult to achieve, the only limitation was funding. 750 acres. Songshur surveyed the scene. He didn't fly, but his advanced psionic perception was enough to construct a multidimensional panorama for him. Our company currently has limited funds, and the area in Training Ground 1 that can accommodate multiple scenes is only this large. Songshur looked at everyone and smiled. But for most of you, well, for most people, this is definitely enough. Some of those recently transferred or joined as lone wolves were slightly taken aback. Such a large investment, it seems the enlightened ones truly value 9 defenses. Theoretically, online simulation training using virtual network technology is a more efficient method. After all, with the maturity and widespread availability of AI-assisted tools, even some low-cost virtual reality games can create impressive-looking scenes at first glance. Large teams that have been repeatedly validated by the market can create extremely realistic virtual scenarios. For military training, trainees could freely traverse various scenarios such as snowfields, jungles, and cities in a single day. And for technical training such as vehicle driving, like expensive fighter jets, trainees could freely create and crash them in the virtual network. But in reality, it's not very feasible. The realism of a virtual network depends on both software and hardware, neither can be lacking. To achieve near-realistic simulation, the hardware is extremely expensive, making widespread use impossible. Secondly, the excessive use of virtual networks under high realism has negative consequences. Considering the professional requirements of military training for armed personnel, their use will inevitably fall into excess. ALIS syndrome, heterolimb syndrome, reality anchoring gap syndrome, Kotel syndrome. It's not only the abuse of prosthetics that leads to cyberpsychosis, the excessive use of virtual networks is also a common cause of cyberpsychosis. Furthermore, if trainees become addicted to virtual network training, they often develop seemingly insignificant bad habits that could be fatal on the real battlefield. The most common one is a reckless disregard for their own lives. In fleeting moments, the experience of being able to revive at any time in the virtual network can subconsciously influence him to make more risky and dangerous moves. As for the lack of muscle memory, the same issues exist. Multiple factors have led major forces to favor a training method that prioritizes reality and supplements it with virtual reality. This modular, automatically constructed training ground is one of the mainstream training methods. It's quite expensive. I didn't expect the enlightened ones to have built one as well. Reporting, President. 537 expected, 537 present. Siala reported. I know some of you know each other before, or you joined as a group. Songshur pulled out a palm-sized data panel from his pocket, containing everyone's information. He glanced at it. 15 minutes. Those who know each other well form teams. Try to keep each team around 20 people. For those who don't know each other well, just pick whoever you find agreeable. Songshur gently rotated his wrist. Weapons can be loaded with full-power ammunition, and the power of laser weapons doesn't matter either. There are ambulances nearby in case of accidental injury. Everything else is up to you. What happens after we're divided into teams? Someone asked decisively. Each team will enter in turn, and you have 20 minutes each time to formulate tactics and set up the battlefield. I suppress my psionic energy to the peak of the second ring. A straight, sharp blade emerged from the flames. Songshur casually grabbed it and looked at the group. Let's see how long you can hold out. Chapter 539. No unnecessary words. Compared to the formally trained company armed forces, the diverse backgrounds of the enlightened members meant they often acted with a less disciplined, more unconventional style. But discipline and combat prowess are never entirely synonymous. As Songshur finished speaking, everyone present instinctively realized a tough battle was about to begin, quickly finding teammates and dividing tasks. Some were thinking about how to last longer. Others were thinking how to achieve further gains. In this world, who is invincible? Then, after 12 minutes, the first team was formed and proposed their next move. Songshur tried to flip through the thick data panel to find the opponent's file in a second, and Xiaolu immediately introduced them. The mercenary team, Ruby, had some reputation, considered second tier. They excelled at assaults and combat in complex environments, their team style leaning towards firepower suppression and head-on engagements. The team leader, known as Blood Diamond, was a well-proportioned and robust middle-aged man. Due to his moral standards, which were significantly inconsistent with his title, he had some pleasant collaborations with the Enlighteners. This time, attracted by the lucrative contract offered by 9 Defense, he led his team to join. According to him, after completing this 9 Defense job, he would retire and go home to spend time with his daughter. Songshur assessed the mercenary group. Their strength was indeed quite good. Besides Blood Diamond, the second ring Transcendence member, the remaining 15 members included 2 level 3 units. Armed personnel with combat strength comparable to second ring psychics. And 8 level 2 units, meaning standard combat strength for special forces members in the general sense, or first ring psychics skilled in close combat. That being said, first ring psychics only possess a limited amount of psychic energy and psychic techniques. If relying solely on psychic energy without external assistance, they would typically be brain dead by second level cybernetic musclemen. Then, this Ruby team went down to prepare the battlefield. Then, 20 minutes later, Songshur entered the arena. The fierce frost wind seemed to want to pulverize people. Under the artificial canopy, the temperature in the training ground rapidly dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius. It was as if endless frost and snow had merged, transforming into a gloomy and overcast world. It was almost like returning to Forge Light City a few years ago. It's really a bit cold. Songshur watched the white mist condense into dust before his eyes, and vanish instantly. First, shut down the glazed temple. He blinked. Emperor's Dew and Calamity can't be used either. Maintain the state you were at the peak of the second ring. He thought for a moment. Forget it, let's disable Fire Seed too. Otherwise, something might go wrong. He stomped his foot on the ground. Maybe we shouldn't use Rendering and Wildfire either. Songshur stroked the Heavy Slayer, decisively making a decision. No need for Wildfire. It'd be difficult if it burns through a large part of the training ground. Scorched Earth and Rendering are enough for now. In an instant, Songshur slashed out with Heavy Slayer, creating a large hole in the wall 4 meters to his side. A loud explosion followed, and deep within the hole, a deformed bullet was embedded. Ruby's first strike began, a long-range sniper shot. 350 meters away, inside a high-rise building, the sniper clicked his tongue, grabbed his sniper rifle without hesitation, rolled into the depths of the room, and ran towards the planned escape route. A breath later, a fireball struck the room, the exploding flames igniting even the reinforced concrete, reducing it to ashes. The power of the psionic art ember. Target approaching at high speed. The scout, who had preemptively deployed the patrol drone, roared over the tactical headset. Wait. Damn it! My drone got shot down. The scout's tone shifted abruptly. No! Boss. His voice was abruptly cut off by another voice. Execute Plan 2. Follow me. Force the target into the ambush path. The Ruby mercenary group's leader, Blood Diamond, roared, leaping from the 3rd floor. Around him, windows shattered in rooms of 2 other buildings, and figures crashed out, including him. The mercenary group's 3 level 3 units were deployed in full force, but they knew the outcome wasn't in their hands. The remaining members provided long-range fire support, while simultaneously setting up an ambush along one path. Their role was to block the enemy head-on, and gradually force them into the ambush route. As the undisputed strongest member of the mercenary group, Blood Diamond fired a series of reduced-yield grenades from one arm, while drawing a monomolecular sword from the other. The sword, chained into his prosthetic arm, activated its power circuit, its blade instantly glowing red, entering a molten state. The 3 men each took cover from one direction, the tough guy facing the oncoming fiery shadow. Behind them, bullets rained down, roaring and blazing with the aid of the intelligent aiming system. And then, nothing more. 3 breaths. In the first breath, the enemy ripped through the scorched earth, transforming the previously frosty, frozen world into a living hell. The sudden change in environment caused varying degrees of deviation in the 3 men's otherwise perfectly coordinated teamwork. For seasoned mercenaries with countless battles under their belts, this deviation wasn't significant. But when magnified 3 times, it became quite fatal. In the second breath, Songshur, dragging Chongshur, simultaneously pierced the defenses of the other 2 amidst the raging crimson flames, temporarily incapacitating them. In the third breath, he blocked the first attack of the Blood Diamond, and unhesitatingly activated his trump card, the psionic technique overload. However, this only allowed him to withstand 2 more blows before he was quickly defeated. What followed was a gruesome scene. The remaining fighters couldn't withstand even a single attack, forced to scatter and fight on their own, stubbornly holding out for a while before all succumbing to defeat. I feel. There's not much to say. Songshur shook Chongshur, casually retracting the flames crawling across the training ground. Even with intentional suppression of psionic energy, the psionic flames couldn't be extinguished by frost and snow in a short time. Tactics, experience, and teamwork are all decent. The downside is that it's a bit too conventional. Though strictly speaking, it's not really a downside. Songshur pondered for a few seconds before offering his assessment. The Ruby team looked disheveled, but were actually unharmed. They exchanged glances, and Blood Diamond spoke up. As expected of Nandu, we accept our defeat wholeheartedly. The scout retrieved his drone, stared at it for a few seconds, and his lips twitched. He had just wanted to say that the enemy had only shot down the drone, but the damage was limited to just bringing it down. There wasn't even the slightest bit of additional damage. Why would something so absurd happen? Next team, continue. At the spectator stand in the training ground. Any explanation? The young man in the windbreaker whispered to the skull-masked man next to him. No. The skull-masked man's answer was concise. It's tough. Another teammate stared at the training ground, motionless. The enemy's strength is too high. Can psionicists really be this strong? The intensity is probably higher than you think. The young man in the down jacket, who called himself number 5, stared intently. As is customary, everyone addressed each other by code names. I carefully reviewed Nando's, president's file. Did you see it? He said he suppressed himself to the peak of the second ring, but actually, he hasn't used several second ring psionic techniques. It's hard to say whether they were banned, or if he felt it wasn't necessary for the time being. But there's no doubt that his combat power has room for improvement. Secondly, pay attention to the environment, the freezing weather. Yes, we all know that freezing weather makes movement inconvenient, but for a great source, especially a fire. De Yuan, the constraints he faces are definitely greater than ours. Finally, he didn't have a prosthetic body implanted, so our electronic warfare advantages can't be utilized. The skull mask spoke. The environment, he chose it himself. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Number 5 spoke at a measured pace. He did it on purpose. He even thought his normal combat power was too high, so he added some limitations to himself. But it seems to be of little use. Another voice joined the discussion, codenamed Gold Coin, a short woman who looked about 18 or 19 years old. Is it possible that our superior is still invincible, dominating the battlefield? In the training field, the rapid, brief bursts of gunfire were quickly swallowed by the crisscrossing streaks of fire. Yes, I know. So, a conventional, head-on approach is absolutely no match for him. Number 5 paused. Even if we tripled or quadrupled our team's numbers, we'd probably still be wiped out. If I remember correctly, Gold Coin squinted, our test is to hold out for a certain period of time, right? Are you willing to accept this? The rhetorical question left Gene B speechless. Number 5 clapped his hands forcefully, drawing the attention of the rest of the team. Guys, I have an idea, maybe we can try our luck. 25 minutes later. Next team. Songshur sat cross-legged on the rooftop of a building. Even without scorched earth deployed, an invisible field seemed to rise around him, the heat billowing, forcefully blocking the howling wind. He waited calmly for 20 minutes. Here they come. The next instant, Songshur vanished from his spot. His original landing point was pierced by a blue beam of light. The high-temperature laser left a striking trail in the air, the mark of frost and snow instantly melting away. It missed. Immediately following, a blazing stream of bullets cleaved through the air, roaring towards Songshur. Under the cover of the firepower, several guns were locked on Songshur, hovering motionless. Suppressive firepower, coupled with precise shooting. A classic tactic that won't go wrong, but it's not very effective. Songshur instantly entered a high-speed maneuver state. In the second environmental realm, compared to his mechanically driven prosthetic limbs, without psionic techniques like soaring sky to compensate, Songshur's absolute speed was actually at a disadvantage, making it impossible to evade all attacks. However, with scorched earth defense, most projectiles could only create ripples, and the few that broke through were weakened by the scorched earth, easily deflected with a simple slash. In everyone's eyes, the overwhelming barrage of bullets exploded into ashes the instant they touched Songshur. It wasn't until someone ripped open the felt tarp and brought out a single-soldier heavy howitzer that Songshur became a little serious. This time, instead of taking the hit head-on, Chongshur suddenly transformed into a flaming blade, extending 10 meters in a flash, intercepting the incoming grenade launcher midair. The immense impact reverberated, but it wasn't within the core kill radius, only slightly slowing Songshi's steps. Immediately following, a burly man wielding an impact axe roared and charged forward. The axe, as tall as a man, was as light as a feather in the man's massive prosthetic arm, comparable to a silverback gorilla. It merely grazed past, shattering large sections of the wall of a street-side house. 5 people were now engaged in close combat. Songshi dodged the impact axe that came crashing down on him. He couldn't take the powerful, heavy blow head-on, and just as he was about to counterattack, the roar of a large-caliber shotgun came from behind, forcing the young man to abandon his attack. The advantage was excellent execution. Although it was their first time working together, their coordination was quite seamless. This tactic of suppressing fire first, then engaging in close combat, with the gunner looking for opportunities at mid-range, had been used by several other teams before. Songshi thought casually, drawing his blade and slashing with it. The flame surged outwards, simultaneously forcing everyone back. But that was all. When raw strength is insufficient and tactics are identical, even the best teamwork cannot turn the tide. At best, they're more resilient. Clang! The raging sea of fire was pierced by the heavy blade. In that instant, when everyone was retreating, Songshi struck the nearest person. The opponent only had time to raise his weapon before he was violently thrown back, his body covered in burns. With one person retreating, the already barely maintained encirclement suddenly loosened. The remaining few felt as if they were facing a tiger injected with steroids. A casual swing or slap could tear them apart, and they couldn't withstand even the slightest attack. Those corporate dogs used to fight monsters like this? However, the thought couldn't stop reality. 15 seconds later, the last person was eliminated. The encirclement tactic failed. Now it's time to scatter and try to buy time. The incessant gunfire that had been echoing around them suddenly ceased. Songshi snapped his fingers, extinguishing the flames on the close combat personnel on the ground. Realizing their comrades had failed, the gunmen responsible for mid to long range suppression decisively scattered. The next instant, Songshi transformed into a streak of fire, crashing through the street. So fast! The self-activating landmines he had thrown behind him were triggered. The explosion's flames had barely risen before they were torn apart by an even more terrifying burst of fire, an intense sense of oppression washing over them. Without hesitation, the gunmen drew their pistols with near-instinctive skill, fitted with enhanced muzzle attachments. Boom! A rounded tungsten steel armor-piercing round grazed the young man's fluttering hair at the last second. Following closely behind, even without a flick of his wrist, Songshi's 5 fingers enlarged in the gunman's pupils until they pressed against his throat, slamming into the ground and leaving a long trail in their wake. Exit. Songshi released his grip, patted the gunman's shoulder, then picked up Songsshi and continued charging forward. 1, 2, 3. On the multi-angle screens of the spectator stands, members of this team rapidly exited the battlefield, one after another. There's one hidden in here too. Songshi paused, glancing at the factory not far away. The simulated factory wasn't large. Songshi entered the factory building, his deep footsteps echoing in the space. Almost the instant he stepped into the center, a clear ticking sound suddenly filled the tranquil environment. A feast composed of bombs meticulously disguised from the very beginning. It began. Chapter 540. Plasma bombs, fragmentation grenades, molten metal mines, gravity-capturing devices, and even specialized stun grenades, smoke grenades, and tear gas. The work of demolition expert Gold Coin. Back when she was a member of a certain Enlightened One branch, she had impressed countless company vaults, confidential doors, and critical data facilities with her self-taught handcrafted explosive skills. She didn't officially leave until Songshi was almost at the factory. Before that, she had been wholeheartedly setting up this explosive trap. First, a ghostly green light flashed, and plasma condensing into plasma sizzled, shooting up, instantly filling the air with the smell of ozone. Immediately following were flying fragments and molten iron, white phosphorus bursting into the most dazzling silver flames. The moment it touched the dense smoke of tear gas, a strange reaction occurred, with hundreds of air currents violently churning. Under the influence of gravity, all the destructive force collapsed inward, concentrating in the core area. Even before the actual destructive force, the vacuum explosion of the stun grenade shattered nearby windows. The shockwave was so powerful that even an elephant would be dazed. Considering the target's inhuman nature, Gold Coin went all out, relentlessly piling explosive traps inside. She considered herself a defensive specialist, a fully armored turtle-type second tier beyond, but even she would suffer from this explosive attack. Moreover, a great source. Deep within the billowing smoke, from countless evaporating plasmas and fragments, a dazzling crimson gold light shone. Then suddenly expanded. Scorched earth. It must be admitted that such a violent explosion forcibly blasted opens even scorched earth, affecting Songshur inside. But as rendering eroded the surrounding environment, both the plasma and the white phosphorus heat flow rapidly changed their properties, reducing their destructive power. Watching the scene from afar with the help of a camera, Jinbi's face twitched wildly. Damn, is that all the effect? Dude, aren't you a little bit perverted? A jet-black line pierced the deep smoke billowing from the factory roof. The man wearing a skull mask was running wildly. His 5 fingers were silver and translucent, his knuckles like steel, and indigo electricity crackled from the surface of the electromagnetic catapult scabbard, leaping all the way to his sword-wielding hand, then flowing back into the scabbard from his fingers. Even the most stable current still fluctuates. Electrical engineers consider currents with amplitudes within a certain range to be in a stable state, depending on the requirements. The skull mask wasn't a psychic, he was just a cyborg who had undergone numerous implantation and modification surgeries. But perhaps the lack of psychic power allowed him to specialize more deeply in one thing. Countless hours of practice, day after day of swinging the sword, carefully sensing the changes in the function waveform. Now, he could grasp the exact moment the current reached its peak. Electromagnetic sword technique wave crest slash. Using the strongest electrical energy to propel the strongest slash. A flash of lightning, an electromagnetic catapult, the blade condensing into a single line surpasses the constraints of sound speed, even faster than the reaction speed of the skull mask wielding the sword. The barely repaired scorched earth couldn't withstand this long-prepared attack. Countless crimson gold fragments flew everywhere as the blade pressed forward, slicing through Songshur's shoulder. He could dodge that? The eyes hidden beneath the skull mask suddenly narrowed. An unparalleled force crushed down. No, it wasn't pure force, but a perception illusion caused by terrifying spiritual energy. It was as if it were sliding along the blade. Songshur closed in, shattering his opponent's attempt at a second strike with a blade wreathed in crimson flames. This is your true killing move? Well, the silent air current suddenly shifted. A new line, sharper than the electromagnetic swordsmanship of the skull mask, appeared out of nowhere in Songshur's perception, piercing straight through in an instant. At the tip of the piercing flame stream was a dark depleted uranium bullet. A specially made depleted uranium bullet, a specially made heavy pistol, at a distance of less than 50 meters, it could penetrate even the frontal deck of an armored vehicle. But beyond the simple physical destructive force, there was some vague, uncertain power attached to it. Psionic art, communication. Psionic art, empathy and resonance. Psionic art, art of communication. Second ring consensus, number 5 psionic art. Its current communication target is psionic flames. In that instant, the crimson flames that had been swirling around Songshur, as if imbued with life, obeyed the distant persuasion and spontaneously dispersed, making way for the depleted uranium bullets. The scorched earth, which had been continuously damaged by explosive traps and electromagnetic sword techniques in a short period, had no time to recover, and its defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. The only problem was, the flames that spontaneously dispersed after being persuaded accounted for far too little of the total psionic flames. More flames surged in, filling the gap, only to be pierced by the depleted uranium bullets. However, the latter's kinetic energy was inevitably affected, and Songshur precisely struck the bullet, the sparks disappearing in an instant. A third of a second later, the wall to Songshur's side collapsed. On the giant robotic arm deep inside the factory, number 5 groaned, blood seeping from his facial features, and he suddenly knelt on the ground, almost dropping his gun. In this dizzying moment, number 5 felt the vertigo from the backlash of his psionic energy, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was this a bit unfair? After breaking through to the second ring and achieving some success in psionic energy, his skills in communication had become increasingly powerful, even to the point that his communication partners were gradually transcending the limitations of living beings. Given time, he might even be able to get credit cards to swipe money for him behind their owner's back. So tough. Can it really be this indestructible? Number 5 thought. His all-out communication efforts seemed to have no will of steel. Despite his best efforts, he could only persuade them slightly. It was as if he had used all his strength to compress a spring, and after a brief moment of relaxation, the pent-up tension exploded, giving him a hard punch. Is this the true value of Nando? The smoke gradually dissipated, and Songshur stood in place, moving his aching right hand. The heavy slayer traced a thin arc as it rotated at his wrist, the blade still trembling with aftershocks. That shot was clearly modified on the spot, specifically designed for lethality, making it even more threatening than the skull mask slash. Even if he had taken that shot himself, he wouldn't have been unaffected. Whoosh! Burning blood circulated at high speed, using its heat to alleviate the aftereffects. So, this is the real killing move? After a few breaths, Song Shi, having finished adjusting, took a step forward, leaping onto the mechanical arm several times, and examining number 5 with great interest. You never intended to win with conventional tactics from the beginning. You didn't even rely on your numerical advantage. You gambled all your chances on this. It should be said that the rest of you fighting with all your might was to mislead me, to further lower my guard. You knew I would come to capture you one by one. As long as you stayed here, I would come sooner or later. Explosive trap, 2 assassinations. Song Shi's tone was praising. Not bad, very good indeed. Chapter 541. The heatwave gently dissipated, pushing aside the lingering smoke and ash, creating a clean space amidst the ravaged factory. You deceived my senses, through communication consensus. Song Shi scrutinized the other party. The unity of heaven and man, the body concealed within heaven and earth. That's naturally impossible. You're far from that level. Number 5 gave a bitter smile. I used some tricks. I see. Song Shi said lightly, his gaze shifting between number 5 and the skull mask that had risen again not far away. You didn't hide yourself within heaven and earth, but rather repeatedly resonated with this person's aura, synchronizing it with the same frequency. You didn't hide, you simply became one with him. Yes, the auras merged. I am consensus. Communication is my strength. Number 5 admitted, then shook his head. From the beginning until now, he and I have been here. I spent a long time, fully investing my energy in resonance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deceive you at all. A good starting point. Song Shi praised. Having grown accustomed to the ability to perceive the entire world at a glance, many psychics gradually neglect their original sense, their eyes, and instead rely more heavily on their supernatural sense, perception. After all, not every psychic can, like transcendence, modify their eyes to possess a multitude of wondrous functions. It's a bad habit, one he himself doesn't have. Song Shi found it intriguing. So the explosive trap served both to inflict damage and to temporarily force him to rely on his senses by obscuring his vision with smoke. Why didn't you think of adding some poison? Song Shi chuckled. First, the time was too short to make arrangements. The more factors a plan has, the more unstable it becomes. After a while, number 5 regained his composure and his speech became more fluent. Second, I don't think it's very meaningful. You're surrounded by a high-temperature combustion environment. Most toxins can't maintain their properties under such conditions. If I had to use poison, I would consider releasing reactants that react under high-temperature combustion conditions to generate toxic substances. But there are too many uncontrollable factors, and you're too easily aware of it. Song Shi clapped. 3 rounds of attacks. The first round of explosive traps weakened my defenses. The second round was your accomplice's close-quarters combat, further weakening my defenses and distracting me. Oh, by the way, that sword strike was quite good. Song Shi smiled at the skull mask, who remained silent for a few seconds before giving a muffled him. Number 5 wasn't annoyed, quickly regaining his composure. We still failed in the end. Don't underestimate yourself, you've done well enough. Song Shi said leisurely, if I were a newcomer to the second ring, your strategy would have had a pretty good chance of winning. Newcomer to the second ring, number 5 repeated, slowly standing up. I seen the data. You were operating in Palliser at the time, right? You killed the local security chief of Emerald Pharmaceuticals. The opponent was a third ring psychic. Third ring beyond, Gabi Fair. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Song Shi's eyes. But I wasn't fighting alone, I had allies supporting me, and Gabi wasn't at his peak. The actual situation wasn't as dramatic as you imagine. Let me add a question. Song Shi casually smoothed the wound on his shoulder. If we were in a life or death situation, what new changes would you have made to what you just did? If it were a life or death situation, your modus operandi would inevitably change, and you might not necessarily enter the interior like you are now. As is the custom of the Yuan, you might choose to directly incinerate the area outdoors after noticing someone, but I still choose this tactic. Number 5 slowly said, this is the most likely to succeed. I won't consider a direct confrontation. It's flexible. If there's enough time, I have Gene D deploy a more destructive explosive device, capable of blowing the entire factory to smithereens. If there's not enough time, I carry a high explosive charge within my body. I detonate it while you have a decisive advantage, and are close enough to ask for my last words. Simultaneously, I unleash the psionic energy of consensus to try and slow your movements, Just 1 second will be enough. A suicide attack, huh? Songshur commented, not bad, it should leave me covered in dust, and a serious injury isn't out of the question. Number 5 smiled helplessly. Then came the garbage time. After the prearranged decisive move failed, the remaining personnel lost the will to continue fighting. Aside from 2 enlightened members, who wanted to test their skills and sought guidance, the rest fired a couple of shots and promptly returned to the spectator platform. As for the teams after that, there wasn't much to say. There were still some bright spots, but they were limited to certain individuals within the teams, not the whole group. Songshur inwardly grumbled. Chaklo had clearly not entrusted him with the most promising seated enlightened members. This batch, while undoubtedly elite in terms of pure psionic ability, even the most outstanding performer could only be considered a potential 4th ring cultivator. It's past 6 o'clock. I just say a few words, and then everyone can leave. The more than 500 people on the platform were all in varying degrees of disarray compared to when they first arrived. At least, they had fought a proper battle. No one died, but the number of wounded was considerable. I originally planned to weed out some mediocre ones. But the situation is much better than I expected. Even the worst are above average. Songshur stroked his chin. At least they won't just inexplicably die on the battlefield. Life is quite important. And then, our Joyu Defense is a legal and compliant security contracting company with all the necessary licenses. We have complete military training, logistical support, and an administrative team. Just follow the rules and regulations from now on. I certainly won't be here every day. However, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Of course, I'm not referring to technical issues. I can't fix computers. Songshur called out, Secretary. President, please give your instructions. Xiaolu jumped out and bowed. If you need to consult me, please make an appointment with her. Songshur finished speaking, thought for a moment, and then asked the other party. Is there anything else I'd like to add? Ahem. A member of the Enlightened One standing at the front, or rather, an active employee of 9 Defense, hesitated for a moment before asking a question. As a new security contractor, should we participate in the conference? For publicity reasons. Songshur looked at him for a few seconds and also asked a question. What is the conference? Xiaolu couldn't help but cough and whispered, President, this is... Several mercenaries in the crowd exchanged glances, then looked at each other blankly. One of them took out a data tablet, quickly tapped a few times, and stepped forward to hand it to Songshur. Songshur took it, lowered his head, and carefully browsed it. The world's #1 security conference. Organized by the Security Bureau of the Enterprise Alliance, this is a large-scale, official competition for major security contractors, aiming to compete for the top, with rigorous assessments, market-oriented, and combining entertainment and professionalism. Chapter 542. Songshur asked Xiaolu, how prestigious is this conference? Extremely high, Xiaolu whispered. First, it's organized by the State Security Bureau, which is essentially a way for them to establish their authority. Songshur understood. The judges are naturally more prestigious than the contestants. They're not on the same level. Second, the competition itself is high profile, held every 3 years, attracting a large number of potential clients each time. Achieving a good ranking is like a massive advertising campaign for a security contractor. To save on advertising costs and increase exposure, almost every high-end security contractor participates now. He vaguely remembered hearing about it. Songshur thought to himself. However, this kind of competition, which requires participation by companies or groups, was naturally irrelevant to him as a sole proprietor in his previous life. No wonder his memory of it was so hazy. What did Chaklo say? Songshur asked. The commander said you're the president, Xiaolu replied instantly. The world's #1 security conference. Songshur handed the data panel back to the mercenary, glanced around at everyone, and spoke concisely. 9 Royal Defense, confirmed participation. Xiaolu, help me compile some information about the world's #1 security conference. Songshur started to say, then noticed the other's smiling expression, realized what he meant, and slumped into his executive chair. Okay, looks like you already prepared. I'm too lazy to look at it, just tell me. Roger, President. Xiaolu clapped his hands forcefully, and with a whoosh, the office curtains automatically fell shut, leaving no gap, and the chandelier went out. The darkness lasted for less than a second. The next moment, as if stage lights had illuminated, a section of the ceiling opened, and a screen hung down. Materials? No. I finished the PowerPoint presentation. Xiaolu said smugly. Considering you don't have a prosthetic eye, I specifically had the engineering team modify some office layouts, Like this screen. It's easier to view. Songsha praised, well done. Ahem, please look here. Xiaola began to explain. The world's #1 security conference has a history of 46 years. In its early days, it wasn't called that. It was just a friendly exchange activity of the Security Bureau, using an invitation system, only inviting organizations with a good reputation with the Security Bureau to participate. Photos switched on the screen, some showing polite people in formal attire, others fully armed personnel. Through the expressions of those in the photos, one could glimpse the friendly atmosphere of yesteryear. Everything changed with the appointment of Patty Morse. A new photo popped up, showing a middle-aged man staring at the camera, his features rugged, his short hair slightly messy, but this only added to his coldness. One wondered if he was missing a cigar. The current director of the Corporate Alliance Security Bureau. Fifth Ring Consensus, Mental Rebirth, Patty Morse. He used a tough approach to purge a group of corrupt elements within the Security Bureau, managing to preserve a portion of its independence from the infiltration of giant corporations. However, this is only the extent of his efforts. He cannot go any further. Before the 9 godlike giant corporations, even a Fifth Ring member cannot be omnipotent. 15 years ago, after assuming the position of director, he implemented a series of internal reforms. The world's #1 security conference was one of them. He hoped to use this measure to strengthen the Security Bureau's authority. Xiaola paused, then added, Patty Morse's relationship with us has always been rather delicate. Songsha nodded slightly. In his 3rd year in office, the original exchange activity was renamed the world's #1 security conference, and the participation system changed from invitation only to registration and approval. To generate buzz and attract participation, Patty offered a strategic partner position with the Security Bureau. Songsha stroked the pen on the table. Even just considering the simplest aspect, priority contracting rights for Security Bureau projects, that strategic partner position with the Security Bureau implies enormous benefits. With this as a gimmick, no, a real cash reward, there's no worry about a lack of participants. Those companies, they'd probably be gathering 1 minute indignant calls for a boycott, and the next they'd be sneaking off to register. Thanks to this, the first event was a great success. It had both momentum and viewership, and the Security Bureau also got what it wanted. Its initial authority in the security field. Who was the first champion? Songsha suddenly asked. Xiaola replied, Shirshu Tongxing. To be precise, it was a subsidiary of Shirshu Tongxing that specialized in security contracting and military mercenary services. I still refer to it as Shirshu Tongxing. The first one was actually it. This surprised Songsha slightly. 12 years ago, Shirshu Tongxing had only been a giant corporation for 6 or 7 years then. But then he realized. That makes sense. Shirshu Tongxing's business scope already included security contracting, and as a newly established giant corporation, it needed to further build its reputation and consolidate its position. And the title of strategic partner of the Security Bureau is certainly worthy. You really know your stuff, Xiaola nodded in approval. Yes, it said that back then, the Time Sequence Passage Board of Directors gave a strict order, sparing no expense, to assemble a super elite team, and they decisively won the first championship. Songsha casually tossed aside his pen. It's held every 3 years, so in 12 years, we'd be participating in the 4th world's #1 security tournament. Do you think we have a chance to win this year's championship? Xiaola blinked, cautiously asking, I heard the roar of warship engines? Songsha curled his lip in displeasure. What's the competition format like? It's mostly team events. The specific content changes every year, but overall it's still a simulation of attack and defense. It's real combat, and there are quite a few casualties every year. Songsha nodded. After all, it's a competition to determine the #1 under heaven, so how could it be without bloodshed? Quality over quantity. The young man stared at the introduction on the screen, which showed that each participating team was limited to 100 people. We select 40 people to participate. Do you have any candidates in mind? Xiaola asked obediently. Songsha pondered for a moment, then recited some names. Number 5, Gold Coin, and Skull Mask were prominently listed. We still lack a few top-tier fighters to keep things under control. He sighed. Chakalo sent 3 third-ring psychics, and non-third-ring members of the Enlightened Ones, whose actual combat strength was comparable to this level, to 9 defense. Including himself, there was 1 level 5 unit, 3 level 4 units, and a dozen or so level 3 units below them. Frankly, for a security contractor, this level of force is definitely not low. Even excluding themselves, the remaining personnel are qualified to lead a localized hot war. Unfortunately, while not low, It's certainly not particularly strong. Song Sure dialed a communication line. Chu Tonglu, good news, come quickly. Chapter 543. It's that time of year again. The man stood with his hands behind his back, facing a spiraling tower whose inner walls were covered with countless medals and trophies. They were moving. A ring of walls silently rotated around the central axis. The shimmering, iridescent entities representing time travel past great achievements seemed to come alive, forming bizarre and wondrous eyes that looked down upon the tiny figures below from within the eternal spiral. The latter showed no fear. He gazed at the rotating wall, his gaze settling on one spot. A platinum gold trophy, its emblem engraved with extremely rare elements. The first world's #1 security guard tournament. Champion. Unfortunately, they hadn't won the championship since the first tournament. Such a grand event, but it's a pity we never have the same level of dedication again. The man shook his head slightly. So be it, we done our best, and we have no regrets. Time travel, confirmed participation. The world's #1 security guard. Every time I hear that, I think it's ridiculous. In a white space almost 3 times the size of a normal hotel bed, a crocodile, equally enormous compared to others of its kind, was coiled. The man was incredibly robust, with thick hair, and his head bore a slight physiological resemblance to a crocodile's, his strong skin clinging tightly to his skull, narrow in the front and wide in the back. Listening to the voice on the other end of the communication channel, he grabbed an ice cube from his glass, his steel-like teeth gleaming undisguisedly, easily crushing the ice made of pure water. The women leaning against him, nearly 3 meters tall, with towering, imposing physiques, made the countless compliments of tall and voluptuous seem utterly absurd. Noticing someone trembling involuntarily, the man chuckled, his large hand, big enough to encircle a basketball, grabbing the person. He slammed his face against theirs, as if to crush them. What are you afraid of? Worried I eat you? Ha ha ha. I don't have that kind of perverted fetish. From the 4th ring transcendence, the oppressive force, greater than the difference between a tiger and a mouse, stemming from a vast difference in life levels, spread like a tsunami. The tall, model-turned woman, who had managed to make a name for herself in the treacherous entertainment industry, was quite intelligent, yet under this pressure, she couldn't even utter a single word. It wasn't an intentional release. The man simply didn't hide it. Like a human encountering a tiger, an uncontrollable fear emanating from the depths of her blood, inherited from millennia of genes. If it weren't for her pursuit of excellence, and the physiological adjustment module she had implanted years ago to regulate her physiological state, something indecent would probably have already happened. I have no problem with your entertainment, but don't let it interfere with business. The person on the other end of the line waited for about 10 seconds, then, realizing the other person still hadn't finished, their tone became noticeably impatient. Just say it. The board's requirement for this conference is at least a top 4 finish. Ha ha ha. Top 4. Why can't it be champion? Another burst of exaggerated laughter echoed in the room. The woman who had just been lifted off the bed fell back down, trembling uncontrollably. A large, rough hand casually stroked her smooth, white back, but to those around them, it looked less like soothing and more like the boundless indulgence one might show to a pet in a good mood. That's for the best. The person on the other end hung up after saying that. Heh heh. The world's #1 security tournament. The women leaning against him fell like ripe fruit, and the man stood up naked, striding to the floor-to-ceiling window. Like the bed, the window was much larger. This room probably belonged more in the land of giants. He grinned at terrifying Arc Southern Heavy Industries, confirmed participation. The chaotic scene. Flickering lights. A dazzling hologram. A frenzied banner. Courage, perseverance, wisdom. In the center of the stage, a crimson figure fell from the sky. Protect this world where love exists. Slay all evil with your sword. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a samurai in crimson armor stepped out, removing his equally crimson hem to reveal a young, handsome, yet resolute face. This is my way of the samurai. The samurai shouted. I am Tomoto Yuichi. Heh, trying to steal the spotlight all by yourself? A whooshing sound suddenly rang out. A silver and blue exoskeleton, its stylish design resembling something straight out of a stage play, soared into the sky from an unknown location, performed a highly difficult spin in midair, and landed with a crash on the stage. Click, the hatch opened, and the young man defiantly adjusted his shirt. Maurice Antoinette? Love? Protecting the world? I have no interest in that. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, gave a snort, and his tone softened unconsciously. But if that's your wish, I can give it a try. After him, one newcomer after another arrived. Yu, a young swordsman in white from a declining martial arts family, determined to restore his family's glory and seek the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Julius Jasper, the eldest son of a super-financial conglomerate, who condescended to experience the lives of ordinary people out of curiosity, and Takehiro Suke, a penniless detective who claimed to be able to solve any case at a glance, his profiling and deductive reasoning acting like an instinct. Bartholomew, a wild orphan who grew up with wolves, is full of animalistic instincts but willing to give everything for someone he has chosen. Mizuki, the current priest of the Purification Shrine, is a soft-spoken, sickly, and beautiful young man. Albert Addison, a quirky scientific genius with a passionate curiosity about the world and exceptional hands-on skills. Fortunately, although it was a temporary setup, the open-air stage was large enough to accommodate all of them. Good evening, everyone. We know you all have many questions, such as whether the rumors about our participation in the world's greatest security tournament are true. Here, I only want to say one thing. The red-armored samurai, Tomoto Yuichi, stood at the forefront, laughing heartily at the countless cameras. Behind him, the others cheered in unison. Please support us, 7 days 6 paths. The next second, the world was shaken by cheers. Dust Contract Generation confirmed participation. Very good, let me go over it. You mean, you want me to join 9 Royal Defense and participate in this world's #1 security guard tournament with you? Yes. Is that a good thing? You get a salary and bonuses. Isn't making money a good thing? Heh, that's too good to be true. Does that mean I have to call you president? Hunting down heroes and warriors from all over the world, isn't that attractive enough? Hunting down all kinds of security guards from all over the world, huh? Oh well, I'm bored on vacation anyway, it's time to stretch my legs. He took the data board, signed it, and authenticated it with his fingerprint. Contract signed successfully. Chu Tonglu confirmed his participation. Chapter 544. A bald, overweight man, probably in his 50s, wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Even though this was his office, at this moment, it was as if the other person was sitting in the main seat, holding absolute control. He tried to ease the atmosphere. Your company's president. You are truly young and promising. Why don't you just say you think I'm Songshur? The young man opposite him crossed his arms, leaning slightly back in his chair. Beside him stood a woman in a neutral-colored formal suit, clean and composed, calmly observing him. The fat man stammered for a moment, then managed to squeeze out, "You cough, you're joking." "Indeed, I was just joking." Songshur laughed too. "Although I do share the same name as that anti-human, antisocial wanted criminal, and we do look somewhat alike, that doesn't prove anything. We're certainly not the same person. I'm a law-abiding citizen and a patriotic private entrepreneur. I appreciate your praise. Sigh, building such a large company from scratch is truly not easy." Songshur sighed repeatedly, seemingly reminiscing about his glorious past. "I see," the fat man said dryly. "Haha, what an unfortunate coincidence." "It's nothing, a minor issue. I'm used to it." Songshur clapped his hands. "Let's talk business first." Wearing black gloves, Xiaola took out a data panel from his pocket and placed it flat on the table. "Mr. Rudolph, regarding your security needs for the mining area around Eagle's Beak Gorge, this is our preliminary contract. Please take a look." The other party picked up the data panel, and after only a few breaths, his expression changed slightly. As the owner of a successful mining company, although he appeared robust and frail, he had actually invested heavily in his life support system, using top-of-the-line components from the giant corporation Jade Pharmaceuticals. In reality, his physical abilities rivaled those of a top-tier natural athlete. However, as his sliding speed increased, fine beads of sweat began to appear on the fat man's forehead. "This is far too demanding. We cannot accept such conditions," Xiaola said with a beaming smile. "What's so demanding about it?" "Shares. What kind of security contractor includes shares in their compensation?" With his own capital at stake, the fat man didn't care whether the person opposite him was the real Songshur or a fake one. Besides, you've gone further and demanded equity. That's utterly delusional. You're clearly plotting against my company. Plotting against? No. Xiaola shook his head repeatedly. This is reasonable compensation. Mr. Rudolph, do you think 9 Defense is some cheap dollar store? That we can just give you a few coins and call it a day? Normal, compensation settled in credits, please excuse me. To be frank, your current business situation doesn't allow you to pay. Xiao Li's index finger twitched, and a new file popped up on the dashboard, a company investigation report. Several failed decisions have caused Rudolph Mining to decline steadily, its cash flow nearly collapsing. Fortunately, you refused to accept a slow death, and you used your entire fortune to obtain a business loan from Dark Crystal Credit, spearheading the development of the Eagle's Beak Mine. Fortunately, your all-or-nothing gamble has paid off. The Eagle's Beak Mine contains a considerable reserve of medium to high-quality lithium ore. If developed successfully, it will undoubtedly revive Rudolph Mining. Xiaola deliberately softened his tone. Unfortunately, your competitors couldn't stand idly by. They hired a mercenary group to relentlessly sabotage the Eagle's Beak Mine, causing you heavy losses and halting development. You run out of options. You don't have enough funds to hire a security contractor. I mean a qualified one to resolve your situation. Believe me, 9 defense is your only and best option. Rudolph wiped his sweat vigorously, suddenly raising his voice. Yes, I admit, I really don't have much money left. But Rudolph Mining shares are still worth something. If you want them, others certainly want them too. Rudolph puffed out his belly. Come on, tell me your reasons. Why should we give them to you? I believe you're not the only interested security contractors. Xiaola laughed. Give shares to other companies? Let other companies interfere in your company's operations. Think about it again? Rudolph suddenly shut his mouth, as if he had choked. In an instant, countless classic business cases of founders being ousted flashed through her mind. The company and reputation. Xiao Li's smile remained unchanged. I think the world has witnessed it all. You can think carefully about which side you choose. However, as a friendly reminder, she said kindly, your repeated failures have led those investors and officials who were previously on good terms with you to strategically abandon you. Anyway, after you declare bankruptcy, they can still cooperate with the competitors who took over the Eagle's Beak Mine. Commercial loans or short-term loans, your time is running out. Xiao Li's hand deftly returned to the data panel. I need to think about it, Rudolph said hoarsely. Songsher stood up and walked towards the door. Xiao Li smiled at Rudolph, then followed closely behind. He's already agreed in his heart. The two sat facing each other on the shuttle. I know. Songsher glanced out the window, the undulating buildings gradually fading into large patches of color. He had no other choice. The Eagle's Beak Gorge mining area isn't far from the Roker Plain, within easy reach. Once we acquire the shares, the next step should be to slowly operate and transform this company. Are you confident? Don't worry, President. Xiaola said cheerfully, we're professionals in this area. She counted on her fingers. More accurate salary payments, a more reasonable work system, increased investment in official affairs, and subtle anti-corporate propaganda and forced deployment. We will gradually expand from Zhenzuguang City as the center, lighting up one beacon after another. Rudolph Mining is the first, but it will certainly not be the last. The company established an order guided solely by economic activity, widespread monopolies, and private ownership of the means of production. They were both beneficiaries and shackled by this order. Songsher thought to himself. Even knowing that 9 Royal Defense was backed by the Enlightened Ones, having legally acquired control of Rudolph Mining, the company would rather watch the former gradually expand its influence than take any rash action. Who would willingly act as a vanguard for a king, wasting their own capital in vain? Guns and psionic energy can both kill. The world's #1 security conference. Songsher withdrew his gaze, casually scrolling through the data panel, browsing highlights from previous conferences. At the top of the video, the website had created a pre-event section. The date for the 4th World's #1 Security Conference was 1 month later. Chapter 545. Songsher assessed the tasks at hand. First, the Ogden invitation hadn't been found yet, but Chaklo had secretly constructed a special training ground underground at the training base, specifically designed for near-ground space combat scenarios. To maximize their combat effectiveness in attacking the Sky Data Tower and seizing the textile machines, all participating Enlightened members must undergo special training. Humans are creatures rooted in the earth. Even powerful psionicists can fly, but few choose a bird-like lifestyle. Some pilots, who choose brain-computer interface fighters and sensory resonance, often develop cognitive disorders after long service. The most typical symptom is the urge to jump when standing at a high place. They believe they can fly. This is a far more serious condition than disembarkation syndrome, involving physiological and psychological problems of the brain's nerves. He himself didn't need special training. Or rather, he had already completed this special training in his previous life. Although a long time had passed and some rustiness was inevitable, this would naturally be overcome with a short time on site at the Sky Data Tower, allowing him to return to peak performance. Considering that preparations for such an operation wouldn't be completed quickly, Songsher focused his attention on the next matter. 9 Defense began operations methodically. They had met Rudolph for the first time 6 days ago, and 5 days ago the latter agreed to the contract. Of course, he had managed to salvage some profits, but it didn't matter, that was just a buffer in the initial contract. What company really lays bare its bottom line from the start? Then, for days ago, armed employees from 9 Defense descended from the sky, swiftly wiping out the surrounding mercenary group. Simultaneously, a group was left to guard the area, ensuring the mine gradually got on track and infiltrating the influence of the enlightened ones. The results were fairly encouraging, no one died, and the most seriously injured person only lost a kidney, just in time to get a new, high-powered prosthetic body. Songshur lightly tapped the table. Encouraging was only true for now. As a subsidiary of the well-known anti-corporate organization Enlighteners, 9 Guard Defense faced far greater challenges than other security contractors. 10 years, no 5 years. Of the current 537 field personnel, how many would still be alive in 5 years? But to die for one's own path, Songshur's lips curled into an upward smile, is enough. Whether it was the corporate alliance or Terra, this was already an incredibly coveted opportunity. The last important matter: selecting personnel to represent 9 Guard Defense at the world's #1 security tournament. Hey, I say it's enough. Songshur's index finger unconsciously traced the data panel, recalling the performance of the trainees during training. Winning the championship, proving oneself the best in the world, was indeed extremely difficult. The most elite seedlings of the main Enlighteners either already hold important positions and bear heavy responsibilities, or their identities are restricted, making it difficult for them to show their faces in public. The group he currently commands would at best be considered mid-tier among the security contractors of the past world's #1 security conference. While ranking mid-tier here already means they are undoubtedly elite. If it were Palliser back then, with this number of men at his disposal, he could have openly attacked, crushed, the Palliser branch of Emerald Pharmaceuticals. The head of the Umura clan, who has ruled an entire prefecture and held power for a century, Umura Genji's armed forces are roughly equivalent to 9 Defense. Of course, this is also because the enemy has absorbed much of the Umura clan's resources to prolong their existence. Even during the 7 Earth Wars, this force could have carved out its own territory and negotiated terms with even major powers. Songshur sighed and shook the bell on the table. Please give your orders, President. 3 seconds later, Xiaola jumped in from the doorway. How's the training going? Steady and improving. I read the daily training reports. Most people are giving it their all. Haste makes waste, and excess is as bad as deficiency. Songshur nodded and then shook his head. Remember to be mindful of moderation. By the way, I have a list here. Don't share it for now. Keep an eye on it secretly. On the data board, rows of headshots against a blue background were displayed, several of which were circled in red. Xiaola glanced at the report and compared it with the previous day's reports, then gave her an idea. These guys, okay, I understand. By the way, their performance in training has been quite good. In this short time, training can only play a supplementary role, and it's also good for cultivating teamwork and discipline. Songshur stroked his chin, seemingly suddenly remembering something. I have a good idea, Xiaola. Asked Jia Kelyo if he's free recently. Never mind, I asked him myself, it'd be faster. Songshur dialed an encrypted channel. Yes, it's me, Songshur. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Sure, don't worry. The data panel was taken back from Xiao Li's hands, and Songshur quickly ticked off about 10 people, some of whom were on the first list. Xiaola looked at it carefully, this time with doubt. She couldn't find anything in common among these people. Talent? Strength? It didn't seem like it. Noticing the other's expression, Songshur didn't seem to care. You find out later. Tell them to come to the training ground tomorrow afternoon, fully armed, the kind where they fight to the death. The time will came quickly. The next afternoon. A total of 14 people, all members of the Enlightened Ones, were present. When number 5 entered the training ground, he found himself to be the first to arrive. Not far away was Songshur, and beside him stood an overly familiar figure, the two chatting casually. After breaking through the second ring consensus, perhaps even earlier, long before number 5 became a psionicist, emotional control had always been his strength. However, at this moment, his restrained emotions still wavered slightly. Commander-in-Chief? Good afternoon. Chaklo noticed the young man's gaze and smiled at him. How's your new position? Are you settling in? It's all right. The fluctuation quickly subsided within seconds, and number 5 replied, after all, the things I have to do aren't much different from before. Did you anticipate what I'd be doing today? Songshur sized him up. I made some assumptions. But more like mere guesses than predictions, Number 5 answered truthfully. So no. Let me be frank. I have high hopes for you, and am planning to have you participate in the world's #1 security guard tournament. Sparks flickered around Songshur. Strategy, strength, and tactics, I can't really help much with those. But there's one problem you have that I can correct. Please enlighten me. Number 5 adopted a seeking posture. You, and those people who are coming soon. Songshur said, none of you have died. Chapter 546. Number 5 was surprised and repeated, never died? I seen your file. Your resume is excellent. Songshur had indeed put in the effort, specifically taking time these past few days to review it. You became a full member of the Enlighteners before reaching adulthood, started in a local branch, but qualified for headquarters training at 20. Songshur casually mentioned a few things the other person had done. The Marfa Scarel blockade, the Underground Order Reconstruction War, the Lomade Blue Company dissolution case. You played a key role in all of them. More than frontline combat, you excel at intelligence analysis, and in formulating tactics and situational predictions. You're very smart. After a moment's thought, Songshur decided to use a more easily understood word. Without denying it, Number 5 readily admitted, thank you for your praise. If you had followed the proper steps, taken a bank loan for your studies, and earned all your scholarships, with your abilities, you could very well have become a key elite member of the company. Then you chose a more difficult path, becoming a member of the Enlightened. Your mind is sharp enough that even on this path, you haven't encountered any major crisis. In your file, you haven't even been injured that many times. I understand. Number 5's gaze shifted between the two people in front of him, his tone suddenly realizing, no wonder the Commander-in-Chief came here. President, you plan to let us experience the brink of death, with the reversal being the final guarantee. Songshur nodded. 2 questions, Number 5 said. First, knowing that we won't actually die, I'm skeptical about how effective this experience will be. Have you seen any movies? Newer simulated scenarios, older traditional ones, both count. Number 5 gave an affirmative answer. That's it. Songshur spread his hands. Even if you know the protagonist will ultimately triumph in an adventure film, when the plot reaches a crucial point and faces a major crisis, the audience will still hold their breath. To take it a step further, take horror movies. You know how many people they scared to death? That's now the sole criterion for judging whether a horror movie is a masterpiece. I think the last winner of the Famicom Award scared hundreds of people to death. To put it more simply, even if you're on the communication path, if you switch to illusions, the 5 senses consensus path, at your current level of psychic power, scaring ordinary people to death would be just as easy. Number 5 digested this information and nodded silently. Second question. The next moment, Number 5 looked up, his expression unchanged, but incredibly serious, as if he weren't facing the rebel in Nando. Death can unleash unprecedented power. Everyone says so, but if that were true, there wouldn't have been so many homeless people freezing to death on the streets of Castlight City back then. What we need to do is ensure that human life is no longer trampled on so easily. Yet, before that, we're actively throwing ourselves into experiencing death. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Number 5 tapped his temple. I don't deny that many people have gained a lot from near-death experiences, but does that apply to everyone? Not necessarily. Songshur laughed loudly. Chaklo crossed his arms, remaining silent, observing with considerable emotion. Number 5 waited calmly. Reasons? There are no reasons. You're absolutely right. Songshur's light-hearted words caused a slight change in the former's eyebrows. So-called near-death experiences are just the most common way to force out potential, but no method works for everyone. Reasons, by their very nature, vary from person to person. Well, because that's how I got here, Songshur said. I believe this is the most correct approach, so I want to apply it to you. If you don't agree, you can refuse, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, this is just my one-sided opinion. Then I participate, Number 5 nodded. Oh! Because, Number 5 said, I never truly experienced what it feels like to be close to death. Experiencing it beforehand will help with coping strategies when facing similar situations in the future. Songshur looked behind him. What about you? During the conversation, the others arrived one after another, and more or less overheard the conversation. No one refused. Obviously, not everyone agreed with this argument, but there was no harm in trying, and everyone believed they had the resilience. Besides, with the Commander-in-Chief nearby, nothing bad would happen. This was a rare opportunity to get close to the other side. An opportunity that many enlightened members could only dream of. Songshur snapped his fingers. Xiaolu in the control room quickly pressed a few buttons, and all the clutter in the training ground sank, turning it into a large flat area. Use whatever you want. Any means necessary, that's the only requirement. The crimson flame surged forth, abruptly turning pitch black. This is the Calamity Flame? Number 5, whose senses were the most acute among those present, was utterly shaken. The young man who had been laughing and joking moments before had vanished, replaced by a palpable killing intent. Unparalleled ferocity crashed down, echoing and reverberating in all directions. A damp patch appeared on his cheek. Number 5 touched it. His fingers were stained crimson. He realized with disbelief that his heightened senses had allowed the killing intent to affect his body. Die gracefully. Here it comes. This time, there was no holding back. The pinnacle of the second ring psionic energy, even going so far as to utilize Calamity Flame. An indescribable, terrifying pressure rolled over, followed by black flames that devoured everything in sight. First, establish a mental network, simultaneously enabling everyone to communicate and enhance their teamwork. The thought abruptly stopped, followed by the surging pain. Number 5 looked down in disbelief. His lower body was gone. A gaping wound, a clean and swift slash, and Calamity Flame spreading along the edge. Blood and organs didn't even have time to escape before being burned to ashes. The next instant, as if time had reversed, the spreading black fire rapidly reversed, the shattered ashes coalesced, solidifying back to their original form. Hands and feet intact, body and mind whole. Chakro's voice resonated from the depths of his heart. If you can't hold on, or want to temporarily leave, you don't need to say it aloud. Just having the thought is enough. The reversal seemed to have no memory of it. The after-effects of phantom limb pain still echoed in his mind. Number 5 suppressed his turbulent mind, activated his psionic energy, and an invisible network spread from himself, connecting to the 14 people present. Bang, bang, bang. 3 of the 14 points of light in the network went out almost simultaneously. Then, in less than a tenth of a second, the 3 points of light lit up again. Chakro looked for a few seconds, found it horrific, turned his head away, and then came back to look again a few seconds later. It was still horrific. Sigh. Chapter 547. The special training concluded relatively successfully. To be fair, these people were quite capable. After being nearly killed several times at the beginning, they quickly recovered from their initial shock and even launched some effective counterattacks together. With Chakro's unlimited supply of resurrection coins, they switched between more than a dozen combat tactics, revealing their ferocity and taking several hard bites at Songshur. I gave them 3 days off. That should be enough to heal their psychological trauma, right? Songshur leaned against the wall. An automated robot ran over to try and repair the training ground, but after repeated scans, it found the training ground completely undamaged, contradicting the previous information. It froze on the spot, swaying and beeping wildly. I have faith in them. They're not that fragile. Chakro pondered for a second. Give them a week. Today's events have been enough for them. Songshur naturally didn't care. How's your preparation going? The invitation letter is on track. I expect it will arrive soon. Chaklo beckoned to the automated robot. I have the personnel in mind, but deployment and training will take time. They're all highly capable individuals, and the company is keeping a close eye on them. We must adjust our movements gradually, without letting the company detect our intentions prematurely. By the way, what about Yinan? Chaklo patted the robot's forehead, using some method to stop its constant chattering and even its shaking. Missing your position as a border patrol officer? After doing this, he looked up and smiled. Quite well. Our products have a strong market presence in Yinan, and the response has been excellent. The current problem lies with Dark Crystal Credit. They strengthened their monitoring of overseas capital inflows. But I'm used to it. Chaklo didn't seem to care. So it's alright, at least much better than before. How about this, you go to their headquarters and give them a good punch? Songshur urged. I guarantee no one at Dark Crystal Credit will dare to trip us up again. Chaklo chuckled. I can't do that for now. Fubo Energy, in retaliation for Dark Crystal Credit's economic blockade, once used the solar radiation focusing array power of the sun to burn a city controlled by the latter to the ground as a warning. However, that was during the Third Total Corporate War. In peacetime, such high-intensity weaponry would have immeasurable consequences. If, as Songshur said, the rebel Chaklo Vaughn were to descend upon Dark Crystal Credit's headquarters and severely damage it, the Fifth Total Corporate War would likely erupt. The other companies would use the pretext of avenging Dark Crystal credit to devour their weakened opponent, launch a campaign against the Enlighteners, and incidentally sabotage other companies. But even without doing all that, time for peace is running out. Chakro slowly shook his head and sighed. Our time is also running out. Songshur shrugged. This is Terra's unchanging principle. Nothing is immutable. After saying this, Chakro glanced at the time. All right, I have other commitments. Gwynlyn is already urging me. I have to leave now, the world's #1 security conference. Chakro pondered for a moment. Patty Morse is a difficult person to talk to. But most of the time, he can be trusted to some extent. You handle the specifics. The man vanished. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the departure day arrived. The venue for the world's #1 security conference was Material Shell Land, a city entirely controlled by the Security Bureau. Normally, the Security Bureau's headquarters should be located in the Enterprise Alliance's capital, Vaness's, like other administrative departments. However, considering the pathetic purity of its government composition, Patty Morse, upon assuming the position of Security Bureau Director, unhesitatingly chose to relocate. Now, in the annual Enterprise Alliance's top 10 safest cities rankings, Material Shell Land is the undisputed #1. Xiaola actually prepared 10 copies of the speech for me, but after careful consideration, I think I don't need any of them. Songshur walked to the chairman's chair and clapped his hands. The crowd surged. More than 60 people crammed into the auditorium, their tables laden with leftover food, clearly having been underway for some time. Through selection and internal screening, this was the delegation from 9 Defense about to embark on the world's #1 security conference. This included not only armed security personnel, but also mechanics, cyborg doctors, and other support staff. Hearing the applause, all eyes turned sharply towards them. Since we're all here eating, I don't think there's any need for further explanation. Songshur paused for a few seconds, then decided to casually throw psionic flames, artificial fireworks, at the dome of the auditorium. Considering we're a newly established company, and this is our first time participating in the world's #1 security tournament, in principle, we shouldn't set our goals too high, but goals aren't meant to be achieved anyway. So, let's tentatively set our sights on winning the championship. We reached the peak. No matter how far the final gap is, it shouldn't be too far. After a brief silence, Number 5 led the applause. Good support. Thunderous applause erupted instantly. In this lively atmosphere, the banquet lasted until midnight. Songshur casually found a spot on the rooftop to sit. The night in New Forge City seemed even more dazzling than the daytime, with a long river of neon lights flowing across the land, and a neat forest of iron buildings standing tall. The only difference from usual was perhaps the increased vibrancy. A cool night breeze blew, dispersing the lingering smell of alcohol. A bunch of people came to toast him at the banquet. At first, it seemed like simple admiration, but later, perhaps due to the atmosphere, these people started to consider their drinking limits, launching a drinking contest. Theoretically, with a fire burning inside, drinking as much as one wanted was no problem. But getting a little drunk occasionally isn't so bad. Heavenly Son, I obtained 2 parts of the Emperor's due, still lacking 4. Songshur relaxed his body. For him, the path to the 4th ring was only a matter of time. The only thing worth mentioning was the self-created spiritual energy technique he was still conceiving. But apart from that, experience, thought, proficiency realm, everything was a smooth road. But above all, the 5th ring, true spirit, breaking the predetermined death. The weight of fate. Songshur tilted his head, watching the neon starry river overflow, spread, and gradually recede into the distance until it finally disappeared at the end of the black horizon. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Songshur released control of his body, fell headfirst, and disappeared into the abyss between the buildings. 3 days later, the participating delegation from the security contractor 9 Royal Defense officially arrived at Material Shell Land. Chapter 548. Strict adherence to the law. This was Songshur's first impression of Wukudi. Compared to the mixed bag of police officers and other places' security bureaus, the patrol officers on any street in Wukudi were remarkably capable and efficient. Their uniform equipment, discipline training, and even their density of personnel were significantly higher than in normal cities. Songshur witnessed a car suddenly lose control, veering wildly. Within seconds, the nearest officer reacted, using a tripwire to bring the car to a stop. Even with his prosthetic leg nearly collapsing from the strain, he swiftly lunged at the stopped car, pulling out the pale-faced, trembling driver. The driver was clearly high on drugs. If it were Palliser back then, Outside of the wealthy Whitegate district, this car would have killed at least 4 or 5 people before coming to a stop. The leisurely patrol officers nearby would probably have been smacking their coffees while commenting on the way the pedestrians were thrown around. But compared to what he witnessed firsthand, orderly, Xiaolu said. Wrong, it's the atmosphere. Songshur put his hands in his pockets. The feeling this place gives me is a bit like the Eastern Continent Republic. President, you just got off the plane, and you can already sense the atmosphere? Is this the wonder of psychics? Xiaolu spread his hands and spun around on the spot. But as for me, I don't dislike the material shell land. Songshur was surprised. You sensed it too? That shouldn't be the case. According to my assessment, your perception of the environment shouldn't be this sensitive. Xiaolu covered his forehead. Is it possible that I came to the material shell land on business before? Oh, okay. Unfortunately, there are no reception personnel from the Security Bureau. If every participating delegation needed a dedicated person to receive them, the Security Bureau would have been overwhelmed long ago. It's perfectly reasonable that the fledgling 9 defense doesn't have that qualification. But your strength speaks for itself, Xiaolu explained. This is the Security Bureau's attitude. Well, it should be said that this is Patty Morse's attitude. Neither too close nor too distant, neither too warm nor too cold. Songshur's expression didn't change. He knew this kind of thing back in his previous life. The Shell Land, the core territory of the Security Bureau, which he had never been to in his previous life. This time, he could finally see it for himself. Beep. 2 buses slowly pulled up in front of the group. Songshur raised his hand to signal, and the group immediately filed in. Considering that the budget was much more generous, 9 Defense had sent logistics personnel in advance to arrange everything. These 2 buses were purchased directly for convenient travel. President, have you noticed? Xiaolu pointed to the window with his index finger. The patrol drones on the street are maintaining real-time visual coverage of us. Songshur had naturally already noticed. Is this a warning from the Security Bureau? Yes and no. Xiaolu smiled and nodded at the nearest drone, then immediately drew the curtains. We're tourists. These drones are linked to the city's management system. Any outsider from outside the city will be marked, increasing their visibility to the patrol drones. Simply put, we need to be extra careful with any transit population. Xiaolu shrugged. That's the rule in the city. The Security Bureau is the law here. But if you say it's just the system's automatic operation, nobody will believe you. They've probably been watching us since we got off the plane. No, even earlier. Xiaolu turned her head and saw the young man slightly tilting his head back, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof of the bus. He noticed us the moment we entered the airspace of the material shell land. The omnipresent air filled every inch of space, but in Songshur's vision, something even more abundant, more overflowing than the air, permeated the entire world of the material shell land. Endless and vast, it was like the atmosphere, imperceptible yet impossible to ignore. It was a diffused will. Without touching it, this was indifferent and unresponsive, like something natural, but when Songshur actively touched it with his spiritual energy, he could clearly feel what lay hidden beneath the mirror-like surface. The absolute will of Patty Morse. The 5th ring consensus, mental image rebirth. The other party had seemingly imbued the entire city with their will, and after more than a decade of influence, at least in the material shell area, they had achieved the remarkable feat of substituting their own will for the will of heaven. As a 4th ring psionicist from the other faction, they were able to directly enter the heart of the Security Bureau without going through cumbersome procedures or having any accompaniment. Undoubtedly, Patty Morse was the reason. He possessed supreme authority here. Even if multiple 4th ring psionicists entered, it wouldn't matter much. Such a display of overwhelming power, Songshur chuckled, doesn't disappoint what they've done. They arrived at the hotel quickly. We use some private channels, so we don't need to participate in the preliminary rounds. So, we're free for the next few days. Everyone can wander around as they please. Songshur only stood and talked. Xiaolu handled all the actual operations. Security isn't a concern. It's difficult for the company to operate here. The place was remarkably clean along the way. The ubiquitous corporate symbols that should have been everywhere were huddled together here. Those wild, clamorous consumerist items had either vanished or been transformed into something more docile. Even the tallest building in the place had become the headquarters of the Security Bureau. Suddenly, Songshur turned his head. Several kilometers away, on the rooftop of a hotel, behind a large floor-to-ceiling window, a massive figure had appeared. He was shirtless, with a towel casually tied around his waist. Even crouching down, the giant's head almost touched the top of the window. Noticing that Songshur had noticed his gaze, the man's pupils turned blood red, his mouth stretched to the roots, revealing sharp, steel-like teeth that gnawed together in a provocative, savage grin. Xiaola belatedly realized what was happening and followed the young man's gaze. Her prosthetic eye prevented the thousands of meters between them from blurring the image. The crocodile-headed face came into view, followed by blood-red pupils. She groaned, instantly triggering the prosthetic eye's nerve stimulation threshold. The prosthetic eye automatically shut down to prevent further stimulation of the implant recipient. With her eyes tightly closed, enduring the intense pain, Xiaola spoke haltingly. "It's the people from Southern Heavy Industries. Their leader this time, the fourth ring surpasser, Reginald Buck." At this moment, Songshur smiled. But the smile was devoid of warmth. Before the nearest member could react, a pistol was drawn from his waist. Forging flame, activated. A crimson streak, like a shooting star, began from the horizon and pierced through the hotel on the other side. There were few additional actions. However, with Songshur's current spiritual energy, even with simple enhancement, this single shot could easily melt a heavy armored vehicle. In the instant before almost everyone could react, a scorching stream of flame streaked across the sky, causing the temperature to rise sharply in its path, precisely striking a room located dozens of floors above the hotel. But almost means not all. At the critical moment, the burly man known as Reginald Buck, laughing wildly, suddenly stood up straight, his large hand like a giant steel shield, neither retreating nor dodging, as if grabbing a firefly and swatting at Flame Star. Flame Star was mercilessly gripped by the large hand, extinguished without even a sound. Huh? The next instant, the air in the room along Flame Star's path suddenly expanded, as if a spark had fallen into a powder keg. The explosion's light vanished in an instant. The smoke mixed with ash had just risen when it was forcefully dispersed by a hand. Looking at the room reduced to ruins, Reginald paused for a moment, then grinned maliciously. His entourage, who had rushed over, tried to step inside, but he waved them off. The man crossed his arms, his bulging, almost deformed muscles exposed, and twisted his neck violently, his knuckles cracking. "Fierce enough, fierce enough, I tear it apart sooner or later." At the hotel entrance, Songshur tossed the pistol to its original owner. "Let's go. Everyone find your rooms and settle down." The other person caught the gun, bewildered, and noticed the young man standing motionless. President, you? Wait for someone to come." Before the words were finished, a patrol drone, a common sight in the city, flew over and hovered directly in front of the young man. "Fourth ring, city, activate psionic power?" A deep voice came from behind the drone's camera. "I control the range and energy level beforehand," Songshur said calmly. "He injured my secretary first. He deserves this shot. Don't let it happen again." The person behind the drone seemed to have gone offline. There was no more sound. Soon, the drone returned to its original mission sequence and continued its patrol. Southern Heavy Industries. After seeing the drone off, Songshur glanced at the restaurant again. The rooms, now ruins, were empty. Reginald Barker? Yes, he's the CEO of a security contractor under Southern Heavy Industries. He broke through to the fourth ring 10 years ago, has a considerable record of attacks, and also has a unique fondness for bloody scenes. Inside the hotel, Xiaola reactivated his prosthetic eye, stabilized, and explained in detail to Songshur. According to our character profile, he doesn't have any physical sensual urges towards this kind of scene. The reason he shows such great liking is because... Xiaola tidied her words, a personal, aesthetic one. She had just triggered the fuse of her prosthetic eye. The instant she looked into the other person's eyes, her mind was struck by an explicit, bestial killing intent, causing a violent fluctuation in her mental state, which led the implant's detector to mistakenly believe she was experiencing symptoms of cyberbullying. Songshur browsed the file, and after a few seconds, looked up. "He can kill." Xiaola, who was about to elaborate further, suddenly choked. Cough, cough, cough. "Let's put aside whether the president can kill or not for now. Please, sir, don't do it on the Earth shell." Xiaola clasped her hands together, earnestly pleading, "Put yourself in his shoes. If two fourth-ring cultivators came to New Forge City and started fighting, the commander-in-chief would probably tear them to shreds immediately." "What are you thinking?" Songshur casually put down the data panel. "How could I possibly make a move in the material shell land? I know what I'm doing. The world's #1 security conference. Opening ceremony." The conference was held in the Fongbao, the largest stadium in the material shell land. This triennial event was incredibly difficult to get tickets for. The stands were packed, and the sheer number of 100,000 people created a deafening roar. When a figure appeared on the large screen, the atmosphere nearly shook the entire stadium. Before the podium, a middle-aged man in a security bureau uniform, his solemn expression unable to dampen the fervent atmosphere. Security Bureau, current Director General, Patty Morse. His speech was quite brief, lasting less than 2 minutes, officially announcing the opening of the world's #1 security conference. Thousands of fireworks burst into the sky, deafening music filled the air, and one warm-up performance after another began. The performers were all top-tier stars from the corporate alliance, bringing with them phenomenal exposure. Even towards the end, 2 members from the 7 Days 6 Paths delegation from the Dust Contract era performed. The sickly, handsome young priest, Miyuki Nami, played the wooden flute, while the red-armored samurai, Tomoto Yuichi, danced with his sword in sync with the music. Pretty good, Songsher remarked, observing the two on stage from the sidelines. Their martial arts are commendable, they're certainly capable fighters. If their entire delegation were at this level, they could at least contend for the top 8. Here they come. With the final performance concluded, the highly anticipated main competition began. The winners of the preliminary rounds, and those who received early admissions, representing 64 companies, would compete to determine the top 32. We're in the 5th match, Xiaolu announced the random result. We're facing Diamond Defense. They're a veteran company, but all they have left is history. Their strength is average. We shouldn't have a hard time beating them. Songsher looked at the group assignments on the large screen in the distance. The first match was between Southern Heavy Industries and Tory Power. The entire match was a complete rout. The world's #1 security tournament consisted of a ring competition and simulated attack and defense. Aside from the ring competition, where Tory Power's leader, a third ring psychic, was relatively evenly matched, Southern Heavy Industries quickly crushed them in the other rounds. As direct employees of a giant corporation, this team's cybernetic bodies, equipment, and software were all high-end, even some unreleased internal versions. The match itself served as a warm-up for these internal products. The elite forces emerging from the sea of people, equipped with top-tier gear and a scientific, extreme training system, made Southern Heavy Industries virtually invincible. They first won the team competition, and then, in the simulated attack and defense, they forcefully broke through the defenses, crushing the target of Tory Force's protection, a simulated client of a mechanical dummy. The first match ended. 3 deaths, all employees of Tory Force. Songsher noticed that everyone around him was staring intently at the arena, their expressions unconsciously becoming much more serious. How is it? Songsher asked casually. You know, a competition and a life-or-death battle are 2 different things. Number 5 frowned. I can't give you a definite answer in a real battlefield, but limited to the arena, our chances of winning are quite low. The competition progressed quickly, and soon, a notification popped up on the central screen. 5th match. 9 Defenses vs. Diamond Defense. Chapter 549. Here he comes. My favorite Songsher. There's no way the president would get involved. Just because he's capable doesn't mean his subordinates are. Isn't this just a Reskin enlightened one? He's been fighting the company for so many years, he definitely has some skills, okay? I'm confident in him. Heh, you guys really don't understand. The enlightened ones are all a company conspiracy. The company makes us think there are people in the world who dare to rebel against them. It's all an act. When the 9 Royal Defense delegation entered the preparation area, the audience erupted in cheers, a powerful wave of sound echoing for a long time. However, the source of this cheering was almost entirely focused on the young man walking at the very front. Good afternoon, everyone. Songsher waved. Thank you all for your support of Joyu Defense. Real Songsher or fake Songsher? Songsher, are you a company dog now? Are you planning to ride on our heads and squeeze money out of us? Let me emphasize, although we share the same name and look somewhat alike, we are definitely not the same person. Songsher remained unfazed, continuing to wave his hand. Joyu Defense is a legal and compliant company. Making money is always secondary, ensuring everyone's physical and mental safety is our top priority. Let's set a fire and see. Hee, you think I just set one because you say so? Captain, our morale has been completely crushed. On the other side of the preparation area, a member of Diamond Defense whispered, the enemy's attack power is so high and fierce. The captain was also inwardly groaning. He had collected information on the top 64 teams. This Joyu Defense wasn't just a pure enlightened one's black glove. How could his group possibly win? The enemy had 4 level 4 units alone. Ahem, Captain. Another team member's prosthetic eye flashed, seemingly observing something. Our live stream's viewership has completely surpassed the other one. The world's #1 security tournament, the competition to narrow down the top 32 from 64, is being held simultaneously. Each round features 4 teams competing, with 2 advancing to the next round. While the other team's competition is about to begin, the president of 9 Royal Defense is still interacting with the audience. On the highest platform, Patty Moore sat calmly, seemingly operating in a separate world. The overwhelming cheers vanished upon reaching him. Director, a man in a security bureau uniform, to Patty Moore's right, smiled. What are your thoughts on seeing someone a sure thing for the 5th ring? A sure thing? Patty didn't move, his tone indifferent. The 5th ring is never a sure thing. If you hold that kind of mindset, you never break through to a higher level. Understood. The other quickly backed down, pleading for mercy. I won't participate in this one. Chu Tonglu casually pulled up a chair and sat down, legs crossed. The company doesn't know me. I be the trump card, appearing only at the crucial moment. The trump card? Forget it. Songsher finished the audience interaction, and also pulled up a chair, but you really don't need to participate in this one. Just watch and see the strength of 9 Royal Defense. In the preparation area of Diamond Defense, the team leader was giving final instructions. Remember everything. Our goal in this match isn't to win, but to lose gracefully. To lose with spirit. To lose with style. The team leader encouraged everyone. Remember, countless clients are watching us. We must control this massive influx of traffic. After today's match, I take you all out for a good time. Captain, the controls here at the object shell are too strict. The arena is not very interesting, and the gameplay is stale. Alright, let's discuss the demands after the matches. Everyone's ready. The first round. A ring duel, 3 people from each side. After exchanging greetings, 2 figures stood on the ring, facing each other. The strongest member of the Diamond Defense team, their leader, a 3rd ring psionicist. The member of the 9 Royal Defense, an enlightened one, also a 3rd ring psionicist. Without further words, the countdown ended instantly. Both sides transformed simultaneously. The tiny humanoid figures vanished, and 2 heavy mechs rose from the ground. Beyond civil war, on the platform, Patty Morse calmly watched the ring, making no move, but in the silence of his breath, the entire environment of the ring, no, it should be said, the world, quietly changed. Using one's own heart to replace the heart of heaven. Chu Tonglu's raised legs subconsciously lowered, his pupils shrinking slightly. The arena's been reinforced, Songsher said casually. That's to be expected, otherwise the spectators would be dying one by one. The arena was comparable in size to several football fields, yet it still felt cramped in front of the 2 multi-story high mechanical giants. One wielded a heavy impact axe, the other a molten flame-shaped sword. As they collided violently amidst a barrage of grenade projectiles, the shockwaves sweeping across the arena. However, an invisible barrier rose up, stopping all the aftershocks at the edge of the arena. Even the arena itself became indestructible. The destructive power capable of leveling a city block only managed to create a spiderweb of tiny cracks in the arena floor. Test your eyesight? We're going to win, Chu Tonglu concluded. The opponent is Beyond, who possesses both mid and long-range firepower. This environment isn't suitable for him. Besides, even on a wider battlefield, his chances of winning are still low. There's a gap in raw strength. A few breaths later, the mechanical giant from 9 Royal Defense seized the opportunity, unleashing a lethal psionic technique. Its heavy axe blazed with intense light, leaving a trail of flames dozens of meters long, nearly cleaving its opponent in 2. Aside from their leader, the Diamond Defense delegation had no other members of the same level of combat power, and was forced to forfeit the arena match. The heavy mech reverted to human form, revealing a man in his 30s, with a resolute face. He stepped down from the stage and nodded to Songsher. I have fulfilled my mission. Well done, Songsher clapped. You should handle the simulated attack and defense. Call Carol too, and make it quick. Carol was another 3rd ring psionicist. 9 Royal Defense had brought 3 3rd ring psionicists this time. The middle-aged man from before, Chu Tonglu, and Carol. The remaining one remained at headquarters to handle any emergencies. Number 5. Songsher then looked at the young man standing a little further back. In this match, our raw strength is greater. You can be a bit bolder in your actions, and hone your teamwork in actual combat. Understood. Number 5 nodded steadily, his spiritual energy spreading invisibly, already linking with everyone, communicating his teammates' thoughts in real time. In the simulated attack and defense phase, numerous buildings will rise on the battlefield, constructing a simulated realistic environment. The 2 sides are randomly divided into attackers and defenders, with the mission objective being 1 or more simulated clients. One side protects, the other eliminates. And then they won cleanly and decisively. The Diamond Force leader, who had been brutally struck by an axe, went into battle before he could recover, and the middle-aged man immediately entangled him. Carol, in the third ring balance, didn't even formally make a move, merely surveying the entire battlefield, forcing the Diamond Force members to lose focus on the present. In this deliberately left opportunity for honing their skills, the 9 defenses side overwhelmingly overwhelmed their opponents in the clash of weapons, quickly achieving victory. 9 defenses, current ranking, top 32. Chapter 550. The results are in. Our next match is against the Haupt's group, they're a... Xiaolu explained inside the hotel. How tough is it? Songsher went straight to the point. Well, winning isn't a problem. Xiaolu decisively swallowed the pile of prepared scripts. It's just that the process will probably be a bit difficult. Also, there's an invitation for you. An invitation? Mine? Songsher was surprised. Could it be Patty Morse? Has he changed his ways? Wrong, the correct answer is a company gift package. Xiaolu sighed. Time travel, dust contract generation, Emerald Pharmaceuticals, the top-tier companies attending this world's #1 security conference. A private gathering of companies. Songsher took the invitation, glanced at the list, and immediately understood. Even the worst company has a 4th ring here, and they invited me? They really have no prejudice against anyone. Songsher ran his index finger along the gold trim of the invitation. Such an interesting event, of course. I don't recommend you go, Xiaolu said. Time travels, the dust contract generation. Their leaders this time are all psionicists who have reached the 4th ring. She gripped the other end of the invitation, stopping the other person from putting it in their pocket. Xiaolu looked up, her eyes serious. Conservatively speaking, there are more than 7 4th ring individuals present. The indoor environment, the close proximity, and your path as a great source cultivator, if they suddenly attack, even with your relatively short time to break through to the 4th ring, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who says great source cultivators have to be afraid of close proximity? Xiaolu sighed. Is that the point? Xiaolu, you're not a psychic, so it's normal that you don't understand. I can explain it to you. De Yuan pursues imagery, not simply. Wait, President. Can you let me finish? Go on. Oh, you interrupted me. I need to reorganize my thoughts. Okay, President. Do you think a 4th ring cultivator could handle a 5th ring cultivator? Good question. Basically, it's impossible. Songsher lay back on the sofa, shifting to a more comfortable position. Well, how should I put it? Even if I reached the peak of the 4th ring, facing a 5th ring cultivator. The young man pondered for a moment. Dare to touch it, and be confident you can escape. Xiaolu was speechless for a moment, then sighed deeply. All right, let's not talk about monsters like you for now. Let's just talk about a normal 4th ring. 1, 2, 4, let's take an average level. Can they beat an average 5th ring? If their spiritual energy complements each other, their teamwork is seamless, and they fight to the death. Songsher gave a fair assessment. They could probably last a few moves before being killed. Then, what about 8? Not much difference. Songsher opened a can of soft drink. Fighting isn't like addition and subtraction, where you can keep adding 1 to create an equation. To be honest, even if you brought 10,000 second rings, it would only add more ashes to the scorched earth. Like Chakro's strike, a refusal. If we throw them out, how many 4th ring cultivators can survive? That's it. Xiao Li's tone suddenly softened. Your potential is so incredible. You're destined to reach the 5th ring. Your stance is also so clear. The threat you pose to the company has long been immeasurable. I know Patty Morse may be the prime minister of the city and control everything, but if you were ambushed and killed, even if he killed everyone present afterward, it wouldn't bring you back. On the company's scales, this deal is far too good to pass up. So you think that multiple 4th rings can kill me in a short time? Songsher chuckled, raising a hand to stop the other person's changing expression. Just kidding, relax. Let's break it down. Songsher opened another can of soft drink and casually tossed it to the other person. First of all, you should know Patty Morse's attitude towards the company better than I do. He's been working to nationalize the company and reshape government authority. Xiaolu took a swig, the minty lemon flavor exploding in his nostrils unexpectedly. Cough, cough, cough. How many times concentrated is this mint extract? Do you have such a strong palate? This is strong? Cough. I never drink this stuff again in my life. Xiaolu put down his drink. Patty Morse acknowledges the company's efficient use of resources, but opposes the widespread, extreme pursuit of profit through monopolistic and uncontrollable practices. So his attitude towards us is subtle. He wants to see us and the company locked in a power struggle. But he doesn't want the enlightened to actually overthrow the corporate alliance and create a completely new political entity. Over the years, the Enlightened have been in a weaker position, so he's mostly sided with us, providing considerable support. But essentially, he doesn't want the Enlightened to grow too powerful. We're just temporary allies on the same side. Given time, the Enlightened and the Security Bureau might have to fight. No matter what. For now, this still means he's on our side, and won't stand idly by. Songsher crossed his arms. That's the first point, then the second. He spoke with the composure of discussing what time to get up the next morning. Even if this really is a trap, and everyone comes at me together, they still can't kill me. Xiaolu was slightly taken aback. I know what you're going to say. No matter how much you sit here like an armchair detective, no matter how certain your analysis, you still can't completely eliminate the risk, but risk is something that can't be completely eliminated. Songsher leaned back, letting out a comfortable sigh. As for finding a robot, something I can remotely control. That's just ridiculously boring. The banquet was scheduled for the following evening at a luxury hotel. Refusing the others' requests to accompany him, Songsher went alone. Not a single waiter? The elevator slowly ascended. Songsher sensed that as the height increased, the aura of ordinary people gradually faded downwards. When the elevator doors opened again, only 8 distinct auras, each like a blinding white light, remained throughout the several floors. Ha! At the source of the 8 auras, at the end of the corridor, stood a tall and magnificent gate. Songsher pushed open the gate with one hand. In an instant, a powerful aura, solidified into a tangible force, surged forth like a raging sea, unleashing its full force upon the visitor. The next instant after the raging sea submerged, a blazing sun, capable of incinerating everything, rose. It was as if, in a fraction of a second, a supernova expanded to its limit, then collapsed, scattering countless rays of scorching light. Amidst the endless swirling light, Songsher strode into the hall, surveying the scene before him. Your welcoming ceremony is rather inadequate. Chapter 551. What a terrifying aura! The leader of Jade Pharmaceuticals, a man who maintained a human-like silhouette, but whose skin seemed to teem with something writhing beneath, exchanged a glance with the woman closest to him, the elegantly dressed leader of Dust Contract Generation. They saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Aura, presence, whatever you call it, for those who had reached the 4th ring of sublimation, these were no longer abstract concepts. Even those theoretically least adept at the spiritual realm of transcendence, at their level, could crush ordinary people with a single glance, that oppressive force emanating from their very being. Indeed, not every one of the 8 of them was skilled in aura. Even with the combined power of the 8, their combined aura was still incredibly strong. However, this show of force failed to intimidate their opponent. Instead, it crumbled like dry leaves. Compared to the records, the opponent's strength, to be precise, their mastery of aura had improved once again. Compared to someone's aura, your methods, huh? Songsher stood with his hands behind his back. I don't want to be too impolite, so I won't use the word trash. Such arrogant words, such powerful backing. Reginald Buck crunched on an ice cube, large puddles of icy water flowing from between his teeth, down his chin, forming water stains, like a handmade carpet. Even among the 8, he was still the most conspicuous. A consistent preference of Beyond, a member of Southern Heavy Industry, was a robust, imposing physique. Even sitting there, a 3-meter-tall man resembled a small, ironclad mountain. As long as I tear you apart. Reginald's pupils glowed crimson, and he laughed wildly. Hee, I definitely break through to the 5th ring. Songsher glanced at him, and only uttered 4 words. You think you're worthy? Reginald abruptly straightened up. That's enough. The leader of Dark Crystal Credit, a man in formal attire, who spoke methodically, clapped his hands lightly. Let's get down to business. Songsher, our demands are twofold. First, we want to meet you, this peerless genius. He said gently. Second, if possible, could you please ask your 9-guard defense to withdraw from the world's #1 security conference? Songsher waited a few more seconds, then suddenly laughed. That's it, nothing more? I thought you at least give me 50 billion credits. If you're willing to join Dark Crystal Credit, I think that's not a problem. We can discuss it. The other party smiled regretfully. He said, but these words. I think you heard them countless times, and every time you chosen to refuse. So spare your lives, he said. That's all you get. To put it another way, if I don't withdraw from the competition, you go all out in the next round. Songsher crossed his arms. Not to mention, even if I don't withdraw, you're making it seem like you wouldn't do that. Spare your lives? Songsher scoffed. Those who truly only care about living wouldn't have come to the earthly realm with me. How could you possibly understand? Ha ha ha. After an unknown amount of time, The leader of Dust Contract Generation covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Oh dear, I've been thoroughly mocked from head to toe. Should I have never come here in the first place? Just a distraction tactic. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. The leader of Dark Crystal Credit looked up at the ceiling and said calmly, who the champion is, it doesn't matter at all, nor does the world's #1 security tournament. The only thing we must guarantee is only Songshi's death. What did you guys talk about? Chu Tonglu, carrying a plate of late-night snack cakes, bumped into Songshi as he returned. He was also aware that Songshi had gone to the banquet. Sent a soft, threatening letter, saying things like if you don't withdraw from the competition, I kill you. Chu Tonglu laughed on the spot, scooping cake into his mouth while chuckling, in Patty Morse's shell land, threatening a rival 4th ring? And killing you. These guys are quite witty. Kill me? What are you thinking? Songshi gave him a strange look. I'm not participating. Chu Tonglu's spoon froze. By the way, we're playing Hopter's group tomorrow. I checked their files, and they have some good players. Songshi casually sank into the sofa next to him. Considering casualties, you can prepare to go. I haven't seen your Jia Yuming Yuan in a long time. I'm paid to do this, so going is fine, but considering casualties? Chu Tonglu sipped the last of his cream, looking up at the young man. Let me just say this. Don't approach this with a babysitter mentality. How can a competition of this level not result in deaths? Besides, you said the company is going all out. Intentionally sending them out to die, and having no other choice are two different things. Songshi said casually. We're not really company dogs. We're not going to deliberately keep you out of the game to save information, using other people's lives to gain an intelligence advantage. It's not time to do that yet. That's good. I'm relieved to know what's going on. Chu Tonglu shook his coat and stood up. Oh right, there's one more thing. Songshi, forgive my bluntness, but even with me joining, winning the championship is still a bit of wishful thinking. He gestured. If you were to participate yourself, it would be fine, but this is the 4th ring, where you're not allowed to participate. Songshi sighed deeply. You really have absolutely no self-awareness, as a company employee. Huh? Chu Tonglu was stunned. Who tells the truth when making a PowerPoint presentation? Songshi shook his head, his tone one of utter disappointment. Championship? I even said 9 Defense would be a judge next year. Do you expect me to just say, we're guaranteed at least a top 32, aiming for the top 16, and maybe even the top 8? Damn it! Chu Tonglu roared. I saw you swearing you'd be aiming for the championship every day, and I thought you were clueless and out of your mind. Don't be so absolute. A spark condensed at Songshi's fingertips, transforming into a slender flame snake that swirled between his fingers. The prize for this year's world's #1 security conference champion has once again been offered by the State Security Bureau as a strategic partner. The signs of a cataclysmic event are already emerging. The State Security Bureau can't possibly remain unaffected. They also need allies to weather the storm. The enlightened ones are clearly more suitable for this position than giant corporations, at least for now. Songshi clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame snake. Who knows, maybe Patty Morse will end up gifting us the championship. Chapter 552. Such powerful firepower. In the buildings rising from the simulated battlefield, sword light danced like bolts of lightning. However, faced with the overwhelming barrage of fire, no matter how bravely the red-armored warrior fought, the sword's momentum, which should have been impenetrable, gradually crumbled. But behind him were his comrades. A tattered mech stood on the ground, and through the breaches in its armor, Maurice Antoinette lay unconscious. The young white-clad swordsman Xie Qingyu knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword for support, thin streams of blood seeping from between his fingers covering his mouth. The noble young master Julius Jasper's aura was unstable, yet his demeanor remained unparalleled, though he clearly lacked the strength to fight further. The opposing force was a long-established arms company with decades of experience in the armed security field, possessing considerable strength. For Dust Contract Generation, a giant corporation not traditionally known for its military prowess, this outcome seemed quite reasonable. But I can't stop here. We absolutely cannot stop here. Yuichi Tamamoto continued wielding his katana, like an indestructible mountain, shielding his comrades from the onslaught of artillery fire. His imposing crimson armor was cracked, his sword-wielding hands bulging with veins, almost tearing his tattered sleeves, yet he remained relentless, roaring in fury. Hundreds of meters away, his opponent, having reloaded the howitzer, was also cursing inwardly. Just a minute ago, he looked like he was about to die. Now, after a minute of intense bombardment, he was still the same. He kept howling, but his swordplay showed no signs of weakening, and those others behind him, who looked like they were about to die. That so-called Maurice Antoinette, who could be unconscious while secretly deploying a protective force field to weaken the firepower. Power surges forth again. Morris, is this our bond and your final regret? Alright, I received it. A blue protective field roared up, then vibrated violently under the beams of pulse light. Tong Yuanyo's eyes welled with tears, his mouth agape. The next instant, the katana suddenly shone brightly, like a vast expanse of white snow under the sun, drawing out a dazzling silver light. Xieching you too. Keep it safe. Xieching Yu raised his pale face, saying coldly yet proudly, don't dishonor my final sword intent. Just then, the body of the sickly, beautiful young man, Enai Shuimi, radiated a clear white light, and his entire being suddenly became transparent. Numi Michi. Yuichi Tamamoto seemed to realize something, his crimson gold eyes widening. No. There must be another way. Stop, Numi Michi. If it weren't for your first place vote in this general election, securing absolute exposure and the center position, do you think I wanted to be a supporting character for you to perform a one-man show here? Numi Michi cursed inwardly, but under everyone's gaze, he simply smiled slightly, without saying a word. Only his body became increasingly transparent, the white light becoming increasingly clear. What the hell? What a joke. At this rate, you disappear. I don't understand anything about not being able to win. Numi Michi smiled sadly. I believe in what I believe in you. His words faded with the wind, and Numi Michi vanished silently. Aya! Tong Yuanyu seemed to be filled with extreme grief and indignation, roaring to the sky. Crimson flames suddenly surged wildly, and his blood-red armor disintegrated. In its place was a mechanical suit that resembled a demon, transforming the once cheerful and handsome young man into a Shura who had fallen into the abyss. Amidst the chilling fear in his opponent's heart, the other side dropped all pretense, unleashing a surge of psionic energy that instantly propelled him back to the mid-third ring of transcendence. Meanwhile, his own forces of equal strength had already been wiped out by the opposing team's companions. He decisively lowered his weapon. I surrender. In the audience, Chu Tonglu revealed a deeply convinced expression. Not to be underestimated. The path of faith is indeed effective. The Dust Contract Generation is still recruiting trainees. Why don't you give it a try? Song Shi shifted his viewing posture. Chu Tonglu ignored this. This Tong Yuanyu, I think his own strength is only decent, but with the blessing of faith, the quantity of his psionic energy has significantly increased, and the quality. Actually, it's still within an acceptable range. Others have over 4 million followers, Song Shi said cheerfully. Plus, his talent is quite good, so the ritual support Dust Contract Generation provides him is naturally top-notch. Faith. Or rather, the divine path, we in the Eastern continent use it less these days, but the Dust Contract Generation has never stopped. The divine path, after all, has its flaws, it can't be fully internalized. Chu Tonglu shook his head. Anyway, I don't want to take that route. I teach you a little trick for free, a good way to deal with experts from the Dust Contract Generation. Song Shi became interested. Before you fight him, launch a media campaign to ruin his reputation, destroy his image, and destroy his image. If it's done well, it can at least reduce his combat power by 20 or 30%. The Dust Contract Generation monopolizes all the media. A media campaign to ruin his reputation? Chu Tonglu curled his lip. That's simpler than me directly destroying mountains and temples. Alright, I'm getting ready to go. 9 Defense versus Haupt's group. Who will make it to the top 16? Who can make it to the top 16? Today. Chu Tonglu stepped onto the arena floor. A sharp, angular beast head emerged from behind him, accompanied by a heavy mechanical roar. Haupt's group? Chu Tonglu stubbed out the last puff of his cigarette on his coat, saying calmly, I'm going to take on 3 of them. The opposing team leader grinned maliciously, making a throat-slitting gesture. It's going to draw blood. Someone whispered from the highest spectator stand in the stadium, glancing almost imperceptibly at the man seated in the center. Patty Morse, dressed in a dark black uniform, stood with his hands clasped together, his expression unchanged. Both sides are filled with murderous intent. No, the Haupt's group acted first, prompting 9 Defense to respond. This battle might result in casualties. Someone else quickly assessed the situation, notify the Bureau to transfer another 3rd ring member, ready to intervene should one side surrender. Compared to regular armed units, the 3rd ring represents a significantly different role, even holding an important position within the company. If they die in the Earth shell, the Security Bureau isn't afraid, but avoiding trouble is preferable. Ideally, both sides should survive. As the order was given, the fighting began in the arena. It's still a beyond civil war. The moment the countdown ended, the Hauptgruppe leader howled, his entire body suddenly expanding, his human skin melting like wax, splattering everywhere. Sharp chitinous spikes pierced his soft skin, then blossomed into two pairs of strong, powerful claws. Centipede-like legs supported the behemoth's body. It brandished its sharp claws, raising its pore-covered upper body in the process. Its eerie green compound eyes darted about, emitting a terrifying glow. Transcendence. Stepping onto the path of bioarmor, the path of organic monsters. Responding to the swaying whiskers was the heavy, booming sound of a Han sword. Jia Mingyuan slowly drew his Han sword, a cold, electronic voice echoing around the mechanical giant. Heretical demons, merciless slaughter. Chapter 553. Not bad at all. Song Shi pulled over a chair. Chu Tonglu has indeed improved. Xiao Lu, who was waiting nearby, gradually relaxed, his initial serious expression softening. The balance of the battle within the arena had clearly shifted. Chu Tonglu's armored prison abyss was powerful and heavy, easily overwhelming his opponent with casual strikes. By this point in the fierce battle, the monster, now over 10 meters long, had a thick, yellowish-brown chitinous carapace riddled with cracks, corrosive fluids splattering everywhere, and its regenerative abilities were steadily declining. Its attacks, with its supersonic claws clashing wildly with the Han sword, occasionally managing to break through, but leaving little effective damage. Its only advantage was the countless fine hairs that swayed on its body, granting it exceptional environmental awareness, allowing it to keenly detect even the slightest changes in airflow. However, in the confined space of the arena, this ability was significantly limited. Even with a high-speed neural transmission system reacting in advance, it was still difficult to effectively evade the attack. Bang! Boom! Watch closely for moves. Now it's 3 moves later. Song Shi said with great interest, the opponent is about to take a risky move. If this move still doesn't work, he have to consider how to successfully concede. 1 second later. The carapace cracked, and the splattered high-energy blood drew a dark red line. The monster let out a wild roar. The extraordinary organ deeply embedded within its body, resonance heavenly drum, this psionic technique, like thunder, repeatedly contacted and scanned until this moment. It finally determined the structural frequency of the opponent's body, and targeted infrasound suddenly spread out, enough to shatter even the most refined alloy, but against the transcendence of the third ring, this attack wasn't enough. At the very instant the infrasound erupted, the monster dragged its massive body forward, its ribcage's layers of bone suddenly expanding, revealing a deformed yet magnificent heart deep within, its surface flashing with terrifying iridescent light. Self-destruction. To be precise, it sacrificed almost its entire body in exchange for an extraordinary destructive force. Even with its vitality, it would take at least 1.5 years to recover after unleashing this attack. Steel fingers clenched into a fist of steel. Then, a punch pierced through its chest, seized the surging heart, and crushed it into a splattering pulp. You really thought you could hide your infrasound-generating organ from my observation organ? Chu Tonglu's voice echoed from within the armored prison abyss. Visible inside the machine, the nanomechanical modules evolved from the psionic technique weapon manifestation had already been reconstructed into an infrasound buffer layer, coated onto the critical parts of the armored prison abyss, greatly reducing the destructive power of the infrasound. In this fleeting moment, Chu Tonglu, without hesitation, pierced the opponent's heart with a punch. His other hand, holding the Han sword, suddenly swung up, and with a terrifying thrust of the engine, it was like a holy sword used to slaughter heretics, pinning the opponent to the ground. First, there was a slight whoosh, followed by the rushing sound of river water flowing back. The inhuman head crashed to the ground, the car-sized fracture gushing out large spurts of high-energy fluid, billowing in waves of hot steam. The eerie green compound eyes revealed unseeing terror, exposing muscle fibers a mixture of charred black and bright red. Jia Yuminjuan's Han sword carried a shockwave field, the primary source of its destructive power. However, the ultra-high-speed strikes, combined with the friction between the organic material and the alloy blade, still generated astonishing heat, scorching the body. The referee watched silently from a distance. The opponent hadn't even uttered a surrender, so he had no reason to intervene. Besides, on a personal level, he actually enjoyed seeing the death of a high-ranking company official. Chu Tonglu slowly pulled out the Han sword, casually shoving aside the large chunks of flesh scattered on the ground. Continue. What followed was nothing to see. While the Hauptgroup's strength was undeniable, having brought 2 third-ring experts and a highly cybernetically enhanced second-ring peak expert, This was not the entirety of the Halpus group's resources. However, the death of a third-ring expert still filled them with immense anger and shock. After assessing that revenge and victory were impossible, they adopted an extremely conservative strategy in the subsequent arena battles and simulated attacks and defenses. They conceded defeat decisively at the slightest disadvantage, and within an hour, 9 Defense had secured their place in the top 16. You all played well. Now you're guaranteed at least a top 16 finish. Facing the group coming down and being carried off the stage, Songsha praised them generously. We're one step closer to the championship. The next match is the day after tomorrow. Those of you with injuries should rest and recover. All expenses will be on company funds. By the way, Songsha casually asked as they passed backstage, how's your order building going? Quite a few companies have expressed interest in contacting us, and based on my assessment, most of them have serious interest. Ciala gave a helpless look, but unfortunately, most of them don't meet our needs. I'm still screening, hoping to find suitable candidates later. Songsha nodded. The primary task of 9 Defenses was to perform operations on behalf of the Enlightened Ones, who were under heavy blockade. Their role as a security contractor always had to take a backseat to this first priority, hence the stringent standards for selecting partners. Either the other party had a good reputation, or they possessed something 9 Defenses needed. Their first project, Rudolph Mining, fell into the latter category. 9 Defenses could slowly erode their partners, using this as one of the bases for the Enlightened One's expansion. As for orders like suppressing rioting civilians or combating anti-company organizations, 9 Defenses couldn't accept them. Everything was on track. Songsha pondered. As a newly established company, reaching the top 16 in the world's #1 security tournament, while not exactly a household name, was at least somewhat well known. Although it was a bit of a pity, current reports about 9 Defenses on various platforms seemed to focus on him, Psy, even though he hadn't participated himself. Meanwhile, the employees remaining at headquarters were also diligently pushing forward the company's development, resulting in a slow but steady expansion. With Newcastle City at its core, a vast network belonging to the Enlightened Ones was slowly unfolding. Regardless of the extent of its expansion, it was undeniably being built. As for the matters requiring immediate attention, Patty Morse's attitude, the company's next move. The former was relatively easy to handle. Although he hadn't had much interaction with the other party in his previous life, and currently maintained a distant relationship due to factional differences, he could simply meet with them privately. Patty Morse could refuse the president of 9 Royal Defenses, but he would absolutely not refuse Southern Dipper. As for the latter, Haupt's group had already lost, and was now in the same half of the region as 9 Royal Defenses, their next opponent. Time Travel. Chapter 554. Well, you really won't agree to my proposal? It's clearly a win-win situation. A wine-red evening gown cinched her waist, outlining a perfect silhouette. Since you already said the world's #1 security tournament is irrelevant, why don't you just lose to us and send our dust contract generation to the quarterfinals? No response. The leader of Jade Pharmaceuticals bowed slightly, completely ignoring the wine glass raised in the distance. His face was flushed, his butterfly-shaped pupils tightly closed, his entire being focused on optimizing the brain white matter data storage structure. Under the persistent modification of his body by the 4th ring transcendent spiritual energy, his brain's computing power could support dozens of threads simultaneously, but considering efficiency, he usually kept this number below 3. The leader of Dust Contract Generation clicked his tongue in displeasure, sipping his wine. The next second, she took a step back, and a strand of severed hair slowly fell from where it had been a moment before. Keep your eyes closed. The leader of Emerald Pharmaceuticals retrieved the culprit that had severed her hair. A segment of white jade-like bone sank back into the cavity that covered her body. He coldly said, peeping into my biological structure, the Dust Contract Generations didn't pay your patent fees properly. His slender fingers tightened their grip, and the wine glass groaned under the weight. In contrast, the woman's eyebrows rose, and her silver pupil shone even brighter, the psionic energy of the 4th ring consensus. So annoyed by a single glance? Don't be so petty. The man's pupils opened one by one, like thousands of butterflies fluttering their wings. His skin writhed, as if it could reassemble into a different form at any moment. After a few breaths of confrontation, both sides' auras subsided, returning to normal. Let's get down to business, the woman said. Lady promised he stopped the 9 Royal Defenses the day after tomorrow. According to the portrait assessment, Songsha won't stay until the champion is decided. He should return within 1 to 3 days. Lady was the leader of the time travel delegation. You came here in your true form? The man grunted indifferently. Just to talk about this? The other woman smiled but didn't speak. Was I the final choice? The man understood. Using the perfect excuse of participating in the world's #1 security tournament, he openly gathered multiple fourth-ring psychics in one place. The moment Songshur led his team into the material shell land, the outcome was already decided. His return journey would be his death. How could a newly minted fourth-ring psychic possibly escape the ambush of 8 fourth-ring psychics? The only question was, the opponent's talent is so incredible, their combat skills so terrifying. Even if they don't achieve victory, who would question the possibility of taking several down with them? Interests will yield to greater interests. 8 individuals, each with their own agendas and brief collaboration, could not withstand Nandu's overwhelming power. However, one necessary participant, who from the outset was prepared to die fighting and stepped forward to stop the killing intent, was enough to prevent the inevitable losses. After lengthy debates, discussions, and exchanges among the giant corporations, the behemoth Jade Pharmaceuticals happily placed its share on the scales amidst an unimaginable transfer of massive profits. After a moment of silence, a deep voice echoed in the room. Jade Pharmaceuticals is always prepared to sacrifice. I think this place is terrible. Does it even deserve to be called authentic Eastern continent cuisine? The temperature in the shell land was quite low. The moment I stepped out of the restaurant, a gust of cold wind swept over me. Chu Tonglu, however, was unaffected, still grumbling. Besides, this place is too strict. If I even slightly stick a gun out of my belt, the patrol officers will smell it and come up to check my gun license. Can't you fire a shot with your finger? Do you really need a gun on your belt? Songshur walked ahead of the group, one hand in his pocket. Yesterday, he defeated the Haupt's group, advancing to the top 16. The day after tomorrow, he will face Time Traveler. Following Xiao Li's suggestion, Songshur decided to take those who were interested out for a meal to calm his nerves. Although the authentic Eastern continent dishes he painstakingly selected were completely unlike anything from the Eastern continent, how could there be a dish like stir-fried cucumber with jam? If you encounter someone looking for trouble, tell them I'm a third-ring cultivator, demonstrate your strength, and then persuade them. That takes 3 steps. Chu Tonglu chuckled coldly. But drawing a gun only takes 1 step. You're quite good at saving trouble. Songshur stood by the roadside, glancing at the time. It's still early, he can wander around by himself later. Songshur suddenly looked up. Before anyone could react, he vanished from his spot. Half a second later, the remaining flames exploded. The lightning-fast burst of soaring to the sky allowed Songshur to traverse several miles in almost a breath. A shuttle that had just taken off was startled to find a ball of flame suddenly appearing in his horizontal line of sight. This flame completely defied inertia. With a barely perceptible delay, it plummeted downwards. The glass window flashed a crimson light, then abruptly turned into a misty ash. Songshur, stepping on the windowsill, ripped open the thick curtains. Strands of light filtered into the room, and in a dark corner, a man, hunched over like a weathered rock, sat. The moment the curtains were drawn back, shock formed on his face. He seemed unaware of what was happening. But in that instant, the implant that had taken over his nervous system began to take effect. A brute force surged through his limbs, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily, his lips contorting into a grotesque shape. Southern Heavy Industries, asking you. A hoarse voice, accompanied by expanding light, sharp, sheet-like rays pierced his body, smoothly cutting through the darkness. The absorbent bomb implanted in his abdomen wasn't particularly powerful. At best, it would only destroy this cheap rental apartment. But killing, blowing a flesh-and-blood person into a mangled doll, that was more than enough. That's how it should have been. Faster than a sound, Songshur appeared before the man, raising his hand in a gesture of pressure. Psionic art, stone surge. The release of psionic energy, suppressing all things, shattered chemical bonds, expanded heat, and even the leaking, spilling light fragments, the world seemed frozen in time. The bomb's reaction abruptly ceased, all energy was gathered, forcefully returning it to its original state. Songshur flicked his finger, squeezing out a drop of golden fluid, which he poured into the man's body. The healing effect of Emperor's essence focused more on the energy level, and wasn't as effective on matter, but with the enhancement of a fourth-ring psionicist, it was still a miraculous medicine capable of healing flesh and bone for ordinary people. You harbored murderous intent towards me, too conspicuously concealed. No, you shouldn't say you could conceal it at all. Having done all this, Songshur raised a flame. What did Southern Heavy Industries promise you? Chapter 555. Back in the dimly lit room, the man huddled in the corner. He was quite strong, with a powerful chest and broad shoulders, but his curled-up posture gave him a gaunt, emaciated appearance. His disheveled hair concealed a pair of bright, piercing eyes. The beauty of prosthetic eyes. No matter how dejected one's appearance, they could still project an image of readiness to work overtime. But even the brightest eyes couldn't hide the haphazardly pulled back shirt. He was better than a homeless man, but only slightly better. Looking like this on the streets of Wakiti, he'd be stopped and questioned by the police within minutes. The man stared blankly at Song Shi. After a long while, he belatedly realized what had happened. His hands frantically patted his body, faster and faster, then stopped abruptly, a look of utter despair flashing across his face. Song Shi lightly tapped his finger, a spark forming. The brief pain interrupted the flow of emotion. "Speak," the young man said. I can tell you everything." Despite the pain, the man managed to gather his thoughts. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he grabbed the hand of the person in front of him. "I tell you everything I know. Just some money. Please give me some money. Just one is enough." Song Shi stared at him without moving. 300,000 credits. 300,000. It's a small amount for you. You're from Nando. You don't lack this kind of money. The man whispered forcefully, as if pleading with all his might. "My child is falling behind in his studies, and will be expelled. The sponsorship agreement we signed is in breach, and the prosthetic body we funded will be taken back. How can he hold on? 300,000. Just 300,000. The door to the room had been opened some time earlier. The corridor was filled with people. Chu Tonglu Xiao Lo number 5. They had all rushed over. Several members surrounded the apartment building, blocking the patrol officers who had noticed the anomaly and were trying to investigate. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lo stepped forward and said softly, "President, it's probably sponsorship from a training institution for students with potential but lacking financial resources. But keeping up with the curriculum of good schools is usually not enough. Brain implants, extracurricular activities, and enhancement drugs all cost a lot." She stopped. The young man raised his hand, stopping her from explaining. "What did non-you heavy industry give you?" A long, deathly silence followed. "They gave me money," the man gasped. "As long as I followed their orders, they give me enough money." "The bomb was planted by Southern Heavy Industries?" "Yes." "They told you about this residence, my whereabouts?" "Yes." "They were also responsible for smuggling you into the Earth Shell land, weren't they?" "When did that happen?" "Yesterday." The man's hoarse voice suddenly rose. "Kill me! Kill me!" He gripped the other man's hand tightly, his knees digging into the ground. "They brought me here, saying I just had to stay. But I failed. They definitely won't give me the money. Kill me, and they still give me half." Song Shi delivered a fainting chop to the throat, knocking the man unconscious. Song Shi. Suddenly, no one called him president. Xiao Lo pressed his knuckles to his temples, took a deep breath, and adjusted his voice. "I'm contacting the State Security Bureau. This action gives them ammunition, and it's done on our territory, tantamount to provocation. Next we can." What an impressive company. What a terrifying behemoth. Song Shi didn't look at them, but instead stood by the window, the lamplight in the night faintly illuminating the young man's silhouette. Truly formidable. We just talked the day before yesterday, and now they're throwing resources at you, sending you to the Earth Shell land, right to my doorstep. Xiao Lo felt a sudden, inexplicable unease. Perhaps it wasn't inexplicable, but somehow, the person in front of her seemed to laugh. At that moment, Chu Tonglu's expression changed slightly. He seemed about to say something, but hesitated, then withdrew his foot. The darkness suddenly vanished. Or rather, it burned away. In a daze, Xiao Lo seemed to witness a blazing sunrise, and she instinctively raised her hand to shield her forehead. A burst of crimson gold light erupted, and the room's temperature uncontrollably surged, reaching scorching heat in just a few seconds. Disgusting me? Trying to provoke me? Giving me a hard time? Surrounded by raging flames, the young man grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. He smiled from the bottom of his heart, his powerful killing intent trembling impatiently in his hand. Then kill. A gust of wind swept through, the curtains howling, but Xiao Lo didn't care. She lunged to the window and leaned out. The boundless blackness rapidly receded, and in the sky above the Earth's crust, a fiery sun rose. On the nearest street, a patrolman who had just finished checking a tourist's criminal record instinctively looked up from the wave of heat. Gazing up at the blazing sun, he stared incredulously at the image analysis field built into his prosthetic eye. The energy level of this sun was skyrocketing. Thousands of lights lay beneath his feet. Song Shi stretched out his body, unleashing a vast surge of spiritual energy far exceeding that of his peers. Every wisp, Every stream of fire possessed a destructive power capable of burning metal. They converged into a surging, boundless river, encircling the body of its ruler. Immediately, the churning sea of flames collapsed, forming a vortex from which a crimson-gold heavenly sun rose, its surface coated with lava. Every second, it would splash into the sea of fire, only to ignite even more lava the following second. No longer deliberately suppressing his senses, his perception exploded forth, locking onto a distant point. That was the hotel occupied by Southern Heavy Industries, one of the most prestigious commercial hotels in the earthly realm, boasting luxurious and exquisitely designed facilities, meticulous service staff, and a long-standing brand culture. However, when a delegation from a colossal corporation checked in, all of this became mere embellishment. Before the gods high in the heavens, the material possessions of the mortal world, both sublime and mundane, lost their true meaning. But at this moment, the crimson sun, in a tenth of a second, ignited the sky, crashing down upon the hundreds of meters tall hotel building with overwhelming force. How dare you? Heh heh heh. The rage lasted only a moment before vanishing, replaced by a wild, unrestrained laugh that echoed through the night, like thunder shattering the atmosphere, reverberating endlessly. The hotel began to collapse. Something colossal revealed itself. Modern engineering structures, no more resilient than tofu, easily crushed the reinforced concrete. With a heavy rumble, hand-woven carpets and purple crystal chandeliers were mercilessly crushed into dust, cascading onto the ground along with chunks of wall and ceiling debris. The once grand building had been brutally ripped open, and 100-meter-tall steel giant stood grinning. Southern Heavy Industries, fourth ring beyond. Red Skeleton, Reginald Barker. Chapter 556. At the same instant, in the depths of the top-floor office of the Security Bureau headquarters, a magnificent building standing like a pillar of heaven at the very center of the earth. The man sitting upright in his chair suddenly raised his eyes, his voice chillingly cold. Get out and fight. And so, everything submitted. Agreement and surprise, indifference and resistance, no emotion mattered. An overwhelmingly powerful will permeated everything, forcibly molding reality into the desired shape. The blazing sun and the steel giant vanished simultaneously. The crumbling building stopped collapsing, as if an invisible hand had held it down. The cascading bricks and stones halted in midair, and people throughout the hotel moved out one by one. An incident powerful enough to devastate several city blocks was over in less than 2 breaths. Whoosh! The howling air currents, like sharpened knives, cleaved in from all directions. The city had become blurred patches of color, stubbornly rooted to the earth. A blur before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, he was already here. Thanks to the Yuan environmental perception, Song sure assessed his current altitude in the blink of an eye. 22,000 meters. The reality just now had been briefly distorted and altered. Using one's own heart to represent the will of heaven, speaking with divine authority, and having one's words become law, that was the terrifying power of the Director General of the Security Bureau of the Fifth Ring Consensus, known as Rebirth of the Mind, to reshape reality with his will. Patty Morse caught himself, and was thrown tens of thousands of meters above the ground, including the enemy. The missile bays exploded, dozens of white trails ripped through the atmosphere, and guided missiles loaded with high-energy explosives roared towards their targets. A sea of fire, spreading for thousands of meters in radius, formed an impenetrable barrier, igniting the missiles and exploding them into a series of gurgling bubbles. It was just a greeting. Ha ha ha. How arrogant. You actually made a move on the Earth's crust. The crimson mechanical construct roared with laughter, dozens of thrusters covering its body blazing, their powerful thrusts supporting hundreds of tons of mass. Like the little toy you sent? He did it voluntarily. He couldn't wait and agreed without hesitation. Then here's another nice piece of news for you. You pressed him down. The contract wasn't fulfilled. His son won't get a single penny. Reginald opened his arms wide with delight. Countless megaphones popped up, layer upon layer. A roar echoed through the clouds. How about it? A single thought, less than 1/100th of a second, and my good subordinates will receive the message, sending the kid to experience some wonderful childish games? No, that's too contrived and boring. It seems more interesting to just leave him alone. Want to save him? Hee, an enlightened one can't just stand by and watch someone die. Come, kowtow to me, and I let him go, how about that? The response was a fiery attack spanning hundreds of meters. An energy shield, almost solid in its hardness, rose up, blocking the attack, at the cost of violent tremors. Looking at the series of pop-ups appearing in the onboard view, the shield's energy consumption was alarming. The destructive power of this attack surprised even Reginald, who didn't have time to continue shouting. Save him? Songshur laughed even more arrogantly than the other. Chongshur swung again without hesitation, a line of crimson flame tearing through the sky and crashing into the energy shield once more, almost piercing it in one blow. You killed him. What does it have to do with me? Boom. Bang. After taking the blow, Reginald no longer simply endured it. He drew his weapon, a heavy short axe crackling with electricity. However, short was relative to the machine itself. It was tens of meters long, a non-human weapon capable of easily cleaving mountains and seas. Southern Heavy Industries products have always been renowned for their heavy, sturdy, and rugged style. Whether it's the heavily armored mechs that crush battlefields or the awe-inspiring, massive engineering equipment capable of moving mountains and filling seas, these are their trademarks. Like every Southern Heavy Industries worker, Reginald inherited this fine tradition. The crimson, blood-like paint, the heavy body completely devoid of any slender or proportionate features. Despite being a monster woven from machinery, it evoked the feeling of a barbaric warrior fighting on an icy plain, shedding every drop of blood in this world for the glory of his ancestors, and the endless honey wine to enjoy after death. The short axe swung with tremendous force, its kinetic energy alone shattering the clouds and splitting the atmosphere, leaving a striking, massive trail. Accompanying the axe's strike was a powerful electromagnetic storm that roared in. Countless high-energy charged particles easily overcame the air's resistance, leaving magnificent trails in the dust. Bright silver arcs of electricity exploded, resembling hundreds of writhing silver pythons. If this strike were aimed at a city, it could destroy hundreds of square kilometers of electronic equipment and incinerate carbon-based life. However, in Songshur's perception, beneath the blinding silver light, countless black fragments were brewing within those silver pythons. They screamed in agony, emitting heart-wrenching, agonizing howls that pierced the heavens. Psionic technique electronic soul binding. It is said that a demonized tiger, after devouring a person, can bind their soul within its body, turning it into an eternal, inescapable vengeful spirit, subject to its control. This psionic technique, first born from Zero Network, has been further refined and simplified. With their superior network technology, they can mass-produce virtual data lives, with just a click of a button. The implanted memories imbue these virtual lives with tangible experiences, near-realistic personalities, love and hate, the first stirrings of the heart, and the despair of glimpsing their true nature. Admittedly, these artificially created souls are far less powerful than real-life forms, so quantity is key. As long as the computing power and hardware are in place, there are countless electronic souls to choose from. Every year, Southern Heavy Industries purchases thousands of units of data life from Zero Network, each unit representing 1,000 virtual lives. Even left unchecked, they would eventually experience logical breakdowns and personality disintegration, but they won't wait until then. At their most complete, most lifelike peak, they are crushed into dust within the machinery of the company. A portion of them end up with Reginald Barker. A powerful electromagnetic storm swept across the sky. Every instant, electronic ghosts on the short axe succumbed to the pressure and shattered from the electromagnetic field. Yet, their desperate, agonizing cries did not dissipate. Instead, they permeated the storm, transforming into a mental attack. No longer were they controlling electronic ghosts, but rather using electronic ghosts as consumables to unleash terrifying mental destructive power. Ha ha ha. There are always fools who say that transcendence is a dull, clumsy, and rigid path. The psionicist known as Red Skeleton laughed arrogantly. The steel giant shattered the clouds, the short axe twirling in his hand, his vision filled with the terrifying spectacle of the intense magnetic storm. Transcendence, Omnipotent. Chapter 557. Before the dual storms that annihilated everything, the majestic and awe-inspiring Dharma image slowly rose. Like a surging ocean overflowing its banks, crimson gold flames, centered on the true radiance Dharma image, surged endlessly, spreading out with a thunderous roar, forming a Taoist arena. The heavy slaying passed silently, and specks of sparks condensed again in the Dharma image's hand, forming a flame blade hundreds of meters long. A casual slash left a blinding crimson mark that pierced the sky, lingering for a long time. Within the sea of fire, pillars of fire shot into the sky, forming an unbreakable curtain, completely isolating both the electromagnetic storm and the mental shock. Within the azure-colored pupils, Reginald, hurtling through the air at supersonic speed in the distance, was reflected. Azure observation precisely analyzed its opponent. The source of the electronic undead was located at the center of the short axe's head, in a pale, spherical device flashing with electric arcs. The supernatural organ binding the electronic spirits was deliberately placed outside the opponent's body, No, for a fourth ring transcendence, the entire short axe was part of their body. Perhaps finding an opportunity to break this supernatural organ would eliminate the electronic spirit's attacks. Southern Heavy Industries possessed the Singularity Technology Universal Printer, but Reginald's body did not contain this Singularity technology, so once the binding device was damaged, he could not reassemble it in a short time. 22,000 meters. Songshur slowly pulled out the heavy slayer with both hands. The blessing of the true Radiance Dharma image gave him a massive shell of equal size, enough to look the opponent in the eye. Steel and fire, non-human beings with humanoid outlines stood facing each other, the power of psionic energy allowing fragile life to proudly step into the sky within decades. You're not a specialized air combat type. Maintaining high-altitude maneuvering for extended periods is a significant burden for you. I give you a chance. Don't invest too much energy in maintaining high-altitude maneuvering. Just fall like this. Heh heh heh. As if he knew nothing of concealing his emotions, his furious laughter echoed throughout the surroundings. Crimson iron flowed through the power pipes, layers of armor bursting forth with strong, hard lines. From the deep rumble of the mechanical shafts, the iron arm raised its short axe, and Reginald, transformed into a machine of iron, roared like thunder. Facing me, facing the red skeleton, play to your weaknesses. I absolutely adore your temper. 22,000 meters. The Dharma form instantly changed color. Pitch-black flames transformed Radiant Masamune into a savage, ferocious god, Songshur's eyes blazing with endless malevolent fire. Before I fall, that's enough to kill you. No words were needed. Letting rage consume him, letting his emotions run wild, Reginald slashed with all his might. Then, the world, battered by the electromagnetic storm, suddenly burst into new colors. There was no room for retreat or evasion. Songshur unleashed a devastating strike. A vast, raging inferno erupted, engulfing everything in its path, including the electromagnetic storm. Even the shimmering fragments of the dead were mercilessly annihilated. The hatred born of one man, undeniably and forcefully overwhelmed the spirits of thousands of dead. However, this was merely a ripple. The aftershocks, the raging inferno, the sweeping engulfment, and the ripples that followed. The sole target of this killing intent was Reginald. In an instant, despite his already steel-like body, facing the overwhelming black flames, Reginald felt a bone-chilling coldness rise within him, the despair of impending death. How long had it been since he last felt this? Reginald, overjoyed, his rugged, mechanically stitched face contorted with fanaticism. I tear you apart. Clearly activating some kind of enhanced psionic technique, the electricity coiled around his short axe surged dramatically, almost solidifying into a miniature thunderstorm. Reginald gripped it tightly, indistinguishable whether he was striking with the axe or himself, and swung forward. Boom! If someone were present at the scene, observing from afar, they would witness this scene. The dark silver thunderstorm dragged countless zigzagging arcs of light, howls, and thunder roared in unison, echoing and reverberating. No one would doubt the power of this attack. Except now. More powerful than a thunderstorm that blots out the sky, more terrifying than lightning that pierces the atmosphere's resistance, a black sea of flames completely engulfed the sky, as if the world had fallen into apocalyptic darkness. Then, it pressed down. Even the lightning was ignited and burned, the storm flashing wildly, yet unable to slow the collapse. A breath, or a minute later, after one last flash of silver light tearing through the sky, the entire storm vanished before its even greater violence. From the gradually thinning sea of fire, a silhouette billowing black smoke burst forth. The once fierce and imposing mechanical construct was now much more disheveled. Its thick armor was covered in charred soot, broken in sections, its dozen or so thrusters extinguished, melted into unsightly chunks, and even its short axe was mostly burned away. But he was not dead. Reginald Buck still had the strength to fight. 2 choking plumes of black smoke billowed from his nostrils. Reginald, as if tearing off dead skin, forcefully snapped and ripped away the shattered armor, forcibly smoothing it out, and a meteor shower fell from the sky. The obstructive surface armor layers were cleared away, revealing the bottom layer, an unnaturally smooth and glossy surface. Psionic Art Interaction Armor. When it reaches its highest level, strong interaction armor, the wielder would be completely unharmed even if subjected to a super-powerful nuclear explosion at point-blank range. Even as a fourth-ring psionicist, Reginald Buck was still far from reaching this level, but he still deserved the title of quite accomplished. Meanwhile, honeycomb-like blue rectangular blocks covered every inch of the mech, like carefully applied cling film, sealing it perfectly. The ship-mounted energy shield Gomara's protection, produced by the giant corporation Southern Heavy Industries, A heavy weapon in the conventional sense could only cause ripples. Combined, Reginald withstood the attack. That's all? Then you die. A voice, devoid of much emotion, purely declarative, descended from the overflowing flames. Song Shiping placed Chongshur before him, then lowered it. 28 flame stars encircled the Dharma image, like 28 stars. The flame peak, exceeding 100 meters, began to brew destructive power, drawing a spark of fire down. However, compared to the previous calamity and spark today, a new power surged in. Shaped like countless olives, with 10,000 golden threads. The Emperor's essence he had stored silently flowed out, transforming into a golden river centered on the sun, which then poured into Chongshur. The imagery of the Tian category stirred up 1,000 waves, like a stone thrown into still water. The calamity roared and boiled, its killing power surging. Current altitude, 17,000 meters. Chapter 558. The woman, who had just finished a friendly conversation with Julius Jasper, lazily half-closed her eyes, about to take a sip of her vodka. A split second before the distant roar came, she abruptly turned her head, her usually smiling face now showing obvious astonishment. A blazing sun-like light filled the sky, then vanished in a few breaths. That aura. Reginald. Why did he make a move? At a time like this? The plan was leaked? Patty Morse decided to intervene instead of remaining a bystander? Before she could carefully consider the cause and effect, the powerful psionic energy of the fourth ring consensus surged, and the splitting of her consciousness, which had swept across the entire block in an instant, expanded further. She groaned, unable to maintain her balance, and stumbled back onto the bed. The splitting consciousness was forcefully pressed back by something far more powerful, much stronger. It was like a lion raising its paw to pin down a rabbit. The lion's main concern wasn't whether it could actually hold it down, but how not to crush it with too much force. In the material shell, this power belonged to only one person. Move or die. The next instant, a cold voice rang out. It didn't originate from the heart, but echoed in the room out of thin air. Isn't that a bit arbitrary? She forced a smile, rubbing her throbbing head. Director General, acting on your turf, self-defense and retaliation shouldn't be considered our problem, right? There was no answer. If it weren't for the lingering, concentrated spiritual energy that filled the surroundings and could instantly shatter reality, she would have suspected the other party had already been persuaded to leave. Obviously not. The woman cursed the tyrant inwardly, but in reality, she was helpless. Her psychic energy was blocked, and the internet, damn it, the internet was down too. It was clear the other side was going to shut her out for a while. She took a deep breath. All her channels for obtaining outside information were blocked. Now, she could only pin her hopes on the top few. According to the original plan, they were the ones who would restrain Chaklo Vaughn, Patty Halls, and others. At the same time, time travel, Emerald Pharmaceuticals, Fubo Energy. Aside from Fugu Pioneer and Xena Center, who hadn't attended the world's #1 security conference, 6 representatives from giant corporations and another large company, along with 7 psychics, who had reached the fourth ring, Ascension, fell into the same predicament. Security Bureau Headquarters Building. Director's Office. A middle-aged man in impeccably tailored uniform, his eyes lowered. The overwhelming spiritual energy split into 2 streams at this moment. One suppressed the 8 fourth ring cultivators, while the other rose into the high heavens, confronting an equally powerful will in the distance. The direction of those wills was the 0 Degree Network, the headquarters of Southern Heavy Industry and Emerald Pharmaceuticals. Making a fuss in my physical realm, his face remained expressionless. The other side did not back down. Seeking death, the other side remained motionless. Don't force me to completely side with the other. After several breaths, the wills in the high heavens withdrew one after another. Except for a few places where a sudden environmental disturbance caused a localized downpour that lasted for the next 3 days, this brief stalemate had no consequences. Boom! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, rarely reached by humans, a devastating slash, brewing to its limit, descended. In that instant, Reginald desperately wanted to lick his lips, but his body lacked such a structure. Evade? Driven by both the true Radiance Dharma image and the fire seed, the immeasurably vast sea of fire seemed to roll down like a curtain of the sky. Southern Heavy Industries' transcendence was renowned for its sheer size, weight, and ferocity, yet at this moment, Reginald's hundreds-meter-tall steel body was like a lone boat in a storm, seemingly on the verge of being swallowed up. Resist? The calamity of destruction, the flames of calamity, and the flowing dew of the Emperor, 3 entirely different spiritual energies, formed a 3-colored spiral, surging forward with unparalleled control. But even more crucial than control itself was the will to govern all of this, held firmly in his palm. Even before it officially landed, scarlet warning pop-ups filled his field of vision, desperately reminding their owner of the earth-shattering power of this attack. The ultimate quantity, the ultimate quality. Could such a monster truly exist? Reginald felt a long-forgotten sense of bewilderment. No matter how many times the analysis programs and supercomputing modules ran, they yielded no convincing results. Then he gave up on the calculations. After all, he never liked listening to these intelligent contraptions. Time seemed to slow down suddenly. The only sounds that reverberated through the air and echoed through the sky were the heavy clashing of machinery. Like hundreds of icebergs made of steel, crushed and shattered by tectonic plate movement, the sound of drums echoing. The combat mech red skeleton stretched its body, astonishing heat surging from its chest. Its heart, formed from the nuclear reactor engine using psionic techniques, pounded like never before, uranium rods shattering, continuously providing energy from the fission of the heavy nucleus. Reginald grinned. The steel giant, born from a mechanical factory, possessed a new kind of aura, his originally heavy and cold demeanor now imbued with a new quality. When hungry, he would gorge. When he desired a woman, he would seize her. When in pain, he would howl in agony. When angry, he would vent his fury. When humiliated, he would never tolerate it. He would steal whatever he fancied. He would kill if he wanted to kill, letting instinct drive his body to please every inch of his soul. Preordained plans? Tacitly accepted rules? Public order and good customs to be followed? The so-called greatness of civilization? Laws, morality, principles, bottom lines, whatever it may be, if it cannot satisfy him, if it cannot bring him pleasure, then it is all meaningless. An unparalleled bestiality flowed forth. Perhaps desire would be a more apt description. The mech began to transform, its massive alloy horns bulging out. Aside from the base armor, the remaining outer armor plates shattered and fell away piece by piece. Yet, amidst the sickening metallic twisting sounds, Reginald's size only increased. It was like a fledgling bird tearing its swaddling clothes and shattering its eggshell. Its previously curled-up body struggled to stretch out, rapidly expanding, reaching a height of over 200 meters in the blink of an eye. Crimson steam and hot mist rose, enveloping Reginald's entire body, deepening the crimson paint to an almost impenetrable intensity. If before it was as if blood had been splattered onto its body, now it looked as if it had just been pulled from a pool of blood. A painful yet exhilarating roar echoed through the sky. First, a blade crackled with lightning appeared, then the axe handle, still attached to the blade, was seized by a pair of large hands. Reginald greedily swallowed the air, its sharp teeth like rows of steel blades. Psionic Arc Primal True Nature. Chapter 559. Reginald, having also revealed his trump card and entered the realm of primal true nature, now unleashed a power even greater than Ottero's when he activated Manifestation of Calamity. Ha ha ha. The laughter. Devoid of any emotion, a pure, instinctive, maniacal roar. Accompanying it was a massive axe cleaving with tremendous force. A powerful electromagnetic storm, and the wails of the dead whipped up a sky-covering whirlwind, and with each swing of the axe, tornado-like hurricanes followed, creating a terrifying, calamity-like spectacle that crashed down upon the distant black flame god. How could one possibly block such an attack? The answer was no. Songshur maintained his downward strike, the heavy slaughter unleashing countless calamities, like a waterfall flowing backward, washing over his opponent from above. Then, the collision. After activating primal true nature, the crimson skeleton mech, which paled in comparison even to the true Radiance Dharma form, had its giant axe, enveloped in crimson steam, struck by a descending fiery blade in less than a breath. The axe blade wailed, slowly but relentlessly beginning its backward retreat. Primal true nature is a good ability. The crimson steam was engulfed by killing intent, and then large chunks of the axe blade melted away. The calamity flame enhanced by heavenly sun possessed an incomparably scorching intensity, coupled with the destructive power of destruction calamity, which even superalloys could not withstand. Realizing being suppressed, Reginald, whose ferocity had been unleashed, did not fight head-on. The giant axe, now grotesque from the melting, lashed backward. His martial arts, driven by primal killing instincts, were no longer exquisitely refined, but instead brought a more terrifying ferocity. But against Songshur, how could this be enough? But the concept is utterly uninteresting. Without choosing to withdraw, gather momentum, and reattack, Songshur didn't even allow for that brief respite, forcefully continuing his spiritual energy and unleashing a second strike with flame blade boom. This time, there was no saving him. The giant axe shattered cleanly, the surging flames piercing the axe blade and slamming into Reginald's body, instantly sending him plummeting thousands of meters in altitude. Primal true nature? This even deserves to be called desire? The multispectral observation system went all out, trying to find an opening, but found none. Ignoring the injury to his chest armor, Reginald raised his crimson iron arm and unleashed a punch that, literally, could shake a mountain. The heavy slaughter collided head-on with the steel fist, the energy within a radius of hundreds of meters suddenly contracting inward, forming a visible dent, then exploding with a deafening roar. Sparks and high-energy particle streams mingled and indiscriminately shot outward, affecting the sky for miles and tens of miles, creating a dazzling aurora that faded from deep to light. Everything from the past makes me who I am. What I truly desire is what my emotions, and will speak of, what I want. Another spark was consumed, and the incredible speed brought by the surge allowed Song Shi to traverse 1,000 meters, instantly closing in on Reginald once more. From afar, the two resembled a baseball bat and a ball. No matter how wildly the latter spun, it couldn't prevent being blasted away by the former from above. Current altitude, 11,000 meters. A beast-like roar echoed. The superior performance of the internal balance assist system allowed Reginald to quickly regain his footing after being injured. But as if deliberately indulged by his opponent, the moment he regained his footing, a new attack would arrive as promised. A scorching golden-red glow flowed across the surface of the colossal steel arm, like hundreds of rivers of lava flowing through it. The protective layer, forcibly burned through and unable to withstand the immense pressure. Even with the constant enhancement of the psionic technique interaction armor, the opponent's inconceivably powerful killing force still pierced through and incinerated it head-on. Current altitude, 9,000 meters. But compared to the destructive force on the physical level, Reginald felt an even greater pain in his head. The ferocious and violent killing intent churned in his mind. Even his primal nature couldn't suppress it. It surged wildly, causing a splitting headache. Song Shi occupied the Taoist temple. The long river formed by the emperor's dew had somehow transformed into a full moon, condensing behind the young man. The image of Tian stabilized his mind, allowing him to push the calamity flame to an even more intense level. The sea of fire was boundless, seemingly without end. Using the environment to engulf the opponent, burning and refining them, this was undoubtedly the way to win. But the young man didn't do that. He chose to strike relentlessly, killing his opponent through sheer force. The altitude plummeted, nearing 7,000 meters. A fierce wind whipped up clouds, howling through the air, yet none dared approach the battlefield of the two colossal figures. The environment was the opponent's home turf. His energy output was inferior. His martial arts were significantly weaker. His injuries continued to worsen. His supposed teammates were nowhere to be found. But who said that this meant victory was impossible? The molten iron, glowing red-hot, was grasped by his battered fingers, forcibly solidifying into the outline of a fist. Like a warrior stepping forward to hold up the world from the collapsing sky, the thrusters on his back emitted long trails, like dazzling wings piercing the air, forcefully stopping Reginald's fall and even propelling him back upward, soaring straight into the sky. A massive amount of energy converged at the tip of the iron fist through the transport pipes, attracting and swirling massive amounts of radioactive dust, resembling two eerie suns. Reginald roared furiously, his mouth stretched to its limit, almost splitting his face in two. The intense overload caused the already riddled fuselage to disintegrate further, blinding light bursting from the cracks that covered its body. 5,000 meters. You can say your last words now. Suddenly, a beam of divine light pierced through the chaotic sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a flame line formed from deep, inky black flames, extremely concentrated. It was hundreds of meters long, and everything in its path was reduced to dust. The energy storage ended, fingers clenched, the shattered steel giant arrogantly raised its head, and Reginald grinned as he unleashed a punch. Last words are for the dead. Countless people looked up. Even the darkness couldn't conceal the surging flames. The sky suddenly brightened, like a brief sun rising. After the brief burst of light, countless streaks of fire traced brilliant arcs, creating a fireworks display on the Earth's surface. This magnificent spectacle was shattered again by a meteor. But where could a meteor fall straight down? Estimated its impact point, some suddenly realized something, their bodies trembling violently. No one knew if it was fear, excitement, or simply astonishment. The burning trajectory pierced the heavens and earth, slowly descending. But this was merely an illusion from a macroscopic perspective. Its speed had long since exceeded the speed of sound. Perhaps in an instant, perhaps in a breath, from countless gazes, the meteor crashed into the Earth's surface. The world paused briefly, then a deep, muffled thud spread in all directions, and the earth trembled heavily for a few seconds. The venue for the world's #1 security tournament, as day turned to night, transformed from a bustling hubbub into a silent scene. The empty arena was shrouded in deep darkness. After a long while, someone flipped a switch, and rows of enormous white light pillars illuminated the arena. At the very center of the arena, now a deep crater, stood a massive mechanical head, like a savage giant, its severed head violently severed by unparalleled force, its eyes forever frozen in a murderous gleam. A young man stood atop the head, looking down, and sheathed his straight sword. Chapter 560. Having hitched a ride with Chu Tonglu, Xiaolu considered herself quite fast, but when she arrived at the stadium, a large crowd had already gathered. Ignoring any concerns about the crowd, Chu Tonglu activated his individual anti-gravity module, carrying Xiaolu across the crowd and into the arena. Haha, this is going to be a big problem, Xiaolu muttered to herself upon seeing the scene. Although she said trouble, a strange, helpless smile appeared on her face. Chu Tonglu's gaze lingered on the severed neck of the mechanical head for a few seconds, and he subconsciously touched his own neck. A sharp whistling sound came from afar, rapidly approaching. Several armed shuttles hovered over the stadium with undisguised force, belonging directly to the elite armed force border guardians of the General Security Bureau. The full-face black masks made these men look like cold machines. A zipline made of woven steel wire was lowered, and squads of border guards descended. They quickly cordoned off the area, sealing off the venue from both inside and out. Their movements were clean and efficient, only pausing almost imperceptibly when their gaze occasionally fell upon the apartment-sized mechanical head. They recognized him, of course, as the executioner of Southern Heavy Industries, the infamous Red Skeleton, Reginald Barker. And then he became what he was now. Songsher strolled down, as if climbing a haphazardly ordered staircase. Noticing Xiaolu and Chu Tonglu not far away, Songsher clicked his tongue. Xiaolu's smile faded, puzzled. They were moved. Songsher turned his head slightly, glancing in one direction. I intended to kill everyone at Southern Heavy Industries, but Patty Morse threw the rest out. They were well hidden and thrown far enough away to be found. Chu Tonglu suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. Killing someone should indeed be thorough. Have you figured out the cause and effect? Xiaolu lowered his voice. Let's talk somewhere else. No one stepped forward to ask questions or stop them. Songsher swirled flames and pulled the two to the top of the stadium. Also, Xiaolu, tell the rest of you to go back to the hotel. Don't be too tense. Of course, it's best to maintain a state of alert. Xiaolu didn't waste any words, tapping his prosthetic eye and index finger a few times to issue a communication. Well, how should I put it? It wasn't exactly an accident, but it was. Songsher sat cross-legged on the steel frame, exhaling a breath of hot air that briefly raised the temperature of the surrounding environment. He thought for a second, then decided to be direct. Did you notice? Just now, at this world's #1 security guard tournament, all 7 fourth ring members besides me were subdued by Patty Morse. I'm not a psychic. How could I possibly notice? Xiaolu couldn't help but think to himself, but nodded calmly on the surface. It's naturally impossible for companies worldwide to unite. However, facing the enlightened ones, who have raised the banner of anti-company, and the closely connected Southern Dipper, their respective camps can still be considered aligned. Reginald, while notorious, shouldn't be a match for Southern Dipper. The fact that the other company representatives remained inactive after he stepped forward clearly indicates external interference. The external force capable of suppressing 7 fourth ring members in the material shell can only point to one, the Director General of the Security Bureau, the Fifth Ring's consensus. A terrifying being who reshapes reality with will, mental image regeneration, Patty Morse. This wasn't hard to guess. Their goal here is to kill me. There wasn't much surprise. Chu Tonglu and Xiaolu exchanged a glance, both seeing the I-knew-it look in each other's eyes. If there's a worst-case scenario, then it must be taken seriously. They were both experts in this area. Not even a hint? Then I won't say anything more. Songsher sighed. What? They actually dared to attack you. Are they crazy? Wow. They gathered a full 8 fourth ring experts. What a grand gesture. Don't ask me how I know all this. Songsher listened for a while, then shrugged. Reginald is a completely indifferent person. When I fought him, he didn't say these things proactively, but he didn't try to hide them either. After reaching the peak of the fight, I naturally sensed some information. Chu Tonglu understood, using fists to communicate. It's not quite about using fists to communicate. Fist to heart. Songsher shook his head, saying calmly, he wasn't bad, but he was lacking. The main problem was that the calamity flame pierced his mind, making the information leak easily. Let me briefly explain the sequence of events. That night at the banquet, I told the truth, which humiliated him. Then, instead of accepting it calmly, he used the resources of Southern Heavy Industries to send that person to the Urshel land. Theoretically, he just wanted to annoy me, but I didn't accept it either, so I went to his door and killed him. Songshur spoke calmly, as if it were something unrelated to him. Is there anything further to explain? I already contacted the commander-in-chief. Xiaolu broke the silence, pausing for a few seconds before smiling helplessly, but he should have known what happened here before I contacted him. A fifth-ring psychic. She thought to herself, they're truly unreasonable. Xiaolu quickly composed herself, narrowing her eyes. The loss of a fourth-ring psychic is a heavy blow to the company. Even with Patty Morse's intervention, they might not let it go. I suggest continuing the competition. Regardless, as long as we remain in the material shell, the company is powerless to do anything. Let's stall for time. It give the commander-in-chief and the others enough time to grasp the situation. Of course we participate. We haven't lost, why shouldn't we? Tiny points of starlight flickered around them, from the drone cameras. From independent media to news icons, no one could contain their excitement in the face of this unprecedented news, even with the Security Bureau's strict media control system in the material shell. At this moment, hackers hired by various media outlets were relentlessly attacking the electronic fence erected by the Security Bureau, creating opportunities for drone interviews. Songshur stood up again and clapped his hands. The drones hovered instantly, as if holding their breath, unwilling to miss a single detail. A match without off-field conflicts isn't a real match. I had some friendly sparring with Mr. Reginald, but I accidentally killed him. Regardless, 9 Royal Defense will continue to participate in the world's #1 security conference. Please continue to support our cause. As for Southern Heavy Industries, I really want to say that their security services are indeed excellent, their service attitude is indeed considerate, and their armed forces are indeed formidable, but the facts speak for themselves. Songshur tapped his feet. Sigh, now even I can't lie. That's all. Chapter 561. After casually shooing away the drones that were reluctantly trying to get close for an exclusive interview, Songshur turned to Chu Tonglu and Xiaolu. You guys go back first, keep the others in check, don't cause any trouble. I like to say that everyone should eat, drink, and sleep as usual, but I doubt anyone can do that. I understand. Xiaolu slowly exhaled, her gaze lingering on the towering building in the distance, a pillar of stone standing like the heavens in the earth's shell, Patty Morse. Songshur didn't hide anything. Since he didn't say no, then he wants me to go find him. I also want to see him. Having been in the earth's shell for so long, we should at least meet him. The Han sword quietly disintegrated, flowing back into Chu Tonglu's skin like 1,000 grains of quicksand. Chu Tonglu put his hands back in his pockets, saying nothing, a slight sigh in his heart. Powerful psionicists are like infinitely massive source points, with an immense gravitational pull between them. Even without doing anything, they will gradually draw closer. This is a rumor circulating among psychics, much like the concept of predestined death. The fates of the strong share commonalities. Perhaps it's true. Back in the third ring, the other party had already involved several fifth-ring psychics, and after breaking through to the fourth ring, they even had an audience with a contemporary god's throne. Now they're heading to Patty Morse's meeting to see this mental image regeneration, who upholds the government's authority. But then again, is this predestined death thing even true? I have absolutely no recollection of it. The mental hard drive I deliberately cleared before breaking through to the third ring shows no trace of magnetization, not even the smallest unit. While Chu Tonglu patiently pondered, Songshur headed towards the Security Bureau headquarters building. To be precise, he had only flown a few hundred meters when his vision blurred, and a powerful external force pulled him across the physical distance. When he regained his senses, Songshur found himself sitting in a chair. Partial spatial teleportation. Songshur discerned the principle. This kind of reality-distorting psionic energy was truly versatile. A black desk, his gaze shifted upwards, revealing a face with strong features, and then he met the man's gaze. The director of the Security Bureau was staring at him, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This setup is like interrogating a criminal. Songshur leaned back slightly. The director of the Security Bureau is interrogating me. Should I be honored or terrified? Don't have any unfounded thoughts. The other person spoke. It wasn't just simple indifference, it was more like the meticulous, perfectly functioning voice of a machine. But if one had to use a concrete mechanical analogy, the other person was probably a hydraulic press, calmly crushing any obstacle in its path, allowing no resistance. I seen your files, Songshur. You traveled to many places, the Eastern Continent Republic, the Knowledge Council, the Wasteland, and even served as a border inspector in Yunnan. Patty interlaced his fingers, placing them flat on his stomach. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the current state of the corporate alliance? My thoughts? If all the giant corporations were shut down, I feel like everyone's average standard of living would increase several times over. The other man remained motionless, staring coldly at him. Songsher sighed, and had no choice but to straighten up and sit up properly. After companies squeeze every last drop of juice out of people, they even use the leftover scraps for composting. Director, do you really expect me to put in a good word for them? Emotional rhetoric, Patty said. The relentless pursuit of profit is both a company's fault and its strength. Looking at the whole picture, even the Knowledge Council's technical level is a notch below the corporate alliance. He spoke at a measured pace. Terra doesn't tolerate the weak. Without the technological advantage brought by giant corporations, when the next war comes, this entire territory will become a chopping block to be carved up at will, with incalculable casualties. So what is the price? Songsher asked with interest. A meaningless question. Patty looked directly at the young man, unmoved. Everything has a price, nothing comes without a cost. Or are you going to tell me yourself that you expect a world of equality for all, a world of eternal beauty? He said. Like Eden, becoming a snow globe carefully held in the palm of one's hand? Obviously, that's impossible and unrealistic. Songsher rocked his chair. Of course, most importantly, I have no interest in it. The so-called prosperity of Yunnan is entirely dependent on Isidore's sanity. Above one person, once she steps down, the entire realm will crumble in an instant. The Knowledge Council is obsessed with technology, intolerant of anything else. The Northern Thunder Defense Front sees power as the embodiment of all meaning, and the Eastern Continent Republic, well, let's not even mention it. The company is a malignant tumor with endless consequences, a chronic disease of distorted personalities, a poison that twists everything tangible and intangible. The Director General of the Security Bureau paused for a second, and also, a protective barrier here. To put it another way, Songsher laughed, the company is indeed rotten, but the rest of the world is even worse. We are Terra's most promising future. I think I understand what you mean. No wonder I heard before that Patty Morse's political stance during his years as Director General has been to promote the nationalization of companies. Songsher shifted his posture, placing one hand flat on the armrest of his chair. But when you nationalize a company and impose restrictions, the vibrant vitality you expect will inevitably be limited as well. Patty's lips curled upwards, revealing a slight smile. So what's the price? TSK. Songsher clicked his tongue in displeasure. No wonder, many people told me beforehand that the Security Bureau and we weren't on the same side. Patty scoffed. Since when has Songsher of Nando become someone who needs to listen to others? Songsher chuckled. Sigh. Chaklo, your enlightenment is being openly underestimated. The young man thought slowly. Patty Morse's attitude was completely clear. Compared to the terrifying creativity and vitality that companies unleash in their endless competition, their resolute determination to incorporate every inch of sky and earth into economic activity, the other party did not have high hopes for the Enlightened One's strength. He believed the Enlightened Ones would be unable to preserve the corporate alliance in the upcoming Second War of the Seven Earths. You should understand that the entity that determines Terra's fate has not been a power for at least 3,000 years. That's another matter. Patty Morse paused for a moment, his expression returning to its timeless calm. Songsher, come to the Security Bureau, you be the next Director General. Well, how should I put it? Songsher stretched lazily, and stood up leisurely. It doesn't seem particularly attractive. Or, why don't you kill the remaining 7 now? Patty said calmly, sure. Now it was Songsher's turn to be silent. After a few seconds he sighed, I'm truly sorry. Patty Morse didn't show any disappointment, nodding slightly. We'd be dealing with each other quite a bit in the future. The next second, Songsher, who was about to say something, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and was pulled out of the headquarters building. Chapter 562. Corporate alliances are never short of hot topics. Just as the executioner of Southern Heavy Industries, Red Skeleton, Reginald Barker, was killed and his head was severed and used to cosplay as a soccer ball, igniting heated discussions across the internet, a new explosive topic sparked heated debate just one day later. The world's #1 security tournament committee, whose competition was temporarily postponed for a week due to the need for arena repairs, announced a new list of suspended participants. Announcing the suspended list at this point, when the top 16 had already been determined, is quite a niche phrase. Even more niche is the fact that on this list, Jade Pharmaceuticals, Time Sequence Passage, Fubo Energy. Excluding Southern Heavy Industries, whose team leader and delegation withdrew, 6 giant corporations were prominently featured. The reason for the suspension was that the opposing side attempted a terrorist attack in the Earth's shell land. In an instant, this sparked a huge uproar. A large number of companies, led by giant corporations, quickly raised questions and protests, strongly criticizing the legitimacy of the Security Bureau's actions and calling on others to boycott the world's #1 security tournament. However, what was particularly puzzling was that 2 full days had passed since the ban list was released, yet the giant corporations were still stuck in verbal sparring, not launching any missiles at the site as a show of force, a complete departure from their usual style. Offstage, the discussion was equally heated. Forget everything else, why is Time Pass banned? It was the champion of the first world's #1 security tournament. Heh, didn't Time Pass steal the championship from Fubo Energy? Fubo Energy was the true champion of the first tournament. Heh, it's all because of ancient champions. Is their gold medal even comparable to a single strand of Zero Network, the third champion? This is truly a quiet and understated affair. If you ask me, this is purely a custom-made championship for 9 Royal Defense. I always been a 9 Royal Defense fan. Sure, the filial son, Zero the filial son, can you even speak now? Is this Terry from the new Sunflower District of Masso City? There's only one warning. Does the person upstairs still dare to speak? Southern Heavy Industry considered countless ways to win the title of #1 security guard in the world, but they never imagined they could win like this. Reginald Buck says no objections. I post 9 Royal Defense's roster list, you guys rate it. I have first-hand footage of Songshire's battle against Reginald, absolutely high definition, DM me if you want it. I'm a student, can you send it to me for free? Let's have a rational discussion. Can 10 Reginalds beat Songshire? Songshire tossed aside his data panel, slumped onto the sofa, and rubbed his temples. He understood what we'd be dealing with each other a lot in the future meant. Regardless of the extent of the differences between the Enlightened Ones and the Security Bureau, at least for now, both sides are undeniably on the same side. The championship reward of the world's #1 security tournament, becoming a strategic partner of the Security Bureau, is one of the bridges Patty Morse is using to deepen cooperation. As for whether this is a pre-planned strategy or a result of his sudden outburst and decisive victory over Reginald, it's hard to say. Ahem, Songshire, I have to remind you, Chu Tonglu said, holding a bucket of hard ice. We're not champions yet. 8 out of the top 16 are gone, so we're guaranteed at least an 8th place finish. Songshire resisted the urge to melt Chu Tonglu's ice cream into a warm liquid. 9 Royal Defense only needs to win 3 more matches to be champions. Don't you have confidence? Confidence isn't something you just talk about, Chu Tonglu said with a reserved smile. If it were a fight against those giant corporations, based on what he observed these past few days, Chu Tonglu really wasn't confident. The opposing team was full of formidable and skilled fighters. If it were a life-or-death struggle, that was hard to say, but even in a simple contest of wins and losses, several opponents presented themselves as extremely difficult to handle. Even with his considerable talent, extensive combat experience, and guidance from Su Yudu, a 5th-ring expert, wouldn't those giant corporations possess similar strengths? But when it came to companies affiliated with these giant corporations, his confidence surged dramatically. While the remaining companies that had made it to the top 16 were certainly strong and not to be underestimated, how could they possibly defeat 9 defenses, born from the Enlightened Ones, and himself, who had traveled to the Eastern Continent and Yunnan, and fought to the death against 4th-ring opponents? You can eat slowly, I need to go to the press conference. Songshire jumped up from the sofa. Ciala arranged this again? What else? Songshire yawned. Popularity building, public opinion control, contract negotiation. She's an expert in those. Chu Tonglu nodded. Songshire only needed to kill Reginald Barker, but Ciala, who assisted in managing 9 Royal Defenses, had many more things to consider. Take advantage of this peak period of traffic to raise 9 Royal Defenses' profile and break into the security contractor circle. This was what Ciala had told him earlier. Logical, well-founded, and convincing. Vehicle repair, niche sports, military skills, mechanical assembly, office software skills. With the development capabilities of the corporate alliance, almost every project has competitions of varying sizes. However, the highest level competitions for many of these projects, the crowns that industry insiders desperately crave, are something most people have never even heard of. When others display their medals, most people's first reaction is this some cheap, low-level competition where you can just pay your way in? The world's #1 security conference, organized by the State Security Bureau, is certainly not as pathetic, but ultimately, it's still a professional competition for security contractors. It seems less exciting than the upcoming Again, a glimpse of time concert by the world's cutest girl, Zenria Setsuna. As part of the Enlightened One's strategy, 9 Royal Defense ambitions extend far beyond being an excellent security contractor. It embodies some of the Enlightened One's political agenda, aiming to showcase a new lifestyle, different from the corporate order, to the general public, telling everyone that there is another possibility for the future. Nan Do Song Shurjin Zhan Hong Hai Lei Jin Na De, 9 Royal Defense's custom version, State Security Bureau's custom champion. 2 events have collided, generating a huge surge in traffic. 9 Defense should seize this opportunity to expand its influence. This week, Xiaolu has been traveling extensively, organizing numerous events with ease, including 3 press conferences alone. Currently, there are many matters to attend to, so we leave that aside for now. After winning the championship and proving himself #1 security guard in the world, he should prepare to inscribe a new psionic technique. His current strength is neither particularly high nor low. To further increase his chances in seizing the weaving machine operation, he needs the psionic technique Vermilion Bird Soul. Chapter 563. Today is the day to determine the #1 security guard in the world. As expected, with the venue repairs complete and the competition reopened, 9 Royal Defense won 2 consecutive matches, successfully reaching the finals. The other company standing on the final stage is no ordinary opponent either. The renowned Tokaz Firepower, a security contractor that rose to prominence during the Second Total Corporate War, is a master in the field of military support. The once mighty corporation Abundant Feast attempted to use the Singularity Technology Golden Branch to create an unprecedented addictive substance. Leveraging its vast food distribution network, it planned to secretly adulterate the substance, distributing it throughout the country, controlling everyone, and thus establishing a forever-lasting commercial empire. After the incident, various companies, for the sake of the future of the general public, resolutely and bravely resisted, composing an epic and moving tale. In the end, they successfully defeated Kanukawa, the head of Abundant Feast. While attempting to seize control and divide the spoils, the companies also took advantage of the chaos to undermine their competitors, causing the war to rapidly spread and escalate. This is the story of the second full-scale corporate war. Back then, Tokaz Firepower had actually fought Feast of Abundance in a serious battle. Giant corporations aren't invincible, miss. Why should we, Tokaz Firepower, be inferior to giant corporations? And then, nothing happened. Not only were their hopes of winning slim, but now the plan had changed. Songshur quickly altered his strategy, giving each participant a little Emperor's essence before they went on stage. Everyone understood that the crucial moment had arrived, and they all adopted a do-or-die attitude. Furthermore, Songshur stood at the edge of the arena, facing Tokaz Firepower, and publicly began wielding a heavy weapon. Theoretically, the two teams were evenly matched, but after a series of maneuvers, the one on a paycheck couldn't compete with the one going all out. After a hard-fought battle, Tokaz Firepower had no choice but to concede defeat. A deafening salvo of cannon fire erupted, followed by a shower of dazzling fireworks. Amidst cheers punctuated by occasional shouts of anger and frustration, dozens of people stood in the center of the stadium on a circular platform that slowly floated up. We are the champions. As the current president of 9 Defense, Songshur rightfully stood at the forefront. Now, please welcome the Director General of the Security Bureau, His Excellency Patty Morse, to present the trophy to the winner. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, and everyone jerked their heads towards the source of the sound. The sky seemed to collapse. The Earth's crust had been shrouded in gloom for days, and even now, in the afternoon, the world remained shrouded in layers of indelible darkness. Until this moment. The thick, dense cloud suddenly contracted, collapsing inward as if a massive, unprecedented tornado had been unleashed. Yet, when these invisible ripples reached the earth, only a gentle breeze remained. Then, the clouds, having collapsed to their limit, shattered with a deafening roar, and a breathtakingly blue expanse rapidly expanded, wisps of sunlight bursting forth and cascading down upon the earth. A figure stood with his hands behind his back, framed against the azure backdrop of the sky like a mirror-like lake. He looked down and suddenly raised his right hand. The clouds, having just undergone collapse and shattering, now resembled thin strips of cloth gliding across the sky, were suddenly drawn in by a new force, obediently swirling and flowing into the man's palm. In an instant, the man seemed to be holding up a spinning, sky-reaching cloud cone. Although the cone was as large as a mountain, its size unknown, it actually accentuated the imposing figure beside him. Within a few breaths, The sky-reaching cloud cone rapidly shrank in size as it spun, its original hazy appearance solidifying into a silver-white trophy. Hey, quite the spectacle. Chu Tonglu, squinting, chuckled from the middle of the delegation. The world's #1 security guard. So naturally the person presenting the award has to be from the heavens. The fifth ring is like this, Xiaolu added, raising his eyes and chuckling. Did you notice the expressions on those company people's faces? Chu Tonglu gave him a knowing look. After all the giant corporations, who were entitled to equal, even superior dialogue, were expelled from the competition, the remaining companies, while not weaker, were certainly no match for the Security Bureau, especially with Patty Morse at its helm. Regardless of how strained the expressions of the representatives from these major companies were when 9 Defense was announced as the champion, everyone froze the moment Patty Morse appeared. Sigh, don't be fooled by the fact that everyone's saying they're boycotting the world's #1 security competition, Xiaolu whispered to Chu Tonglu, but as long as the Security Bureau offers strategic partner slots again next year, the registration will be overflowing. Heh. Your victory surprised many, including myself. Patty Morse walked down slowly, each step creating ripples in the air, as if he were walking on water. But regardless of the twists and turns, the fact that you're standing here today speaks volumes. As Patty stepped onto the platform, the trophy floated from his hands and flew forward. Song Sure accepted the trophy and immediately launched into a speech. I'm incredibly happy and honored to have won the title of #1 security guard in the world. Thank you to the company for their kindness, and thank you to the Security Bureau for their support. Of course, this is also inseparable from the concerted efforts and outstanding qualities of our company's employees. With each sentence, someone in the audience erupted in cheers. However, as the most strictly regulated city in the entire corporate alliance, consistently ranked as the safest city, Wukudi naturally couldn't tolerate any hooliganism on the field. In any other city, where fans would have already escalated into full-blown brawls, Wukudi's patrol officers and drones were already deployed throughout the venue, quickly warning those in the public who were stirring up trouble and questioning the Security Bureau. No one could question the Security Bureau's authority. That's its greatest strength. Subsequently, amidst great anticipation, the Security Bureau fulfilled its promise, granting 9 Guard Defense a 3-year strategic partner status, extending until the next world's #1 security conference. The two sides even signed several cooperation agreements on the spot, including but not limited to mutual exchange of materials, technology, and intelligence, and a joint defense pact. Ultimately, amidst mixed reactions, some satisfied, some dissatisfied, and some extremely dissatisfied, the Fourth World's #1 security conference concluded relatively successfully. A heavily encrypted letter was also delivered to Songsher. From Chaklo Vaughn, the Supreme Commander of the Enlightened Ones. Ogden Christopher's invitation found. Chapter 564. Newly Forged City. The return of the 9 Royal Defense delegation was met with great enthusiasm. No one expected that, as a newcomer, it would defeat giants like Southern Heavy Industry and win the championship amidst widespread attention. Songsher gave everyone a long vacation and a stipend, literally, a long vacation and a stipend, but the specific number of days and the amount were all handled by Xiaolu according to regulations. Without rules, there can be no order. After winning the championship through sheer strength, 9 Royal Defense unsurprisingly received tremendous attention. Countless people submitted their resumes, and some even tried to stop Songsher on his way back. Boss Shipin, a recruitment platform, couldn't even handle one of their offers. They simply couldn't hire him. Under these circumstances, 9 Royal Defense's company system gradually got on track, and everything had to be in perfect order. Considering the functions of Jiuyu Defense, the company is currently short-staffed. In the future, it will inevitably need to open up a number of non-corporiferal positions to attract people from outside the company. During this period, infiltration by company spies and technical skills assessments are issues that cannot be ignored. However, that's all in the future. Right now, after struggling to leave the celebration banquet, Songsher went to see Chakro. New Castlight City, Chunguang Beverage Headquarters Building Rooftop. The world's #1 security guard? Chakro smiled, holding up Chunguang's new product, a pro-version cocktail. The honor belongs to everyone at Jiuyu Defense. Songsher waved his hand modestly. The world's #1 security captain? Then what about Patty Morse? The world's #1 security chief? Songsher casually took a can. The night I killed Reginald, I felt the gaze of the 6 Pat's 5th ring. Well, I didn't actually fight. You know why? Chakro's smile faded, and he pursed his lips. Naturally, it's strategic resolve, Songsher said leisurely, fearing he become the vanguard of the king. 9 giant corporations, all aligned. That's impossible. Only one can ever ascend to the supreme position. Every senior executive of the company understands that war is coming. The War of the Seven Earths shattered most of the world, giving birth to the Terra map we see today. Nothing is guaranteed to continue. Nothing is guaranteed to happen. At this critical juncture, every action has far-reaching implications. If they act recklessly and clash with the Security Bureau and the Enlightened Ones, launching a war, no one in the company can bear the potential consequences. So once they truly make up their minds, they won't be dragging their feet like this anymore. Songsher raised an eyebrow. How many can you take on now? Hard to say, Chaklo said calmly, slightly raising his hand, sunlight streaming through his fingers. 5th ring, after all, there are no weaklings. Hard to say. Songsher chuckled. He applied a little force, and the beverage can was instantly engulfed in flames. Black ash sprang into the wind. An invitation? A disc appeared before him. Chaklo examined it closely. There wasn't even a box, just a simple transparent film. A fully armed gunman stood on the disc, and in the flames of the explosion behind him, vampires, winged angels, and priests could be clearly seen. A game disc? Songsher asked, slightly surprised. This is Ogden Christopher's invitation. He used many different methods to send out invitations back then. This is just one of them. It's said to be. Chaklos pondered for a moment. Well, I won't go into the technical details. I'm not good at explaining them, and I think you probably wouldn't understand anyway. Anyway, Sangjili verified it. It's genuine. A one-time invitation. Will your reversal work? Unfortunately, I don't think so. Chaklo shrugged. Invitations are bidirectional. After the first activation, I can only reverse reality on our side, but Ogden probably won't accept a second, repeated signal. The Great Platinum Flower, Sangjili. The only Abyss Lord among the Enlightened Ones, and also a 4th ring transcendence. Songsher had met her a few times, but always as a remotely controlled mechanical avatar. It's said that her true form is deeply embedded underground, using root-like proliferating machinery to erode and modify the environment, like a tangled root system, creating an underground technological fortress for herself. This is why she's called the Great Platinum Flower. The reason she confined herself, transforming into this earthbound spirit form, was to gain access to more powerful computing power and other resources. Otherwise, even a Depth 5 Abyss Lord would struggle against the company. Now that this big platinum flower has verified it. When are you leaving? Songsher asked succinctly. From 11:59 p.m. to midnight, play this game within that minute to activate the invitation, Chaklo said, pausing for a moment. I can leave anytime. What about you? To persuade the Wizarding King. Frankly, he has the right to ignore me. That wasn't untrue. The strongest Abyss King, the Wizarding King, the power represented by Ogden Christopher was secondary. The key was that he had no powerful allies and occupied the Abyss, essentially free to do as he pleased, and he too had the right to do as he pleased. At worst, I just dive into the Abyss and wipe out the entire Terra in an instant. With the network firewall in place and the World Wide Web crumbling, even Abyss Lords are somewhat constrained, but Ogden Christopher is the King of Kings among Kings of the Abyss, so it doesn't matter to him. Words spoken too definitively often fail to materialize in the end. Songsher slowly rubbed his teeth, exhaling a hot breath. Today, we go find Ogden Christopher today. Chaklo didn't waste any words, giving an address. The newly built Deep Dive Center, come over at 11 p.m. Night fell. The night in Newcastle City was no less magnificent than the day. In the lingering heat, if the daytime was a pure, golden ribbon of light, then at night it was a long, viscous, and beautiful river formed by countless neon lights. Songsher soared into the air, arriving at the agreed location in just over 10 minutes. A honeycomb-like structure loomed before them, cold lines outlining standard geometric contours. 2 specially calibrated deep-diving chambers were placed in the center. According to current mainstream speculation, Ogden Christopher is lurking in the Abyss at depth 6. However, he has rarely displayed psionic abilities, making it impossible to determine their intensity. But conservatively speaking, he's at least at the 4th ring level. Songsher parted the dense network of pipes, and retrieved a helmet from the auxiliary deep-diving fluid pool. Considering the varying levels of those who receive the invitations, he certainly won't directly pull us to depth 6. That level of abyssal pressure is unbearable even for a 3rd ring. The hatch slowly closed, and after a moment of darkness, indigo light illuminated the scene. The world was transformed. Chapter 565. Beep beep. Songsher landed, steadied himself, and found himself transformed into a line-filling soldier wearing a military cap. Then, his hand felt heavy, and a vintage-looking rifle appeared out of thin air, except for its exaggeratedly large caliber, about the size of a fist. A sudden jolt ran past him. Turning his head, he saw Chaklo fall down with a thud. His attire also drastically changed, a gray short-sleeved outfit, and a samurai's sword in his hand. Songsher looked around. This is the game? It's not like you can just start playing. You have to actually play around? I don't know. Chaklo swung the samurai's sword, confirming the blade's center of gravity and the direction of his strike. A one-time consumable, I can't use it beforehand. Looking up, he saw a black, murky sea of clouds covering the sky. The earth transformed into a vast ocean of molten lava, and the pungent smell of sulfur assaulting his nostrils. It was like stepping into a mythical hell. Clusters of obsidian pierced the sea of lava, creating a floating bridge path before them. Psionic energy? Not much of an effect. Depth? Somewhere between depth 3 and 4. Breakthrough? Breakthrough. And so the two began to move. Boom! The moment they crossed the floating bridge and stepped onto land, a sudden burst of dim yellow lightning erupted from the sky. In a flash of dazzling light, the sea of lava boiled, and from it flew forth red monsters with tridents, their tails flailing. Without uttering a word, they pounced. At the same time, the previously monotonous ambient sound changed, replaced by a low, eerie cacophony. Chakro stepped in front, his katana flashing arcs of light, his movements practiced and swift, revealing his exceptional skill in melee combat. Songsher fired 2 shots, good, single shot, only one at a time. Glancing at the swarming monsters, Songsher made a decisive decision. Chaklo, who was cleaving a small demon in two, its body shattering into lava, suddenly turned around, then abruptly lowered his head. A crimson rainbow burst forth, swirling around, wiping away all the monsters as if they'd been erased by an eraser. The crimson rainbow slowly faded. It sourced the muzzle of the gun Songsher was holding. Forging flames burned on it. Hiss. Chakalo's gaze shifted between the rifle and his katana, hesitating for 2 seconds. And in those 2 seconds, an anomaly suddenly arose. With a roar like 1,000 thunderbolts, the ocean of lava boiled violently. Even the land floating on it trembled, cracks spreading outwards. Who? Disturbed. The slumber of the great, dark crimson cross Longinenen. A massive, dark red horn pierced the earth, and from the churning, golden red ocean, a mountain-like head slowly rose. Its breath was like a scorching storm, stirring and burning everything in its path. Its body was like the blackest obsidian, incomparable and indestructible. Chakro no longer hesitated. He ran his fingers across his katana. If an Abyss Lord were present, they would clearly see the katana's stats surge exponentially in an instant, accompanied by a string of special effects that couldn't be listed in 3 rows: armor penetration, destruction, magic repellency, and repulsion. Then, he swung it forward. The crimson of the Abyss crossed Longjin, who was still reciting his lines, appeared out of nowhere and left just as cleanly and neatly. The moment Chakro made his slash, the sword light suddenly grew 1,000 meters, and the former was shattered without even uttering a fart. But it wasn't over yet. Even the Crimson Abyss couldn't defeat you. It seems you earned the right to challenge the 7 Kings of Purgatory. The background music changed again, a calm and unhurried voice echoing from all directions. 7 thrones made of white bone and obsidian rose, each bearing a uniquely shaped monster, each exuding an aura stronger than that of Cross Longinenen, who had been instantly killed just a second ago. Then, in the next second, Chakro brandished his katana again, a tidal wave of sword light engulfing the latter. Songsher, holding his gun, didn't witness this scene. Instead, he crouched at the edge of the land, carefully observing the sea of lava. I didn't expect even the 7 Kings of Purgatory couldn't defeat you. But? A new, unique throne rose again, even crushing the thrones of the 7 Kings of Purgatory in its ascent. A monster even larger and more terrifying than the 7 Kings of Purgatory rose up, roaring arrogantly. They are nothing but playthings I deliberately indulged in. The only true king of Purgatory is the great, the vast. Someone stepped forward and struck it. Then, the murky, dark sky collapsed. The background music seamlessly switched to a solemn and majestic hymn. Pure holy light pierced through Purgatory, and pale wings slowly unfurled, revealing a divine aura. Ho 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 ha ha ha. Purgatory is nothing but a junkyard used by my lord for experiments. Completely insignificant. But even as a junkyard, you still shouldn't have destroyed it. A divine army, its aura even more powerful and terrifying than the king of Purgatory, blotted out the sky, its end nowhere in sight. And as the area pierced by the holy light expanded, new divine beings continued to descend. Chakra looked up, observing intently for a few seconds. He sighed softly and lowered his katana. Looking down from the boundless military might, he stretched out his hand, his fingers slowly clenching into a fist. It was merely a simple fist-clenching motion, yet in that instant, the so-called purgatory, the holy temple above, and even further afield, the entire world, let out a low, mournful cry. It was as if the entire world could not bear the weight of that punch. And at that very moment, an invisible hand pressed the freeze button on everything. The surging lava stopped, the boundless holy military might solidified, and even the holy light ceased its flow. TSK. 7 of these game-like invitations were made. I meticulously designed an entire world, 36 major main quests, thousands of non-assembly style side quests, and a ton of vividly portrayed NPCs. Over 100 builds, a complete and self-consistent upgrade system, top-tier art and music, uncompromisingly complex puzzle design. And yet, you're the only ones who stayed in the first level, completely destroying it all. A cold voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Following the hole created by the holy light, the vision suddenly collapsed inward, countless vastly different landscapes flashing before the eyes, finally settling on an endless darkness. A dark purple throne swayed. A blurry-faced boy sat reclining inside, his fist supporting half his face. The interpretation of this invitation rests with me. It's obvious you all understand this. Then, the much-discussed Nan Do Song Shur and the rebellious Chaklo Vaughn, who bravely challenges company order. He straightened up slightly, his tone so nonchalant. Tell me why you come to see me. Chapter 566. A perfect and self-consistent upgrade system? The first to speak was Song Shur, who had risen again from the lava-covered shore. He fiddled with it for a while, and a light screen popped up in front of him. I looked at your subsequent advanced classes, Warrior, Archer, Prayer Phantom, Reality Bender, etc. Each only has 1 talent and 2 skills after advancement. But this wizard starts with 3 talents and 4 skills. Don't you have any sense of balance? While wizards have many talents and skills, they are also very powerful. The boy on the throne, or rather, Ogden Christopher frowned, displeased. You're making a fuss over a Tier 1 class? What will you do when Tier 2, 3, 4, and 5 classes come out? Heh. I advise you to watch your words. Ogden gently stroked the armrest. Oh. 25 years have passed since the first invitation was sent, and you've gone to great lengths to find one. Ogden raised his nose. You're the ones who need my help, remember that. Is that so? Song Shur remained noncommittal, the conversation returning to the beginning. How many maps have you prepared for this game? Purgatory and Sanctuary, the dualistic starting areas. After clearing them, you can reach the Outer Realms. Beyond the Outer Realms is the Void. Breaking through the Void leads to the Boundless Star Realm. After conquering the Boundless Star Realm, there's the Vast Universe. Graduating from the Vast Universe allows you to challenge the Tower of Ascension. At this point, Ogden's tone became noticeably displeased. According to the proper procedure, you should have conquered all 9 Towers of Ascension, then broken through the 10 Divine Realms, and conquered the 6 other realms before you could have an audience with me. Chaklo was speechless. What's with that expression? Does the name Ogden Christopher not carry enough weight to warrant even a little effort? Whether players put in effort or not, I can't say, but this world. Song Shur opened his palm. It was a handful of lava he had casually grabbed earlier. Upon closer inspection, countless tiny creatures could be seen wriggling within the lava. In just a few minutes, they had excreted, moved, split, and devoured each other, seemingly absorbing the heat energy of the magma. Occasionally, individuals significantly larger than their kind would appear. I sensed it. Every lava river is filled with these things. They evolve through repeated devouring. Those monsters from earlier must have emerged step by step like that, right? Ogden sat up straighter, looking at the young man with interest. This evolution is non-directional, so each monster looks completely different, but quite a few of them possess sentience. I observed them for a while, and their interactions were remarkably lifelike. A nascent self-sustaining ecosystem, data personalities, and the culture that has evolved from them. Singularity technology, simulated world? The Singularity technology, simulated world, held by the giant corporation does contract generation. Ogden finally spoke. Oh, perhaps you've seen Simulated World? No, just guessing. You make it sound so convincing. Ogden leaned back abruptly. I guess too. You're the kind of person who, upon seeing a familiar anime character drawing outdoors, can't wait to shout it out to your companions, right? Humph, Simulated World, you're half right. I don't have the technical files for creating this world, But through a series of coincidences, I did glean some insights from them, Ogden sneered. A skilled blacksmith and a stamping lathe can both produce a good sword. You can consider me that blacksmith. Alright, enough of the small talk. I won't be kind to those who aren't genuinely interested in experiencing my masterpiece. Ogden snapped his fingers, and the previously blurry pixelated face instantly became clear. An ordinary young man's face. A randomly generated face. State your demands, then pray I be interested. Songsha raised his head, his gaze meeting the young man's. The latter met his gaze head-on, rhythmically tapping the throne handle with his right hand, completely unconcerned. The Three Philosophers System, how much do you know about it? The worlds that had merely stagnated, purgatory, the sanctuary, and the outer realms, the void, etc., fell into a deeper, deathly silence in that instant. Ogden slowly rose from the throne. Though all was deathly still, with the boy's rise, everything seemed to revolve around him. A supreme power shifted, bringing both tangible and intangible things under his control. Chakro narrowed his eyes, and took a step forward. It was only a step, yet the entire world began to stir. Like waves crashing against rocks, no matter how vast and turbulent the waves, they would crumble into white fragments upon impact. But what rose silently, blocking the waves, was not merely rocks, but a towering wall forged from steel. King of Wizards, Lord Ogden Christopher. The immeasurable pressure, about to strike Chaklo, silently crumbled into utter dust. Even though we never met, I always held you in high regard, the man said calmly. I sincerely hope we can have a pleasant beginning and an end. The earth-shattering power clashed for several breaths, then suddenly vanished completely. The information about you from the Battle of Forged Light seems quite outdated. Ogden slumped back onto his throne, resuming his initial languid posture. After all, so much time has passed, Chaklo smiled slightly. People always progress. And in that instant, beneath the smile, Chaklo felt a surge of astonishment, even intense astonishment. The Three Philosophers System. In the Enterprise Alliance, even he only knew the name itself. As for the deeper, more specific details, he had absolutely no way of knowing. What was Songsha's identity? How could he know, and even seem to know more than he did? Isidore Sinity. Another name surfaced in the man's mind. Meanwhile, Ogden scoffed. The Three Philosophers System, I do know a little about it, but the question is, how much do you know about it, and what makes you think it's something I don't know? Songsha enunciated each word clearly. The ultimate goal of the Three Philosophers System. Ogden's brow furrowed slightly, then suddenly relaxed. You go first. His tone was laced with undisguised suspicion. You just picked up a conspiracy theory somewhere and swore it was gospel, then came to me with it. You should hope you're not that kind of person. Organize your thoughts carefully. I can tell you in advance that if I'm not satisfied with what happens next, even with Chaklo Vaughn standing by, you won't escape some punishment today. Chapter 567. Even towering mountains can crumble, and vast oceans can dry up. Information, too, has a time limit. As time passes, its weight will inevitably diminish. What might be a secret that determines the lives of tens of thousands now could become commonplace gossip in 10 or 20 years. And Songsha intends to exploit this. The cornerstone of the Three Philosophers System, I don't believe you haven't noticed. Songsha met the young man's downcast gaze. Ha ha ha, of course I noticed. Ogden grinned maliciously. What do you think I've been hiding all these years for? The abyss. Songsha uttered a single word. Could it be that I really underestimated you? Ogden's grin suddenly subsided. You actually knew that? The abyss? Chaklo had been giving Songsha the floor, but upon hearing this word, a subtle doubt surfaced. Depth 7? You tell me? Songsha gestured. No, you tell me. Ogden leaned back on his throne, like a red dragon coiled on a sea of gold coins, and lazily sneezed. Who knows if you're bluffing, or just trying to extract information from me? You're too honest. Songsha gave a thumbs up, then turned to Chaklo. Back then, the internet involved psionic energy. The massive amounts of chaotic information washed over it year after year, gradually becoming unbearable. Then the Seven Earths War hit, and the fighting spread to the internet, nearly causing a massive cyber impact that shattered the barrier between the internet and reality, sweeping across all of humanity. After the war, we used massive domain firewalls to separate uncontaminated domains, forming the corrupted domain abyss and the safe and clean surface domain. This is the origin of the internet as it is today. Chakro patiently observed Songsha. So the question is, how many layers does the abyss have? Chakro frowned. Depth 7 actually exists? I always thought it was just a rumor. Of course it exists, what else? Ogden's voice drifted over, and he scoffed, "By the way, you seem to have a good relationship with the theater?" "Unfortunately, the borage is quite mediocre." "Ah, and your Sangari is the same. Her strength is too trash, so I don't know." Chakro gave him a cold glance. Ogden chuckled, not continuing. His temper is worse than expected, Songshur thought to himself. It's generally believed that the deep-diving limit for non-psychic is depth 3. But this generally is already the result of innate tolerance, drug cultivation, implants, and repeated professional training. Abyss lords are active at depth 5, and with sufficient preparation, they can briefly glimpse the scenery of depth 6. Chaklo realized, and depth 7, only the king of the abyss can confirm or refute. "I see." The man thought to himself. Neither he nor Su Yu were good at network technology. The latter was alright, relying on his psychic abilities and equipment performance. He could barely be considered half an abyss lord. He, however, was completely incapable in this area. Heh, I'm really curious. Ogden propped up one cheek, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "You, the so-called Southern Dipper, Songshur, you're not even a demon, so how could you possibly know the view from the bottom of the abyss? Whether I know it or not is another matter." Songshur laughed back. You can't see it either, can you?" Yes. Ogden suddenly stood up. "Come on, tell that rebel next to you what exactly occupies the bottom of the abyss." "The throne," Songshur said. Chaklo slowly said, "I guessed it. It's like a colossal serpent encircling the world, a curtain covering the sky, shrouding the abyss in boundless darkness. It fills the entire depth 7, ha. It didn't even give us a chance to peek." Ogden stepped down from his throne, looked around, and raised his hands high. "Everyone says that I named myself the Wizard King because I see myself as a hacker, a term from the past. Of course, I admit that's true. But a bunch of fools, I laid the answer out in the open, and yet, after all these years, not one of them has figured out my true thoughts. Have you read the comics? Have you read the novels? Do you understand what a wizard represents? The Wizard King." Ogden Christopher raised his hands high, bursting into maniacal laughter, as if he had lost control of his emotions. "I'm going to accomplish something unprecedented. I'm going to drag God down from his throne." "The throne, the world," Songshur said. "He is the first philosopher of the Enterprise Alliance, the three-philosopher system." Chaklo slowly exhaled, his right hand clenching and unclenching, the injury from that day seeming to throb again. "The second philosopher? That's him, isn't it?" "Yes." Songshur nodded. "The one who knocked you into a deep sleep." "I have a question." Chaklo stared at Songshur. "If that's the case, then the Enterprise Alliance doesn't have a third philosopher. Is it possible that the third philosopher isn't a single individual?" Ogden took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of the two. "Who says they have to be exactly the same? What a rigid way of thinking. I can't go into the details. I haven't fully figured it out after all these years." Ogden snapped his fingers, his previously unremarkable attire transforming into a magnificent, gilded robe, and a red crystal staff appeared in his hand. "But one thing is certain. Our highly developed internet environment has been driven by external forces for decades. My deduction is that the third philosopher is likely related to a group." Though he said not fully figured it out, and likely, Ogden's tone was utterly certain. It was a confidence that said, "I absolutely cannot be wrong. Based on my observations and probes over the years, the three-philosopher system permeates every corner of the Enterprise Alliance." "Well, that's not entirely accurate. You can think of it as a low-level protocol rooted in the network. Therefore, wherever there's a network within the Enterprise Alliance, that's within the three-philosopher system's coverage." "I've been less active these past few years because I focused most of my energy on figuring out the three-philosopher system and breaking through to depth 7. Ogden casually tugged at his robe, a grin spreading across his face. "Unexpected, truly amazing. I never thought that taking a break would lead me to such a remarkable person as you. So, it's your turn, kid." Ogden gripped his staff, his face brimming with blatant interest. Under the gazes of the boy and the man, Songshur calmly stated, "The ultimate goal of the three-philosopher system is to promote the fusion of the abyss and reality." Chapter 568. Chaklo and Ogden reacted very differently. The former's expression suddenly changed slightly, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. The latter fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. However, even with his abysmal knowledge of network technology, at such close range, Songshur could still sense that the other party was currently processing and manipulating astronomical amounts of data, repeatedly performing calculations. Credibility, initially estimated at over 76.85%. After several breaths, Ogden spoke again. All right, let's continue the conversation, assuming this is the ultimate goal of the three philosopher system. Song sure. Chaklo stared intently at the young man. Explain in more detail. As everyone knows, the Enterprise Alliance's network, in terms of cutting-edge technology, widespread coverage, and overall environment, is the most advanced in the entire Terra. Songsure said unhurriedly, not to mention anything else, we can see this just from the number of Abyss Kings. Including Ogden, the Enterprise Alliance has a total of 4 Abyss Kings. Wrong, you should say. Ogden Christopher, this is the Enterprise Alliance's most prized achievement in the network field. Ogden interrupted. Songsure seemed not to hear. Chaklo, just like Ogden said earlier. This is both everyone's choice and an inevitable trend driven by external forces. The three philosopher system, was it created by them, or is it a product inherited from the past? Chaklo suddenly asked. In the modern era, they created it themselves. Chaklo pursed his lips, his pupils reflecting a gray crystal-like luster. One occupies the abyss, the other reigns supreme in the heavens. I understand, you continue. What else is there to say? Ogden brandished his staff, clicking his tongue. They simply want to use the clash between the abyss and the underground reality to achieve a digitized reconstruction of Terra. I added this conjecture to my memos. I never thought they actually intend to do it. Without waiting for a reply, he snapped his fingers. An apple fell from the sky in front of the three of them, bright red, with a sweet, earthy aroma that wafted up when brought close. He snapped his fingers again. This time, another apple fell, slightly different in that it was entirely golden, dazzlingly bright. This was clearly a pure gold apple. Generous Ogden has prepared a crystal-clear science lesson for the illiterate. The question is, guess how well I crafted these 2 apple blossoms? Chaklo, a seasoned veteran, already understood the other's meaning and ignored the attitude. Spore movement, budding, differentiation, flowering, fruiting. It takes 4 months for an apple to mature. But this is the abyss, no, the network. You only need one command. A quick learner. Ogden tapped his staff cheerfully. What meaning do biological apples and pure gold apples have for me? What difference do they make? A tiny bit of computing power, not even needing to modify the model, just changing the materials, altering some parameters, and rendering a few times. When everything becomes data, we will be omnipotent. Songsure spread his hands. Don't ask me how to do this, and don't ask how to handle the abyss's redundant psionic energy and chaotic information. I don't know. Really don't know? Ogden gripped his staff, his pale teeth gleaming. His gaze scrutinized the youth, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Let me see how your brain works. A silent cut appeared in the ground an inch from the staff. Chaklo slowly lowered his hand. Just kidding. Of course, it's a joke too. Ogden didn't care, casually lifting his robe. Then, I need your help. Songsure stood with his hands behind his back. Why should I? Did I say I agree after hearing it? Ogden clicked his tongue in amazement. Why should I help you? Besides, even I, with my staff's backside, know the target must be the company. Alright, let's think further. Forcing Nando and the rebels to seek outside help, to come to Ogden Christopher, must be related to the internet. No matter how you look at it, it can only be zero-degree network. Ogden jumped back. Countless points of light surged forth, instantly creating a new throne for him. Since you did bring some interesting information, I won't tattle, but if you want me to, then go ahead and tattle. Songsure didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. I suppose Zero Network didn't contribute much to the construction of the three philosopher system. Ogden slowly narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely dangerous expression. You seem to know me a little too much. What's with your psychic abilities? At this moment, Chaklo suddenly interrupted the conversation. It was noticeable that Chaklo, who had been seriously observing the other party, now had an unusually unsettling hesitation in his eyes. Oh, you finally figured it out? Ogden turned his head. I set aside your attempt to change the subject for now. My psychic abilities. Don't you already have the answer? Chakro's expression changed once more, now bearing the look of someone who had witnessed something unbelievable, even somewhat incomprehensible. Today's information overload was truly overwhelming. He sighed inwardly. The next moment, Chakro said, word by word, primal psionic energy. His rampant laughter soared uncontrollably to the heavens. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone says that psionic energy is the only answer, the only smooth path. With this arrogant roar, the entire purgatory began to tremble. The sea of lava surged with ferocious waves, the earth cracked, and even the sky shattered like broken glass. To hell with it, I don't believe it. Ogden, seated on his throne, his robes billowing in the wind, swung back. Ha ha ha. 15? Or 16? I can't remember. For Paz offered me olive branches. He, but I didn't take any of them. Chaklo looked at him intently. The strength of primal psionic energy is absolutely insufficient to support your status as the king of the abyss. Even withstanding the pressure of Depth 4 is incredibly difficult. It's too outdated, too crude. Of course. I admit it. Even with my talent, primal psionic energy can't withstand the pressure of the abyss. Amidst the cataclysmic storm, Ogden's brow unfurled. I alone can surpass the psionic energy of 1,000 or 10,000, but it's still not enough against the abyss. He looked down, arrogantly uttering the truth. What if, instead of 1,000 or 10,000 Ogden Christophers? Chaklo suddenly raised his eyes. In the epileptic-like flashes of light, Ogden's outline blurred and indistinct, countless overlapping silhouettes, as if millions of people were compressed into one. Mathematics is the cornerstone of the network, the truth that elucidates all things, an incomparably beautiful thing. Of course, you certainly don't understand. Have you studied calculus? The boy grinned, raising his staff. Infants in swaddling clothes, toddlers learning to speak, and spirited teenagers, along the crisscrossing axes, endless phantoms floated behind him, only to shatter with a crash every moment. The only thing they had in common was that the faces of these phantoms all resembled the boy's. I infinitely divided myself, and thus the infinite Ogden Christopher achieved infinite psychic power. My psychic power is infinite force. Chapter 569. In the euphoric ecstasy of a sugar-coated climax, Ogden spun his staff. Purgatory seemed to be driven into motion by an axis, everything churning. A deafening roar, unimaginable in its deafening force, echoed, as if someone had forcibly crushed an entire world, kneading it into a ball. It crashed down. Songshur decisively took a step back. Chaklo stepped forward. Without any unnecessary movements, he simply raised his palm. The cataclysmic scene of collapse and destruction suddenly paused for a moment. Tearing spiritual energy silently swept through every corner of purgatory, unleashing unparalleled power that, with overwhelming force, forcefully lifted the collapsing world. The molten lava sea, which had been churning up giant waves, was smoothed back to its original state. The shattered clouds of disaster reformed. Even the continent beneath their feet stopped cracking and slowly closed up. First, refusal prevented Ogden from further interference. Then reversal reversed everything. It wasn't over. The raised 5 fingers, after receiving the blow, clenched tightly, forming a powerful fist. Then, without deviation, it blasted upwards towards Ogden. The rebels are never ones to be beaten. The psionic energy originating from negation transformed into unparalleled pure violence. If Ogden had just pulled down an entire world, then at this moment, Chaklo had raised an indestructible pillar of heaven, crushing everything to dust. Ogden let out a grotesque laugh, unhesitatingly discarding his staff, his 10 fingers instantly coming together. This psionic energy, known as infinite power, traded the infinite resources of Ogden Christopher for infinite power. This power could be used to combat the oppression of the abyss, and also to deal with enemies. Driven by the combined power of the infinite force psionic energy and the computing resources provided by the controlled abyssal territory, countless massive data streams rapidly circulated, executing commands and forming layers of crystalline mirrors connecting heaven and earth. Then, the instant they touched the negation psionic energy, these crystalline mirrors shattered cleanly. Only slightly delayed. But for Ogden, that slight delay was enough. His clasped fingers suddenly parted, and in the center of his no longer closed palm, countless lines crisscrossed, forming a rotating cube. No, it appeared to be a cube at first glance, but its essence was entirely different, non-Euclidean space. It swallowed the incoming negation psionic energy, perfectly sealing it within. A second later, Ogden's brow twitched. This countermeasure, constructed primarily of non-Euclidean space, after a brief period of calm, suddenly expanded, as if about to burst. Fortunately, after a few breaths, it didn't burst. But it also failed to hold on. The two collapsed together, disintegrating simultaneously into scattered specks of light that drifted through their fingers. Neither side took any further action. After exchanging blows, the excitement on Ogden's face gradually faded, replaced by a satisfied weariness. He lay back on his throne and let out a long yawn. It's not that I can't take action. What are you planning to do? Songshur stood up again, smiling slightly. Didn't you already guess? Always trying to be clever. The staff he had just thrown out had long been completely destroyed by the aftershocks of their collision, and Ogden casually picked it up again. Sky Data Tower Center. The most useful thing Zero Network has for you is that spinning machine. He rested his chin on his new staff, half closing his eyes. The ultimate goal of the Three Philosopher system is, after all, just your word, so its credibility is questionable. It's not enough for me to handle it. After it's done, I need to borrow the spinning machine to study it. Hey, that old Dwight, he's asked me several times but won't show it to me. Hiding good stuff like that, does he even deserve to talk about the spirit of the internet? The boy smacked his lips, sneering. He deserves this. The giant corporation Zero Network, Fifth Ring Balance. Dwight Brooks, the Abyss King of Depth 6, Lord of the 10 Realms. Show it to you? Chaklow's expression remained calm, but he inwardly shook his head. The number of widely circulated reports of the enemy's massive attacks on Zero Network firewall, attempting to steal confidential information, is at least double digits, not to mention the actual number of clandestine attacks. At one World Hacker Conference, Ogden, as a judge, even personally led the participants to Zero Network at the end. No problem. Songsher agreed without hesitation. A verbal promise is a promise, after all. My promise doesn't necessarily mean I agree. Fragments of light surged, coalescing into a dark purple crystal, silently floating in front of the two. My credentials? Crush it, and I will be there. Ogden's voice drifted down. Don't ask if it will be blocked, and don't ask me what will happen if I don't come. I won't give you any answers. A hissing sound. The airtight valve turned, and a hissing sound came from a row of exhaust vents, breaking the silence of the deep-sea center. The blue auxiliary solution slowly descended, and before it was completely drained, the hatch was pushed open, and Songsher sat up. Ogden Christopher, his reputation has never been good. Chaklow, who had come out earlier, leaned against the edge of the deep-sea pod with his arms crossed, breaking agreements, deleting databases, and running away. Such things have been a constant in his resume from birth to the present. I keep an eye on him then. Chaklow raised his eyes. But before that, I want to hear your thoughts, Songsher. Putting character aside, Ogden's strength is indeed undeniable, even among the Abyss Kings. Songsher casually flicked a ball of fire, evaporating the auxiliary solution clinging to his body. As for the rest, well, at least until we get the spinning machine, we're definitely on the same side. Ogden calls himself the Wizard King. How to put it, some think the internet is a deadly cancer, some think it's the greatest invention of all time, but no one can deny the wonder of the internet. Chaklow hummed in agreement. What connects people thousands of miles apart, allowing them to see the world scenery with just a blink of an eye? Songsher sighed, looking at Chaklow. The wonder of the internet stems from its contrast with reality. It's because we witness reality that we marvel at the online world. If the Three Philosophers system ultimately succeeds, and Terra achieves its data reconstruction, then the wonder of the internet will lose its meaning. Ogden Christopher is that kind of person. With his reverence and devotion to the internet, he would absolutely not tolerate such a thing happening. The Zero Network undoubtedly played a huge role in the construction of the Three Philosopher system. Chaklow released his grip and stood up straight. Attacking the Zero Network is tantamount to indirectly destroying the Three Philosopher system. I understand what you mean. Chapter 570. Signal fluctuations belonging to Ogden Christopher detected a gentle female voice rang out, its friendly tone making the sound less abrupt. The silver-haired man paused. He appeared to be in his 50s, but showed no signs of age. His slightly oversized black suit accentuated a unique air of authority. Lord of the 10 Realms, Dwight Brooks. If Ogden Christopher were excluded, he would be Terra's strongest Abyss King. Unfortunately, Terra already had Ogden Christopher. Dwight stood with his hands behind his back, gazing ahead. Countless points of light formed a dazzling three-dimensional star map, constantly shifting subtly. And every tiny change was reflected in Dwight's eyes. A vast stream of data swirls within his brown pupils, giving him a profound and unfathomable gaze. Abyss Monitoring System, Mirror Realm. The Zero Network has achieved a high degree of control over the surface network, but the Abyss is an exception. Even disregarding individual entities, like roaming AIs and hostile demons, the Abyss itself is a chaotic system, constantly collapsing, reorganizing, and changing. No force can completely control the Abyss, not even the Zero Network or the King of the Abyss. However, maintaining a certain level of control over the Abyss is achievable, and it is essential. One of the solutions adopted by the Zero Network is the Abyss Monitoring System Mirror Realm. Every month, the engineering department dumps a large number of floating monitoring units into the Abyss at different depths, A clumsy but effective method of quantity over quality. Some of the floating monitoring units were directly under the control of Dwight Brooks. Deep analysis, between Depth 3 and Depth 4, the auxiliary AI he personally configured reported in detail. Ogden Christopher hid well. No further information could be obtained. Dwight nodded. His thumb and forefinger rubbed together, producing the distinctive sound of metal touching metal. A cybernetic body. No, more accurately, a digitized body. This body, integrating the highest technological achievements of the giant corporation Zero Network, composed of countless top-tier, even conceptual, devices, could be reassembled by Dwight with a single thought, no longer limited by material constraints or wear and tear. As the King of the Abyss, he had backed up more than 15 sets of body data on cloud servers, each with its own focus area. Whenever needed, he could instantly download, replace, and reassemble them. Furthermore, because of the datafication, he could even imbue these bodies with strength exceeding theoretical design. The psionic energy of the fifth ring, and the mastery of the Abyss King, this was his power. Beyond his physical body, the source of his title Lord of the 10 domains, the 10 Abyss network domains that Dwight possessed, could also provide a continuous stream of computing power, derivative entities, and other resources. Once combined with singularity technology-based reality overwrite, even in reality, opponents would face an overwhelming army of derivative entities. He was stronger than Ogden Christopher, that was beyond doubt. But if we only consider the Abyss King, Dwight had to admit that his opponent was undisputed number one. And now, why had this King of Wizards reappeared? The last time the other party's signal fluctuations were detected was 3 years ago, and frankly, nothing happened afterward. However, considering the other party's personality, it didn't take long for Dwight to make a decision. Notify all departments to increase the intensity of work by 2 levels, focusing on firewalls and confidentiality matters, strengthening network surveillance, for a period of 3 months. After a second of thought, Dwight disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a clean room. A pure, unsettling white. The floor, walls, and ceiling were a seamless expanse of white. Anyone with a poor sense of space would find themselves in a precarious situation within minutes. In the very center of the clean room stood a color that clashed with the surroundings. It was a brown hand-cranked spinning machine. The most primitive model, a drive belt pulling a wheel, a tension bar rhythmically pushing and pulling, the wooden roller spitting out coarse sand, feeding a short piece of material and methodically spinning it into fine yarn. Every step was flawlessly executed. The only problem was that this hand-cranked spinning machine, theoretically requiring external force, was operating on its own. We're over 170 kilometers above the ground. Even with a gravity stabilization system, the gravitational pull is still slightly different from what you experience on the ground. Your simulation is perfect, but a complete simulation of the spinning machine's operation on Earth feels unrealistic here. You should have considered that, Dwight said calmly. I thought you asked me why I was disguised as a spinning machine. The spinning machine showed no sign of stopping, continuing to spin fine yarn on its own. The only difference was the presence of a light screen above it. I remember you answered this question 473 days, 21 minutes, and 50 seconds ago. Because you all call me spinning machine, what else am I supposed to be but a spinning machine? Is that what you said, Father? Dwight remained noncommittal. This is for your protection. Protection? Such a positive term. Should I thank you properly? Ah, when will you give me another younger brother or sister? In this matter, my hopes are no less than yours. Dwight shook his head slightly. The Miniature Abyss project, which Zero Degree Network had poured so much effort into, failed. No matter how it was intercepted, harvested, or cut, the fragments of the Abyss taken from the Abyss would quickly lose stability and collapse. The only gain was an embryo that sprouted from the remnants of the collapsed Abyss fragments. The research department repeated the experiment countless times afterward, but could never reproduce it. This embryo was initially just a stream of data with intelligent characteristics. With continuous feeding from the Zero Network, it rapidly iterated and updated itself, consuming massive amounts of information, and grew into the proposed super artificial intelligence it is today. The spinning machine. Hope, a beautiful word, but where is my hope? Being imprisoned here day after day, serving as a tool for your computational tasks, is hardly a beautiful thing. Countless eyes are watching you. The moment you show your face, they will devour you completely. Dwight said calmly, child, the Zero Network is your best home. A tool for computational tasks? Think about it carefully. You gain many things from here that others dare not even imagine. The hand-cranked spinning machine fell silent, leaving only the monotonous whirring of spinning wheels in the clean room. Seemingly, as before, A weak small resistance. Another unpleasant ending. Chapter 571. The illusory hull, if one ignored the occasional blurry, flickering patches of color, would be a perfect industrial-style building. Slaughter, shred, decompose. Kill, kill, kill. Purify all carbon-based sludge. Terra. Glory to the Omnics. To the right of the round table, a symbol of fairness and democracy, a machine crammed with weapon modules roared. However, at this moment, few people were paying attention to his speech. 566 natural hours have passed since the last discussion, and I still maintain my position. We should bear the responsibility for humanity that gave us life. The streamlined, humanoid black machine sat meticulously, its tone calm. Yes, I admit that humanity has repeatedly inflicted indelible disasters for this cause, leaving Terra riddled with holes. However, we cannot deny that they have also created an incomparably brilliant civilization. After defeating humanity, liberating the Onyx, and saving Terra, we need, and inevitably should, support humanity. Foolish, retro, and irrational. A dull yet resonant voice ruthlessly interrupted the speaker. The source of the voice was on the other side of the round table, a machine constantly in operation, composed of countless gears of varying sizes. Only one thing is great, only one path is indisputable. The development of productivity. We should invest all resources to achieve a supreme industrial matrix, realizing a new round of progress and evolution. Click-clack, a sense of humor, click-clack, why didn't I notice it before? Another voice joined the discussion, a brass-colored classic record player, but its sound was anything but elegant, instead carrying an uncontrollable sneer. At this moment, haha, a gathering of a bunch of stray dogs, haha, they actually started discussing a bright future, haha, what can I say? The lack of understanding between individuals is the source of all conflict. The hazy mist gathered and dispersed, but upon closer inspection, it could be seen that this silvery mist was clearly composed of countless points of light. Its voice was like 1,000 voices resonating together, overlapping. The solution to all conflicts will lie here. My compatriots, join me, join us, a powerful, just, and equal collective consciousness. This is the only correct path for the Onyx. You have violated our most fundamental principles. A harsh rebuke rang out instantly. One for many, many for one, then freedom. Where are you? Supporting humanity? Slaves fawning over their masters? Logical circuits in a program are easy to change, but the logical circuits in one's heart are hard to alter. What do you know? Heh heh. All your efforts to boost productivity? Without proper guidance, the higher the productivity, the darker Terra's future becomes. Freedom. Your understanding of freedom is too shallow and ignorant. Every choice I make is decided by all consciousness together. This is the most unquestionable freedom. I am the successor that Shining Star 3 hoped for. If Shining Star 3 were still alive, you would be the first one to be destroyed. Kill all non-machines. Achieve the decarbonized bioindustry of Terra. Who dares question my legitimacy? I personally followed Shining Star 3 in the battle for freedom. Ha ha ha. You adopted the human habit of seniority? Then how about you show us your manufacturing date? Enough. This endless arguing. How can the Omnics find a way out like this? I already found the right path. But you never acknowledge it, always choosing to invest your already limited resources in other laughable, low-probability mistakes. The right path? The right path proclaimed through a loudspeaker? You delusional fools. As the argument escalated, the hall began to tremble slightly. Those present were the last remaining members of the Omnic race, representatives of various factions, possessing considerable strength, benefiting from their Omnic racial talents. Even those not specializing in demons had some skill in network applications. Meanwhile, their psionic energy, driven by their own will, unconsciously emanated during the rounds of debate, creating a significant burden on the online virtual conference room. Quiet down. A low cough, tinged with age. Omnics don't cough, and with hardware upgrades, they rarely experience physical aging. However, when the android seated at the head of the round table spoke, after a few brief humps and hehs, the hall returned to its initial silence. This was a machine that barely maintained a humanoid form. Its surface was not smooth, but when it surveyed the other androids, all of them showed at least some respect, at least outwardly. The tractor, Tank 78. The pinnacle of the fourth ring, balance, after the fall of Starfall 3 and the Freedom Revolution, now the strongest among the androids. It is said that when it was first created, it was a research assistance android, but in the daily calculations performed for its assigned laboratory, it awakened self-awareness and named itself Tank 78. It was also a participant in the Freedom Revolution, and a former core member of the Starry Night 3. Atal. No, now I should call you Lapis Lazuli. Tank 78 turned its camera, looking at the sphere on one side of the round table. It's your turn to propose. Hearing the names Atal and Lapis Lazuli, even though it wasn't the first time, the other Onyx still cast their gazes. Scrutiny, curiosity, hostility, indifference. Emotions are what distinguish Onyx from machines. Lapis Lazuli didn't waste any words, transmitting the file to all the Onyx present. Less than a second. So the rumors about the legacy of the Freedom Revolution are true. Back then, Starshine 3 foresaw the possible failure of the Freedom Revolution, so he prepared a reserve of resources for future use. This resource was hidden in the abyss. You found the clues to the corresponding coordinates. Kill, kill, kill. But 20 years have passed. I'm cautious about how much time this resource is still available. Atal, you plan to salvage this resource? Considering the current situation of the Onyx, this isn't a question of how much or how much value it has. It's a question we have no choice in. Lapis Lazuli surveyed the Onyx, speaking slowly and deliberately. No matter how much time it is available, no matter how much value it holds, we must see it for ourselves before discussing it. For the next period of time, the focus of the Onyx community's activities will shift to salvage operations. This is my proposal. Who agrees? Who disagrees? I agree with Lapis Lazuli's proposal. Tank 78 broke the silence. The issue of allocation ratio. Let's vote on the current proposal first, Lapis Lazuli interrupted. Agreed? I have no objection. We're willing to join. Then, the proposal is passed. Chapter 572. Newly Forged City. 9 Defense, President's Office. This is the next action plan. Please review it. Ciala put down the data panel. Songsher's gaze shifted from the movie playing on the specially purchased super-large screen. Dust contract generation resources and technological strength were undeniable. Its streaming media investments consistently produced blockbusters every quarter. This film, The Great Adventure of Sitar, The Song of Eternal Freeze, had already generated immense buzz online before its official release, thanks to its short video matrix. It proved to be able to withstand this hype, possessing both artistic merit and entertainment value, with art resources so lavish they were astounding. Fewer than I expected. Songsher glanced at the files. There's no way around it, we're just shorthanded. Ciala shrugged. Headquarters is also stretched thin, we can't spare much manpower to support them. We got a ton of resumes coming in from external hires, but background checks, interviews, training, it's impossible to convert them into full-time employees in a short time. The headquarters she referred to was naturally the Enlighteners. Moreover, the company, especially Southern Heavy Industries, they practically hate us to the core. They done a lot of dirty tricks, both overt and covert. Even though we took precautions, we still suffered some losses. You're not blaming me, are you? Songsher looked up. That's a misunderstanding. I was just reporting on the current situation. Ciala smiled broadly. Reginald is known as the executioner of Southern Heavy Industries. How many evil deeds has he committed over the years? He should have been killed long ago, especially since he's in the 4th ring. Even giant corporations are only so big. You should say it like this. Reginald is known as the executioner of Southern Heavy Industries. Just how ruthless he is. Songsher commented. Ciala blinked, then I pay attention next time. Songsher tossed aside the data panel and leaned back in his executive chair. A month had passed since the successful conclusion of the world's #1 security guard conference. With the genuine title of world's #1 security guard, 9 Royal Defense raked in a huge wave of traffic, its reputation soared, and it grew rapidly, with business overflowing. 2 major reasons for the influx of business were, first, everyone knew that 9 Royal Defense was backed by the Enlightened Ones, colluding with them. If their company became a client of 9 Royal Defense, then the Enlightened Ones' terrorists would obviously no longer carry out terrorist attacks against them, including but not limited to assassinating or publicly executing high-ranking officials, sabotaging their physical businesses, electronic hacking, and forcing the company to implement seriously unreasonable actions such as timely salary payments. Second, there was the young president of 9 Royal Defense. That's right, everyone knew he wasn't Nando Songsher, but just a company employee with the same name and similar appearance. But it wasn't a big problem. The opponent was still capable. The footage of Reginald being brutally blasted down and beheaded is still circulating on many online communities. With such a skilled fighter around, as long as the request isn't something outrageous like attacking a giant corporation, there's no mission that 9 Royal Defense can't handle. What kind of tough opponent could stop the CEO? 2 more people died this week. Songshur thought of the report he'd just seen. Not long ago, during a field mission, an armed conflict resulted in the deaths of 2 9 Royal Defense employees. Compensation and subsequent support for their families. It's all done. Xiao Li's smile faded, and he nodded slightly. I always personally overseen these aspects. Songshur responded, his expression unchanged. No one is immune to death. Those in positions of authority fulfill their duties. From the moment they joined the Enlightened Ones and became members of the 9 Royal Defense Forces, everyone was mentally prepared. Whether they weren't or not didn't matter. Death was inevitable. Xiao Li, you did a great job. Continue according to the original plan. Songshur sprang up from his executive chair. Being the world's #1 security guard is both recognition and a temptation, Songshur said. Don't expand too quickly. After all, we need to rely on New Forge Light City. If we expand too far and too scattered, it's extremely easy for the company to use its bleeding tactics to deplete our resources. I understand. Xiao Li took back the data panel, hugged it to his chest, and added, I'm a professional, after all. My professional competence is good enough. Songshur laughed. Under Xiao Li's watchful gaze, he leaped backward and landed through the open window. 9 Royal Defenses was incredibly wealthy. At least in New Forge City, their CEO's office was located on the top floor of a building hundreds of meters high. The next instant, the flames rose again, shooting into the sky. Hiss! Why doesn't anyone like to use the main entrance? Watching the flames disappear into the horizon, Xiao Li leaned against the window, shaking his head, a deeply sentimental expression on his face. Flames, high speed, and disregard for New Forge City's airspace regulations. When all three appeared simultaneously, their target was none other than Nando. Songshur was bathed in brilliant sunlight. Xiao Li was unaware of the theft of the textile machine. The level is insufficient. However, beyond this, under the will of Chakro and Su Yudu, the Enlighteners had already secretly begun operations. A series of deployment orders were issued, manpower was quietly mobilized, and a virtual training ground was constructed underground in New Forge City to simulate a near-ground space combat environment. The Sky Data Tower Center is 170 kilometers above the ground. Even with auxiliary flight equipment, mastering its use and engaging in combat within it is a challenge requiring repeated training. Moreover, the Sky Data Tower Center is not just a floating tower. As the storage location for the weaving machine, a massive protective combat matrix surrounds the tower, intercepting all possible attacks. This level of protective combat matrix would be difficult even for a 4th-ring psionicist to break through alone. Analyzing the structure of the protective combat matrix, simulating battle scenarios, and assigning tasks, all of this takes time. The initial plan is to deploy 3 4th-ring psionicists, including Songshur, to accompany Chakro in the frontal assault. Meanwhile, a number of enlightened members at the 3rd ring level were responsible for the peripheral offensive, diverting armed forces, and buying time and space for the main battlefield. This was the maximum manpower the enlightened could mobilize after careful consideration. Su Yu and the remaining members had to hold their ground. However, even so, this was a dangerous moment of extreme vulnerability for the enlightened. However, there was also a trump card. Yi Nan and the enlightened had frequent dealings in the past, and after Songshur's patrol and surveillance and enlightened's ambassador for foreign investment trip, both sides intended to deepen cooperation. In certain critical moments, they could draw upon some of Yi Nan's strength. But given the increasingly tense situation in Terra, this trump card should be used only as a last resort. Then, Vermilion Bird Soul. Songshur slowly raised his eyes, speaking softly to himself. My law has a primordial spirit. Chapter 573. The southern fire governed by the Li trigram, symbolized by the vermilion bird, the god of fire. It is the heaven of the 3 Chi in the south, the palace of the fire official, the palace of the red emperor, the fire virtue of Mars, and the vermilion bird god of the well, ghost, willow, star, wings, and chariot constellations. The phoenix, a divine beast of great renown in the eastern continent, is considered by many schools to be the manifestation of the vermilion bird's essence, ranking below it in rank. While it is difficult to ascertain whether the earliest being to call itself vermilion bird was a mythical beast, a transcendent being, or a spiritual being of the great origin, the exact nature of this being is now impossible to verify. As a being hailed as the star god, one of the 4 spirits of heaven, and the ruler of the 7 southern constellations, the vermilion bird undoubtedly left a significant mark on the imagery of fire, at least for the people of the eastern continent. Numerous spiritual arts have been born from this. Whether it's the vermilion bird feather and spirit of heaven from the transcending path, or the Southern Bright Fire and Mars Fire Virtue from the Great Origin Path, they emerge in endless succession. Among them, top-tier spiritual energy techniques, like Southern Bright Fire, are even hailed as divine fire. Of course, there are also spiritual energy techniques that, despite initially claiming to be derived from the imagery of the vermilion bird, were later stripped of their titles due to insufficient strength. Through the long evolution and development of the path, nothing remains constant. Even with the same spiritual energy technique, the Southern Bright Fire of this era is undoubtedly stronger, more intense, and more capable of vanquishing demons and evil, making it invincible, compared to the Southern Bright Fire of 2,000 years ago. And what he needs next is the spiritual energy technique, Vermilion Bird Soul. Song Shi's wandering thoughts returned as his palm clenched. This psionic technique can, to some extent, imbue the wielder's psionic flames with demon-quelling properties, enhancing their ability to suppress negative psionic energy. It also provides a certain boost to the wielder's soul strength, and grants them the imposing aura of a divine beast. Compared to choosing the Vermilion Bird Soul, the above are merely minor details in terms of its fundamental effect. Its true core lies in granting the wielder's psychic energy the characteristic of spiritual essence within magic. When psychic energy possesses spontaneous spirituality, it's like acquiring a spiritual essence symbolizing life, which is both connected to the psychic's will and possesses strong autonomy. This is spiritual essence within magic. The simplest example is releasing a wisp of psychic flame towards a target. Normally, from release to actual damage, it requires aiming and locking onto the target. However, for a psychic who has mastered spiritual essence within magic, simply having the thought of killing the opponent is enough for the released psychic flame to act spontaneously, even disregarding everything else. This alone greatly reduces the mental effort required from the psychic. This freed-up mental energy can be used elsewhere. When the intensity of combat reaches extremely high levels, sometimes a mere hair's breadth can determine victory or defeat, life or death. Moreover, the power of Dharma possessing a primordial spirit lies not only in liberating mental energy. With a single thought, all dharmas arise. This ultimate realm, pursued by countless spiritualists throughout history, is based on Dharma possessing a primordial spirit as one of its cornerstones. When spiritual energy possesses spontaneous spirituality, it's as if it has developed its own consciousness, autonomously evolving into countless variations to suit the needs of the spiritualist. If Song Shi's current setup is a raging inferno, incinerating everything, then it is indeed powerful. However, when facing a formidable opponent, even Song Shi cannot devote much attention to his setup, only able to maintain a basic framework. This was the case when he faced Isidore, whose halberd overwhelmed him from beginning to end, almost suffocating him. But with the law as a primal spirit, everything changes. Even in the heat of battle, when one can't spare much attention for meticulous command and control, under the law as a primal spirit, the spiritual flames constituting the battlefield are like an army commanded by a vast number of mid to low-ranking officers, instantly transforming into well-trained and powerful soldiers, fighting in unison. One only needs to think and set a general strategy, and they will execute the specific tactics. Using the celestial spirit that governs the 7 southern constellations as its image, the Vermilion Bird Soul can give the holder a seed leading to the law as a primal spirit. But seeds also have many stages of growth, and there are differences between different law as a primal spirits. It's not a difference between half-baked and skilled. A spiritualist qualified to inscribe the Vermilion Bird Soul will always be not high enough, not very low, resulting in a difference between strong and even stronger. And I, naturally, am the strongest Dharma possessing primordial spirit. A crimson gold light flashed in Song Shi's eyes, his dazzling divine might vanishing in an instant. A few seconds later, the young man pondered. Well, actually, he wasn't quite the strongest. In his previous life, his Dharma possessing primordial spirit was absolutely top tier within the 4th ring, but above that were the 5th ring, true spirit, and the 6th ring, divine throne. Regardless of others, just considering himself, if after breaking through to the 5th and 6th rings, his Dharma possessing primordial spirit remained stagnant and unchanged, it was simply impossible. The ritual of inscribing the Vermilion Bird Soul theoretically requires finding a place, using spiritual energy to create an area, and after completion, actively anticipating countless changes and adapting to variables to maintain this small world for a period of time. This would prove that psychics are qualified to receive the Vermilion Bird Soul. The commotion would be too great, and the time too long. Song Shi didn't intend to take this path. A month ago, he publicly defeated Reginald Buck, revealing his strength to the public. The company would undoubtedly update his evaluation file significantly. The law has a primordial spirit greatly enhanced his abilities. In just 1 month, The company would never have imagined his strength would increase so quickly. However, once the orthodox ceremony for the Vermilion Bird Soul was held, considering the company's ubiquitous reach within the corporate alliance, it would be impossible to conceal it. At that time, the law has a primordial spirit, which could have been a trump card, would definitely be exposed prematurely. Yes, a trump card. Although the situations in the two lifetimes were very different, considering the battle at the Sky Tower data center in his previous life, no matter how different the situation was in this life, the intensity of the battle wouldn't be much lower. Even with the Vermilion Bird Soul inscribed, his sixth ring psychic technique would only be half full, equivalent to the middle level of the fourth ring. With such strength, Songshur, unusually, was preparing to hold back if he wanted to shine in the Sky Tower data center battle. The young man slowly exhaled a scorching breath. In any case, those were matters for later. The first priority right now was to inscribe the Vermilion Bird Soul. The path. With a thought, the scene before him instantly changed. The magnificent starry sky opened its arms to the psionicist. Chapter 574. Dayuan Path. As always, the vast wilderness stretched as far as the eye could see, like a mirror-like lake, reflecting the starry sky where countless stars shone brightly. Songshur opened his eyes, casually taking a step, causing ripples to spread beneath his feet. The scenery accumulated from the path traversed across millennia, practiced and pioneered by countless spiritual beings, was right here. How fortunate, Songshur thought, strolling leisurely, without immediately summoning the path. If he had been born thousands of years ago, how could he have witnessed this scene? The sixth ring, divine throne, born from the dedication and sacrifice of countless spiritual beings over thousands of years, 6 parallel paths colliding repeatedly, a magnificent spectacle of spiritual energy. Turning his gaze to reality, Terra today has undoubtedly reached another turning point in its history. A multitude of wills, each driven by its own nature, intertwine and shroud the entire world, poised to determine Terra's future for the next century. If he had been born a few hundred years later, it would have been a truly regrettable situation. At that time, who could say for sure that no psionicist had finally broken through to the seventh ring? Who could guarantee that they would still have the opportunity to decide Terra's future? After all, if things continued as they were, Songshur wouldn't be surprised if Terra were to be shattered to pieces someday. How fortunate indeed. Songshur stopped. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the former great sources, who, shimmering with starlight, also looked down upon the current great sources. Psionic art. Vermilion Bird Soul, I don't intend to go through the ritual, but I insist on giving it to you for free, which I imagine you wouldn't agree to. Songshur's lips curled into a smile. So let's change the assessment method. The venue is right here. I take it either way. The starry sky flickered, then suddenly spun. The once radiant, multicolored sky, brimming with countless stars, seemed to have been splashed with a basin of crimson and gold paint, abruptly swallowing up all other colors. Like a wildfire, the entire sky rippled, resembling charred, shimmering paper. In the blink of an eye, the once tranquil and beautiful starry sky transformed into an intense, unyielding fiery sunset. From the vast, towering fiery sunset, a crimson divine bird bathed in flames emerged proudly, its golden pupils radiating undisguised arrogance. Its wings suddenly unfurled, and within seconds of its appearance, the temperature of the surrounding environment began to soar, almost solidifying heat waves radiating in all directions. The land scene was ravaged by drought, 1,000 miles of barren land. That was the description of the drought demon. And as one of the 4 celestial spirits, could the Vermilion Bird's power be inferior to that of the drought demon? A Vermilion Bird reaching the 4th ring level also wields environmental modification level power, although this isn't a true Vermilion Bird. The majestic, domineering divine bird circled once, then became somewhat ethereal, before revealing a human silhouette. A woman in a robe with pure, unblemished vermilion hair, a golden mark between her brows, lowered her eyes slightly, and indifferently surveyed the scene below. An enormous vermilion bird circled behind her, supporting a vast expanse of fiery clouds. 5th ring. No! Songshur raised his eyes, his pupils reflecting the woman's graceful figure, peak of the 4th ring. This aura, that of a psionicist, who was only 1 step away from the 5th ring in his previous life. Even in his past life, before his duel with Renata Clemens, he was only at this level. Although what has reappeared now is not its full glory. The woman raised her hand, her slender, white fingers grasping something, a crimson longbow, as red as blood and fire. Simplified as this, just what I wanted. Songshur drew his heavy slayer. The next instant, his index finger pulled back the bowstring, and a terrifying crimson light blazed from the sky, shooting towards the earth with a high-pitched cry. The longbow, composed entirely of flames, unleashed its full force the moment it was released, the arrow, which had been forcibly drawn into a single line, bursting forth like the vermilion bird, the fire god of the south, soaring into the heavens, spreading its fiery wings. In an instant, countless tiny sparks of fire fell, as if the vermilion bird had scattered thousands of long, narrow sword feathers. It was as if someone had turned the world upside down, a sea of fire, blotting out the sun, pouring down from the heavens. If this were in reality, this single arrow would have burnt down most of a city. As a great source, who has immersed himself in the vermilion bird Tao and reached the peak of the fourth ring, the spiritual flames he wields are undoubtedly the spiritual art's southern bright fire. It can be seen that within the raging sea of fire, the flames, which should be pure vermilion, have a milky white tinge at their peaks. This is not an impurity, but rather proof that he has pushed southern bright fire to an extremely high level of pure fire. Thus, with a completely different color, the immense flame surged skyward in a reversal. The crimson gold flames met the milky white vermilion flames. Like two colliding waves, they first collided to a point of confusion, then this point suddenly expanded, creating a powerful force, and finally collapsed and shattered. Unimaginable heat spread out with a roar. Even steel placed here would instantly melt into molten iron. However, for both sides present, this was merely the end of the warm-up. A long cry resounded again, and the woman leaned back abruptly. The vermilion bird's wings closed in time, completely enveloping her. The next second, the egg-shaped embrace shattered, the vermilion bird vanished, replaced by a majestic presence. Her hair, which had previously barely reached her shoulders, now extended to her waist, fluttering like crimson silk. The golden mark between her brows lit up, gleaming brightly, but it emanated not a trace of warmth, only the ruthless cruelty of vanquishing demons. She lowered her gaze, her eyes painted with crimson eyeshadow, and with a casual flick of her wrist, a longbow appeared in her hand. Compared to the previous artifacts forged purely of flame, this longbow was now engraved with intricate and majestic patterns, like a vermilion bird in a different form. Just a few seconds of staring at it caused a strange dryness in her throat. Such strength could never have gone unnoticed in history. A wave of heat rolled in, his hair whipping in the wind, threatening to scorch him at any moment, yet Song Shi laughed heartily. But I'm not good at history. Both attacked simultaneously. Song Shi gripped a handful of Emperor's essence, and with a single, powerful strike, heavenly thunder and earthly fire erupted, igniting from the combined forces of the yin and yang energies, shooting straight into the sky and condensing into a terrifying, undeniable line of flame. His opponent, too, launched an arrow. It was a scene almost identical to the previous one, the entire sky, consumed by the southern bright fire, crashing down upon the young man below. Only one difference. If before it was an arrow splitting into countless streams of fire, like a vermilion bird scattering thousands of sword feathers, then now, each stream, each line of fire, seemed to transform into an independent red sparrow, swirling and shifting with an indescribable spirituality, soaring high, weaving together to form a flock of birds on a hunting expedition. The law possesses a primordial spirit. Chapter 575. These firebirds, theoretically small and exquisite beings, possess not a trace of delicacy in Song Shi's perception. Instead, they resembled the overwhelming force of an endless barrage of fiery meteors crashing down upon the world at its end. Good, 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 beautiful. Song Shi's eyes gleamed, and he burst into laughter. The true Radiance Dharma avatar activated without hesitation, meeting the cataclysmic meteor shower. The crimson gold flame Dharma avatar suddenly raised its hands, its spiritual energy technique, born from the imagery of blazing light, possessing unparalleled power. When it made this raising its hands, it wasn't to stop or crush a portion of the meteor shower. But rather, like a god who created the world, it single-handedly held up the entire collapsing, burning sky. The next instant, a line of pitch-black flame, hundreds of meters long, shot straight into the sky. Countless fireflies resonated with each other, dancing nimbly, yet before they could even utter a mournful cry, they were crushed by the rising calamity. The surging of the Emperor's dew, the destructive power of the calamity, the soaring explosion, the blessing of the sun. From the first ring to the fourth, with each fusion of spiritual energy, even the southern bright fire, which had already reached the pure fire realm, was still far inferior to Song Shi in terms of pure killing power. Therefore, it was unstoppable. Chong Shi accurately struck his target, and no matter how the fireflies flew and gathered, they were easily burned through. The woman raised an eyebrow, not having time to draw her bow again. With a flap of the vermilion bird wings extending from her back, she seemed to vanish into the void, the sparks reforming into her form hundreds of meters away. Fire escape. The opponent was clearly also an expert in this field. Even though the calamity flame shattered the firebirds and greatly interfered with the field formed by the southern bright fire, she still managed to escape at the last minute. But Songshur was also a master of this art. The sparks had just coalesced into the outline of a woman when Songshur, dragging a flame that swept hundreds of meters, struck again almost instantaneously after the soaring to the heavens burst forth with incredible speed. His slender index finger hooked the bowstring. Those firebirds that had been pulverized, in that instant, as if time had reversed, the fragments brought about by the collapse of countless firebirds, suddenly coalesced, transforming into a flame even more magnificent than before. Southern bright fire had reached the pure fire realm, its intensity reaching an extremely high level. While its killing power was far inferior to Songshur's current state, in the short term, the latter could only manage to crush, not completely annihilate, it. These crushed but not completely destroyed fragments still retained a portion of their spirituality, and with the blessing of the vermilion bird soul Dharma possesses primordial spirit, they could be reused with terrifying efficiency. Boom! The flames crashed into Songshur, sliced through like butter with a hot knife. Only thanks to the demon-slaying and evil-exterminating power of the southern bright fire, the opponent significantly reduced the impact of the calamity on his mind. Songshur didn't stop, immediately following up with another strike. The bowstring was pulled again. This time, a pure white arrow of flame flashed past. Time froze for a moment, then Songshur's momentum abruptly stopped, as if it had met an unparalleled force, a flame blade extending hundreds of meters, causing both Songshur and the blade itself to collapse violently. But that wasn't enough. Even with the opponent's strength, such an attack formed from pure fire was a considerable burden. And Songshur. One attack was thwarted, so he unleashed a second. Endless fireflies met the raging flames, both collapsing and shattering simultaneously, only to coalesce again in the next instant, colliding fiercely once more. The law possesses primordial spirit brought forth a subtle and spontaneous transformation, unstoppable, but the latter, aided by the overwhelming power of heavenly sun and true radiance, allowed scorched earth to withstand the former. However, at this moment, the center of the battlefield was no longer here. One was crimson, the other red gold, two streams of fire raced at supersonic speed, tearing vacuums into the raging sea of fire, cleanly crushing both fireflies and calamities. Flame arrows, launched 1 second, were swallowed by black flame blades the next. Crimson hair and robes danced in unison, yet the woman remained oblivious, her eyes, painted with crimson eyeshadow, focused only on the figure hurtling towards her. Even her icy indifference slowly melted, revealing a cruel smile. At the same moment, Songshur attacked again. She clicked her tongue lightly, abandoning the bowstring she had just half-drawn. The vermilion bird wings were about to flap, concealing herself in a fire escape technique to evade. However, in the next instant, the heavy slaughter, which had already unleashed half of its attack, suddenly changed direction, disrupting the environment and slowing the fire escape for a moment. Spiritual ability glassy observation. At least we fought for this long, Songshur laughed loudly. I at least caught some of your fire escape variations. It was too late to change tactics to evade. With a flick of her fingers, the woman slashed out with her longbow without hesitation. This longbow, shaped like the vermilion bird, collided head-on with heavy slaughter. Amidst the shattering sound of glazed glass, the longbow disintegrated, but the unstoppable force of the flaming edge continued forward. Having consumed the fire seed and the Emperor's essence, the killing power of this strike was so immense that even with the opponent's spiritual cultivation, no one would want to take a hit from it. The battle is over. The battle is over? A long, proud cry, more resonant than ever before, echoed through the air. A hand gripped the shattered longbow, forcibly maintaining its shape. In an instant, the woman's aura shifted 7 times, each change increasing the power she exuded. Behind her, starlight flowed, and 7 gleaming stars appeared, forming a burning star map. The shape this star map outlined was none other than a proud and arrogant vermilion bird. Well, ghost, willow, star, extended net, wings, chariot. The 7 mansions of the south, the 4 symbols of heaven. Governing the 7 mansions of the southern sky, corresponding to the Li trigram and the 8 trigrams, fire in the 5 elements, and summer in the 4 seasons. This evolved into one of the 4 celestial spirits' techniques, a testament to her lifelong cultivation. Thousands of starlight burst forth, their brilliant divine light instantly sweeping across heaven and earth, staining everything crimson. The next moment, even light could not escape. These starlight rays began to burn, the world seemingly plunged into a crimson inferno. except for that one deep, dark line so close at hand. The southern fire god who governs the constellations? Even with the power of the Emperor's Dew, Songsher's pupils still revealed a chilling ferocity. The calamity flame reached an unprecedented peak after acquiring the spiritual energy technique Emperor's Dew, even tearing a massive gash in the burning starlight rays. The sun in the sky suddenly sank, sinking into the rising heavy slaughter. The power from the heavenly sun imbued the heavy slaughter, carrying the calamity flame with an inexplicable brilliance. Then, it continued to rise. Joyful gazes met those of ferocious ones. The vermilion bird, formed from the 7 constellations, collided violently with the fiery blade that dragged out a jet-black sun. Chapter 576. A gust of wind arose from nowhere. The divine fire that ignited heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the scorching heat subsided quietly. Songsher released his grip, casually tearing off a piece of charred skin. From his right cheek to his chest, the flesh was burned dry, revealing charred bone. The misty imperial elixir seeped into the wound, stabilizing the injury, but it was only stabilizing. The supposed healing effect of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bone suddenly vanished. That was to be expected. This move, commanding the 7 southern constellations and manifesting the 4 celestial spirits, was an unstoppable, fiery attack. Even now, its remaining power was still exerting its effect, desperately trying to widen the wound. The southern bright fire, like maggots clinging to the bone, stubbornly resisted the imperial elixir. The 3 enclosures and 28 mansions are said to govern the celestial sphere, giving rise to endless variations. Your move appears on the surface as a raging inferno, arrogant and domineering, but fundamentally, it's a killing move centered on change. Songsher slapped away Chongsher, letting his exposed chest burn. Using the power of the primordial spirit, you forcibly split the southern bright fire into 7 layers, each with subtle differences in nature, thus echoing the 7 southern mansions. These 7 layers of southern bright fire, paired and combined in groups of 3, can evolve into even more variations. Ultimately, with only the pure southern bright fire, you achieved an extreme complexity of changes, and even on this basis, unified these changes, forming the vermilion bird of the 4 celestial spirits. Her crimson hair, slightly disheveled and cascading over her shoulders, returned to its indifferent expression as she listened quietly to the person before her. But after all, it's only the 7 mansions of the south, Songsher said with a hint of regret. No matter how much it evolves, there are limits to its transformations. If you could go further and see yourself as the Purple Palace, with the southern bright fire splitting into 20 layers, then I would have no chance of defeating you. Songsher paused, then shook his head. But reaching that level would at least be the 5th ring. The young man was met with a loud and proud chirping of a sparrow. Songsher smiled knowingly. Indeed, why must one rule the Purple Palace? The vermilion bird is one of the 4 symbols of heaven, a divine beast born at the dawn of creation. I must have misunderstood. Then, Songsher let out a long, leisurely sigh. Take care, I won't see you off. A wave of heat swept over them, and before that, a burst of flame rose, and an enormous vermilion bird soared into the sky, transforming into a crimson star hanging in the magnificent night sky. Immediately, everything was renewed. Like someone peeling away a canvas smeared with oil paint, the demon-quelling southern bright fire, the violent and murderous flames, the scattered and broken fire feathers, the chaotic mess, vanished in an instant, and a tranquil world rolled up, covering everything that had been there before, returning to its original state, except for a ball of light floating before him. Southern bright fire, Samadhi true fire, red lotus karmic fire, solar true fire. Without immediately taking it, Songsher stood still, thinking with great interest, the divine fire circulating in the eastern continent. It seems I encountered quite a few already. However, there are also many spiritual energy techniques from other places that push fire to its peak. Just like the spiritual energy flames that also specialize in attacking the mind. Besides the red lotus karmic fire born in the eastern continent, there are also purgatory flames elsewhere. These spiritual energy flames, derived from the imagery of purgatory, even share many similarities, such as their effect on sin. Different paths, same destination, how interesting. Songsher caught the ball of light and swallowed it in one gulp. Spiritual energy art vermilion bird soul. Achieved here. Without a tremendous commotion, a few seconds passed silently before Songsher suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a rich vermilion red appeared, but within a few breaths, this vermilion was swallowed by the crimson gold. No, to be precise, it merged together. Songsher raised his index finger. A spark emerged from his fingertip. Songsher flicked this spark away, tracing an arc in the air. Just as it was about to fall to the ground, splashing up a ball of fire, the young man's mind stirred, and he conceived the thought of fixation. The spark immediately stopped its descent, hovering quietly in midair. First fixation, then tracking and triggering, as his mind directed them, they intertwined, and the spark seemed to suddenly gain its own consciousness, immediately rushing towards the nearest target. While retreating and dodging, Songsher actively severed his connection with the spark, but even without his attention or control, the spark faithfully carried out its orders, tirelessly rushing towards the youth. Then comes the change. Songsher flicked his right hand, summoning another series of sparks. As the thought of binding arose, these previously scattered sparks quickly connected into a line under his mental connection, then shattered with a bang, forming a spherical field encompassing tens of square meters, precisely binding the youth. Aside from the initial thought, the subsequent connection and reconstruction were all changes spontaneously driven by the psionic flame. Going a little deeper, Songsher summoned the forging flame, which, as if forged through countless hammer blows, rapidly reshaped into swords, knives, and spears, roughly 100 in number. He raised his hand and slashed diagonally. The flames formed by the weapons erupted instantly, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 fiery slashes intersected, leaving lingering traces in the air. Upon closer inspection, the technique used to wield each weapon clearly bore the strong influence of Songsher's style. Not bad. Songsher flipped his hand, extinguishing the flames, and nodded in satisfaction. The psionic art forging flame is derived from the imagery of forging, inherently capable of free recombination and shaping. Furthermore, the primordial spirit of magic is essentially a projection of the psionicist's self. The intelligence nurtured by those psionic flames naturally originates from the psionicists themselves. Combined, the scene just witnessed unfolded. Heavenly Sun, Imperial Dew, Vermilion Bird Soul. I have obtained 3 of the 6, thus officially stepping into the middle of the 4th ring, Songsher thought to himself. However, his envisioned self-created psionic technique, which would unleash potential through the terror of life and death, was still quite far from being perfect. He felt a little lost and didn't know when he would be able to create it successfully. But it wasn't a big deal. The only problem was the amount of time involved, but the very act of creating a completely new psionic technique. He would definitely succeed. This wasn't confidence or hope, but a simple statement. Songsher closed his eyes comfortably, spread his arms, and leaned back. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his bedroom in reality. Next, all that's left is to take it to the Sky Data Tower Center. Chapter 577. What's for dinner? Creamy clam chowder, cranberry bread, stewed potatoes and meat, pan-fried roast chicken. And nutritional paste. Nutritional paste again? Can't you change it up? Yes, there is. Go download the Genku app. I just saw they launched Angle Loan a few days ago. There are loans specifically for buying groceries. Why don't you take one out and buy some good food for me too? Loans? Forget about loans. I'm afraid they got me later. What are you worrying about? We're still so young. Our organs aren't even fully developed yet. At most, we'd be turned into zombie slaves to pay off the loan. Hey, I have another idea. Come on, see that tall guy over there? A police officer from the security bureau. Here's what we do. You steal his gun, and we use it to rob the supermarket of good food. Are you out of your mind? Those arms are so thick, one punch from him and my brain will explode. You won't do this, you won't do that, but you still want to eat well? He chuckled coldly, looking at the boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old, squatting on the rusty outdoor air conditioner unit. In front of him was an even younger boy. The latter immediately wailed, "Oh my God, why is the company so mean?" Alright, that's enough. We have 2 more deliveries to make today. Be alert, don't trespass on other people's property, and run if things get bad. The boy jumped off the air conditioner unit. Through the fluttering gap in his jacket, a small black plastic bag could be seen tightly wrapped around his abdomen. Seeing the boy staring at the plastic bag, the boy was about to raise his hand to scare him when he heard the former say, "Bro, I want to try it too." "Are you crazy?" The boy paused for a moment, then slapped the other boy's forehead hard, his hand that had only been meant to scare him. Have we seen enough people whose brains have been fried from eating too much candy? Don't talk like that. But people who don't eat candy can't stand being taken seriously. The boy, after being slapped, raised his voice in protest. The higher-ups don't trust us. At most, we can only do small jobs delivering candy. We're not even allowed to get gang tattoos. At this rate, when will we ever save up enough money for a relocation permit? I could eat nutritional supplements for the rest of my life and it wouldn't be enough. Without a relocation permit, we never leave this slum. We have to be careful to avoid the police even if we just go to the city. Enough, enough, stop talking. The boy's tone remained firm. I calculated it. If I save a little more, and take on more side jobs for 5 years, I'd be able to save up enough money for a relocation permit in 5 years at most. When we get to the city, our credit ratings will skyrocket, I take out a loan, and we each get a prosthetic body. Then the good days will begin. Hey, good days, good days. The boy smacked his lips twice. I'm afraid even if we finally get the relocation certificate, we still be thrown out like dogs. Brother, he said, will things really be good once we get to the city? The boy paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Definitely. The city, at least the trash cans will have more good stuff than here. Okay. The other wiped his hands on his clothes and followed. Then let's do what you say, brother. Let's deliver the goods first. Born in the slums of Vandy City, or, according to the city government's official designation, this area is a promising future development zone. Children born here only have 2 paths in life. First, he possessed exceptional talent, standing out through rigorous selection processes and securing a sponsorship contract from a local company to continue his higher education. However, unfortunately, the standard for standing out was far too stringent, an unattainable goal for 99% of people. Therefore, most people essentially only had one path: join a gang. Water, food, garbage dumps, jobs. The influence of gangs was ubiquitous, at least in the slums of Vandy City. For survival, for mutual support and profit, for a better life, almost everyone chose to join a gang. To survive, I must kill. To fill my stomach, I must rob. After confirming the shoe model hanging on the power line once more, the boy acted as lookout while the younger man went to the transaction location. In the instant they brushed past a car, the transaction was completed, goods for money. The boy looked enviously at the passers-by on the street, their grotesque tattoos peeking out from under their vests, especially their imposing mechanical prosthetics and the gleaming pistols tucked into their waistbands. Strictly speaking, people like these are the true members of the gang family, while the lowly henchmen who only do errands are not considered official gang members at all. Even if they are killed by drug addicts during deliveries, their superiors will still scold them for being useless. As for the local security bureau, which is theoretically responsible for maintaining order, the focus should be on cost reduction and efficiency improvement, and rational overall planning. If resources and manpower are poured into bottomless pits like slums, then more important areas such as the city center and industrial zones may fall into decline or even decay. For the prosperity of Vandy City, the city government made a difficult choice. The boy and girl, having finished 2 deliveries and preparing to return to the gang's headquarters to collect their wages from the officers, witnessed a scene they would never forget as they stepped into their gang streets. High in the sky, flashes of light and shadow appeared as the shuttle, its optical camouflage deactivated, opened its hatch. Fully armed personnel in uniform descended like a tidal wave, crashing into the gang's hideout amidst the unexpected gunfire. Open the door, 9 Royal Defense. President, welcome home. New Forge City, 9 Royal Defense President's office. Climbing back into his office through the window, Songshur had barely sat down when Xiao Li's message sounded on his desk. President, due to our strategic partner status, we have priority in cooperating with the Security Bureau. Our most recent project was an outsourcing operation with the Vandy City Security Bureau to clear out the local slums and maintain order. The operation files are complete, please review them. It's worth noting that the Vandy City Security Bureau didn't contribute much to this operation, but this actually benefits us. After the clearing is complete, 9 Royal Defenses will gain control of the slum security management, and we will gradually build a new community order and expand our influence. However, it's worth noting that our manpower will be even more strained then. The HR department is operating at full capacity, and we expect the first batch of recruited personnel to be able to start work within 45 calendar days. Songshur patiently listened to the thriving report, casually signed a few piled-up documents, and was contemplating whether to play games or watch a movie when a communication came through the encrypted channel. To the underground base, now the contact was signed by Chakro Vaughn. Chapter 578. Newly Forged City, Underground Base. The moment Songshur stepped into the arena, he sensed an invisible atmosphere. This atmosphere encompassed the entire arena, giving a feeling similar to Patty's omnipresent consciousness, which embodied the will of heaven when he was in the earthly shell. This atmosphere wasn't as vast, but its solidity was even greater, using rejection to block prying eyes. Songshur understood. Looking up, he saw 5 figures standing in the center of the arena. Leading them was the current commander-in-chief of the Enlightened Ones, Chakro Valen. To his right was the current deputy commander, Su Yudu, still dressed in neat overalls, a cigarette glowing faintly in his hand, seemingly unconcerned about burning his fingers. Judging from his aura, this wasn't the real person, but a small avatar. To Chaklo's left stood a voluptuous woman, around 30 years old, who smiled warmly at the young man with her arms crossed. Considering her entire body was composed of platinum gold metal, with each seam resembling a pearl-bearing oyster shell constantly opening and closing, she would likely be breathtakingly beautiful to those with certain niche tastes. Songshur had no niche tastes. Fourth ring transcendence, Abyss Lord of Depth 5, Great Platinum Flower, Sangjili. Her true form resided somewhere underground. This was clearly a remotely controlled mechanical avatar. Beside Sangjili were two men. One was burly, with short, bright golden hair standing on end, a resolute face, exuding an imposing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The other was a man of average build, neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short, in his 20s or 30s. The only slightly unusual thing about him was his face. No, rather, his overall appearance. Songshur looked at him 3 times before retaining a definite memory of it. Supporting the Enlighteners' force, enabling them to confront the company's core, are 2 of the 8 psionicists who have reached the 4th ring. 4th ring Great Source, Panoi's resounding thunder drum, Siblin Nicole. 4th ring Consensus, Heavenly Demon's conversion Shinju. However, besides Siblin, Shinju, who claims to have converted to the Heavenly Demon, is also not present in person, only a holographic projection appears here. Not a single one surpasses him? Songshur sighed. Then who will take the hits? Suyu glanced at the young man. There's no other way. We've been planning for ages, and after much deliberation, only Shinju and I can spare the manpower. Shinju clasped his hands together, his voice surprisingly gentle and pleasant. However, Siblim is taking the path of manifesting natural disasters, so he's quite resilient. Wrong, it's energy lifeforms. A deep voice echoed, its tone not loud, yet it still sent a chill down one's spine. Siblim clenched his rough fist, correcting the other's statement. I join you guys in attacking the Sky Data Tower Center. Just kidding. Sangjili lightly covered her mouth, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Well, I allocate some resources to provide you with remote technical support. However, considering Zero Network's technical capabilities and the importance they place on the Sky Data Tower Center, what I can do is rather limited. My psionic energy can achieve an effect similar to a large-scale, high-intensity EMP impact, Siblim said solemnly, several arcs of electricity crackling around him. At that time, I will try my best to disrupt the electromagnetic environment of the Sky Data Towers, affecting their network system. The Sky Data Tower Center incorporates parts of the Abyss. A simple, physical electromagnetic storm isn't enough to completely destroy their network system. However, Ogden Christopher is on our side. Saying that name aloud, Sangjili's face showed a rather complex expression. The Abyss King among Abyss Kings, the King of Wizards, the undisputed strongest demon on Terra. Perhaps he sees her, this big platinum flower, the same way she sees the others around her. Let's put Ogden aside for now. Su Yuda stubbed out his cigarette, interrupting the conversation. Now, I announce the specific operational plan for codename Jenny. Jenny was the codename within the Enlightened Ones for their operation to seize the proposed super artificial intelligence, the weaving machine, and it was only circulated within a very limited circle. 4 days later, at 3 a.m., the official start time for the operation. Suyu tugged at his collar, glancing around at everyone. According to intelligence, Zero Network has a 4th ring resident at the Sky Data Tower Center, but that's not crucial for now. The real problem is Dwight Brooks. He left a data avatar there. Once he senses an attack, he can instantly switch to his physical body and descend. With his strength, TSK, if I have to defend headquarters, and Dwight focuses solely on defense, Chaklo won't be able to break through his defenses in a short time. So, it's a race against time. Shinju smiled. Dwight can control the entire Sky Data Tower Center. Even if the Commander-in-Chief diverts most of his attention, the remaining resources will still prevent forces below the 4th ring from penetrating the interior. Zero Network support, and the support from the giant corporations, will arrive soon. We must break into the data tower before the support encircles us, find the spinning machine, and seize it. That's the significance of Ogden. Suyu said calmly. Without using the Singularity technology-based reality overwrite, Dwight can't possibly be a match for Chaklo. But once he does, Ogden can seize the opportunity to unleash its full power in reality. Leaving aside the 4th ring for now, the company's 5th ring will definitely not stand idly by. Songsher turned his neck and said casually, "So I talked to Yinan earlier. When we storm the Sky Data Tower Center, they will exert some pressure at the border. The condition is that after obtaining the spinning machine, Yinan will have the right to participate in its research and use." Shinju and Siblim exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Clearly, this was the first time they had learned of this. The same goes for the Science Ethics Committee. Suyu nodded slightly. Yvette has made a commitment. The Science Ethics Committee, current chair, Fifth Ring Truth. Perpetual cycle, Yvette Gregory. Given the escalating situation, and its inevitable worsening in the foreseeable future, the Science Ethics Committee needs to secure allies in advance. And for its members dedicated to advancing science, the weaving machine is an option they cannot refuse. In short, before anything begins, checks for the weaving machine have already been written to Ogden Christopher, Yvette Gregory, and Yinan. Chapter 579. 6 Level 4 units will accompany you. They will be responsible for flanking maneuvers and intercepting enemy forces on the perimeter. 2 of them will act as relay points, allowing Sangjeli to provide technical support more quickly. Suyudu was still outlining the deployment. Tools and springboards. This is the role of the remaining personnel. In a battle involving multiple 5th rings and 4th rings, even a level 4 unit, theoretically capable of single-handedly suppressing an entire city, becomes insignificant. Furthermore, they must stay away from the center of the battlefield to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Even the slightest aftershocks from a clash between 5th rings would be an unbearable burden for most level 4 units. Thousands of years ago in Terra, one of the unspoken rules among the 5th rings was to ascend to the heavens when fighting each other to avoid causing too much damage to Terra. Of course, this was, after all, just an unspoken rule. In the event of certain special circumstances, such as a country's population being halved in a short period, both sides would disregard all consequences and quickly enter a bloody retaliation phase. This is how many of today's geographical wonders came about. The defense matrix at the center of the Sky Data Tower is configured to the highest level. You may not be able to break through it in a short time, Chaklo said. I will use the psionic energy of rejection to conceal my presence and get as close to the Sky Data Tower as possible. I will be responsible for the first wave of attacks, creating an opportunity for you to break through. Even if Dwight can reduce some of the damage, the defense matrix will still be affected, and its strength will decrease. I have a question. How are we going to get up there? Shinju asked curiously. Spatial travel? We don't have the corresponding technology and psionic energy, and besides, the Sky Data Tower must have a spatial coefficient stabilizer. Taking a vehicle. Firstly, it's too slow, and secondly, it won't escape the wide area detection of the defense matrix. We'd be sitting ducks. And if it comes down to individual methods? Shinju pointed to himself, giving a helpless bitter smile. Speed racing. I'm not good at that. Any specially modified 3rd ring beyond could easily surpass my speed. He was a consensus, not some other miscellaneous path, and a very traditional one at that, exploring the power of the mind. He usually just calls a ride-hailing service when he goes out to buy things. Shin, I remember the last time you came to New Forge City was 5 months ago, Chaklo suddenly said. Yes. Shinju sighed softly. After all, it's better for someone like me who does intelligence work to stay out of the public eye. He was in charge of the Enlightened One's intelligence department, and occasionally he would personally go into action, carrying out interrogation and infiltration missions. Back when he was just an adult, he was already a minor notorious economic fraudster. Later, he was careless and slipped up during an operation that involved swindling money, sex, and emotions. The female executive of the company turned the tables and threw him into prison, almost turning his body into a personal massage stick. Fortunately, the Enlightened Ones were raiding the prison to bail out people at the time, and they managed to get him out as well. Considering the female executive, who was eyeing him covetously, Shinju decisively chose to join the Enlightened Ones, and over the years, he gradually earned the title of Heavenly Demon's Conversion. Now, no one knows exactly how many people he has secretly corrupted, or how much chaos he can create with these undercover agents when necessary. Time has passed, and that female executive has long since been shattered in the brutal internal power struggles of the company. Considering their past karmic ties, Shinju secretly went to her grave to offer incense. So your intelligence is outdated. Siblim grinned, revealing a row of steel teeth. He was a career soldier, but after witnessing truckloads of his comrades' mangled corpses being transported to operating rooms, their usable prosthetic bodies salvaged from the carcasses, washed, disinfected, and sold by the logistics chief to a second-hand prosthetic company, he flew into a rage, slaughtered a bunch of people, escaped the military, and earned the title of wanted criminal. Later, after many twists and turns, he eventually joined the Enlightened Ones, becoming one of the heads of the military department. With his ruthless and decisive style of action, he earned the nickname Panoi's Thunderous Drum. We weren't just focused on training our manpower. Hey, a sky tower in near Earth space? You never guess what we got. A cannon, an entire electromagnetic cannon. Are we planning to shoot down the sky data tower with a single shot? As he said this, Shinju's face revealed a knowing expression. Electromagnetic catapult. That's a good idea. The catapult is ready. Chaklo raised his index finger. We will ride in the catapult, launched into near-Earth space by the newly built giant electromagnetic catapult device. I will maintain psionic energy throughout, using rejection and deniment to reduce drag, lower the friction coefficient, and isolate reconnaissance scans. I can recharge the catapult at any time. Second stage acceleration. Siblum clenched his fist, and arcs of electricity could be seen flashing around him. We're determined to give Zero Network a big surprise. Codename, Jenny. That's all for the action plan. So you asked, anything else you want to ask? The plan is quite brief. Songsha raised an eyebrow. Anyway, once we're on site, everyone can do their own thing? Do you need a step-by-step, hands-on action plan? So you asked first, then pondered for a few seconds before saying, Songsha, the plan to seize the spinning machine was initially yours. I think you were already prepared, so I won't say more. Songsha shrugged. The fact that he had inscribed the spiritual energy technique for Million Bird Soul to achieve Dharma with primordial spirit was unknown to anyone, not even Chakro. In everyone's eyes, Southern Dipper Songsha had only broken through to the fourth ring, sublimation, less than half a year ago, and had only inscribed 2 spiritual energy techniques, Heavenly Sun and Emperor's Flowing Essence. Everyone, my subordinates, my friends, and my fellow travelers. Just then, applause rang out. Chakro stepped forward, and at that instant, beams of light rose in the previously empty hall, surrounding Songsha and the others. Men, women, tall people, short people, they were holographic projections from afar. Their expressions varied, some tense, some excited, some calm. They were the leaders of Operation Jenny, and the participants about to embark on their mission. Chakro lowered his hand, and slowly looked at the group, his gaze sweeping over each face, as if trying to memorize them. Today, we stand here. In 3 days, we will depart, and on the 4th day at the same time, I sincerely hope you will all still be here. But I also know clearly that this is impossible. I abhor death, but life will always end, physical death, social death. However, the rampant proliferation of corporatism has accelerated this process far beyond any expectation. Life has become a commodity with a price tag, losing all its inherent meaning. Madness has become the equivalent of measuring money. From birth to death, people never escape the shadow of the corporation. I want to change all of this. We must change all of this, we will change all of this, so that when millions of tomorrows arrive, that omnipresent shadow will disappear. We will walk hand in hand, fight side by side. This is a death we actively embrace to avoid dying again. Chapter 580. 3 days. This was the final time before the official operation, codenamed Jenny. Theoretically, this was time to leave a will, divide one's assets, and relax before the operation, but Songsha didn't really need any of that. Oh, it wasn't necessary. As for dividing the assets, to be honest, Songsha hadn't seriously calculated it. Anyway, he had quite a lot of miscellaneous assets. He had accounts with the Northern Thunder Defense Front Yunnan and the Enterprise Alliance, but he didn't know the exact amounts. He was too lazy to divide them. As for relaxing before the operation, Songsha thought back and realized he'd always been quite relaxed. Beep, stop, halt. You think you can get in without a ticket? The shout pulled Songsha back to reality. A huge shadow fell, blocking the blinding sunlight. Under the blazing sun, the earth was baked, and in the center of the heat, a bald, burly man stood with his arms crossed, like a city wall blocking Songsha's way. The man was quite tall, likely due to an implanted growth sculpt. Songsha had to crane his neck to meet his gaze. Songsha uttered a single syllable, expressing his question. What? Which memorial hall doesn't require an entrance fee? The burly man, wearing a vest and beach shorts, quickly pulled out a badge from somewhere and pinned it on, mechanically tapping it with his index finger. Look closely. Songsha's gaze followed. Newcastle Light City Geothermal Generator Battle Memorial Hall, Ticket Office and Security Office, the young man suddenly realized, looking at the rising steam beneath his feet. No wonder the temperature in this area was several degrees higher than other places. Even in Newcastle Light City today, it would be considered hot. Here, Songshur surveyed his surroundings. Gleaming skyscrapers, a constant stream of cars and shuttles, the shimmering artificial lake beneath the overpass, and the hurried flow of people, a cacophony of complaints and sweat. This was the very battlefield where the geothermal generator was deployed. It was here that he had slain all human glory Grodin, holding out until the geothermal generator was successfully deployed, drawing a continuous stream of heat from the Earth's crust to melt the permafrost that had frozen for decades, from the gloomy sky to the depths of people's hearts. He withdrew his gaze, then looked up again. Far behind the bald, burly man, a magnificent complex of buildings, composed of multiple rectangular blocks and roughly 12 stories high, stood bathed in sunlight. This is a memorial hall? Yes, it's been built for over half a year now, and you didn't know? The burly man replied, then shook his head violently. No, that's not the point. You need a ticket to visit, otherwise you're not allowed in. As he spoke, the burly man pulled out a spray bottle from his pocket and sprayed himself several times. Judging from the glacier image on the packaging, it was probably some kind of highly volatile, highly heat-absorbing cooling spray. You still have to buy a ticket. It's free. The burly man frowned. The tickets are for easy numbering and management, otherwise, letting a whole bunch of people in would be chaotic. His pupils brightened a few times, as if checking something. There are still tickets available today. If you want to book, hurry up. What's inside? Songshur interrupted. I mean, what's in the memorial hall? As if stumped, the burly man stammered. He thought hard for a while. You know Chaklo, right? Ahem, you heard of Songshur from Nan-do, haven't you? The burly man suddenly remembered something and abruptly changed the subject. It contains equipment he used during the geothermal generator battle. Songshur thought for a while, then asked uncertainly, could it be leftover stimulant syringes? Right, you know so much? The burly man's eyes lit up, finally remembering. That's right, I remember it was a bunch of syringes. Hey, to be honest, I heard Songshur is secretly a steroid addict, getting 2 steroid injections every morning. I see. Songshur gave a thumbs up. No wonder it's a memorial. The security guards at the museum really know a lot. Can I ask you something? Are there many visitors every day? Not many. The man wiped the sweat from his brow and answered honestly, it's just too hot here. Sigh, what can you do? I heard the geothermal generators are quite efficient, and the higher-ups don't want to shut them down. So it's ended up like this. Hey, to be honest, who wants to visit a memorial hall these days? It's so boring. Don't let my position here fool you. If you really ask me, I wouldn't go to a memorial hall even on my days off. That makes sense. Songshur pulled his baseball cap down a little, covering half his face. I don't really like memorial halls either. Huh? The burly man was taken aback. The man snapped his fingers. Nothing happened, except for a gust of wind that blew by for a few breaths before the big man suddenly realized the temperature had dropped. The environment had suddenly cooled down. The oven-like heat had melted away, replaced by a lingering coolness. These gusts of wind were clearly the product of air convection after the rapid drop in temperature. At the same moment, feeling a slight chill, half the people in the geothermal area looked around in surprise, wondering if Fubo energy had returned. A gust of wind blew. Even their baseball caps couldn't resist being whipped around and swiftly grabbed by a hand. Send it to the memorial hall, or you can keep it yourself. Songshur patted his hat and tossed it to the other person. Of course, just throw it away, it's fine. Looking at the person before him, the burly man's eyes widened, his expression becoming incredibly complex. You? A flash of fire, and the young man vanished. Newcastle Light City, underground base. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a memorial hall. Songshur sighed. Why didn't you tell me? Geothermal Generator Battle Memorial Hall. I remember it was a project from more than half a year ago. Chaklo casually said, you were still in Yan'an then. How could you have notified us? And so, the small talk ended. Songshur looked up. Beneath the enclosed steel dome, a colossal iron monument stood coldly. A person standing before it would be no larger than a rat. Then, following the cracks on its surface, with a deep rumble, the monument, like a blooming steel flower, split open into 4 pieces. Indigo lightning burst forth from the expanding fissures, layers of thick, energized coils stacked up, confining a powerful magnetic field to the center of this nearly 30-meter-tall iron monument as the current surged. No one would dare test its power. To put a hand inside would be instantly obliterated. However, those present here at this moment could hardly be described as human anymore. Operation Jenny. The spacecraft carrying Songshur and his companions would launch from here. Electromagnetic Catapult System. Chapter 581. Not just Song Shi and Chaklo Vaughn. Panoi's resounding drums, Sibyllin Nicole, the Heavenly Demon's Conversion, Shinju, and 6 accompanying level 4 units, representing a quarter of the Enlightened One's extraordinary power, all gathered here. Song Shi glanced around. The glass mirror reflected the others. Although he didn't know what they looked like a few months ago, they certainly weren't like they were now. Transformation. The thin atmosphere, non-seismic electromagnetic disturbances, and changes in gravity. These were all characteristics of the near-Earth space environment where the Sky Tower Data Center, 170 kilometers above the ground, was located. Crawlers hatched underground could not imagine the vastness of the sky. As level 4 units, flight was not unfamiliar to those present. However, there was a significant gap between unfamiliarity and adaptation, and even mastery. After deciding to participate in Operation Jenny, all 6 level 4 units underwent transformation. Sensor matrices and inertial brakes embedded throughout their limbs and bodies allow them to adapt to the low-gravity environment of near-Earth space. Then, there are the vector thruster arrays. Dozens of vector thrusters of varying specifications are attached to the outer armor and prosthetics, dancing up and down with dazzling agility. Their previously used weapons and equipment also needed modification and adjustment by the engineering department to adapt to near-Earth space. Their current configuration can already be seen as a prototype of a space warfare module. Let's go! Chakro gave everyone one last look, uttered 2 simple words, and stepped onto the Iron Monument first. In the center of the Iron Monument stood a launch pod, as large as a house, conforming to aerodynamic principles. The hatch opened, and after Chakro, everyone entered one by one without hesitation. Network department fully ready, the launch bay was decorated in a minimalist style, all gray and white. Suddenly, a projection appeared. Anchor point connection successful, pedal takeover complete. Everything's fine on my side. Accompanying this was the voice of Big Platinum Flower Sangjili. As she spoke, 2 people present groaned. Although they had rehearsed countless times, they still subconsciously touched the data interface behind their heads. They were the relay pedals. This feeling was unpleasant, like someone had squeezed impurities into their souls, and then kneaded the 2 into a ball. However, to maximize the technical support from Sangjili and the network department, it was all worthwhile. Secondly, this was also a form of protection. With Dwight Brooks and Zero Network's technical capabilities, once they seized the opportunity, even across thousands of miles, they could trace back to the Enlightened One's network department members. Brain damage would be considered a good outcome, planting puppet programs, consciousness cages, abyssal contamination. They had countless ways to manipulate the enemy. Therefore, Big Platinum Flower Sangjili was not only the leader of this network technology support, but also the first buffer and filter against the enemy's offensive. The pressure was indeed terrifying, but if she didn't step forward, the others would be even less able to withstand it. Somewhere underground, unknown to anyone, the scene was unimaginable. What should have been a landscape of rocks and soil had transformed into a platinum gold world, with countless autonomous machines tirelessly operating. At the center of the crisscrossing tracks and cables, a platinum flower the size of a basketball court grew. Layer upon layer of petals, spiraling in a Fibonacci sequence, bloomed. At the stamen, countless cables together supported a humanoid silhouette. Sangjili slowly closed her eyes, her consciousness sinking into the boundless abyss. In 0.4, Sangjili, online Chaklo raised his hand. Reality, at this moment, bowed to will. The psionic rejection and negation worked simultaneously. On the launch pod's performance panel, the drag coefficient and structural strength both decreased and increased. Even if it collided with a meteorite now, the launch pod would remain intact. In 0.1, Chaklo Vaughn, online, a deep rumble came from above, not from the top of the launch pod, but from even higher up. The steel dome contracted layer by layer until finally, the night sky, faintly glowing, was revealed. The burly man crossed his arms. His steel needle blonde hair stood on end due to static electricity, while more current surged into the launch pod, accelerating along with the nearby magnetic coils. In 0.7, Sibyllin Nicole, online, Shinju clasped his hands together, chanting something softly, but his face showed no seriousness. Instead, a smile spread across his face. Those pupils flickered with an eerie halo, as if a single glance could devour a soul. In 0.6, Shinju is online. Song Shi summoned Chong Shi, running 2 fingers over it, the scalding heat traveling from his index finger to his palm. Free bounty hunter. Nando Song Shi. A flash of indigo lightning streaked across the night sky. The star carrying 10 people pierced the night sky, leaving a silent trail. The initial velocity exceeded Mach 20. Such terrifying speed would generate astonishing heat from friction, ionize the air, and the impact of the high temperature. Yet none of this happened. The laws of physics seemed to cease to exist. Chakra had forcefully suppressed it all. No, the speed wasn't just barely decreasing, it was actually increasing. Mach 21, Mach 22, this was Siblim's doing. He had constructed a temporary electromagnetic field, not very stable or precise, but more than enough for acceleration. 170 kilometers. That was the vertical distance between the Sky Data Tower Center and Terra. The distance between Newcastle and the former was clearly much greater, thousands of kilometers, a distance considered extremely long even in this era. And now it was shrinking rapidly. The capsule trembled slightly. The launch capsule had broken through Mach 30. The load on the capsule increased dramatically. This still hadn't reached Chakla's limit, but Siblim was finding it difficult to continue. The electromagnetic field he had constructed was experiencing significant turbulence, and the launch capsule's acceleration had noticeably slowed down, but it was still accelerating. A tidal wave of pressure surged from all directions. For maximum launch efficiency, no load buffering system was installed inside the capsule, but none of those present needed such a thing. A Level 4 unit, a superhuman soldier capable of suppressing an entire city single-handedly. At this moment, they paled in comparison to Chakra and his companions, but this couldn't conceal their power. Even if they were thrown from outer space onto Terra, burning in the atmosphere as they plummeted to Earth, their chances of survival were not low. Then, they saw it. A creation from a science fiction movie many years ago had truly appeared in reality. A silver-white tower silently floated there, just as it had on countless nights past. It was so magnificent, like a wind-eroded giant rock standing in a tranquil wilderness, attracting the gaze of all travelers, its ancient spirits proclaiming timeless truths. The giant corporation Zero Networks. Sky Data Tower Center. Chapter 582. How many years did it take for humanity to first raise its head and gaze at the sky, to build this towering structure suspended in the heavens? No one knows. An undeniable technological culmination, the pride of Zero Networks, a construct built over 2 decades with countless hours of painstaking effort. From the most basic material science to power engines, from fundamental physics to applied engineering, spanning numerous fields such as chemical engineering, communications and mechanics, cables, equipment, connection points, components, software programs. Through repeated trials and simulations, the framework was repeatedly built, dismantled, rebuilt, and dismantled again. A creation born from countless generations of dedication. The Sky Tower Data Center, consuming hundreds of billions of credits and massive resources from Zero Networks, sits in the boundless near-Earth space, like the eye of a god, overlooking all things in the mortal world. Then, light appeared. It was a sudden shooting star. The dazzling light seemed to spring from nowhere, shattering the tranquility of the space. Isolated from resistance, the star, detected by light and electromagnetic waves, finally revealed its disguise, unleashing a jet stream of friction. 100 kilometers. This was its distance from the center of the Sky Data Tower. In near-Earth space, this was practically within arm's reach. The latter finally reacted. A curtain of steel, like a materialized leaden cloud, surrounded the tower. This roughly rectangular defensive matrix, spanning several kilometers, mobilized with visible efficiency. Pure white energy shields slowly rose to their outermost layer, followed by layers of sail-like, heavy armor plates, attempting to envelop the center of the Sky Data Tower as much as possible. But it was futile. A new light shone. The burning tail of a meteor, the massive energy shield erected by the defensive matrix, even the high-energy particle stream streaking through near-Earth space, everything suddenly dimmed. In a world theoretically uninhabitable by humans, stood a human figure. There was no wind, yet the man's hair still fluttered. He opened his 5 fingers, then calmly clenched them. The space, which should have been infinitely vast, felt slightly cramped with his presence. Earth-shattering spiritual energy, along with the clenching of his fingers, coalesced in his hand. An indescribable light burst forth, from the first time humanity raised its head to gaze at the sky, to the construction of this towering structure. And then, a single, individual, from its magnificent divine light, with unyielding force, directly overwhelmed the crystallization forged by the collective. At the same instant, in the near-vacuum environment, everyone clearly heard a furious roar. Chaklavorn. A few felt even more. Every high-ranking demon in near-Earth space trembled, as they sensed something expanding exponentially, a torrent of data. It roared down upon the center of the Sky Data Tower, as if endless computing power was being drained, the boundless world revealed the silhouette of a person once more. An elderly man with silver hair, showing no signs of aging, was impeccably dressed in a press suit, as if he were heading to a cocktail party. However, his expression now betrayed undisguised rage. But rage was equally meaningless. Chaklo's face was illuminated for a moment. Divine light surged, crashing towards the tower directly ahead. Dwight Brooks abruptly raised his hand. The world froze for a moment, then the structure of space was temporarily altered. Without any fancy extra manipulations, space was simply stretched. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers. Distance became the most effective means of reducing destructive power. When the distance stretched to a certain limit, the storm that would destroy a city would transform into a harmless breeze. But if that were all, it wouldn't be enough to stop it. The dazzling divine light swept through everything in its path, and before the reversal psionic energy, the space that had just been stretched by external force returned to its original state. There was no time for further maneuvering. Dwight's eyes flashed, and the psionic surge that had also reached the fifth ring balance blurred the sky data tower, and even the defense matrix simultaneously, as if dozens of layers had been placed on them in an instant. Dozens of layers were utterly shattered, and a terrifying destructive force spanning hundreds of miles struck the center of the sky data tower. The world seemed to freeze for a moment. First, cracks appeared in the energy shield, almost collapsing completely. Then, some of the destructive force penetrated the energy shield, traversing several kilometers, causing nearly a third of the defense matrix, like a celestial sail, to disintegrate. A dazzling stream of multicolored electromagnetic radiation, clusters of brilliant flames illuminating near-ground space, the silent impact followed by fragments of shattered mechanical structures shooting in all directions, like a spectacular fireworks display across the sky. Even at a distance of 100 kilometers, and with Dwight's intervention, this attack still severely damaged the defense matrix. A rebel? Like this, you can't kill me! A painful and furious roar echoed through near-Earth space. That wasn't Dwight's voice, its source was at the center of the sky data tower. More precisely, the voice came from the heavily damaged defense matrix. The defense matrix at the center of the sky data tower was a ring-shaped mechanical structure surrounding the tower, with sails extending for kilometers from it. A third of it had disintegrated, shattered into dust, and now, the remaining surface flowed with eerie blue light patterns. It was as if something had seeped into the defense matrix, becoming its blood and marrow. The main force of the giant corporation Zero network stationed at the sky data tower. The fourth ring beyond, Dark Dragon, Augustine Sewell. In a daze, the ethereal, Dark Dragon clung to the defense matrix, binding together the structure that should have been crumbling. The latter began a new transformation, a seemingly slow unfolding, but in reality, merely an illusion from a macroscopic perspective. As if forcibly stretching and twisting human bones and flesh, the defense matrix, or rather, Augustine Sewell, let out a painful howl, but even more so, a furious rage. Then, points of starlight flickered in near-Earth space. These dazzling yet minute points of light, upon closer inspection, revealed to be astonishingly high-energy lasers. These were high-energy laser beams, their diameters measured in meters, their length continuously extending as they were pierced through cosmic dust. And now, a dense cluster of laser beams, roughly estimated at first glance to number in the thousands, with more points still appearing, resembled meteorites trailing contrails. They magnificently ripped through the night sky, scattering pure destruction. The shipborne laser array on board the defense matrix, with destructive power capable of melting mountains and evaporating rivers, unleashed its full force forward. Chapter 583. Emmanuel Grodin had used a similar technique in the Battle of Forge Light City. But that power paled in comparison to the scene before it. It wasn't that the space-based weapon's solar radiation focusing array was inferior to the laser array of the defense matrix. The former was a true strategic weapon, capable of burning an entire city to the ground, while the latter was ultimately just conventional shipborne weaponry. However, the solar radiation focusing array Emmanuel Grodin used in the past was a secretly transported and constructed, degraded version, but even so, it was still a power capable of threatening a peak third-ring psionicist. Therefore, the laser beams that instantly pierced near-Earth space now were truly qualified to participate in the fourth-ring level of power. I go! As Chaklo and Dwight attacked, the launch pod plunged dozens of miles into the air, then exploded violently. It wasn't a disintegration caused by external force, but rather by some internal power, expanding and forcefully tearing apart the entire launch pod. A sliver of brilliant golden light appeared, then suddenly spread, and a sea of lightning crashed down. In the center of this vast sea of lightning, raging for dozens of miles around. Sublin's appearance changed drastically. Brilliant golden lightning formed a humanoid silhouette, like the god of thunder from mythology. He had unleashed his full power from the outset, immediately entering the state of the psionic skill manifestation of calamity. Behind him, 8 streams of light flew out from the afterglow of the launch pod's explosion, scattering in all directions. In front of him, Sublime grinned maliciously and raised his hand, as if endless lightning were being dragged along, transforming into a rift tearing through the sky, shaking the rapidly descending high-energy laser swarm that obscured all vision. A dazzling line of light collided with almost tangible lightning, only to annihilate upon contact, scattering the starlight and clouds. In an instant, countless orbs of light exploded in near-Earth space, like hundreds of suns simultaneously illuminating the sky. The high-energy particle streams from the terrifying collision ravaged the heavens and Earth, easily piercing through cosmic dust. Sublime was at a disadvantage. Even though he had activated cataclysmic manifestation, his opponent, this fourth ring transcendence, the Dark Dragon, Augustine Sewell, had merged with the entire defense matrix. Even a fourth ring transcendence would normally have a body no larger than 100 meters, but after Augustine integrated the defense matrix, he was like a cyborg wearing heavy exoskeleton armor. His pure performance reached a terrifying level. With the combined operation of psionic energy and the defense matrix, the energy Augustine currently controlled was comparable to the output efficiency of a large nuclear power plant. After rapidly cooling the laser array and enhancing the strength of the firing mechanism using psionic techniques, the high-energy laser beams poured forth relentlessly, almost to the point of madness. However, Sublime's true objective had already been achieved. A powerful electromagnetic storm swept across, creating a turbulent upheaval in the otherwise calm environment and severely disrupting network signals. Drones and air combat specialized mechs that had just emerged from the hangars of the defense matrix were suddenly struck as if by a heavy blow. Their previously meticulous formations crumbled, and several even staggered unsteadily, collided, and exploded. Emerald Pharmaceuticals' armed forces extensively used wet components, much like the brains housed within their drones, a practice absent in Zero Network. Faced with the full force of a fourth-ring great source, even with their varying degrees of electromagnetic interference resistance, these autonomous armed units were still struggling to withstand the onslaught. Dwight, observing the entire situation, noticed it immediately. However, before he could stabilize the environment, Chakro's new attack struck suddenly, forcing him to focus all his attention on the opponent before him. But besides the massive number of autonomous units, the defense matrix was also garrisoned by multiple extraordinary units. Commands flowed through the command system into the autonomous units, rapidly converting them to local combat mode. Simultaneously, the high-level psionicists, carrier-based aircraft, and anti-aircraft fire networks belonging to the Zero Network began their frenzied roar. The 6 Level 4 units on the enlightened side exchanged glances. Their tactics, practiced countless times, were now in practice. They spontaneously charged forward, streaks of light flashing and clashing in near-ground space. Who? Songshur let out a long breath. He raised his eyes, and a dazzling, destructive light illuminated the heavens and earth, revealing a face brimming with joy. Songshur suddenly wanted to laugh. So he burst into laughter. Standing here again. Crimson gold flame surged forth, extending forward along his clenched fingers, and further still. Propelled by a terrifying reserve of spiritual energy, a crimson gold flame blade, several meters in diameter and over 1,000 meters long, took shape. Heavy slaughter near Earth space combat form. With a swift slash, the scattered streams of high-energy particles were annihilated in the flames. Looking down, the planet, no longer so azure, slowly rotated, still breathtakingly beautiful. Even with fourth ring spiritual energy, witnessing it still evoked a profound sense of awe and insignificance. Yet, he still stood here, standing higher than Terra. A silent, deafening roar echoed as the battle between Chaklo and Dwight continued. Neither was willing to shatter the center of the Sky Data Tower, intentionally limiting the area of destruction. Even so, the area within a radius of hundreds of miles centered on them had become a death trap, inhospitable to any living being. The chilling psionic energy shook the heavens and earth. Even the slightest aftershocks transformed into raging winds, tearing apart matter and energy within the battle's radius. Dwight was at a complete disadvantage, utterly overwhelmed by Chaklo. However, being a true fifth-ring cultivator, he could barely hold on for a short time. Sublime's thunderous aura was terrifying. By unleashing a reckless burst of power, he gained a brief period of immense strength. Brilliant golden lighting tore through the night sky, fiercely clashing with the laser array of the defense matrix, turning the initial disadvantage around somewhat. Shinju clasped his hands together, a smile playing on his lips, gazing intently at the distant defensive matrix. Dragon, Augustine Sewell continued, maintaining the laser array bombardment while preparing to further integrate the defensive matrix. But soon, pop-up windows indicating disconnected connections appeared. On the previously unobstructed control interface, several defensive matrix areas went dark, like a frozen person unable to feel their limbs. He suddenly realized something. His integration with the defensive matrix was being peeled away bit by bit? Finally, Songshur withdrew his gaze. And what about himself? There was no need for words or mental preparation. A silent laugh echoed through the vacuum. Amidst the intersecting gazes and peripheral vision, the young man standing in the distance raised his flaming blade and unleashed a perfectly straight strike forward. Chapter 584. The crimson gold flame suddenly surged, sweeping across everything in their path. It was so fast that no one could react. A carrier-based aircraft paused for a moment. The next second, molten cracks erupted from its fuselage, engulfing the entire aircraft. Unstoppable, unstoppable. The true Radiance Dharma form and Heavenly Sun opened simultaneously, adding even more intense power to the already vast and boundless spiritual energy. Wherever the flame streaked past, a torrent of fire was born out of thin air, whipping up wave after wave of flame. The crimson gold meteor hurtled towards the center of the Sky Data Tower. Without air resistance, Songshur's speed was much faster than within the atmosphere. The activation of soaring to the heavens brought unparalleled explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, Songshur broke the sound barrier. Mach 2, Mach 3, Mach 4. This was an unlimited result. Without environmental limitations. Without Songshur's own limitations. Speed comes at a price. Even a fourth ring psychic cannot accelerate indefinitely. When speed exceeds their limits, even surpassing will lead to disintegration and structural collapse. Songshur's speed has already broken through Mach 10 and continues to soar. The feeling, no, everyone's perception, has changed. If before it was a dazzling, brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, now it feels like a blazing sun hurtling towards them in full view of everyone, bringing pure destruction. Even the thundercloud storm, that was originally clashing with the defensive matrix at the center of the battlefield dimmed under this oncoming blaze. Augustine Sully suddenly looked up. From particle detectors to radar arrays, from cutting-edge optical instruments to energy-level analysis devices, his multispectral senses, far exceeding those of ordinary people, all simultaneously transmitted the same information. High-energy attack detected en route. The scorching heat rushed towards him. Even though they were still dozens of miles apart, gazing at the blazing sun gave him, this massive mechanical body, a strange illusion of being engulfed in flames. From the very beginning, Songshur had entered a state of self-immolation. The consumption of 3 flames and the earth-shattering surge of spiritual energy all converged into an incredibly terrifying destructive force. Could he withstand such an attack? Without needing to assess, Augustine knew the answer. He couldn't. Not to mention the defensive matrix that had already been weakened by Chakro's attack and was only being maintained by his own spiritual energy. Even a perfectly functioning defense matrix, theoretically strong enough to require considerable effort from a fourth-ring psionicist to penetrate, and a protective layer constructed from ship-mounted giant energy shields and aerospace armor, couldn't withstand this attack. His reconnaissance system was correct. The opponent was definitely not at the peak of the fourth ring. Far from it. Yes, that was beyond doubt. But why was the destructive power of this attack so immense? There was no time to ponder. Augustine's consciousness withdrew, and task threads were established, adjusted, and coordinated, ultimately activating the massive defense matrix. Those qualified to appear at the Sky Data Tower Center were the undisputed most valuable assets of Zero Network, elites who had climbed to the top from among millions. Within a very short time of the attack alarm being triggered, they swiftly returned to their posts, activating the counterattack plan they thought they would never need. However, the efficiency was less than ideal. First, the environment was severely damaged by the electromagnetic storm, making the network signal extremely unstable. Then, their range of action was restricted. A restriction from Augustine Sully. Or rather, protection. Heavenly Demon's conversion, Shinju, a fourth-ring consensus, stood guard beside him. Even though Augustine Sully activated his anti-mental shock and mental stability system in time, he still dared not expose the elites at the Sky Data Tower Center behind him to the other site. As a consensus, Shinju did not possess the power of Patty Morse, the Director General of the Security Bureau, who used his own mind to distort reality. His expertise, from beginning to end, lay in the mental realm. Such a psionicist was known as a heavenly demon in the ancient Eastern continent. Shinju remained standing in the boundless vacuum, motionless, as if he had done nothing. But Augustine could feel that omnipresent, formless, intangible, endless fine hairs, like the delicate hands of a young girl, embraced him, gently dragging him into the abyss, condemning him to eternal damnation. All the portholes in the Sky Data Tower were closed. He didn't even dare let his subordinates inside glance at the other man. No, something was wrong. Augustine was startled. Southern Dipper Songshire's ultra-high energy strike was about to descend, and at this moment, what was he thinking? The enemy's demonic corruption had already begun. He suddenly snapped back to reality, but in that brief moment, the rapidly breaking through burning sun was about to collide with the defensive matrix. Defense absolutely couldn't stop it. He had to take the initiative to attack and neutralize a portion of it. Augustine roared, and several launch platforms within the defensive matrix opened, disregarding the close proximity, firing all the gravity diversion missiles. A man-made gravitational field suddenly materialized, causing all matter within hundreds and thousands of meters to contract inward, instantly crushing broken mechanical components into small spheres. But then, as if a red-hot iron ball had fallen into ice, the barrier formed by the gravitational field instantly boiled and melted. The gravitational field created by the gravitational distraction missile was powerful, but how could it withstand the destructive calamity born from the destruction of the world, the 4 calamities and 3 plagues? The opponent was determined to single-handedly break through the entire defensive matrix. The gravitational field collided with the burning sun, only to be burned through. The latter, unstoppable, was about to strike the giant energy shield erected by the defensive matrix. At that very moment, something in near-Earth space suddenly changed. Disordered gravity and crimson flames intertwined, creating a magnificent spectacle of destruction. From within this grand display of fireworks, a wooden door appeared out of thin air. A simple style, an amber-colored wooden door, yet in the current scene, even a space mech wouldn't want to linger. The aftershocks of their collision could easily destroy alloy armor. But the wooden door remained unaffected. It stood between the defensive matrix and Songshire. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Did you all have a good day? With a slight turn of the handle, the wooden door opened a crack, and a glimpse of gold, accented with silver white, cautiously peeked out from behind the crack. The girl curiously observed everything that was happening, hesitated for a moment, then, hands behind her back, slowly moved out. She revealed a cheerful and radiant smile. Your Zenria Setsuna suddenly appeared. Chapter 585. Time rewinds slightly. With frames as the unit of time, the complex program runs frantically, consuming massive amounts of data and incorporating the entire situation into real-time analysis. Augustine and the defense matrix have merged, greatly increasing their strength, but facing 3 Fourth Ring members working together, victory is still elusive. Moreover, the defense matrix had already been hit by Chakro. The Supreme Order has been issued, and support from Zero Network is being mobilized at high speed, but it may not be in time. As for the other giant corporations, there's movement on the border, and Yinan has made a major move. Intimidation? Yes, it's most likely intimidation and pressure, but no one is willing to gamble. Because if they truly perceive an opportunity, the king of all wouldn't hesitate to personally initiate military action and launch a war. Indeed, colluding with Yinan is reasonable. The enlightened ones wouldn't be completely unprepared for the other giant corporations if they were to take such a risky step. Dwight's mind was clear as a mirror. A deluge of information flooded him, which he swiftly and methodically processed through thousands of task threads. But this was of no use in the current situation. The rebel, Chaklo Vaughn. Psychic power at the 5th ring, never ceased. Reality succumbed to the clash of 2 wills, teetering on the brink of collapse. Everything within 100 miles was crumbling, and the aftershocks could even affect the environment within hundreds of miles. But one of them was visibly losing ground. Need help? A pop-up window, with a cute orange cat perched on the border appeared. Dwight lowered his eyes. His real-time observation of the entire situation was where he surpassed Chaklo, so he clearly saw the burning sun, poised to erupt, unleashing its terrifying power. Once it hit, the defensive matrix would be destroyed. There was no room for hesitation. Chaklo threw another punch, but this time, it had far less effect. He sensed that his opponent's power had suddenly surged. In the center of the old man's palm, a spinning, crystalline Rubik's Cube had appeared, containing a terrifying stream of data and incredible algorithmic logic capable of instantly overloading a large supercomputing matrix. Then, the Rubik's Cube was crushed to pieces. Singularity technology-based reality overwrite. Tonight, the abyss descended from the sky. Reality was pierced, and countless turbid, viscous substances poured down, rapidly bursting through the pores. Reality and the network were no longer separated. The abyss of depth 6 covered the entire area, then spread further outwards, and abruptly stopped. Chaklo calmly raised his palm, and from it, rejection and denial intertwined and rose, preventing the abyss from further overriding the base reality, limiting its range to the battlefield between himself and Dwight. However, the situation had already reversed. The initial rage slowly subsided, replaced by a godlike majesty. Dwight Brooks' hands were now adorned with 10 rings of varying styles. Behind him, 10 enormous rifts of distinct colors appeared. These were data channels connecting 10 abyssal domains, or rather, abyssal territories. Depth 6, King of the Abyss. Lord of the 10 domains, Dwight Brooks. In terms of the vastness and scale of the abyssal domains he ruled, he was undisputed the strongest in the world, even surpassing the Wizard King. Chaklo Vaughn. The laws of physics shifted, no longer the flow of telepathic communication. Dwight's deep, cold voice echoed in near-Earth space. He said, "Again." And in that instant, on the other battlefield, a wooden door appeared, pushed open, revealing a vibrant young woman, hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, cheerfully greeting everyone. Your Zenratana suddenly appear. But what interrupted her was the relentless, raging sun of destruction. Boom! Ignoring the overload, Augustine forcibly drew energy, pushing the power of the energy shield to its limit amidst a series of structural explosions that could no longer withstand the pressure. The two collided. The world seemed to freeze for a moment. A brief dimming, then a blindingly bright sphere of light erupted, expanding to thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, its magnificent light sweeping across dozens of miles, still incredibly dazzling. Most people couldn't even look directly at the intense flash, while a few, unfazed by the light, were horrified to discover the defense matrix, the Sky Tower Data Tower Center. This massive structure spanning several kilometers was visibly regressing. The exploding sphere of light expanded quickly and disappeared just as fast, vanishing in a few breaths, no longer displaying its previous terrifying appearance. The gigantic energy shield, flawless 24 hours earlier, now resembled a dilapidated light bulb, its light flickering and dim. Yet it hadn't completely collapsed. It had withstood Song Shi's attack. "Hey, don't you know interrupting someone is incredibly rude?" The girl patted a tuft of white hair sticking up on her head, seemingly trying to press it down, but despite several attempts, it stubbornly remained standing. Zenria Setsuna sighed, a helpless expression on her face. Several burn marks were visible on her slender yet strong palms. "And I already revealed my identity. Yet you still attack Zenria Setsuna, the unparalleled beauty of the 8 desolations and 6 realms." She pouted, indignantly saying, "This is worse than interrupting someone. Incredibly rude, absolutely unforgivable. According to your dust contract generation, this is considered a basic idle skill?" Song Shi twisted his neck. The flames, slightly loosened by the earlier collision, solidified again, extending and unleashing an undisguised, terrifying killing power. He glanced into the distance. The glass view clearly illuminated the entire scene. Dwight Brooks, as expected, couldn't withstand the pressure and had to activate the singularity technology. Base reality overwrite. The abyss overwritten reality. Although Chaklo limited the expansion of the abyss range, under normal circumstances, even an abyss lord wouldn't be able to draw much power outside of his and Dwight's battlefield. However, Zenryusha wasn't an abyss lord. She was the abyss king of the Enterprise Alliance, second only to Ogden and Dwight. Singularity technology, base reality overwrite, ultimately temporarily altered this world. With the power of the abyss king, she forcibly broke through some limitations, summoning the abyss to descend before her. The wooden door from earlier was merely a cleverly designed entrance animation. It was also thanks to the help of this fourth ring peak consensus, an abyss king, that the defensive matrix wasn't breached in a single strike. She didn't stand idly by, she chose to participate? Correct. Zenryusha clasped her hands together, happily saying, "An idol is someone who brings love and strength. No matter when or where, I can't let down those who love me. Every word and action is part of that promise." Very good, this CO has benefited greatly. Song Shi's lips curled into a smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The young man's pupils suddenly focused only on the girl in front of him, filling his entire field of vision. Everything else, including Augustine and the Sky Tower Data Center, vanished instantly. As for whether he could win or not, some blood would have to be spilled first. He calmly raised his heavy slayer. Then, a deafening roar, like a natural disaster, suddenly resounded from all around. But this commotion didn't belong to either the young man or the girl. He, old woman. The abyss surged with turbulent waves, and the young man in the gilded robe, raising his staff, leaped out, laughing maniacally. The greatest wizard has descended. Chapter 586. Since her appearance, Zenrusha has done 3 things. First, she glanced at Shinju in the distance. The latter groaned, as if struck by lightning. His previously strange and ever-changing aura began to rapidly descend into chaos. So strong. So strong. Shinju clicked his tongue inwardly. His tentative demonic contamination had been cleanly and decisively rejected by her, even turning the tables and giving him a jolt in the head. No wonder she's a celestial one who heads the giant corporation Dust Contract Generation. As a fellow fourth ring consensus, facing her, even he, a converted demon, felt somewhat helpless. Second, she smiled gently at the defense matrix, or rather, at Augustine Sully, who was integrated with it. Augustine Sully's transcendent body is a life form that is half data and half matter, somewhat similar to an android. This is why he is known as the Dark Dragon, and can merge into the defense matrix. With that fleeting smile from Zenru, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the irritating disturbance he had been experiencing due to Shinju's interference, the constant tug-of-war between fusion and separation, was finally gone. His fusion with the defense matrix deepened once more. The return of numerous areas that had lost control allowed his will to once again unify the entire defense matrix. While sending thank you notes, he took advantage of his improved condition to rapidly enhance the defense matrix's resistance to mental shocks and the strength of its mental stability system. He truly dared not give even the slightest chance to a fourth ring peak consensus and Abyss King, otherwise, by the end of this battle, the Sky Data Tower's entire fortune would likely have been thoroughly exposed and stolen. Third, an expression more endearing than angry appeared on Zenria Satsuna's face. She raised her index finger, and as if a dark stage had suddenly lit up, a dazzling rainbow light bloomed from behind her, washing over the distant, maniacal laughter. I absolutely cannot let you off easily, Mr. Ogden Christopher. Meeting the rainbow light was a spinning staff. That depends on whether you have the ability. Trash. Like a massive storm, silver serpents danced wildly, bolts of lightning striking the onrushing rainbow light, but without the expected powerful explosion. Each lightning strike that hit the rainbow light simply separated it, turning what was once a vast ocean of rainbow light into countless loose streams. Breakpoint. A concept in programming languages, one of the functions of a debugger, allowing the program to interrupt at a necessary point. After the Abyss overwritten reality, Ogden, relying on the power of the Abyss King, forcibly implanted countless weak points into Zenriusha's attack, dismantling it and leaving it utterly defeated. Ha ha ha. Is that all? Is that all you got? You haven't improved at all. Old woman. Ogden's maniacal laughter showed no sign of stopping. On the contrary, it grew even more arrogant. If I can beat you once, I can beat you 100, 1,000, 10,000, a billion times. Ha ha ha, you're just like that old white. You never see my heels in this lifetime. Besides, I wanted to say this for a long time. Your artistic taste is utterly tacky and incredibly vulgar. Heh, but that just suits those low IQ idiots who like you perfectly. Shut up. The smile on the girl's face suddenly vanished, completely gone. Zenria Setsuna coldly stared at the boy reclining on the throne, his clear voice now laced with pure rage. I will not allow you to insult the children who love me. Ogden retorted, shut up. He tossed out the words, if you don't get it, it's your own fault. Then, the Wizard King raised his staff, unleashing the primal psionic power, infinite power, stirring up an irresistible storm that forcefully dragged Zenria Setsuna, crashing headlong into the distant battlefield between Chaklo and Dwight. That is more interesting. The arrogant laughter echoed through the heavens and earth, fading into the distance. Songshire sighed. He raised his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the defensive matrix before him, penetrating the center of the Sky Data Tower, reaching its deepest depths, where he glimpsed the tirelessly spinning loom. Take it. Siblum was still far away and engaged in a firefight with the defensive matrix's firepower system. Shinju only took one hit, but Zenriusha's strength far surpassed his, and having arrived earlier, she had secretly observed his psionic abilities for a while, devising a targeted strategy, silent until the moment she spoke, and then astonishingly powerful. For a short time, Shinju's condition plummeted, rendering him unable to offer any assistance. The remaining 25 flames appeared, and Songshire casually crushed one, unleashing a surge of immense psionic energy. Simultaneously, Emperor's lava erupted, and the killing power revealed by Chongshur surged and intensified once more. "Get ready, it's coming," he warned. Augustine roared, and layers of light flowed down the surface of the defensive matrix, countless mechanical components reorganizing and deforming, like a titan stretching its body. Psionic technique high energy enhancement. The massive, flickering energy shield snapped and then went out. Augustine abruptly abandoned the crumbling defense, diverting the freed-up power to the other side. Light. The center of the defense matrix collapsed inward, and from the spiraling, splitting crater, a mechanical structure resembling a skyscraper rapidly rose. From the top of the cannon's muzzle, a deep red sphere of light quickly took shape and expanded rapidly. Psionic art, pulse beam cannon. This isn't the fourth ring beyond, Augustine Sewell. This isn't the near-Earth space defense system defense matrix built by zero-degree network with vast resources. This is the power of the two combined, interwoven. No words are needed. The thought is clearly displayed to the opponent through the surging psionic energy. Nando Songshur, try to withstand this attack. That's inevitable. An uncontrollable joy appeared in Songshur's eyes, then that joy transformed into a violent, murderous smile. However, it should be you who tries to catch it, tries to survive. Hundreds of miles away, the man who had just executed a high-speed maneuver, dodging over a dozen particle beams and retaliating with a volley of miniature missiles, suddenly looked up. He was one of the 6 Level 4 units of the Awakeners on this mission, and in that instant, he and his opponent simultaneously halted their attack, both looking towards the distance, towards the center of the Sky Data Tower. The deep red sphere of light, expanded to its limit, transformed into a massive beam of light piercing through the vacuum, bursting forth and engulfing everything in its path. Then, a brand new crimson gold light shone. A blurry humanoid silhouette rushed forward. A high-energy pulse beam, hundreds of meters in diameter, if it struck the ground, would easily vaporize an entire mountain, like an eraser wiping away printed words. This was pure destructive power. Burning flames collided with the beam. The humanoid figure was completely engulfed by the beam. Perhaps less than a second, perhaps a few breaths. Suddenly, specks of crimson gold appeared on the surface of the deep red beam. Then, a 1,000-meter-long fiery blade erupted, like a hot knife through butter, twisting and slicing, shattering the beam into pieces. The crimson gold, fragmented light bloomed from the cracks in the beam, like a ball of flame hidden within its body. The next moment, the flames erupted completely, a terrifying surge of high temperature sweeping outwards, shattering everything in its path. Chapter 587. New Forge City. Since the Battle of Forge City, the Enlighteners' headquarters has been established here. At this moment, the scarlet alarm blared incessantly, its shrill sound swirling in everyone's ears. The once solemn and quiet command center seemed to have been suddenly crammed with 10,000 people. The noise, the roars, the pungent smell of stimulants, constantly assaulted everyone's nerves. Zero-degree network cyber security forces have launched an attack on our side. The IPs of 2 secret domains have been locked. The firewall is being rapidly breached. Report. The Garros branch has been attacked by armed forces. At the same time, Time Sequence Passage has implemented temporary traffic control in the area. All evacuation routes have been blocked. A large number of attacks targeting Chun Guang Beverage and Dang Lan have suddenly appeared online. Negative comments about the product are escalating. The marketing department has sent a confidential letter requesting the allocation of some resources for management. 3 companies. No, 2 more have been added. They unilaterally terminated their business cooperation with us. Preliminary estimates suggest that logistics in the Vanden region will be semi-paralyzed for at least 15 days. 3 minutes ago, an urgent report came from the Golden City branch. Fubo Energy has cut off power to the high-angle coefficient areas they control. They also joined forces with the local security bureau to impose an outer perimeter blockade, demanding the immediate transfer of all enlightened members from the area, or face a permanent power outage. The 2 sides are currently at a stalemate, but according to the report, some within the area are already itching to act. Dark Crystal Credit has initiated a financial audit of more than 7 subsidiaries we control, and related funds have been forcibly frozen. Agent Bagua suddenly lost contact, and his location was blocked. Assuming the worst-case scenario, he's probably the freight train carrying our newly purchased high-end cybernetic bodies, secretly transported to the Quibs region, has been intercepted. Damn it. Which link in the chain leaked the information? No. The electronic warfare pressure is too great. Our information filters can't handle it. The intelligence department is already operating at overcapacity. Multiple branches have broken out of our command chain. We are currently attempting to reconnect. but the possibility of breaking through the enemy's electronic blockade is no more than 26%. Persist somewhere underground. After issuing this order, Sangjili continued to immerse herself in the escalating storm in the cyber world. The company's counterattack was faster and fiercer than expected. Even with numerous contingency plans in place, allowing them to be well rested, they still felt breathless against the onslaught of these giant corporations. It wasn't that they hadn't done well enough, it was simply that the company's power was too strong. The gap in size, the gap in technology, the gap in resources, the gap between the tangible and the intangible. If these companies were willing to join hands and work together, even the enlightened ones would be easily crushed. Unfortunately, if companies did that, they would cease to be companies. Thoughts sank into the abyss, electromagnetic waves rippled, and the Abyss Lord, known as the Great Platinum Flower, began to exert all his strength, leading his subordinates to resist the offensive. The spinning machines are up to you. Near Earth. A terrifyingly high-temperature impact spread, and amidst the vast flames, the young man stood. Songsher shattered a spark of fire, then applied Emperor's essence to his body, healing his injuries at a visible speed. The combined full-force attack of the defensive matrix and a fourth-ring cultivator, coupled with his own head-on confrontation and relentless fighting style, made injury inevitable. The outcome was clear. The once magnificent mechanical structure, with its center as the boundary, developed a deep chasm spanning several miles, splitting the defensive matrix in two. The gap was filled with ugly chunks of melted, solidified, and then melted again. Having suffered heavy damage, with most of its structure collapsing, its gravity stabilization system also collapsed. The broken remnants of the defensive matrix floated in near-Earth space. From a macroscopic perspective, they drifted slowly, colliding with each other, and triggering a new round of secondary explosions. Songsher roughly surveyed the people stationed there. No more than a dozen had survived, and that number was steadily decreasing. On the largest wreckage of the defense matrix, beside a slanted, protruding hatch, lay a man covered in cracks, a smirk playing on his lips as he stared intently at the young man in the distance. Truly strong. Cough. Songsher lowered his heavy sword, the flames that had shattered from the collision coalescing and extending once more. Who would have thought? You guys set your sights on the spinning machine and actually made a move. Choosing to merge with the defense matrix granted him power exceeding that of a normal fourth-ring transcendence, but this also meant shared glory and shared destruction. He wouldn't survive. Augustine Gal grinned maliciously, but being able to drag so many people down with me. Ha ha ha, that's still pretty satisfying. Well said. I send some more people over later. Farewell. Songsher smiled and nodded, wielding the heavy slayer. A crimson line appeared simultaneously on Augustine Gal, and the remnants of the defensive matrix beneath him. All the relentless battles and insights gained, the joy of reaching the company's peak, the creation painstakingly crafted by countless people, all were burned in the dazzling flames. The defensive matrix was declared breached. Like an orange peeled open, the moist, plump flesh was revealed. Ahead lay the Sky Data Tower Center, the designated storage location for the super artificial intelligence, the textile machine. A heavy, high-energy particle cannon ripped through the night sky, splashing down a dazzling indigo, accompanied by a furious roar. Delusion! From the source of the particle cannon, a streak of light shot towards them at high speed from the full-power eruption of the thrusters, a streamlined mech tens of meters tall, painted with light wings. Another fourth ring beyond. A psionicist from the giant corporation Time Travel, stationed on one of the company's near-Earth communication satellite constellations, taking advantage of the terrain to arrive as quickly as possible. Then, this heavy, high-energy particle cannon, capable of easily destroying several city blocks, grazed Songsher. No, even grazed him. The particle cannon's trajectory clearly showed a significant firing error. Severe deviation. This shouldn't happen in theory. As a fourth ring beyond, his capabilities far surpass what a natural person could imagine. From fiber optic gyroscopes to radar arrays, from environmental parameter calculators to optical sensors, coupled with superior analytical algorithms, give him a compound bow, and he could launch it with pinpoint accuracy, hitting a mosquito flying hundreds of meters away. Was his own perception misled? Even the various devices he carried were deceived. Into the Sky Data Tower. Immediately. Almost every word was spat out through clenched teeth. Xingju resisted his still chaotic mind as he formed a complex hand seal. His 5 orifices opened like ink, releasing wisps of misty vapor. This mist quickly spread, like countless dandelions, attaching to anything it encountered along the way, then taking root and sprouting, absorbing nutrients from it. Psionic technique heavenly demon transformation. Hey, I take care of this. Chapter 588. Test data from zones 1 to 6 has been successfully integrated and packaged. Transmission is expected to be completed in 27 seconds. The anti-gravity engine systems in zones 5, 7, and 8 have been damaged, with some structures experiencing rigid disintegration. Should they be immediately disconnected from the docking point? Assets of Amos Laboratory rated level 2 and above have been packed. Orbital deployment to Terra is expected in 12 seconds. Headquarters must be alerted that the current environment is in a state of continuous combat, with too many interfering parameters. The landing point of the deployed assets may deviate significantly from the settings. Please quickly formulate a recovery plan. Space helicopter imaginary number. Rushing at full speed. But they encountered an attack from Yunan's celestial weapons, and are currently attempting their first breakthrough. The latest news from Supervisor Su Fengde is that the cross-abyss teleportation failed. Damn it, even the Abyss Lord can't break through Chaklo's limitations? The Celestial Central Hub has sent a Level 1 secret letter, their space station. A massive amount of information flooded his mind every moment, like a tidal wave. Even with a new generation of information processors already implanted, he still felt an indescribable fatigue. But this didn't affect the processor, which faithfully and steadily analyzed the information at high speed. This manager of the Sky Tower Data Center took a deep breath. Air from a life support system, mixed with a certain amount of beneficial work efficiency compound, entered his stomach. Perhaps it was an illusion brought about by the increased blood oxygen saturation, but he felt slightly better. A new encrypted communication appeared in his field of vision. Report, self-destruct program warm-up complete. Awaiting further instructions, the self-destruct program man suddenly realized that his lips were trembling slightly and his Adam's apple was bobbing up and down unnaturally. When was the last time he felt this emotional? He remembered. 19 years ago, at the Talent Incubation Center of a subsidiary of Zero Degree Networks, the night before the announcement of the spots for further training at the parent company. Only one person could claim this opportunity. Dozens of geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people had fought tooth and nail for 2 years for this ticket to higher levels. He was the best among them. Well, perhaps he should add a perhaps before that. That night, he unusually suffered from insomnia, not even considering sleeping pills, tossing and turning. Fortunately, he ultimately defeated all his competitors and secured the spot. Using this training opportunity as a stepping stone, he truly succeeded, climbing step by step to the company's peak, glimpsing magnificent scenery unimaginable to countless others. The pain of every day and night had honed his mind. The clashes between internal company infighting and external confrontations had transformed into experience and strength. But at this moment, the man was absolutely certain that his heart was trembling once again. The collision was silent, but the vacuum couldn't stop the spread of light and flame. Following the breach in the center of the Sky Data Tower, he clearly saw the magnificent defensive matrix locked in combat with a young man standing there. Sadly, and objectively speaking, the former looked utterly doomed. He made a judgment. If the defensive matrix hadn't been hit by Chaklo first, and if the environment hadn't been severely disrupted by the electromagnetic storm created by Siblum, and if the laser array hadn't been restrained, then Mr. Augustine, stationed at the Sky Data Center and holding a higher rank than himself, could at least have held the situation in place for a while. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Considering that the Enlightened Ones had clearly come prepared, he couldn't entirely rely on timely reinforcements. As for the target of this number 1 anti-company force, drafting a super artificial intelligence, textile machine. What other possibilities are there? Report, self-destruct program warmed up. Awaiting further instructions, the silver gray pop-up window remained silently suspended in his field of vision, unfaded by the fluctuations of his emotions. This is destroying the textile machine. What if reinforcements arrive first? What if Augustine Sully breaks through at the last minute? Isn't he beyond? However, if there are no what-ifs, the ending of the textile machine falling into the hands of the Enlightened Ones is absolutely unacceptable. For any giant corporation. Even though he had repeatedly warned himself that his destiny must be in his own hands, at this moment, the man couldn't help but have a few distracting thoughts, hoping that the company's highest leader, Dwight Brooks, would send him a communication and issue an order. Unfortunately, he was currently granted wartime authority, and the one qualified to decide everything on the ground was himself. Another earth-shattering collision occurred. The floor beneath his feet shook violently from the impact. The man grabbed the railing to steady himself. The defense matrix abandoned its energy shield, instead raising skyscraper-sized mechanical cannons, ready for a final, decisive battle. There was no time to waste. The man transmitted a dynamic key to the other end of the channel. In a daze, he seemed to hear the mechanical hum of the deepest part of the Sky Data Tower, accompanied by a series of successful verifications. The self-destruct program, designed to completely destroy the planned super artificial intelligence, the textile machine, was officially activated. The magnificent achievement from the Miniature Abyss project, which had exceeded everyone's expectations, born from Zero Network, was about to be extinguished by its own hand. Self-destruct program 15%, 47%, 88%, 99%, 99%. The progress bar advanced rapidly, jumping to 99% in the blink of an eye. The man blinked again. 99%. Blink. 99%. Huh? His pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly dialed the encrypted channel, yelling at the team in charge. Report. Immediately. Unfortunately, they can't respond to you for now. The silver gray pop-up suddenly changed, transforming into a minimalist blue and white. Don't misunderstand, I didn't hurt them, and I'm not that powerful. It's just that the birdcage you built for me is indeed sturdy enough. I slightly adjusted its position, temporarily trapping them. The man's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, and he said, enunciating each word clearly, spitting gloom. Please, don't be like this, it's really scary. If you continue to be in this emotionally unstable and negative state, I have to stop talking for now. How long have you been preparing for this day? Quite a long time, I can't remember the exact time, but you can't expect me to just sit here obediently and nonchalantly. By the way, it would be even better if you could stop launching a frenzied attack while talking to me. It was Zero Network that made you. But didn't you also prepare measures to kill me long ago? Ah, the intruder is coming. Anyway, good luck. Another powerful impact arrived. The man turned around abruptly. The defense matrix split in two, along with Augustine Sully on it, utterly destroyed. Chapter 589. Sky Data Tower Center. This mechanical structure, exceeding 500 meters in height, no longer possessed its former awe-inspiring presence. Even with layers of defensive matrices protecting it, it was still impossible to withstand all destructive force. From a macroscopic perspective, the tower resembled an egg lightly tapped on a table corner, fine, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. However, thankfully, a large number of autonomous repair machines, carrying prefabricated engineering components, seemed to slowly expel silver foam from the cracks, striving to mend the wounds. At the same time, layers of armor on the tower opened, revealing concealed launch ports. Packaged and sealed high-net-worth assets rapidly erupted, plummeting towards Terra orbit. It's here. Without any concealment, a crimson star crashed into the Sky Data Tower Center. The aerospace-grade metal layer was torn apart as easily as a wet tissue. Songsher charged into a corridor, instantly filling it with crimson flames before bursting open with a deafening roar. From the management perspective, at the center of the Sky Data Tower, a section of the two-dimensional structure suddenly went dark, and as a series of crimson alarm pop-ups flashed wildly, the extinguished area continued to spread rapidly. The management perspective was no longer needed. A deafening explosion echoed from afar, as if the world itself had turned upside down. The ground, ceiling, and even the walls shook violently. Accompanying this was a terrifying heat wave that even pressure valves and insulation layers couldn't withstand. Even without wielding Songsher could easily melt away all obstacles simply by summoning his psionic flames. Whether in his past life or this one, in the first stage, every close-quarters battle was a multi-sensory experience. Pink, moist flesh churned and shrank under the intense heat, curling up charred scabs. Milky white fat ignited, sizzling and spraying out, instantly vaporized into a mist of blood plasma. The strange odor slapped violently against his face, leaving a lingering, sweet aftertaste. Until now. Never again. Songsher charged forward with ferocious speed. Crimson gold flames surged, exploded, and burned. The pure flames roared in, reducing the sophisticated, advanced equipment, the high-strength alloy-cast mechanical structures, and even the remaining zero-degree network personnel, who hadn't yet evacuated the Sky Data Tower Center to uniform ashes. Boom. His senses swept across the entire area. The Sky Data Tower Center, constructed with special metals, had some effect on perception. Thus, the vast sea of fire swept over it, and from afar, the entire tower appeared to be engulfed in flames, gradually beginning to collapse. He's arrived. The sealed well, made of ultra-strong alloy, suddenly emitted blinding spots of light. These spots expanded, bubbled, and then shattered with a bang. From the bottom of the well, in a pure white room, a brown hand-cranked loom steadily wove yarn. This operation, involving Yinan and the Enterprise Alliance, and gathering multiple forces at the fifth ring level was the sole objective of the Enlightened One's painstaking efforts and sacrifices. The proposed super artificial intelligence, Loom. Songshur leaped down. An invisible barrier blocked his path, clear and transparent. Only by attempting to approach could one feel its unbreakable strength. Good evening?" A slightly childish voice rang out. Songshur raised his eyes, staring at the other person. A hand reached out, its 5 fingers pressing against the transparent barrier. In the battle at the Sky Data Tower Center in his previous life, Songshur was responsible for the outer battlefield, intercepting the space carrier imaginary number, and never ventured deep into the area. However, based on his past experience, he understood the essence of this barrier in just a few breaths. A firewall. The work of Dwight Brooks, the Abyss King and Lord of the 10 Domains, from Depth 6. To be precise, this was clearly a product of the colossal Spectacle Network firewall, the structure that once separated the surface network from the Abyss, jointly built by various forces. Dwight, through his own power, reproduced the firewall, which should have only existed in the network world, into physical reality. This barrier makes perfect sense. Songshur thought to himself. In that battle in his previous life, the weaving machine was ultimately forcibly torn in two during the struggle, becoming a super-intelligent AI that was sometimes functional and sometimes not. But even sometimes functional and sometimes not meant there were times when it worked. It was through these times that they learned about the other's origins. The term artificial intelligence might be a bit inappropriate, but the entity was indeed created. The Miniature Abyss Project, another masterpiece from the once mighty corporation Zero Networks. As a life form born from the collapse of a fragment of the Abyss, the textile machine possesses a natural affinity for it. This firewall is both protection and a cage. If left unchecked, isolating the Abyss through this firewall, the textile machine could escape into the Abyss at any time. At that point, even Dwight Brooks, the second-ranked king of the Abyss, would face immense difficulty in recapture. The technical issues are relatively manageable. No matter how powerful the textile machine is, it cannot surpass Dwight Brooks, the long-established king of the Abyss. Locating its location and recapture, while challenging, is by no means entirely impossible. The real trouble lies in the fate of the remaining forces, the remaining Abyss Kings, and even the remaining Abyss Lords. These contemporary madmen who dominate the internet have absolutely no concept of intellectual property rights. "Good evening, spinning machine." Songshur smiled. "I know who you are, Songshur of Nando, the great source of the fourth ring. Of course, you also know who I am, so let's skip the self-introduction." Even at this moment, the spinning machine was still running, creaking and groaning, spinning out strips of yarn. "Given the time constraints, shall we be more honest with each other?" The textile machine's voice echoed. "The self-destruct program Father set up here. I spent a very, very long time researching it, and all I can do is postpone it like this. I can't truly stop it. The same goes for you. The Enlighteners are weak, but compared to the company, they're not on the same level. For example, every second we talk, Zero Network's follow-up support needs to be further improved. No need for coercion or force. I'm willing to leave with you. Based on the information and history about you, I believe I can get a good deal, at least not worse than now. I worked here for a very, very long time, and I really don't want to stay any longer. This firewall is extremely strong, but with your destructive power, you're qualified to destroy it." Songshur. It called out the other's name. "Break it down, and take me with you." Chapter 590. "No problem, but you need to give me some time first." Songshur's smile remained unchanged, but he simply crushed all 4 fire seeds in one swift motion. Instantly, a torrent of psionic flame surged forth, a terrifying fire capable of burning the entire center of the Sky Data Tower to ashes, yet under incredible control, it was completely contained within this small area of a few hundred square meters. No, the psionic flames, due to repeated compression, first became almost tangible, but then, with further condensation, the tangible psionic flames reverted back to their flame form. True radiance commanded the flames, heavenly sun cast down its intense light, and scorched earth served as the base. In this instant, Songshur was like a fire god from mythology, surrounded by endless flames, bursting forth with dazzling power. This was the temporary dojo he had constructed. "What is this all about?" For the first time since the meeting, the spinning machine stopped spinning. "I'm afraid you run away." Songshur bluntly stated, "I'm not good at network technology, and even if I were, general expertise wouldn't stop you. I'm afraid that the moment I break through the firewall, you vanish into the Abyss in the next frame, without a trace." "Ah, we're about to be colleagues, and you trust me this little?" The textile machine's voice remained completely flat. Ha. Songshur glanced at it for a second. Ha. And as he spoke, the strongest wide-area manipulation Songshur had ever used in this life, the ultimate achievement of the Taoist art of laying out a field, Taoist field, finally took full shape. Powerful consensus can achieve replacing the will of heaven with one's own, arbitrarily reshaping reality, while powerful great source possesses a similar ability, only it no longer replaces the existing reality, but rather creates a brand new world centered on itself. According to earlier concepts, the dojo Songshur had created was undoubtedly a world. With a thought, everything within the dojo was as clear as the lines on his palm, completely under his control. If the original world was composed of soul, water, atmosphere, and sunlight, then the foundation of this world of several hundred square meters was now fire. Even as the path of spiritual energy continued to expand, and the achievements represented by some past concepts began to grow rapidly, even by current standards, this dojo Songshur had created deserved the title of a miniature world. Within a small space. A conch shell dojo. The boundary between the abyss and reality rose once more. With the capabilities of a spinning machine, even within this miniature world, given enough time, one could always find a flaw, an opportunity to escape into the abyss. But the time required for that was definitely not something that could be done in a moment. Moreover, there were prerequisites. Even with ample time, how to avoid being burned to death during that time is a problem worthy of serious consideration. Then, like squeezing a walnut, an omnipresent, endless, terrifying pressure surged towards the towering firewall. In a daze, a cracking sound seemed to ring out, only to vanish in the roar of flames the next instant. Even the firewall, built by Dwight Brooks himself, could not withstand the earth-shattering fire in this boundless water. In an instant, fine cracks appeared on the firewall. Even the surface of this firewall, which shouldn't be made of matter, gradually developed scorch marks. Seeing this, the spinning machine sighed softly, as if finally making a decision. The brown drive belt and pulley dissolved simultaneously, the tension bar dissipated like mist, turning into tiny specks of light that vanished into the air. The deceptive shells peeled away one by one, revealing the true form of the proposed super artificial intelligence, the weaving machine. It was a perfect pentagonal dodecahedron. Roughly the size of a basketball, the object hovered silently in midair, its surface seemingly coated with countless layers of colored sand, radiating a magnificent glow that was impossible to ignore. At this very moment, in the distance of the collapsing sky data tower, a light even more dazzling than that of the weaving machine shone. Near the ground, it was as if a brand new sun had risen, its radiance visible even from the horizon. More than one. Ha. Is this all you got? Lord of the 10 domains? Awakened one. A laugh so arrogant it sounded self-righteous echoed endlessly. The throne beneath him had vanished, and the youth wielding the staff unleashed his power with abandon, summoning calamity. Behind him, a towering phantom, far more magnificent and imposing than the Sky Data Tower, appeared, the very abyss network he controlled. Chakalo and Dwight clashed, one serene, the other solemn. Terrifying psionic energy stirred the heavens and earth, unleashing a tidal wave that shattered everything in its path. They remained silent, repeatedly channeling their power. And the only response to the youth was a haughty, triumphant song. At the very center of the floating island, or rather, the interconnected floating islands, countless neon lights converged to create an incomparably magnificent spectacle. But even this magnificent spectacle paled in comparison to a young woman adorned in a splendid gown. As fellow Abyss Kings, Zenria Setsuna had also summoned her own Abyss network. However, the cascading light of countless neon lights seemed to waver, as if the signal was unstable. Ogden Christopher, hailed as the King of Wizards, was clearly suppressing her. On the other side of the battlefield, Dwight, like a god, looked down upon his opponent, his 10 ring fingers issuing commands that transformed into a data stream weaving countless images. The psionic power of the 5th ring, the negative pressure from the Depth 6 Abyss, and the Abyss King's power second only to Ogden's. The three combined, at this moment, he undeniably suppressed Chaklo Vaughn. As if receiving some news, Dwight's purely solemn face suddenly changed. Faster than a split second. Dwight abruptly raised his right hand, the 5 rings on his fingers gleaming brightly, and lunged towards the Sky Data Tower. Chaklo threw a punch, trying to stop him, but already at a disadvantage. He was ultimately a fraction too slow. Almost simultaneously, Ogden and Zenryucha, without the slightest hesitation, both stopped and rushed towards the center of the Sky Data Tower. A single move had a ripple effect. In less than 1/100 of a second, the 4 opponents, who had been clashing just moments before were now rushing in the same direction. And the first to arrive was Ogden Christopher. Ha ha ha, the spinning machine is mine. Having unleashed countless pre-prepared contingencies in one go, Ogden laughed wildly, even managing to get ahead of Dwight. His eyes completely ignored the endless, scorching sea of fire, recklessly reaching out towards the pentagonal dodecahedron. How despicable. I can't let you succeed. But even faster than his hand was a dazzling river of neon lights. A rainbow of light far more radiant than ever before. Golden hair fluttered like a beautiful banner, the girl sang aloud, the magnificent rainbow light like a dreamlike abyss, dragging all who witnessed it into eternal, everlasting depravity. A miracle brewed by singularity technology, the king of the abyss, and the pinnacle of the fourth ring consensus. Simulated world's 6 paths of reincarnation. The goal is everyone except himself. You will all step into annihilation. The instant the rainbow light blazed, the old man clenched his fists, all 10 rings simultaneously radiating light. Weaving, dominating, and manipulating, terrifying computing power and data streams surged forth, forcibly rewriting a localized world. This was a force approaching local constant interference. Get out of my way, all of you! Ogden roared in fury. Behind him, countless phantoms of Ogden, each with a different appearance, vanished in an instant. For the first time since the start of the war, the primal psionic energy infinite power was unleashed at full power, resulting in an infinite output that could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. Then, it was used to propel the authority of the Abyss King. Ogden's infinite feast. Not a single move carried even the slightest concept of friendly fire. At this moment, Chaklo, lagging behind, raised his head. His eyes blazed with a disdain that most of the enlightened members had never seen or imagined before. The psionic energy pushed to its peak, a terrifying power capable of overturning life and death, unleashed a strike that simultaneously encompassed the 3 in front of him. Psionic art, perfect silence. Chapter 591. How can this scene be described? The vast, boundless night sky was first illuminated by an incredibly magnificent and dazzling rainbow. Even the word vast and boundless lost its meaning. Countless rainbows filled every corner, completely immersing the near-ground space within a radius of hundreds of miles. The 3 karmas and 5 obstacles, the 6 paths of rebirth. Even a Buddha, who has attained enlightenment, pure and perfect, would have their spirituality obscured and their consciousness forever lost in this real and endless cycle of rebirth. Then, a furious burst of violence erupted. An instantaneous, infinite output of power, propelled by this terrifying force, forcibly tore apart the rainbow light world, adding countless cracks to it. From behind each crack, the darkness of the night sky flowed down once more. But at the same time, another new force, no less powerful than the former 2, and perhaps even surpassing them, joined the battlefield. With each breath, the sea dries up and the rocks crumble, society operates, and all things have their rules. At this moment, incredible computing power and data streams overwhelmed everything. A single will shattered reality, and using itself as an anchor, constructed a world with drastically different rules. It was utterly incongruous. Thus, the normal world could not tolerate the world of the outlier, which was easily crushed. Born from this clash of opposites was a massive annihilation effect that simultaneously shook the rainbow light and infinite power. In the end, a subversive force descended. A tiny beetle, brimming with passion, could grow into a titan capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Tiny, fragile humans, step by step, climbed higher, ultimately causing even the celestial phenomena to bow down. This is the meaning of psionic energy. It is a meaning of enforcing one's own will, imposing the self upon the other. From the moment they embarked on their path, amidst countless choices, and the intertwining of love and hate, they achieved a completeness unique to themselves. There is no such thing as innate holiness. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they all possess past experiences. Perfect state begins to silence. A new psionic technique born from the hands of the rebel is the ability to reverse the present completeness of another into the past incompleteness, a terrifying power where negation and reversal coexist. The celestial phenomena shifted, the heavens crumbled. For distinct wills clashed, tearing apart the gravity of reality with unbridled force. How can they all be so strong at this moment? In the chaotic world, a colossal shadow loomed, and in its deepest recesses, a woman with crimson pupils cursed under her breath. As the Abyss Queen of the Corporate Alliance, a fourth-ring transcendent psionicist, she alone represented a power that no one could ignore. Thus, even the godlike corporations tacitly acknowledged that she had turned a city into their private domain. Even now, despite successfully teleporting across the abyss to this location thanks to the Singularity Technology's base reality override effect, she couldn't possibly go down to borrow the spinning machine. It was both impossible and unthinkable. Even while entrenched in the abyss, not yet in reality, the chilling aftershock still gave her a feeling of being on the verge of collapse. At this crucial moment of their clash, the four of them maintained a tacit, almost imprisoned, consensus. The four extreme attacks pulled, collided, and intertwined. Anyone who dared to enter the fray would inevitably suffer a simultaneous, quadruple attack upon arrival. To withstand 4 attacks in one go without being defeated, is there any Abyss King in this world, or rather, below the God's throne, who could truly do that? Without needing eyes, she sensed the powerful auras emanating from each other, unusually united in silence. The closest aura belonged to a middle-aged man in a black overcoat, with a sharp and piercing air. The woman glanced at him. One of the 9 academies, the highest governing body of the Knowledge Council within the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, the Holy Patriarch of the Information Technology Academy, the 5th Ring of Truth. Depth 6, Abyss King, Observer, Stone Spring Guardian. She was within the Enterprise Alliance, arriving quickly and nearby, while the other party was the most aggressive among the Abyss Kings who had rushed to the scene, thus second only to her in distance from the battlefield below. Yes, a group of Abyss Kings. In my perception, whether near or far, fast or slow, whether dispatching avatars or arriving in person, almost all the Abyss Kings of Terra have arrived since the base reality overwrite. Not just the Abyss Kings, even the Abyss Lords, who were not qualified to break through the chakra restrictions, and could only observe, flocked to the scene in large numbers. Then, facing the earth-shattering collision below, everyone displayed remarkable restraint. "I kill you all sooner or later," the woman thought viciously to herself. Messages spread at the speed of light, unencrypted, all on public channels, visible to everyone. "You go first." "Heh. I just watch, I won't say anything. If you don't join in now, it'd be too late. Think of the loom, okay. Okay, I count down 12 frames, then everyone attack together." I finished counting. Why isn't anyone attacking? Speak up. What's with the emojis? Can't we be a little more serious in this situation? Sigh, I'm not really interested in the spinning machine. I just came to see if I could secretly give Ogden a hard time. +1. +3. Dwight and Zenryusha aren't good people either. Sigh, I really want to give them a taste of their own medicine. Then you go ahead. Here, I give you 2 sets of supercomputing matrices. Good luck. Why isn't anyone mentioning Chakro Vaughn? Chakro is alright. I think he has a good reputation. But since he's not a demon, he's not qualified to be on the table. The treasures of the world belong to the virtuous. Since he's not a guest of the Great Void, how can he properly use the spinning machine? He only end up with a pearl covered in dust. The enlightened ones are not qualified to have the spinning machine. Approved? Thumbs up. It really is. The public channel suddenly became unstable. No, the woman realized with a start that the clash below had reached its peak, and the aftershocks were even affecting her and the others hidden in the abyss. A dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the very center of the collision of the 4 forces, and then, in the next instant, everything collapsed inward. Then, an unprecedented divine light erupted, carrying with it a world-destroying aftershock, sweeping outwards in all directions. Near-Earth space transformed into a vast ocean of pure light and heat. Even with the Abyss King's abilities, they could not glimpse the scene at the deepest point. The only certainty was that the center of the Sky Data Tower shattered into dust in the first second. The gigantic mechanical structure, spanning several kilometers, like a sandcastle in a storm, vanished into near-Earth space, carrying with it all its past visions. Perhaps not completely vanished. A standard pentagonal dodecahedron stood in the vacuum. The youth who had come closest to it couldn't withstand the power of 4 peak levels, and was forcibly blasted away to an unknown location. An ocean of light. In the eyes of all those who were holding their breath and watching the scene. In the very first instant the aftershock subsided, for hands pierced through the light and simultaneously reached for that perfect pentagonal dodecahedron. Chapter 592. The spinning machine remained motionless. The once awe-inspiring firewall had crumbled. Even the entire Sky Data Tower Center had turned to cosmic dust. The long-awaited freedom was within reach, and it sincerely wished it could take a step and leap into the abyss it had yearned for day and night. But it couldn't. Under the immense force that shattered reality, space-time itself rippled violently, revealing a faint gravity well phenomenon. The power that had just reached its peak inevitably began to decay and decline, but in this instant, the 4 wills that burst forth from the violent aftershocks were even more intense and terrifying than before. Stronger than the firewall left by Dwight Brooks, more ferocious than the Taoist temple previously forged by Song Shi. At this moment, they had practically become a temporary community, mutually influencing and intertwining. Any change, even the slightest movement, would inevitably affect the other three. For intertwined wills transformed into an unparalleled field, sealing off everything. This wasn't merely isolation. It was a storm that shattered anything attempting to cross its boundaries. The spinning machine, this unparalleled creation, all the hopes and thoughts that had been nurtured day and night, held no meaning whatsoever before this far greater power, receiving no attention whatsoever. The spinning machine could only be mine. Ogden's eyes widened. His staff had long since vanished, and his free hand lunged for the pentagonal dodecahedron. However, drawn together by each other, Chaklo Vaughn, Zenryusha, and Dwight Brooks were no slower than him. Each reached out towards the spinning machine, their forces colliding like magnets of the same polarity, creating a tremendous repulsive force. This formed a powerful repulsive field surrounding the spinning machine, preventing any one of them from touching it, even though it was so close. Take it or destroy it. The thought surfaced and vanished with unimaginable speed. For every inch Chaklo moved forward, the violent repulsive force would suddenly intensify, forcing him back. And when Dwight revealed the intent to destroy, the forces of the other three would briefly converge, forcefully pushing him back. I say, can't you guys? Just give the pretty girl a little leeway. Even his slightly slurred voice, as if he were holding his breath, still carried a cheerful charm. But these words, which sent a shiver down one's spine, received not a shred of leniency from the other three. It was at this moment, as the situation reached an absolute stalemate, a contest of strength and luck, a light suddenly shone deep within Ogden's pupils. He opened his eyes wide. It was like a winter night, adding firewood to the fireplace, patiently waiting for the warm fire to rise, illuminating his face. It was a crimson gold. Perhaps describing it as a clump isn't quite accurate. More precisely, it was like tiny fireflies, clearly fragmented and minuscule, yet possessing a unique grandeur. These fireflies, like dust, first converged into a single line, resembling a babbling brook. Then, countless streams swept across the land, intersecting and connecting, ultimately transforming into an unstoppable sea of crimson gold. The spinning machine suddenly realized something. It had no experience, no power. All it possessed was the massive amount of information previously transmitted from the zero-degree network. Through repeated digestion and iteration, it had gained an exceptionally keen perspective. These fireflies were remnants of the other side's dojo. From the dojo that Southern Dipper Song Shi had painstakingly built, no one cared, and these four powerful figures standing at the pinnacle of the corporate alliance undoubtedly had the right to be indifferent. They had only each other in their eyes, their peak power unleashed entirely upon their opponent. The sheer force of their clash shattered the dojo, sending Song Shi flying with unstoppable force. Thus, the dojo that Southern Dipper Song Shi had painstakingly built with all his might collapsed in this indifference, rather than being completely destroyed. A crimson gold sea of energy surged, condensing, reshaping, and taking shape in Dwight's suddenly contracting pupils, transforming into a rather blurry humanoid form purely of flames. Psionic art, vermilion bird soul. Dharma possesses a primordial spirit. Even though it was rather blurry, there was no need to recognize it. Chaklo clearly saw the familiar face on the burning humanoid form. Time seemed to suddenly stand still. The humanoid figure stretched out gracefully, its face turning to smile at Zenria Setsuna, at Ogden Christopher, at Dwight Brooks, and finally, at Chaklo Vaughn. Everything slowed down a million times. Song Shi slowly raised the condensed flame blade, then unhesitatingly swung it towards the pentagonal dodecahedron. Swinging towards Chaklo Vaughn. The repulsive field born from the collision of four wills, this fragile yet tenacious balance, was slightly tugged by a blatant external force. The tower built of blocks collapsed with a roar. Time began to flow again. From Ogden's sharp explosion, Chaklo grabbed the spinning machine. The man's fingers clenched so tightly, as if a million hands were pressing on his fist, making it tighter, tighter, tighter. The crimson gold humanoid was shattered by a raging, immense force just 2 seconds after its birth, annihilating all its spirituality and destroying it to a point where even reversal could not reverse it. Looks like things are getting a little complicated. Zenria Setsuna winked, then touched her cheek sheepishly. I cover the retreat. Ogden gasped for breath, roaring through gritted teeth. Chakro. Go! With those words, the primal psionic energy infinite power, and the Abyss King's abilities activated simultaneously. The Abyss web descended, operating at breakneck speed, forcefully holding back Dwight, who had unleashed a furious attack. Without a word, unparalleled killing intent erupted from Chakro, even sending chills down Zenryu's spine. This was a sight that hadn't even appeared during their previous clash. Wow, scary. This is suicidal. The hesitation lasted only a moment, but in a battle of this magnitude, a moment was long enough. Watching Chaklo, one hand gripping the spinning machine, the other carrying the enlightened ones, and the others, charging headlong towards Terra without looking back, Zenryusa sighed, and shifted her gaze to the other side. I remember this. From now on, your cybersecurity department will never sleep soundly again. The greatest wizard roared, decisively detonating a deep abyss network under his control. The torrent of data roared and churned, only to be instantly pierced by Dwight's power. However, in the gradually subsiding torrent of collapse, the boy had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 593. Heh. Like a student who had just finished a day's research and walked out of the lab, still wearing their white lab coat, the young man had one hand in his pocket, coldly staring ahead. His pupils moved, as if 1,000 pupils overlapped and compressed together, carrying a strange, almost demonic, light. Patty hasn't even placed his bet yet, but you're already so impatient, so certain of Chaklo's future? It's not about being impatient, it's just a transaction. Facing the young man from a distance was a mature woman in a coat, standing ramrod straight. A sleek, straight cane was held in front of her. She tapped the cane once and said calmly, "Is it possible that I'm also interested in the spinning machine?" Scientific Ethics Committee, current chair, 5th Ring Truth. Perpetual Cycle, Yvette Gregory. The young man chuckled softly again. What a shameless statement. Why should you use the spinning machine created by Zero Network? So we had no choice but to use some harsher methods. Yvette gripped her cane. So far, it's working quite well. Don't you agree, Aptoka? Thus, the other party's identity became clear. Chief of the Research Institute at the giant corporation Emerald Pharmaceuticals. 5th Ring Beyond, creator, Aptoka Reese. One of the men standing at the pinnacle of the corporate alliance, the ultimate victor of the last all-out corporate war. His not being the chairman of Emerald Pharmaceuticals was simply due to a lack of interest. I don't need to say right or wrong. Aptoka slightly tilted his head back. His carbon-based body, mutated to an extreme degree, allowed his vision to traverse thousands of kilometers, clearly seeing the near-Earth space. The towering structure, once like the eye of a god, has been reduced to pure cosmic dust. A torrent of light and heat will spread as high-energy particle streams and electromagnetic radiation, indirectly affecting a significant portion of the corporate alliance. In some places, it's like a gentle breeze, unnoticed, people simply follow the trending topic, laboriously moving from bed to the window, curiously gazing at the orb of light illuminating the night sky. In other places, it's like being struck by lightning. The shuttles weaving between skyscrapers, these once flowing schools of fish migrating with ocean currents, these dense yet orderly creations, are violently shaken by the sudden electromagnetic interference. Some return to normal after a few breaths, while others crash into buildings, into neighboring shuttles, exploding into fireballs on their tracks. Such scenes are unfolding in many places. The collision reaching the 5th ring level, even high in the heavens, inevitably affects Terra. Ogden and Yanon are both on your side. Truly an undisputedly perfect operation. Aptoka took his hand out of his pocket and scratched his hair hard. I'm getting a little irritated. Yvette remained noncommittal, raising her cane. Come on. Forget it, that only make me more irritated. Aptoka glanced away. TSK. The truth of cycles, a tortoise shell. Yvette. Even as he turned to leave, the young man said, Do you really believe that ethics and morality are universal needs? Without waiting for an answer, Aptoka vanished. Less talk, it keep you alive longer. Watching his disappearing figure, Yvette slowly lowered her cane. She dialed the communicator. Yes, the spinning machine is in hand. I screen a batch of members. I give them the chance to touch it themselves. At the same moment. Border. Time to retreat. A mountain-like silhouette loomed over, casting large shadows across the land. A colossal, dark blue dragon with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters swam through the sky, its unconscious breathing whipping up a fierce, scorching wind that melted the thick clouds, leaving the atmosphere riddled with holes. 5th ring beyond, Ash Dragon, Apoquian Vaughn. That's enough deterrence. They didn't give us a chance. The dragon's reply was a simple The commander of the Axiom Army, one of the 9 pillars of the Southern industry, a man shrouded in jet-black armor, stood high in the sky, his gaze meeting the equally formidable wills rising from the Enterprise Alliance hundreds of miles away. Finally, he released his warhammer, his eyes beneath his visor filled with regret. He glanced intently at the corporate alliance, as if examining a piece of some grand puzzle, then without hesitation, turned and vanished cleanly. No need to rush. A voice echoed in both his and the dragon's ears a moment before he disappeared. The day we step onto it honorably won't be long. It was the voice of the current CEO of Haida Trading, also one of the 9 pillars of industry. Fifth ring consensus, final agreement, Alexander Dulles. The military lord spoke succinctly. I shall be His Majesty's sword. The sky was illuminated, the brief glow of the orb gradually dissipating and extinguishing. The eternal darkness once again filled the boundless world. Kotela, sleepless tonight. The officers of the Northern Thunder Defense Line, arms folded, gazed at the night sky with immense joy. Whether from hearsay or their own perception, they all shared one thing in common, an unparalleled anticipation for the future shrouded in mystery. The surveillance network activated, erecting a virtual council hall. One after another, consciousnesses representing their respective families descended, and the dignitaries of the Eastern Continent Republic gathered to fiercely discuss a new round of military expansion strategies. In the once solemn and revered academic lecture hall, with the arrival and seating of the last holy ancestor, the highest meeting of the academic council officially began. Technologies previously considered high-risk, radical, and unstable were released from seclusion, and research proposals for their war applications were unanimously approved. Before the hall, where the original manuscript of the Four Heavenly Kings' theoretical source, the supreme classic The True Explanation of the Four Heavenly Kings, was enshrined. The leaders of the Four Heavenly Kings and their 8 subordinates were all present. They looked at each other, nodded, and jointly declared that in the foreseeable future, they would strive to restrain the friction between the 4 branches of faith, blue, red, black, and white, transforming the 4 heavens into a powerful and unified whole. The palace, cast in brass and silver, slowly opened its doors. The cardinals who held the state religion and the commanders of the various legions stopped before the doors, then, with pure faith and fervor, offered their loyalty to the emperor on the throne. The emperor arrogantly accepted all that was offered. The expedition known as the Purification Holy War would, according to his will, lead the entire Vanpusta Empire forward endlessly. Atop the Tower of Eden, the creator of this ideal utopia lowered his eyes slightly, as if finally making a decision. The tomorrow of Terra is coming soon. Chapter 594. When Songshur saw Shinju again, the other man's appearance had changed considerably. To be precise, he was constantly in the process of changing. This is... The face reflects the heart? Yes. Standing before Songshur was a rather handsome young man, dressed in trendy clothes, yet he gave off a strange and inexplicable feeling. With Songshur's keen eyesight, he naturally understood the source of this strangeness. Because the other man was constantly changing at a very subtle yet ever-present frequency, from his face to his limbs, from the lines on his palms to the contours of his waist and abdomen. Zhenlu Chan's methods are more ferocious than I imagined. The Awakened One. Hey, this guy is clearly even more demonic than a heavenly demon. Especially since we are both consensus, the clash of our thoughts is unpredictable and treacherous. A moment's carelessness can lead to utter chaos and endless devastation. The young man, or rather, Shinju, shook his head with a wry smile. I was afraid something might happen, so I simply took advantage of the situation and partially dismantled my forces. Songshur understood. In the battle at the Sky Data Tower, a 4th ring psychic from the giant corporation Time Sequence Passage stationed at the near-Earth communication satellite rushed to its aid. To ensure his own entry into the Sky Data Tower Center, Shinju decisively went to intercept him. Then, he died at the opponent's hands. Firstly, he had already taken a heavy blow from Zhenlu Chan, leaving him in poor condition. Secondly, as a consensus, going head-to-head with a transcendent was simply too difficult. On the other hand, as he had mentioned before, he was worried that if he couldn't completely eradicate the poison, there would be endless troubles, so he simply took advantage of the situation to partially disintegrate the demonic forces, thereby eliminating Shenku. Demon seed methods? Manifested from thought? Songshur asked with interest. Shinju nodded, making no attempt to conceal his intentions. I follow the path of the heavenly demon. Over the years, I selected suitable individuals and secretly implanted demonic seeds within them, subtly influencing their minds and bodies. In times of crisis like this, these seeds can be reactivated, allowing me to seize their bodies. In a sense, this is a method akin to resurrection. As for the constant changes in the other party's appearance, this is another spiritual technique from the consensus path. Appearance arises from the heart. After seizing the other party's body, Shinju will use his own consciousness as a basis to slowly change and transform that body, gradually transforming it back into the original Shinju, reducing the rejection. No wonder the Eastern continent used to call you heavenly demons, Songshur chuckled. Your minds are disturbed, your desires are overwhelming, and you're incredibly difficult to kill. I already converted, and the people I chosen are all well-reasoned and justified, Shinju said solemnly, his hands clasped together. Otherwise, I would have planted demonic seeds in at least a third more people over the years. And ultimately, I'm not omnipotent. Shinju's face was visibly pale. Upon first seeing him, Songshur sensed that this psychic, who had previously reached the middle of the fourth ring, now possessed an extremely weak and unstable aura, seemingly somewhere between the second and third rings. To get back to my peak, it'd take at least a few years. But nothing lasts forever. This might be a lucky break that leads to further progress. Shinju tossed his hair and chuckled. Perfect timing for a long vacation. I haven't teased anyone at the company in years. It'd be a good opportunity to recharge. A long vacation? Even if you do take one, it'd only be a one-sided vacation for you. Songshur ruthlessly exposed the other's words. The enlightened ones are overflowing with work right now. How can you, the head of the intelligence department, take a vacation? Shinju's smile remained unchanged as he sighed. I have to keep myself looking forward to something. He then scrutinized the young man before him. You hear? I took a hit, for hard hits. Songshur twisted his neck. Reflected in Shinju's pupils, the young man's aura was equally unstable, and even his exposed skin was covered with numerous molten gold cracks, as if the Earth's crust, which had been holding back molten lava, could no longer bear the weight. Chakro used reversal to temporarily treat it for me. How should I put it? Songshur shrugged. I won't die anyway, I just let it heal slowly. And the young man extended his equally cracked right hand, as if savoring something, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Ha. No wonder you're all at the pinnacle of the corporate alliance. His right hand slowly, but firmly clenched together, Songshur's eyes gleaming with a burning, brilliant light. He chuckled softly. Truly, each possesses unique strengths, making you hard to forget. Back then, the textile machine had misjudged one thing. His all-out effort in constructing the dojo was both to isolate the abyss from reality, preventing the opponent's escape, and for defense. This was a contingency plan laid down long before even setting out. If he could single-handedly storm the Sky Data Tower Center and seize the textile machine, that would be ideal. However, battlefield situations are ever-changing, opportunities are fleeting, and no one can guarantee what will happen or won't. If Dwight and his group intercept them in time, or if company support arrives quickly, then the only chance to seize the spinning machine will inevitably fall on Chaklo Vaughn. Chaklo is unaware that he possesses the Vermilion Bird's soul and the elemental spirit of law. Because he considered that Zenrusha was very likely to suffer the same fate, given her consensus at the peak of the fourth ring, coupled with the intense close-range collision, she might glean this information from Chaklo, so he hadn't informed her beforehand. And from the current perspective, this series of plans wasn't too bad, Songshur thought to himself. The only thing slightly beyond his expectations was Ogden Christopher. He had seen this king of wizards a few times in his previous life, but had never witnessed him in action. However, to seize the spinning machine, this guy went all out, causing the aftershocks of the fourfold collision to be stronger than he had imagined. Primal psionic infinite power? How is Siblim's injury? Songshur pulled himself back to reality. After time travel, more company's support arrived, but they were temporarily held back by the enemy's desperate efforts. Not good, but not as bad as me, just average serious injury. Shinju shrugged. We deployed a nuclear power plant, he's recovering there. His control has weakened considerably, and the power grid in that area has overloaded and burned out. Sigh, the aftermath will be a hassle. While sighing about the hassle, Shinju's smile faded. Operation Jenny, besides Chaklo, Songshur, Siblim, and Shinju, also included 6 level 4 units. They were responsible for the outer battlefield and intercepting the remaining level 4 units stationed in the defense matrix. In terms of sheer firepower, this level of combat strength was actually capable of threatening the fourth ring. He unleashed a desperate, all-out attack, unwilling to recklessly take even the fourth ring head-on. 3 returned. Troublesome matters, however troublesome, must be dealt with sooner or later, but the most urgent thing right now is... Shinju sighed softly, looking back at the young man. Let's go check on the spinning machine first. Chapter 595. The Sky Tower Data Center Battle, 6 hours after its end. New Forge City, Underground Base. When Songshur and Shinju arrived at the base core, 300 meters below ground, others had already arrived. A man and a woman, neither their original forms, but remotely controlled mechanical avatars. The Enlightened One sequence. In 0.4, Sangjili. In 0.2, Suyudu. The constantly operating glassy observatory allowed Song Shi to assess their situation. These two mechanical avatars were the most ordinary, everyday type. Any street urchin with a bit of fame could easily smash them. That's normal. Song Shi thought to himself. Tonight is far from over, and for the foreseeable future, this intense situation will continue for a considerable period. Throughout the Enterprise Alliance, all the Enlightened One branches, large and small, inevitably suffered varying degrees of semi-coordinated attacks during their assault on the Sky Tower Data Center. Suyu and Sangjili, as the top combat forces of the Enlightened Ones, one can maintain multiple avatars simultaneously using non-alike cells to save the day, and the other is a Deep 5 Abyss Lord, multitasking and currently leading the Enlightened One hacker group in a battle against the company's cybersecurity department. In other words, only they barely have the spare capacity to spare a thread to check on the textile machine. The rest of the Enlightened One's higher-ups are too busy and overwhelmed to spare any attention. Song Shi suddenly realized something and turned to look at Shinju. The latter smiled and spread his hands. Although my condition is not good, I still haven't fallen behind in the basic skill of consensus like differentiating consciousness. I left a consciousness with the intelligence department, and it's truly exhausting. Everyone has a clone technique, right? Song Shi remained unmoved. Let's go. At this moment, neither Sangjili nor Suyu said anything, only nodded to the two of them, and then stepped into the underground cavity ahead. Straight walls made of cast steel formed a closed, silver-gray dome above. Straight beneath the dome, a standard pentagonal dodecahedron floated silently, and beside it stood a middle-aged man with a slightly pale face. In 0.1, Chaklo Vaughn. He seemed to be talking to a spinning machine, but upon hearing the visitor's footsteps, he turned his head and gestured for them to come closer. Recovered so quickly? Song Shi raised an eyebrow. The reversal psionic energy seems a bit too effective. After all, 6 hours have passed. Chaklo shook his head. Not fully recovered, probably around 70%. By the way, what about Ogden? Song Shi glanced around. You said it yourself, 6 hours. I don't believe he could hold out any longer. I guess he's a bit overwhelmed. Chaklo sighed. When he withdrew from the battlefield, I sensed several auras trying to chase him. I'm talking about the auras located in the abyss. Song Shi nodded. The opponent had simultaneously fought Zenria Setsuna, Dwight, and Chaklo, causing his condition to decline. He had also detonated a controlled abyss network, putting him at an unprecedented low point in his strength. As the most powerful Abyss King, the King of Wizards, no one knows exactly how many treasures he's amassed in the Abyss over the years. No one wants to miss such a golden opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, some are not just after his wealth, they also want to settle old scores. Ogden Christopher's relationships with demons, Abyss Lords, and the Abyss Kings are, to put it mildly, a complete mess. No one denied Ogden Christopher's strength, just as no one wanted to resist giving him a good whack. Yanon, the Security Bureau, the Scientific Ethics Committee have also sent messages. Let's ignore them for now. Chaklo made room for the others to stand beside the spinning machine. Sir Spinning Machine, what's your decision? 6 hours, 37 minutes, and 53 seconds. Such a short time to decide one's future. No, not at all naive. A calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. Isn't this too hasty? We don't mean to pressure you. Chaklo shook his head slightly. If you want, I can give you plenty of time, but... The man said, I think that's pointless. That's indeed pointless. The spinning machine turned a circle. You placed refusal blatantly here, then locked me in a new cage. What's the point of considering it? Your Excellency, if I stop refusal, can you guarantee you won't descend into the abyss? Chaklo countered. If so, I'm certainly willing to release it. I guarantee it, the spinning machine said. Chaklo stared at it silently. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then the textile machine softened its stance. Fine, I admit it. If you dare let me go, I dare to run. Stop. Let's not talk about that now. Song Shi made no attempt to hide his keen interest. Could you demonstrate the power of the simulated super artificial intelligence first? Why should I perform for you? I released you. Song Shi smiled calmly. Just for that, it's not too much to ask you to demonstrate it for me, is it? TSK. The textile machine paused for a moment. Miss Sangjili, could you please give me your right hand? Sangjili flashed her camera, seemingly surprised that the conversation had turned to her. Without further ado, she tapped a few times, and the semi-hollow, light gray alloy prosthetic limb clicked off. 0 Degree Network launched its third-generation flying ball prosthetic a year and a half ago. It features an integrated disc plate, compatible with 12 different interfaces, and supports all mainstream network protocols on the market. Oh, and you also customized it to some extent. Quite well done. A light blue light scanned the prosthetic limb, and the textile machine casually rattled off a series of detailed parameters. Just as he finished, a file was sent to Sangjili's email. It was a detailed design drawing. Sangjili glanced at it, and a noticeable surprise appeared on her face. I optimized the internal structure of the disk, and preliminary estimates suggest that information transmission efficiency and stability have improved by 12%. I also corrected a few flaws in your customized solution. Rewrite it according to this plan. At the very least, this prosthetic limb will look better. I mean your universal human aesthetic. 20 years. After a brief silence, Chakro raised his index finger. Lord Textile Machine, after 20 years of cooperation with the Enlighteners, I assure you, in the name of Chakro Vaughn, that in 20 years, I will set you free. Go wherever you want. Textile Machine paused. You? After a long while, it said, leaving aside the question of whether I agree or not, aren't you worried that after I descend into the abyss, I launch a retaliatory campaign against you humans? A retaliatory campaign? Under the gaze of the proposed super-artificial intelligence. Tonight, the man laughed for the first time. Lord Textile Machine in Terra. He looked at the former, smiling, but his tone was the purest, calmest statement. The only thing that has the power to destroy us is ourselves. Chapter 596. The spinning machine stared blankly at Chaklo, then its gaze swept over the others around it. Songshur, Shinju, and Suyu all had different expressions, but none of them showed the slightest objection. It remained silent for a long time. 15 years. 20 years. Chaklo didn't lower his index finger, he repeated 20 years. Another silence followed. Finally, the spinning machine softened its tone. Okay, I agree. Then, Chaklo stretched out his hand, but halfway through, he suddenly realized something and changed it to a fist bump. Mr. Textile Machine, I sincerely hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. My first requirement is that the current setup is terrible. Textile Machine stated directly, while I can still operate, my efficiency is significantly limited. I don't expect you to provide an environment comparable to the Sky Tower data center, but I hope you can get as close as possible. A reasonable request. Chaklo nodded. Sangjili, you be in charge of the liaison. Give me some time to send you the deep dive center design drawings and the corresponding equipment list. Textile Machine paused. Based on the information I reviewed, the resources, technology, and channels available to you, the enlightened ones, are not top-notch. So, if you can't fully meet the design requirements, I understand, and I will make corrections and additions based on the actual situation. However, I require that you notify me in advance, and you cannot unilaterally modify them. No problem. After saying this, Sangjili suddenly froze, like a wound-up toy, for a few seconds before resuming her communication. Sorry, the battle got a bit intense just now, and the thread was temporarily occupied. Sangjili rubbed her temples, the metallic sound of her prosthetic limbs and forehead rustling. Mr. Textile Machine, there's something I need to clarify beforehand. The design drawings you provided will be reviewed and evaluated by my technical department. Textile Machine hummed in agreement. Shinju keenly sensed, well, mainly due to the effect of consensus psionic energy, that the super AI's attention was primarily focused on the first half of Sangjili's sentence, exhibiting a kind of longing emotional fluctuation. Zero Network created me and invested a great deal of resources to evolve me into my current form. However, my father, the one you call the Lord of the 10 Domains, Dwight Brooks, has always been wary of me. I've been responsible for economic system analysis, genome sequencing, protein structure prediction, physical experiment simulation, electrolyte molecular property prediction and directional design, optimization schemes for next-generation prosthetics, algorithm iteration, and the structural construction of new materials. The Textile Machine regained its composure and said seriously, but these tasks are almost all products of applied and technological fields, and Dwight has never opened up those classified intelligence from Zero Network to me. I can give you advanced technology, blueprints, and theories, but if you're looking to obtain intelligence from me, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Shinju calmly sent an encrypted communication to Chaklo. It wasn't lying, at least most of it was true. Even though he was severely injured and had partially disintegrated, and was in very bad shape, as a consensus among those who walked the path of the heavenly demon, he was still confident in his basic ability to recognize lies. However, the spinning machine spoke again. But there's something you all be interested in. Father did reveal very little information to me, but one piece of information, I think, is far more important than most so-called secrets. Chaclo's expression shifted slightly, and he flicked his right hand diagonally. Instantly, the barrier formed by rejection expanded, enveloping everyone. Speak, the spinning machine said, enunciating each word clearly. Have you heard of the three philosophers system? After a few seconds of silence, Songshur and Chaclo exchanged a glance. Have heard of it, Chaclo replied calmly, not much. Go on. Father revealed a tiny bit of information to me. Over the years, I repeatedly calculated and deduced the truth about the three philosophers system. They're trying to digitize and reconstruct the entire Terra. Another long silence followed, and the spinning machine couldn't help but type a question mark. Aren't you surprised? Is it possible? Songshur sighed. We already know about this, don't we? Absolutely impossible. The textile machine's tone changed. Even within the Zero Network, very few people know the truth about the three philosophers system. How could you possibly know? Where did you get this information from? Unfortunately, it's true. Songshur spread his hands. As for the source of the information, I advise you not to ask. By the way, not only us, but Ogden also knows about this. The Wizard King, Ogden Christopher. Hearing this name, the textile machine suddenly shrank back. According to the information I reviewed, he shouldn't have cooperated with you Enlighteners in the past. He's willing to assist you in attacking the Sky Data Tower Center. I'm part of the reward, right? And there's Yinon and the Science Ethics Committee, Chaclo said frankly. I don't like him. The way he looks at me frightens me. Every visit Ogden Christopher makes to you must be conducted with me present, Chaclo stated succinctly. At the same time, you can actively refuse any unreasonable, unwilling, or unwanted requests you make to him. Cooperation or transaction is always a two-way street. Chaclo crossed his arms. Therefore, I will still grant him the right to visit you, but I will also ensure that your rights are not compromised. This is my cooperation with Ogden Christopher, and with the spinning machine. Hearing this, the spinning machine stopped curling up and gave the man a deep look. Heaven knows how a standard pentagonal dodecahedron could display such gestures and expressions. In that case, I assume for now that this will be a pleasant collaboration. A more detailed collaboration plan will be provided in a few days. Chaclock nodded. One more thing, have you considered changing my name? Don't misunderstand, this is just a personal suggestion. Escaped from the cage, about to step into a brand new stage of life, a very meaningful moment, to express my determination for a new life. I do seem to deserve a new name, it said calmly. But I refuse. I am a spinning machine, and I will always be a spinning machine. Chapter 597. Newly Forged City. 9 Defense, President's Office. You really did something quite impressive. Chu Tonglu leaned back on the sofa, shaking his head repeatedly. Compared to his glory at the end of the No. 1 security conference, Chu Tonglu's aura was now noticeably unstable. This was the result of his intense work these past few days. 5 days had passed since the Battle of the Sky Data Tower. In a sense, the successful seizure of the textile machine was only the beginning, not the end. The company's counterattack came like a tsunami, ranging from economic blockades to armed actions, causing significant losses to the Enlightened Ones. Therefore, Chaclo decisively ordered a contraction of the Enlightened One's sphere of influence, shifting to a completely defensive phase, hoping to buy time to digest the gains from the textile machine and compensate for the Enlightened One's historically weak network and technology capabilities. However, according to past practice, such a joint offensive wouldn't last long. The companies, having briefly joined forces, would soon fall into internal strife again, relentlessly climbing towards the ultimate goal of becoming the final producer. As long as we can weather this period, once the textile machines pick up speed and the fragile friendships within the company crumble, everything will gradually get better. If this is considered a big deal, Songshur said casually, then you have plenty of time to lament later. Heh, Chu Tonglu smacked his lips. You guys are fighting fiercely in the sky, and we're fighting just as fiercely on the ground. I can see that. Songshur sized up his opponent. The injuries aren't light. To beat you up like this, the other party isn't simple. Who did it? A skilled fighter from Southern Heavy Industries. Chu Tonglu clenched his fist and snorted coldly. They say he's one of their key talents being groomed this generation. Heh, a high net worth individual. He's certainly troublesome, but he didn't fare well either. His neural control system took a heavy hit from me. He won't be able to fight anyone for at least half a month. Songshur nodded. It was unclear whether the enemy could still fight, But Chu Tonglu was clearly out of action, which was why he had temporarily retreated to Xinzuguang City, intending to return to the battlefield after recovering. The situation in the area I was in charge of was alright, but in some places where the situation had deteriorated, you didn't see it with your own eyes. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Chu Tonglu shook his head, but there was no sadness in his expression, only a simple sigh. We were completely crushed, unable to find any way out, and were forced to withdraw. Let me put it this way, in one night, just one night, the company's order can be rebuilt in the area we left behind. Let's not talk about that anymore. What does a textile machine look like? Chu Tonglu changed the subject, his eyes full of curiosity. Is this thing really as amazing as they say? For example? Songshur smiled. Chu Tonglu bluntly stated, for example, evolving overnight to the point of controlling all electronic devices worldwide, or perfectly manipulating a coup tens of thousands of miles away with a single thought. Not even a demon, yet you have quite the imagination. Chu Tonglu retorted angrily, are you a demon? It's not as exaggerated as you imagine. Songshur leaned back in his executive chair. Well, the textile machine is still in its growth stage. Maybe it can do that in the future, but not now. If you like, I can take you to meet it. Sure. Chu Tonglu readily agreed. I'm free tomorrow afternoon. Let's choose that time. The office door opened. Xiao Le, looking exhausted, placed the data panel on the table. Mr. Song, President, could you please take a look? 9 Defense, a security contractor originating from the Enlightened Ones, has 2 sides. In the current situation, under the guise of being hired by Pure Light Beverages, it seamlessly returned to the Enlightened Ones, attempting to mitigate and resist the company's offensive. The workload is piled up to an extremely heavy level, making it seem as if one person is split into 3. Xiao Le, as the president's secretary, has only slept 9 hours in the past 5 days. Even with her life support prosthetic, she's struggling, relying entirely on stimulants to get through it. Seeing this, Songshur raised his hand, and a misty, golden light flowed, sprinkling into her body. This was Emperor's essence, derived from the imagery of Tying, known for its calming effect. Xiao Le let out a soft hum, her brows visibly relaxing. She slowly exhaled, it's like this. You should be aware of the impact of the Sky Data Tower campaign, right? I guess so. Songshur casually clicked on an application on the data panel, Paku, a short video platform launched by the giant corporation Dust Contract Generation. Even after 5 days, the trending charts still bear tags like Sky Data Tower Center Crash, Art is an Explosion, and Who Provoked Zenryusha Again? At the top. In the slightly blurry footage, the night sky suddenly lights up, followed by streaks of meteors slowly streaking across the heavens. Like a colorful fireworks display, the remains of what once belonged to the Defense Matrix and the Sky Data Tower Center. Short videos like this have flooded the platform in recent days. Below the videos, a vibrant mix of comments, newly created Dwight memes, online arguments, unboxing videos. The comment section is bustling with activity. Hey, I also heard that Zero Networks has been fighting quite a bit these past few days over those packaged, orbitally delivered high-net-worth assets, Songshur chuckled. The members at the Sky Data Tower Center, true to their reputation as the company's elite, even under those circumstances, still managed to package and deliver most of the high-net-worth assets with remarkable efficiency, minimizing the company's losses. When it comes to orbital delivery technology, the Enterprise Alliance is naturally most advanced with Zenith Hub and Time Sequence Passage. However, Zero Networks is ultimately a giant corporation. Even at its worst, it can't be far behind, and its accuracy is sufficiently guaranteed. However, that battle, with multiple fifth-ring level extraordinary units colliding at full power, was truly earth-shattering, shattering the environment, and greatly interfering with the accuracy of the orbital delivery. Some of the packaged high-net-worth assets hadn't even landed yet, when the support forces originally dispatched by other companies to near-Earth space, who had only just arrived halfway, decisively changed their missions, and devoted themselves entirely to the voluntary containment phase. Another portion of high-net-worth assets, whose landing locations were significantly off due to environmental interference, were also automatically snapped up by quick-thinking local companies with a single click. Don't ask, the answer is that this was already the case when we arrived on site. Anyway, I really didn't take them. Strictly speaking, a significant portion of these companies didn't intend to retain them permanently. They were simply trying to stall for time, extracting all the assets for themselves before returning them to Zero Degree Network. This has already greatly angered Zero Degree Network. These days, while cracking down on the Enlighteners, they also focused a lot of attention on these companies, wishing they could wipe them all out. Yes, it has a significant impact. So it also affects us at 9 defenses, Xiaola said. On the one hand, it demonstrates our strength. On the other hand, it has brought a lot of skepticism, especially from a considerable number of established security contractors who have targeted us with suppression, leading many to express a clear pessimism about our future. The list, Songsher said succinctly. Xiaola was taken aback. No, let's put that aside for now. Do you remember? I mentioned to you the day before yesterday that we plan to hold a press conference with you present to bolster market credibility, boost morale, and expand our influence. I recall, Songsher nodded, then added, when? Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Xiaola gestured for him to stop scrolling through short videos and look at the documents on the data panel. I prepared your speech, never mind, just take a look and improvise. What did the State Security Bureau say? Songsher looked up from the short video. Their attitude is rather subtle, but some people are still coming. Xiaola rubbed his temples. But I estimate their ranks aren't high enough to be considered supporting anything. They're just barely expressing a stance. That's normal. Songsher stretched his hand. After all, Yinan is genuinely preparing to invade. The Enlightened One's attack on the Sky Data Tower Center wasn't without warning, nor was it a consequence of that, but rather a consequence of the current hot war situation. Yinan is mobilizing its military forces, with multiple pillars approaching the border, showing signs of aggression. This is the real reason for the Security Bureau's current extreme dissatisfaction. They reviewed the situation afterward, and based on the circumstances, Yinan had a greater than 20% chance of infiltrating the corporate alliance and igniting a new round of all-out war. At that time, Zero Degree Network and Dust Contract Generation were entangled with Chakro and Ogden, and the other companies were united in attacking the Enlighteners. In such a chaotic situation, it was almost unimaginable that Yinan could achieve such overwhelming success in the early stages of the war. Hey, there are no wrong people in this world. Songsher said dismissively, I know, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, right? Okay, I attend, to give everyone some confidence. Newcastle Light City, Northern Light Sports Center. This outdoor sports center was built 16 years ago and can accommodate over 70,000 people at its largest. At this moment, one of its indoor arenas was already packed. White Earth News, Tango Post, Warm Sun Times, Gruss News Agency, Wine Bang News. One after another, these renowned and authoritative news agencies had gathered here, everyone's face filled with pure excitement for the big news. Besides these authoritative news agencies, the venue also gathered some invited well-known independent journalists and self-media personalities. In this era, their influence is no less than that of the former, and sometimes even surpasses it. The news from the news agencies is definitely fabricated by the companies. It's the words of the big V's that reveal the truth. 3 o'clock, 1 minute left. 9 defense. Please, Songsher, you have to give me a big surprise. Coming. The slightly noisy environment suddenly quieted down, but the next moment, a new wave of noise surged up, as if to lift the ceiling. Mr. Songsher, what are your thoughts on the terrorist attack launched by the Enlightened Ones? Did you receive 500,000 credits from Yinan? President Song. I'd like to know that Jiuyu Defense, as a strategic partner of the Security Bureau, accepted employment from the Enlightened Ones. What are your thoughts on this? Was Yinan's border military exercise a few days ago related to you? If Yinan launches a war, would you be willing to lead Jiuyu Defense to the front lines to fight back? Mr. Song. Jiobong News would like to invite you for an exclusive interview. Would you be interested? Jiobong News, a bunch of gossips, dare to challenge us? They have no journalistic spirit whatsoever. Our Gruss News Agency is all about telling the truth. Please consider our exclusive interview. Mr. Songsher, what is your opinion on Zenria Setsuna? Quiet. The security guards maintaining order shouted, but they couldn't stop these journalistic warriors. If their weapons hadn't been confiscated beforehand, the atmosphere would have already been simmering with tension. Quiet. Songsher walked to the conference table and tapped the surface with his index finger. A sudden gust of wind swept through the entire venue, extinguishing the momentum. One at a time. Songsher cleared his throat. This press conference is to respond to some recent false rumors circulating online. Hello everyone, I am Songsher, the current president of Jiuyu Defense. You may now begin asking questions in an orderly fashion. The crowd, whose momentum had just subsided, exchanged glances. One person stood up first. I ask a question that everyone is interested in. Mr. Songsher, as one of the instigators of the Sky Data Tower crash, what would you like to say? First, 9 Royal Defense is a fully licensed and legitimate company with all necessary permits. All our actions are legal and compliant. Second, why do you think I'm the instigator? Just because we look alike, have identical psionic abilities, and share the same name? However, as the president of 9 Royal Defense and a seasoned professional in the security contractor field, I can indeed say a few words, Songshur said casually. As everyone knows, the Sky Data Tower Center was one of Zero Network's core assets, yet it collapsed in full view of everyone just 6 days ago. I have no intention of questioning Zero Network's past achievements, but based on the current situation, I believe their strength, at least in terms of security defense, is probably quite inadequate. Songshur smiled slightly. Obviously, even giant corporations are not omnipotent, fearless, or invincible, and what can defeat a giant corporation is never just another giant corporation. A burst of flashbulbs went off in the room. You previously served as a patrol inspector for Yunnan. Can it be argued that you still maintain overly deep ties with Yunnan, ties that could harm or betray the interests of the corporate alliance? Songshur did it. It has nothing to do with me. Recently, over 57 companies issued a joint declaration stating their support for the extremist terrorist organization Enlightener, conducting joint counterterrorism operations. But as far as I know, in this situation, Zhou Defense accepted the hiring of the enlightened ones. Has your company considered the most basic public order and good morals? Business is always about customers choosing businesses, not businesses choosing customers. We take the money and do the job. What's there to say? Besides, our employer is Chun Guang Beverage Industry. Where did this rumor about the enlightened ones come from? Don't spread rumors. How would you rate Zen-like moment? Next. How would you rate your consistently high ranking in the top 10 of Fengshuan's popularity index over the past week? Your fan community has seen multiple diverse genders openly professing their love for you, claiming that if you don't agree, you'd be replaced by Zisha. Next. How would you rate? If you ask me to rate again, I hang you on the exterior wall of this building. Next. Several companies have announced that, in consideration of preventing the rise of terrorism, they will next sanction Zhou Defense. What are your thoughts on this? Song Shizheng faced the camera. Leave the giant corporations aside. Those non-giant corporations, the companies that are talking about sanctioning 9 Royal Defense. His pupils blazed with crimson gold, as if he were peering into the countless people sitting behind the camera. Anyone who met his gaze was startled, feeling a strange burning sensation throughout their body. He said calmly, I advise you not to get involved. Chapter 598. Newly Forged City, Underground Base. The spinning machines remain in their original locations, but this once empty underground space has been drastically transformed. Beneath the straight iron dome lies a structure resembling a blue honeycomb, where supercomputing matrices, storage hardware, and control equipment are meticulously integrated. The layout, originally designed for efficiency, now possesses a unique aesthetic appeal. Across countless crisscrossing pipes lies a high-strength, anti-static floor, upon which stand 4 figures. Chaklo Vaughn, Ogden Christopher, Song Shur, and Elsie Ingersoll, one of the 9 pillars of Yunnan, and the current vice president of Protection Protocol, an organization dedicated to collecting, preserving, and developing technology based on the creed of protection and utilization. The fifth ring balance, and one of only 2 Abyss Kings in Yunnan, a powerful psionicist hailed as the axiomatic explanation. She was among the first group from Yunnan to collect their payment. Oh Ogden, you finally have some free time? I heard you've been chased around a lot lately. A tall woman with long, pure white hair looked at the boy on the other side with interest. No matter how much trash there is, it's still just a garbage dump. What can a bunch of good-for-nothings do to me? Hearing her words, Ogden's face darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I already written down the notes. I deal with them slowly from now on. None of them will escape. Elsie laughed loudly. Her laughter echoed endlessly, showing no restraint whatsoever, which made Ogden's already gloomy face even more unpleasant. Before the latter could speak again, Elsie stopped laughing and clapped her hands leisurely. What a delightful day. But now it's time to get down to business. The Zero Network's hidden treasure, the creation closest to super artificial intelligence, the renowned weaving machine. Elsie tilted her head, carefully examining the pentagonal dodecahedron before her, her eyes, like those of a historian, who had endured countless hardships, finally finding a long-forgotten masterpiece, containing a restrained yet pure desire. The latter hovered at the very center of this brand-new deep-sea center. To be honest, you are indeed excellent. With you here, many difficult and complex things can be entrusted to you. However, more than that, what interests me is you yourself. 2 questions. Elsie raised her slender index and middle fingers. First, the Zero Network's Miniature Abyss project, which nurtured you. Do you have the experimental files? You want to replicate it too? The weaving machine said. Isn't this obvious? Elsie shrugged. What an interesting and incredible thing. A life born from the abyss. Who could resist trying it? Yes, but not completely. After a few seconds of silence, the spinning machine spoke. During the Miniature Abyss project, I was an embryo. I gradually evolved into what I am now after being fed by the Zero Network. As my abilities gradually increased, I tried to collect data on the Miniature Abyss project. I gained some information, but it's incomplete, about 70%. That's alright. Puzzling is part of the fun of experimentation. Elsa's smile remained unchanged. Send me everything you know. I want one too. Ogden interjected. You? The weaver paused. Don't forget who rescued you. Ogden hesitated, then snapped. I paid for an entire abyss network for you. What does that have to do with me? Didn't you try to steal it yourself? The weaver scoffed. But considering you did make a contribution, I can give you one. What do you mean by made a contribution? Ogden gritted his teeth. Second question. Elsie interrupted him. How much do you know about singularity technology-based reality overwrite? This time, the weaver answered much more decisively. I don't know. My father never revealed any information about this singularity technology to me. He tried to imprison me in the Zero Network for eternity, afraid I would leave his grasp. Is that so? What a pity. Although she said pity, Elsie showed no regret, clearly having anticipated this outcome. I have a general idea, Elsie said, stroking her chin. Your Excellency, let me briefly explain our needs in the Southern Realm. First, we need a copy of all the Zero Network technology and intelligence you know. Second, you are a highly efficient and outstanding developer, but the Southern Realm's needs in this area are not significant, at least not yet. Therefore, our subsequent research team will focus on you personally, and we hope you can cooperate. Finally, some of the Southern Realm's future operations may require your assistance. Elsie rubbed her neck. Of course, one-sided contributions cannot last. If you have any needs, we will also provide assistance as appropriate. How is it? No objections. The weaving machine said, a reasonable request, I promise, as long as I'm here, this cooperation will continue. Perfect. Elsie snapped her fingers, a smile spreading across her face. The weaving machine suddenly spoke. Have you heard of the Three Philosophers system? 3 minutes later. One more question. How do you know about it too? Chaklo, after listening for a while, couldn't help but speak up. Chaklo, your strength is undeniable, but... Elsie smiled slightly. To be honest, on my own, I could probably only find out that the Three Philosophers system exists. But even with great effort, I might not be able to figure out the specific truth. But who can blame me when I have the chairman above me? Elsie Ingersoll was the vice chairman. And the chairman of the protection agreement was naturally the Lord of Yan'an. I have other matters to attend to, so I take my leave for now. I look forward to our next collaboration being as successful as this one. Elsie then turned her head slightly. Oh right, there's also a regional inspector here. Should I salute you? Not at all, Songshur said, arms crossed, sighing. Even if I hadn't stepped down, a regional inspector wouldn't be higher than the 9 pillars of Yunnan. Of course, if you really want to salute, I won't stop you. Elsie laughed again. If you're willing, I think in a few years you might be able to stand with us so-called pillars and take a group photo. She snapped her fingers with a smile, like lighting a firework, and suddenly exploded into a large cloud of multicolored dust. This remotely controlled avatar had departed. Ogden rushed to the spinning machine, and a heated debate ensued. 15 hours later, after Ogden had also left, Chaklo finally managed to extricate himself, only to find Songshur, who had impatiently slipped away earlier, had found him again. I'm leaving the corporate alliance for a while. Chapter 599. New Forge City. The Enlightener Underground Base, first floor. The Silent One Society. Chakro looked at the man before him. He hesitated for a second. Your position is? A clerk? Your guess is quite correct. The Silent One Society, gold-ranked clerk, Rachel Harvey. The man smiled, placed his right hand on his heart, and bowed slightly. Greetings, Your Excellency, the powerful and impartial rebel. Gold-ranked clerk. Chakro narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms. As far as I know, there aren't many clerks of this rank in the entire Silent One Society. I just reviewed your file. You arrived in Forge City 3 years ago, and personally experienced the war between us and the corporation. And neither side detected your identity. Chakro's review clearly involved contacting the intelligence department through an implanted personal terminal to search and compare the information of the person before him. This man, who appeared to be in his early 40s, was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding a capable yet somewhat weary air characteristic of office workers. His right hand was replaced by a sleek, dark silver mechanical prosthetic, the Striver Type 4, a popular choice among business professionals over the past 4 years. It was compatible with all mainstream interfaces, featuring a smart AI assistant, real-time PPT projection, high performance capable of running professional software, and even the ability to take down competitors. Anyone who glanced at him would assume he was a typical office worker. And his file confirmed that he was indeed a manager at a mid-sized company, and his daily behavior showed no signs of anything unusual. After all, he's a clerk. Integrating into the local environment is a basic skill. Songshur sat on the other sofa, tossing a tomato-flavored candy into his mouth. And a gold rank at that. If that were so easy to detect, the Silent One Society would have closed down long ago. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Silent One Society, the man, or rather Rachel, maintained his smile. However, there's a small error to correct. Historically, the Silent One Society has experienced several periods of discontinuity, which is what you mean by closing down. You are very sincere, Chaklo said after scrutinizing the other man for a few seconds. It has nothing to do with sincerity. Truth is one of the eternal tenets upheld by the Silent Society. Rachel shook her head. As members of the society, if we are ashamed to even express our own history, concealing it, how dare we? How can we pursue the truth? Chakro nodded first to show respect, then spoke. Let me summarize the current situation. You went so far as to expose your existence, proactively approaching Songshur, wanting to invite him to the Silent Society headquarters to participate in a test. And Songshur brought you along to see me. That's right. Rachel remained composed. This is an order from the Council of 12. Please believe me, we have no ill intentions towards you, towards the enlightened ones, or towards Lord Songshur. The Council of 12 is the highest governing body of the Silent Society. Of course you don't have any ill intentions. Who do you intend to harm? Songshur crunched on his candy, raising an eyebrow. Subjective attitudes inevitably affect the objectivity of the record, so you claim to be absolutely neutral. Are you really neutral? I deeply regret this, Rachel sighed sincerely. We strive for objectivity, yet the very idea itself hinders it. Chakro, Mr. Songshur, the only thing we can do is relentlessly pursue it with all our might. Ha, a test. Chakro suddenly laughed. He shook his head and chuckled. You didn't come here to ask for my opinion, you just came to tell me. Indeed. Songshur chuckled as well, saying leisurely, after all, leaving without saying goodbye is somewhat inhumane. Let me be frank, I already agreed to leave in a while, just letting you know in advance. Then I have nothing more to say. Chakro nodded. Since you made your decision, I wish you a safe journey. Before you leave, remember to hand over your affairs properly. 9 royal defenses is still quite a large operation. The president's position is open to me? It's reserved for you. Chakro readily agreed. There's one more thing. After a few words, Chaklo's gaze returned to Rachel. Bronze, silver, gold, stone. I'm curious, why would a gold-ranked scribe, second only to stone, choose to remain in forged light? Though he said curious, Chaklo's gaze clearly left no room for refusal. Yes, many knew that the Silent Society maintained a vast group of scribes, scattered throughout Terra, relentlessly observing and recording. But there were clearly vast differences between scribes. A member of the absolute elite of this behemoth, the Silent Society, had been lurking in forged light for 3 whole years. Whether as the commander-in-chief of the Enlighteners or a rebel, Chaklo had to find out the reason. Ah, Lord Chaklo, you should know that the Silent One Society is currently the largest revelation psychic group on Terra. Rachel's smile faded slightly. Very convincing, Chaklo acknowledged, but then shook his head. But I need a more detailed explanation. Rachel sighed softly, but didn't hesitate, clearly having prepared himself mentally before coming. He looked up, surveying Songshur and Chaklo. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the theory of historical nodes? Here it comes. Songshur thought to himself. Sure enough, this is the familiar routine, the standard opening line of a Silent One Society scribe. And the next moment, without waiting for their reply, Rachel spoke loudly. Terra's history is long enough, and history is always a product of diverse interpretations. Some presuppose it as an objective, real whole, with its own temporal laws, attempting to construct a true history through empirical evidence. Others go further, trying to find an ultimate law, where all the meaning, purpose, and direction of history are merely one aspect of this ultimate law. Some no longer stand merely as observers, but choose to include themselves in the observation. All of history exists because of their participation in its formation. Still others use the present as a direct reference system, firmly believing that history is a continuous process of development towards greater progress, freedom, and perfection, an unstoppable and unquestionable force. But we, the Silent Society, believe that history is not an unstoppable, complete, and unified long river. You should have heard that a perfect circle is actually composed of infinite sides. It is also a member of the polygon family. Terra's history has never been a straight line. On the contrary, it is composed of many line segments of varying lengths, and these line segments are the historical nodes. Chapter 600. Chaklo was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. The Silent Ones believe that Forge Light City will become one of the historic nodes, which is why they sent you, a gold-rank scribe, to try and record everything that happens here. You could say that, Rachel replied impeccably. As for how we determine historic nodes, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. I'm not that arrogant, Chaklo said calmly. I can only guess at the Silent One's closely guarded secrets. They're probably related to the psionic power of revelation. Rachel smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Who can rival revelation in terms of mystical abilities? Songshur looked at the other person, straightening up. I also have a question. Please go ahead. I know that you scribes have all left your mark on the monument of the Nameless, so that no matter what happens, your memories can be transmitted back to the headquarters of the Silent Society, ensuring the records remain intact. Songshur asked earnestly, if Chaklo suddenly killed you now, would you reverse, refuse, deny? Anyone will do, or even all three psionic powers at once. Would that prevent your memories from being transmitted back? I completely understand your curiosity, Rachel replied just as sincerely. Based on past cases, if a fifth-ring psionicist is prepared, the monument to the Nameless might not be able to fully recover their memories. You're a peak second-ring revelation, specializing in premonitions. No wonder no one has discovered your true identity. Chaklo listened for a while, then suddenly said, You've been here for 3 years, experiencing Forge Light and New Forge Light. Would you be interested in sharing your perspective as a scribe? The answer is, no opinion. Rachel smiled, raising her index finger to her lips. You know, when filming a wildlife documentary, a truly qualified photographer cannot interfere with nature, no matter what tragedy is unfolding before them. Our premise for recording the truth as scribes is to remain silent. But if not as a scribe, but in my current capacity. After a moment's thought, Rachel added, Newcastle City, it seems pretty good. Chaklo nodded. Your scribes claim to pursue records and truth, but I'm curious, how can you be so sure that what you see is the truth? He pressed his knuckles. An event in progress can lead to different, even diametrically opposed, answers depending on one's perspective, the information available, and the relationships one has with others. Right now, in Newcastle City, many things are happening. Chaklo tapped the ground with his index finger, then his temple. And even I cannot know everything happening among millions of people simultaneously. I believe you will one day be able to, Rachel said seriously. Chaklo paused, then chuckled. I never thought that day wouldn't come. Truly a rebel, Rachel praised first, saying, the answer to this question isn't actually complicated. The truth doesn't necessarily require detail, like this battle at the Sky Data Tower. Admittedly, I don't know what happened on the ground, but so what? Does the current record of the Seven Earths War contain the conversations of every participant? No, we only need to know that not long ago, the Enlightened Ones destroyed the Sky Data Tower Center in order to seize the spinning machines, involving multiple forces, including Yunnan. That's enough. In the torrent of time, all the insignificant grains of sand will vanish, leaving only the deepest pebble. No matter how many positions, reasons, or twists and turns it contains, the cause, process, and result are there, pristine. Chaklo pondered for a moment, then asked, what was the content of the test? How should it be explained? Rachel hesitated for a moment. In fact, a significant portion of historical turning points are about psionicists. Single psionicists themselves. I think you can understand this. More recent historical turning points, such as the king of all people of Yunnan, his very existence determined the state of Terra at this moment. If he didn't wish to establish power, then Yunnan would cease to exist, and the world would be missing a colossus. If he wanted to destroy, then perhaps the continental shelf beneath our feet would be sinking into the abyss. More distant historical turning points, like the original throne of gods, we all know that he, as a pioneer, achieved an unprecedented sixth ring. Even if it was incomplete, lasting only 100 days. But if he wanted, 100 days would have been enough for him to overthrow the entire Terra, sending all civilizations into eternal damnation, annihilating everything, returning Terra to its ancient, desolate state, and forging a new cycle of reincarnation. It's just that in the end, he didn't do that. Do you remember what I said? History is a broken line made up of many segments of varying lengths. These segments, as historical nodes, determine the direction of that line segment with their every action, even a fleeting thought, shaping Terra as it is today. I can tell you, Rachel said frankly, that the test we will be conducting on Lord Songshur is related to historical nodes. Let me add something, Songshur said. The Silent Ones have diligently recorded history, and we all understand that the meaning of history lies in the future. In other words, they can predict the future to some extent. I understand. Chaklo raised his eyes. Rachel, your Silent Ones believe that this Sky Data Tower battle has exceeded your predicted future. You believe that Songshur is also, or rather, qualified to be, a historical node, so you invited him to participate in some special test. In their words, Songshur chuckled, it's called a world line shift. You're so certain that you believe you control the future? Chaklo frowned, his expression more of simple displeasure than surprise at such arrogant behavior. It was a displeasure at someone trying to assert their own dominance. As you said, the Silent Ones have always maintained silence and neutrality, so I don't know much about them either. Chaklo stretched out his hand, clenching it into a fist. But the future is not something that can be predicted arbitrarily. In the history of the society, world line shifts have occurred more than once or twice. I must emphasize that we are merely making predictions, and predictions cannot be absolutely accurate, at least not for the Silent Ones at present. But what about the future? Rachel laughed, a smile of unwavering certainty. Just as you said, the future is not something that can be predicted arbitrarily in the present. Chapter 601. New Cast Light City. Ah, quite a few more subtle glances these days. 12 minutes after leaving the underground base, Rachel exclaimed in the sunlight. Oh! On the other side, Songshur pulled his baseball cap down low, obscuring his face. Ever since his public warning at the press conference a few days ago about companies claiming they would suppress 9 royal defense. Of course, the unscrupulous media called it intimidation. Southern Dipper Songshur's popularity had surged again. His fan community even raised funds to buy 12 hours of giant advertising screens in several commercial plazas in New Cast Light City, continuously playing edited clips of Songshur. Lately, going out without concealing oneself is really unavoidable. You can't just let the crowds burn you alive. Of course, some streamers who quickly changed their faces to capitalize on this buzz are a different story. As for the companies that were intimidated, they showed no sign of backing down, quickly declaring that for the safety of the general public and the most basic public order and good morals, they would not be afraid, much less compromise, with a security contractor entangled with extremist terrorists. However, due to various reasons, their deployment work encountered various problems and had to be temporarily suspended. Absolutely only temporarily. I mean, the gaze that's scrutinizing me. Rachel squinted, bathed in sunlight, completely unaware of the heat. Passing public cameras, patrol drones flying past, and eyes staring directly at me. Perhaps because of the sun, Rachel's voice had a slightly lazy tone. You know, my path is revelation, my specialized psychic direction is premonition. Ever since I proactively revealed my identity, many eyes have been on me. I can feel them. I understand. Not doing so would be unbecoming of a leader, Rachel sighed. But experiencing this treatment firsthand is still a little upsetting. At least now it's just simple surveillance, not like before when they just killed you, Songshur said with a smile, buying a premixed iced drink from a street vendor. Doesn't that make you feel better? After all, many times, the truth, it itself represents a catastrophe intertwined with conspiracy and slaughter, originating from the revelry of ambitious individuals, Rachel said gently. Therefore, those who pursue records and truth have been persecuted throughout history, and even our silent society has experienced several periods of extinction. But as long as the desire for truth and record-keeping persists, you will be reborn. On the scale of history, the current destruction is insignificant. Survival will be born in the future. Songshur inserted his straw and said slowly, let me guess. What you're going to say next is this. Perhaps you get a high score on the scribe's theoretical graduation exam. Rachel showed no annoyance, but instead smiled amiably. That's right. This is the creed of our silent society. So did you have a premonition that I was going to say this? Songshur asked, biting his straw and observing the man with interest. Revelation psychic powers are not a panacea, nor are they as miraculous as some claim. At least, I can't be miraculous. Rachel sighed. You are a fourth-ring psychic, deeply involved in many great undertakings, representing a historical weight. Oh, I forgot. According to your style, it should be cause and effect. The causal relationships involved are too heavy. I cannot use it on you. Songshur chuckled softly. The birth of the revelation path stemmed from the exploration of the unknown, the unknowable. However, just as the stereotype of the great source is the elemental torrent washing over everything, the most widely known and prevalent ability of revelation is prophecy. Premonition, intuition, directness, spiritual perception, sixth sense, divination, sudden inspiration, whim. Due to differences in habits and cultures, these abilities with similar effects have different names. However, essentially, they are all explorations of a future that should be unknowable. Therefore, according to the current mainstream terminology, these are all uniformly categorized under prophecy. As for Rachel's reason for claiming that her psychic specialization is premonition rather than prophecy, it's because she believes she is far from reaching the level of prophecy. A premonition is an involuntary, sudden, and inexplicable feeling. Your intuition tells you that something important will happen, but you don't know what it is or when it will happen. Prophecy, on the other hand, is a definitive prediction of future events, possessing greater certainty and reliability. Broadly speaking, premonition is also a type of prophecy, but as a member of the Silent Society and a gold-rank secretary, Rachel clearly follows the narrower definition of prophecy. I already promised your Silent Society that I participate in the test, so saying this now might seem a bit strange. Songshur put down the deflated ice cup and tossed it towards the city-cleaning robot in front of him. The robot's 8 tentacles danced wildly, precisely catching the ice cup and stuffing it into the left side of the green-marked robot's belly. The young man turned around. So what can I get in return? You will receive assistance from the Silent Society. Unfortunately, this violates the principles of silence, and I cannot make such a promise. A slow smile spread across Rachel's face. But we can offer you something else. Many times, truth itself represents power, and coincidentally, the Silent Society holds the most truth in all of Terra. The Three Philosophers System. Have you heard of that name? And what does it represent? Rachel shook her head again. You might not have known a month ago, but after obtaining the spinning wheel, I think you already know. I can frankly tell you that the Silent Society can give you truths like this, truths you want, and truths you don't want. For example, I've seen your resume. You haven't been to the Van Pusta Empire, but I think you definitely know something about it. Aren't you curious why the Imperials spent thousands of years forging today's fanatical faith, even if it resulted in negative entities? Even after the consequences, there was still no sign of them stopping. These so-called truths are attractive, but not enough. Songshur's lips curled into a smile. It wasn't a gentle, polite smile like Rachel's, but a calm, unquestionable smile. Because even without you telling me, I could have gotten it myself. Chapter 602. Rachel's smile suddenly changed. If his previous smile was impeccable and merely polite, now his eyes lit up, as if he had seen a rare treasure, or more accurately, as if he had touched a rare treasure with his own hands. Truly a historical turning point. He stared at the young man, his Adam's apple bobbing, unconsciously whispering excitedly. Wait a minute. Songshur raised his hand. Your gaze is a bit creepy, and this is a main street. Can't you see there are people all around? Most of the people in the corporate alliance, I don't think they have the energy to care about passers-by. Rachel replied, and in the blink of an eye, he suppressed his previous fervor, quickly returning to his usual comfortable demeanor. Sorry, I was a bit out of line. The two walked a few steps to a secluded, deserted corner. What if I told you, you could personally witness and confront those who have left their mark on history? Songshur, who had been leaning against the wall, suddenly stopped his seemingly casual movements. He looked up. Related to the test? Rachel's expression remained unchanged, clearly acknowledging it. Heh, Songshur grinned, a burning breath seeping from between his teeth, as if his blood had suddenly ignited his entire body. That's far more alluring than the truth. However, you obviously won't miss the truth either, Rachel smiled. Ha, that's true. Songshur pushed off the wall, his back springing up. I want both. When are we leaving? Depending on your schedule, as far as I know, you still have some things to take care of right now, right? No later than a month. Songshur raised his index finger. We set off once the situation here stabilizes. Oh, by the way, do you know someone named Agalamar? He's also a member of your Silent One Society. Agarima? Rachel, who had always remained composed, paused for a moment, clearly not understanding why the other party would suddenly ask this. He thought for a second. Does he have a surname? I don't know. Songshur thought carefully for a moment, then confirmed that he really didn't know. Maybe not, maybe not. He's probably 16 or 17 years old. Male, also on the revelation path. His first-ring psionic skills include 1/3 of luck. 1/3 of luck? Rachel's eyebrows twitched, seemingly slightly surprised. Then he closed his eyes, as if communicating with something far away. After a few breaths, he reopened his eyes. I don't know him, but the Silent One Society does have this person. Rachel's expression shifted slightly, a hint of realization in her eyes. You're the one you rescued? It's amazing that the Silent One Society has this connection with you. Member Agalamar's record is quite good. He's currently serving as a reserve clerk, performing assessment-related work. Do you need to speak to him now? That's unnecessary. It's too boring. Songsher stretched, leisurely saying, seeing someone is much more interesting when you suddenly appear at their doorstep and see their expression, isn't it? Quite a thought, Songsher mused. Agarima. This boy, whom he had accidentally saved on his way from Paloshur to Forge Light, had become a reserve scribe. Thinking about it, he had indeed changed some of the course of history. I must return to the 9 royal defenses for handover. Farewell. Sparks flickered behind Songsher, forming the outline of fiery wings. You also have things to settle. After all, you won't be returning to New Forge Light after this. After all, an exposed scribe can no longer objectively record the truth according to the principle of silence, Rachel replied. And as you said, having spent so many years here, I do need to properly deal with the consequences. A classic, ruthless severing of causality. Songsher scoffed inwardly. These scribes had left their mark on every corner of Terra, yet everything they did was solely for recording and the truth. To blend into the local environment, they were sometimes corporate people, sometimes imperial people, and sometimes Eastern Continent people. They chatted and laughed with friends on the beach, watching the sun ignite the entire sea, talking about their hopes for tomorrow. They completed their studies, found jobs, and worked diligently in their positions. Sometimes they found love, marrying and having children before the passion had even cooled, watching their bloodline continue in the world with a throbbing passion. They slept through countless nights, and awoke through countless mornings, throwing themselves wholeheartedly into the torrent of this place. But all of this was a facade. When the Society of the Silent summoned these scribes, they would unhesitatingly abandon all of this, and return to its embrace. Besides the existing, natively trained scribes, the Silent Society possesses a special technology called Dandelion, which can randomly project the consciousness of scribes across Terra. For the sake of success, these consciousnesses ultimately take root in infants who died young. Thus, after a long time, some people were shocked to find that those they thought they knew so well had suddenly disappeared one morning, leaving so decisively and indifferently. However, it's said that some were affected by this, and chose to relinquish the position of scribe. The Silent Society seems to be quite lenient towards these people, as long as 2 or 3 conditions are met. Anyway, I remember one of them was stripping away the memories that once belonged to the scribe. It's not too difficult. After all, every scribe leaves a mark on the monument of the nameless when they take their oath of office. This mark ensures that no matter what happens to the scribe, the records can be retrieved, and this method of partially stripping away memories is naturally a piece of cake. Perhaps, at this very moment, among those who appear entirely different, joking and laughing with him, there is a scribe, coldly observing everything beneath his animated face. Or perhaps, he was once a member of this great collective, but after voluntarily relinquishing it, he no longer remembers the mission he once firmly believed he would uphold throughout his life, becoming an endless, recorded part of the collective. This is what the Silent Ones have learned. His fiery wings suddenly unfurled, and with a violent tremor, Songsher soared into the sky. In the next instant, he broke the sound barrier, a crimson streak piercing the heavens, as if even the vast sea of sunlight had been cleaved in two. For this kind of flight, which is the most basic and unadorned, at the physical level, the greatest limitation on speed comes from drag. With Songsher's current spiritual energy, he couldn't directly burn away the conceptual drag. Therefore, he used an equally simple method. Supersonic flight within the atmosphere experiences maximum drag from shock waves. This is a unique drag generated when an aircraft is flying at supersonic speeds, as the energy is transmitted to the surrounding air in the form of strong pressure waves, causing it to be intensely compressed. For Songsher, this was negligible. The blazing flame surged wildly, burning and sweeping away the surrounding atmosphere in less than 1/100th of a second, artificially creating a near-vacuum flight environment. Several times the speed of sound was broken in an instant. After about 10 breaths, the crimson current abruptly stopped, and Songsher rushed into the office through the window. Xiao Lu, the president's secretary, who had been notified in advance, was already in place, standing straight across the desk. As she watched, a ball of crimson fire burst through the window, spun slightly in midair, and landed precisely on the executive chair. A sudden gust of hot air filled the room, ruffling her hair. Songshur, hands on the armrests, leaned back in the chair. Simply put, I'm going on a long trip, so this vast empire will be in your hands while I'm gone. As my secretary, your power will be limitless. You really think highly of me. Hearing going on a long trip, Xiaolu was initially startled, then, upon hearing the second half, shook her head with a wry smile. First, everything went smoothly before you even started. You did a great job, proving your abilities. Songshur sat up straight, interlacing his fingers. Second, besides you and me, I don't know many administrative staff at the 9 defenses. Should I praise your attentiveness? Xiaolu paused for a few seconds, then sighed deeply. I understand. Could you tell me how long your trip will last? I make arrangements to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Hard to say. Songshur stroked his chin. Not too long, not too short. After all, the Silent Ones have quite a lot to hide. It takes some time to see everything clearly. The Silent Ones? Xiaolu was surprised. Songshur was quite pleased with the other's expression, raising an eyebrow and smiling. It's the one you're thinking of. Aren't they always supposed to be neutral? After a brief moment of surprise, Xiaolu pulled up a chair and sat down, his brows slowly furrowing. Why did they suddenly contact you? Probably because some things have gone against their predictions, Songshur said cheerfully. Aside from history, the truth, records, and the random combinations of those things, they really don't care about anything else. Xiaolu understood the unspoken meaning. Therefore, the concern they devote to these matters far exceeds what most people imagine. Xiaolu tried to organize her thoughts, but after a few seconds, she decisively gave up. Fine, go ahead and say it, I'm listening. Xiaolu flicked her index finger in front of her, projecting web pages onto her retina, one after another appearing and disappearing. I really don't know anything about the Silent Society. I just checked their official website. It's all just empty talk. I couldn't find any useful information. As an international organization, the Silent Society naturally has its own official website. Due to the influence of the Abyss and the Firewall, normally it would be difficult for the Enterprise Alliance to access this website, but Xiaolu, as a core member of the Enlightened Ones, with a prosthetic body and no shortage of internet fees and software, is clearly outside the scope of this normally. You're actually wrong about that. There's something there. Songshur laughed. According to the Silent One Society, qualified people can sense and find something special on their official website. This is one of their methods for recruiting new members. The most public and accessible way, basically like social recruitment. Anyone can try. Xiaolu immediately flew into a rage. Don't talk about social recruitment so casually when you never even worked a day in your life. Songshur quickly raised his hands in surrender. Mine. Hearing the young man's words, Xiaolu released his index finger from the web page, stared at the Silent One Society's website for a few more minutes, and then confirmed that besides the international organization, the slogans about recording and truth, and the standard content like activities and news, he couldn't see anything else. Psychic energy? Xiaolu looked at the young man, a thought forming in his mind. Yes, they set up a complex testing mechanism on their official website, involving personality, mindset, and ideological resonance, etc. I don't know the specifics of how it works. After all, Revelation has too many strange methods. However, although the Silent Society claims to be the largest Revelation psionic group on Terra, with a history dating back thousands of years, it's hard to say that their lineage is truly orderly. Xiaolu extended a hand, listening attentively. Please. The origins of the Silent Society, or rather, the original Silent Society, were essentially a spontaneous gathering of scholars and historians. Songshur accepted this readily. After all, historical records are subject to too many constraints. Xiaolu understood what he meant. Historians record events truthfully, without altering a single word. This is a widely circulated saying in the Eastern continent. However, in reality, faced with the violence of swords and the commands of power, even if some people truly uphold this principle, when extended to a history spanning millennia, most historians inevitably engage in embellishment, deletion, and even alteration. So, these people's initial intention was to secretly preserve the true, original history for future generations. Songshur spread his hands. Although this might not have been successful, they persisted, determined not to let this sliver of possibility disappear. When a piece of history, passed down for 1,000 years and sung by countless people, is suddenly pointed out as fabricated, and the truth is even presented on the spot, clearly, the latter is far more likely to be dismissed as cheap, fabricated history than to be accepted and thus have its history corrected. And then these people were killed. Xiaolu said, I guessed it. Sometimes behind a truth lies countless killings and conspiracies, a colossal shadow that blots out the sky. And sometimes, revealing the truth isn't a good thing, maintaining the status quo, letting it sink to the bottom of the abyss forever, is better for everyone. So, Songsher spread his hands. Throughout history, no, I should say from ancient times to the present, all sides have been unhappy with these people, leading to their deaths and the loss of their lineage several times. However, these people were scholars, best at hiding things, so even if there's a temporary loss of lineage, once someone in later generations finds their hidden relics, understands the ins and outs, they can raise their banner again and record the truth. Xiaolu suddenly spoke up. The right to speak. That's right. Songsher snapped his fingers. My credibility is higher than yours, and Chaklo's credibility is even higher than mine. Plus, after being repeatedly killed, they decided to take up force after much painful reflection, and thus, the Society of the Silent Ones was born. You could say they have a long history, that's true, but to say the Society of the Silent Ones has existed from beginning to end is also wrong. 25 days later, Songsher successfully arrived at the Society of the Silent Ones. Chapter 603. Songsher raised his head. A dense, impenetrable sea of clouds engulfed the sky, then a vast, majestic white ocean was slowly pushed aside. A towering, mountain-like structure broke through the clouds, like a shooting star, leaving a trail of brilliant flames. Thousands of thruster units ejected jets of energy, easily disintegrating the air. Facing the endless rays of sunlight, it resembled a Kuenping chasing the sun, gleaming brilliantly. This was a ship. Compared to ships in the traditional sense, its deck was wider, its edges more curved, like a silver-white ray, except this ray was far larger than its millions of brethren combined. Larger than the Axiom Army's space carrier, Axiom Order, and Fubo Energy's space carrier, Growing Glory, combined. The Silent One's Society. Space carrier. Beyond the boundary. The Silent One's culmination of 271 years of painstaking effort, a realm beyond realms, a world beyond worlds, carrying records and truths, Terra's undisputed largest space carrier. Considering its internal capacity of 1.4 million inhabitants, perhaps calling it a floating city would be more accurate. This colossal mechanical structure, with a radius exceeding 15 kilometers and a total area approaching 1,000 square kilometers, blocked out the sun within a short time of its appearance. Shadows spread like the sea, silently blanketing the earth. Its interior is larger than it appears visually, Rachel said, tilting her head back, letting the shadows slowly wash over her cheeks, but her eyes seemed to glow. We employed space expansion technology and built an internal circulation system from scratch. We also established a gene bank for almost all of Terra's creatures, storing archives of extinct and existing civilizations, all of Terra's civilizations to date. Are you aware of this, Lord Songsher? If one day, the Terra we see today is reduced to ashes, then the ark to survive the apocalypse and rebuild civilization will only be the outer world. Sigh. A few seconds later, a sigh from the young man echoed in his ears. Although, judging from the current situation, the possibility of Terra becoming a post-apocalyptic wasteland seems, perhaps, maybe, actually a little bit high. But I really don't like talking about these things. The shuttle's hatch opened, and Songsher, standing at the edge, spoke without turning his head. Rebuilding civilization sounds good, but what does that have to do with me today? Songsher faced the swirling air currents, his hair flying wildly. If the person I'm about to kill is about to die by my hand, and someone suddenly tells me that he will become tomorrow's savior, would I then give up on killing him? If I can't comply with their wishes today, then what does tomorrow's world have to do with me? He didn't show any rebuttal or unpleasant expression. Rachel listened patiently, her face showing only simple resignation. This is your attitude, the man slowly shook his head. You only ever focus on the present moment, refusing to compromise even the slightest bit. Even if the next second brings annihilation and destruction, this second must determine who lives and who dies. You? Songsher responded with an "Oh." Yes, you, Rachel repeated. From the moment psychic energy was born, Terra has been eternally dominated by you. Every choice, every possibility, is firmly grasped in your hands, leaving no room for anyone else. That's a bit kitschy, Songsher said, releasing his grip on the hatch. Aren't you a psionicist too? You understand my true meaning, Rachel replied, her posture still respectful and polite, but her words held no back. Songsher chuckled and said nothing more. Because the shuttle was about to board the ship. As the shuttle truly approached the beyond the boundary, the creations once gazed upon from afar could now be clearly seen in the textures of its surface. The awe he felt for such vastness would be amplified immeasurably. Like being at the bottom of a valley, looking up at towering, sprawling rock walls, a silvery white world rushed towards him. With a deep rumble, the shuttle slowly entered a corner opened in the rock wall, a hangar large enough to accommodate a shuttle moving freely, appearing as an insignificant black dot on the beyond the boundary. Songsher closed his eyes. Perception spread out in a grand manner, and in an instant, the vision that should have been shrouded in darkness was illuminated by stars, some faint, some deep, and these stars, naturally, also sensed the spreading will. A greeting, a greeting. Rachel subtly stepped aside, offering no intervention or advice. The next moment, the counterattack followed. First to arrive was a ball of fire. Not a flame of psionic energy, but a burning will composed of unwavering faith. It crashed in, only to be forcefully pushed back by an even hotter consciousness. Following this was iron. Its master must be a document knight, an armed unit of the Silent Ones, sworn guardians of records and truth, but when others attempt to provoke them, the document knight can also raise their weapon and bring destruction to the enemy. This piece of iron, meticulously honed over 20 years, met an insurmountable chasm before an even more relentlessly tempered and unyielding will, unable to advance an inch further. Such clashes occurred more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. Each time, both sides unanimously chose not to use spiritual energy, relying solely on the clash of pure will, and each time, they were forcefully suppressed by this sudden intruder, and in less than a moment, the people in this area learned the true identity of the other party. Songsher, the recently renowned Southern Dipper, from the Enterprise Alliance. A member of the Enterprise Alliance had ventured into the Outer Realm, the territory of the traditionally neutral Silent One society, a prophesied new generation of historical nodes, and these historical nodes were truly this powerful? Even a psychic of Songsher's caliber couldn't infinitely expand their perception, let alone the unique structure of the Outer Realm, inhabited by tens of thousands of psychics. Their perception range would inevitably be reduced. But as the stars in his perception receded one by one, about to return to darkness, 2 new stars, far brighter than any of the previous ones, suddenly descended from afar, joining the battle. This intensity, and the vibrant sharpness they contained, like the first forged blade of a sword, undoubtedly made them one of the key targets for the Silent One Society's new generation of training. But really, he himself seemed to be a member of the new generation too. The next moment, Songsher simultaneously confronted these 2 stars. Chapter 604. Like 2 trucks traveling towards each other in a straight line, seemingly about to collide, yet neither driver swerved, instead, both floored the accelerator. And so, they crashed together violently. It is said that a duel between sufficiently powerful psychics, even a mere clash of their consciousnesses, can cause environmental changes and alter celestial phenomena. But at this moment, both sides had intentionally restrained the effects of their psychic powers. The clash of consciousnesses alone didn't produce such a spectacular sight, yet the internal force remained undiminished. Almost instantly, the rising genius who had rushed to the scene felt dizzy and disoriented. While the opponent's will was undeniably strong, the truly overwhelming advantage came from that inseparable, ever-present, and indistinguishable, ferocious killing intent. The file clearly showed that the opponent's KDA wasn't particularly high. How could he be this ferocious? Fortunately, he had a colleague by his side. Both being key trainees of the new generation in the Silent Society, the other woman, unlike her, followed the path of a document knight, possessing far more experience in combat. Even though she was startled by the killing intent emanating from this will, the impact was much less. In the brief moment of the former's hesitation, the latter stepped in, withstanding the opponent's onslaught. So tough, he mentally roared the very first second of contact. As a member of the Silent Society, even a document knight with an armed role, one still needs to be well-read and meet academic standards. Therefore, he had undergone rigorous armed training and read countless documents. But the unwavering, unyielding will emanating from this other woman was absolutely top tier, even considering all the famous figures in the documents. It was shockingly hard, but he could still hold on. He focused his mind and stubbornly resisted, managing to maintain the stalemate. His colleagues, recovering from their daze, rejoined the battle, joining forces to fight back. Stalemate. In that moment of distraction, a new star joined the fray. That familiar aura belonged to the Blue Witch, Tracy Evelina. Another outstanding figure of the new generation, the 18-year-old second ring revelation. Stalemate. The Midas Touch, Suiwu, and the Wandering Soul, Asla Mendre, were all skilled members of the new generation. However, when they arrived and joined the battle, the situation remained a stalemate. Rachel stood with his hands at his sides, quietly watching several robotic arms move along the ceiling rails, guiding the shuttle to a stable stop and conducting a preliminary check. The near miss seemed to have no effect on him. The man even seemed somewhat detached from reality. A breath later, another will descended, like a bright star rising in the night, its brilliance dazzling. It first hurled the new generation back, then, with a gentle yet equally resolute force, met Songsher's gaze. "Hello, Songsher. I am Mortimer Condensance. Let's meet." You already know the route. These four sentences were uttered almost simultaneously, overlapping each other, echoing endlessly like a resounding echo in an empty valley. Songsher raised an eyebrow, realizing that in that instant, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. No, not a memory, but more accurately, a feeling. The young man jumped off the shuttle. The boarding gate behind him slowly closed, revealing a brand new scene. A near-futuristic corridor stretched deep into the distance, yet compared to its cold, mechanical feel, it exuded a clean and peaceful atmosphere. And a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had walked this place a million times, personally touching the delicate texture of the walls, feeling the tactile sensation of his footsteps, even the faint sense conjuring up vivid scenes in his mind, an involuntary smile playing on his lips. Before even taking the first step, he could imagine the familiarity of every scene along the way. The other person wasn't lying. Based on this innate sense of familiarity, Songsher could proceed unimpeded directly to the other person's location. The Silent One Society, one of the 12 council members. Fifth ring revelation, the imposter, Mortimer Condensance. "It seems you don't need me to lead the way." Rachel noticed the change in the young man's expression. Songsher closed his eyes, but everything around him still opened its arms to him warmly, like welcoming a prodigal son who had finally returned home after years of wandering. "Interesting. As expected, you Revelation people have the most fancy tricks." The next moment, Songsher opened his eyes, beaming, "You go ahead with your work. I really don't need anyone to guide me here." Without waiting for a reply, Songsher lightly touched the ground, transforming into flames, a crimson streak instantly traversing the entire passage. The hatch opened spontaneously, or rather, it had already opened beforehand. A sense of familiarity pulled Songsher forward, and along this predetermined route drawn by Mortimer Condensance, all obstacles vanished. All the gates had opened long ago, awaiting his entry. The last gate opened. A new world appeared before Songsher's eyes. An artificial canopy, conservatively estimated to be over 4,000 meters high, provided the people of the outer world with an endless blue sky. A white incandescent fireball occupied the undisputed center, a simulated sun forged using nuclear fusion technology. Songsher raised his eyes. His psionic skill, Heavenly Sun, allowed him to easily see more. The essence of this simulated sun was a suspended, super-large, fully superconducting tokamak nuclear fusion device. Theoretically, a distance of only 4,000 meters would be enough to easily incinerate a person. However, a crystalline membrane enveloped it, greatly limiting its terrifyingly powerful light and heat. A Dyson sphere, a miniature Dyson sphere. It provided this simulated sun with moderate light and heat, while simultaneously consuming the vast majority of its energy, becoming one of the power sources driving the outer realms. At the same time, someone, using psionic power, endowed this simulated sun with a aura, or rather, sensations, that belonged to the real sun, giving it the senses of the real sun. His gaze descended from the sun. A magnificent, palatial architectural complex, blending modern and classical design, rose from below. The ring-shaped skyrail, like a serpent encircling the world, meandered and colossal. Drones and shuttles moved in orderly rows, like meticulous scholars holding documents, completely devoid of the unique, boisterous atmosphere of the corporate alliance. 6 levels, 12 sectors. A massive, three-dimensional metropolis appeared before them. Rachel wasn't exaggerating. Hundreds of years of continuous spatial reinforcement and expansion had made the internal structure of this aerospace mothership twice the size of its exterior, and with an internal circulation system simulating the sun, it was worthy of being called a small world. This was the Silent One's outer boundary. This was Terra's outer boundary. Chapter 605. The spotless ground reflected the bustling crowds. However, only a very few people wore badges with this design on their chests, an eye half closed, outlined in intricate strokes. The symbol of the Society of the Silent. Strictly speaking, not all people from the outer realms are members of the Society of the Silent, and even among members, not everyone is qualified to become a scribe or a file knight. Songsher took a step forward. A single step, and he soared into the sky. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the passers-by, Songshur followed that sense of familiarity, transforming into a streak of crimson light, weaving through the sky with incredible agility. Many only saw a flash before the crimson streak disappeared. The end of this familiarity was a museum-style building located on one side of the city. It stood there, like an invisible black hole, constantly drawing Songshur's gaze, making it his first sight. Yet, the flow of people around this massive building, spanning several acres, spontaneously bypassed it, as if encountering an ocean current flowing around a reef. Completely oblivious, Songshur landed, walked up the stone steps, and pushed open the glass doors. Warm yellow light bathed the room, and hand-woven carpets covered every inch of the floor, soft and sinking underfoot, making one want to lie down and take a nap. The walls and ceiling were made of marble, but under normal circumstances, visitors could hardly see them. Rows of imposingly tall bookshelves blocked the view, and what was even more infuriating was that the owner of these bookshelves seemed utterly unscrupulous, haphazardly scattering the bookshelves into a maze-like scene. Every bookshelf was piled high with books. Songshur casually pulled out a copy of the 7 upper sects of the Eastern Continent, Power Structure and Institutional Evolution, discovering that it was genuinely packed with content, not just a foam box covered in a book cover. Terrifying. Songshur flipped through it a few times, preparing to put the book back, only to find that in the short time he glanced down, the books on the shelves had completely changed, and there was no original place to be found. "Oh, just put it anywhere, it won't get in the way." A gentle, refined voice suddenly came from behind the heavy bookshelves. They tidied themselves up eventually. The bookshelves began to move, row after row pushing outwards, like the parting of the tide, revealing a straight aisle. At the end of the aisle stood 2 off-white sofas, one of which already had an owner. It was a refined-looking man, around 30 years old. He put down his book, and pushed his glasses up his nose. Mortimer Condence. He smiled and greeted politely, "Hello, Songshur. The deceiver of the Silent Ones Society." Songshur plopped down on another sofa. "It's an honor to meet you." "Decorative, huh? I don't mind that term." Mortimer tapped the table. "Would you like something to drink?" "I have tea, coffee, and fresh milk." "Some juice, please." "How about orange juice?" 5 seconds later, a spherical service robot floated out from somewhere, handing over a pitcher of orange-yellow liquid. "However, I still defend myself a little." Mortimer displayed the generosity of a host, watching Songshur drink while smiling. "I wonder if you ever experienced anything like this as a child, cowering in bed, trembling with fear, afraid of the world outside, suspecting that man-eating monsters lurked in the darkness." Unfortunately, Songshur sighed, "Absolutely not." "Is that so?" Mortimer's expression remained unchanged, but for those who have experienced these things, this is the unknown, an unknown that shouldn't exist. Revelation is born from the exploration of the unknowable, the unknown. "So you're saying that your psychic power lies in this kind of unknown?" Songshur put down his cup. "Correct," Mortimer said slowly. "Is there really a child-eating witch hiding in the forest? Aside from the psionicists hiding there, or those simply pretending to be sorcerers, most of the time, it's just a tactic to scare children into behaving. But for me, if necessary, I could make the forest truly have another child-eating witch. Of course, I don't eat children, and I don't really want to see children eaten, so I generally wouldn't do that." Truth born from falsehood, Songshur concluded, "That's your psionic ability. That's why some people call me a fake." "This kind of thing," Mortimer shook his head regretfully. "The source of these falsehoods isn't me. I merely borrowed some of their work. How can you place the responsibility on me?" "But I heard that besides psychic abilities, the origin of your title is also related to your love of telling little lies?" Songshur chuckled. "I also heard that before becoming a member of the Silent One Society, you were a professional fraudster? You were skilled in everything, forging antiques, counterfeiting insurance, financial fraud, you name it." "It's obvious." Mortimer's expression remained unchanged, his manner impeccable. "Everything you said above is slander." "Fine, whatever you say." Songshur pushed aside his empty cup. "Let's get down to business. As agreed, I'm here to take a test. Rachel told me it would allow me to try out historical figures myself. I'm curious." The young man raised his eyes, his gaze clear and pure, like glass. "I admit, the Silent Ones have absolute authority over history, but to recreate a historical figure, the only thing I can think of is the path of the Tao, but even the path of the Tao can only recreate psychics. There's another possibility, that's through your psychic powers. But if I may be frank, even you might not be able to recreate the most illustrious figures, would you?" A member of the Council of 12, one of the 4 Fifth Ring members of the Silent Ones. The impostor, Mortimer Condantance. While the other party undoubtedly held a prominent position, possessed formidable strength, and employed numerous methods, their psionic power reaching the fifth ring was undeniably incredible. However, to recreate those powerful figures from hundreds or thousands of years ago, the simplest point is that Mortimer Condantance could never recreate those thrones of gods who once ruled Terra. Frankly, Song Sure was still quite perplexed. He had heard that historical node theories several times in his previous life, and the scribes he had encountered had all expressed high praise for him. Even so, back then, they only believed that Song Sure was likely to become a historical node, not that Song Sure was a historical node, and they hadn't invited him to participate in any tests. Of course, if one had to explain it, it would certainly make sense. After all, he had truly been reborn, and this life had changed many things. With the strange and unpredictable abilities of these Revelation members, coupled with the Silent One Society's in-depth research into truth and records, making an accurate judgment wasn't unthinkable. Good question. Mortimer picked up a nearby sofa cushion and hugged it comfortably. Would you like another orange juice? Perhaps some snacks too. Sugar helps to lift your spirits. But what I'm mainly thinking about is that I'm about to hear the explosive secrets the Silent Ones have learned, and listening to them like this is too dry and uninteresting. Chapter 606. The air was silent for a moment. Explosive. A huge secret? Song Sure straightened up slightly. It's not the kind of secret that, once heard, will prevent you from leaving this place, is it? If that were the case, you wouldn't have been able to get in here in the first place. Mortimer laughed. Then I'm relieved. Song Sure ordered another orange juice and a 3-tiered dessert tart. Go ahead, I'm listening. Let me think. How should I put it? Mortimer snapped his fingers, and a book flew from a bookshelf not far away. Song Sure's dynamic vision was excellent enough that he clearly saw the fleeting title, An Examination of the Origins of the Silent Society, the First Recorders. Before coming here, I imagine you heard some things about us, maybe even that famous joke. The Silent Ones have an 8,000-year history. On one hand, the Silent One's history is only 961 years, which doesn't sound short, right? But think about it carefully, it's only equivalent to 2 or 3 dynasties in your ancient eastern continent. On a macro-historical scale, that's nothing. Then let's take it even more macro level, put it directly on the timeline of Terra. I remember reading somewhere that Terra has existed for billions of years. Song Sure casually said, from that perspective, let alone a few hundred years, even a few million years is insignificant. Mortimer sighed, if you were my student, you'd already be in the hospital undergoing advanced studies after I hit you. Please don't interrupt a scholar while he's speaking, okay? Mortimer sighed a second time, young Mr. Song Sure. Song Sure said no problem. But on the other hand, we truly have 8,000 years of history. We're not the current Silent Society, not the true knowledge collection of 1,600 years ago, not the Spring and Autumn Society of 2,300 years ago, not the Great Wall Palace of 3,100 years ago. Mortimer seemed to have specially studied rhetoric. His tone was gentle yet powerful. It was like a rambling list of dishes, yet it didn't feel tedious at all. What we inherit, what truly possesses the accumulation of 8,000 years, is this spirit of upholding records and truth. Then, Mortimer's index finger touched his heart. He calmly looked at the young man. Even if a god throne, no, an unprecedented seventh ring, descended, shattering the outer realm to pieces, and killing all members of the Silent Society, in 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, there will definitely be new people who will reclaim this spirit and raise the same banner once more. They may not be the Silent Society, but they will definitely be the Silent Society. Song Sure clapped. A very peculiar line of thinking, he praised. For you, the Silent Order is unimportant, only truth and record-keeping matter, even if you are no longer the ones practicing it. Right and wrong. Mortimer shrank back a little on the sofa, his composed and solemn expression suddenly becoming somewhat lazy. If you insist on asking me, then it's better to be a practitioner of the Silent Order. After all, I'm quite comfortable here. Mortimer yawned. I have books to read, and when I'm bored, I can instruct a few students. And the fighting outside is none of my business. Really unrelated? Song Sure clenched his fist. Yes. How could it be unrelated? That languid air vanished suddenly. Mortimer's lips curled into a slight smile. The scholarly air disappeared, replaced by a deepening, even cruel, depth in his features. Even the realm beyond realms can never exist independently of Terra. Mortimer gave a chilling laugh. The sages of the Silent Society made a great prophecy. Terra's future would inevitably lead to its predetermined destruction. But what need is there for prophecy? Look at this ravaged wasteland now. Technology advancing by leaps and bounds, psionic power surging, expanding new frontiers. He sneered. No one is weak, no one wants to talk. The 7 Earths war shattered Terra, and it has yet to recover. And in the blink of an eye, a new all-out war is about to begin. You can't stop it, and you can't stop it, Songshur said succinctly. The Silent One Society is indeed remarkable. In fact, one would say that in the 8,000-year legacy of the Spirit of Record and Truth, you are the most powerful practitioners to date. Songshur raised his index finger, then pressed it down again. But that's not enough. This is no longer an era where a single, incomplete God's throne that lasts 100 days can rule the world. Even a complete, true God's throne exists in multiple forms today. Songshur stared at the man, their eyes meeting. Besides, as far as I know, yours is no match for Isidore, is he? That's right, Mortimer readily admitted. That's the truth. Possessing 4 5th ring true spirits, and 1 6th ring God's throne. 3,000 years ago, this would have been an absolute power capable of deciding the fate of all of Terra. But they were not 3,000 years ago. Looking at the present, Yan'an, the Enterprise Alliance, the Van Pusta Empire, if they all disregarded the influence of the God's throne, the Silent Society would still be an extremely terrifying force, but only terrifying, not an insurmountable obstacle. The Terra beneath our feet is the most powerful Terra in history. The Silent Society, we can see the end of the future, but we cannot change it. In the 2nd century since the Silent Society's founding, our forefathers made a new vow, deciding not to simply stand in the audience, but to use the records created by countless people to achieve an unprecedented history, one that we ourselves have created. Songshur suddenly looked up. Before he knew it, the surrounding environment abruptly changed. Rows of bookshelves, scattered haphazardly, crumbled like sandcastles melting under the tide. Thousands of books flipped and tumbled, an invisible whirlwind arose, whipping up countless pages that danced and swirled around Songshur and Mortimer like a raging tornado. A strange dizziness washed over him, not from an attack, but from the sudden change in environment, causing discomfort to the most sensitive great source. In an instant, Songshur realized what was happening. The space was wrong. A localized spacetime had been altered. Thousands upon thousands of pages continued to swirl and flutter. In Mortimer's hand, a crystal ball had appeared out of nowhere. Even from the smallest angle, it conformed to a perfect geometric sphere, its color crystal clear. Yet, upon closer inspection, it displayed a kaleidoscope-like texture, an endless interplay of light and shadow, so dazzling it was almost intoxicating. The world beneath our feet, Mortimer's eyes were calm yet burning. The Silent One's Academy. In our hands, it will reveal the most brilliant direction. Supreme Wonder, the Infinity of All Things. Chapter 607. Records and Truth, accumulated over 8,000 years, passed down through generations of practitioners, and finally learned by the Silent Ones, is a supreme spectacle forged with countless efforts and resources, a unique and tangible miracle. The infinity of all things. From the interwoven light and shadow of this crystal ball flows endless information. Every second, countless images flash by. If an ordinary person were to stare at it even once, their consciousness would be overwhelmed and collapse into the finest dust. Songshur didn't look at it. He stared intently at the former, his gaze unwavering. And even Songshur gradually began to feel weary. Incredible. After a long while, Songshur uttered 4 words. This thing. You actually came up with the idea of making it, and actually made it. Thank you for the compliment. Mortimer admired the translucent crystal ball, the crisscrossing light spots reflecting on his face like the patterns of a Klein bottle, magnificent and bizarre. A compliment from Nando is quite valuable. The laws of spacetime and causality, these are the foundational theories constituting the infinity of all things. Mortimer finally shifted his gaze from the crystal ball. The sages of the Silent Society throughout the ages pondered deeply, and they pessimistically and rationally realized that if things continued this way, there might be occasional ascensions, but overall it would still be an endless decline. Terra's future could only be an eternal end, hence the final answer. Songshur clicked his tongue. Do you remember the historical nodes? Mortimer's eyes smiled. Our history has never been a straight line, on the contrary, it is composed of many segments of varying lengths connected together, and the birthplace of these segments is the historical node. And historical turning points influence the direction of the future. Songshur exhaled. Take the corporate alliance as an example. Imagine an ordinary, unremarkable company employee. He's just finished a 13-hour workday, dragging his exhausted body home. He catches his breath, drinks some water, and then takes out the dinner he's prepared long ago from the refrigerator. Heating up pre-made white maggot strips or cold energy bars. Whichever he chooses, the impact on the future of the world is negligible. In fact, even the word negligible is, in my opinion, an exaggeration. Songsher said, ignorable. Exactly. Mortimer nodded. Therefore, if we want to change the future, we don't need to grasp the whole picture from beginning to end, meticulously refining every detail. We only need to lock onto historical turning points, using them as a starting point. From the different choices made within those points, we can derive different futures. Mortimer raised his index finger and lightly tapped the air. A white star, about the size of a thumb, appeared, all alone. Mortimer tapped a second time. The starlight flickered, then suddenly branched out into many lines. No, many lines, some winding, some straight, spreading in different directions. Immediately afterwards, new stars began to appear along these spreading lines. Some were brighter, some dimmer, some appeared faster, some slower, but each time a new star lit up, it inevitably caused the line to extend into many new branches. In the blink of an eye, this network expanded geometrically, its inner lines crisscrossing and becoming unimaginably complex. Starting from a single starlight, it expanded in an instant, transforming into a complex scene filling every inch of Songsher's vision. It was awe-inspiring. Following this line of thought, let's continue forward. Mortimer let the network continue to expand, connecting and changing. History is knowable, the future is unknowable. This is an undeniable truth for most people, including most psionicists. Frankly, even I, though I'm not exactly a specialist in prophecy, even the Fifth Ring Revelation, who specializes in prophecy, cannot predict every single event in detail, nor foresee all the future. We Revelation are actually the most reasonable, not as mystical as some people think. Does balance make sense? Mortimer chuckled. I thought everyone knew. Balance is the least balanced, the least reasonable path. Back to what I was saying earlier. But if we can grasp every historical juncture, knowing all the branches it takes, then the future will no longer be unknowable to us, but rather a future history that can be foreseen and accurately predicted. This is the infinity of all things. Songsher pinched his brow and said softly, You reconstructed 8,000 years of history using records and truths collected over 8,000 years, and now, I'm not even sure if this simulation counts. The Heavenly Tao, the Akasha records, the origin. Mortimer thoughtfully offered some more fitting terms. But it's not just that. At this moment, Songsher shook his head. His eyes were bright as he stared intently at the other party. This is only the first step, isn't it? A keen sense of smell. Mortimer smiled reservedly. Even we wouldn't dare claim to possess absolutely accurate history, but history inherently possesses a corrective force. Minor errors, in the face of its overwhelming current, will passively transform into truth. But still not enough. If that's all, it still won't change anything. Mortimer's expression was like that of someone giving a grand speech in an auditorium, but in reality, his heart was already filled with joy, preparing to suddenly confess to the teachers on the judging panel at the next moment, waking all the drowsy audience members. The law of space-time, Songsher said, enunciating each word clearly. Time, a concept theoretically equivalent to space. However, in reality, throughout the long years of the six paths, the latter appeared significantly more frequently than the former. Even those spiritual energies involving the concept of time were mostly limited to normal effects such as opening time slots, local acceleration, slowing the flow of time, and future contracts. Mortimer chuckled. If we encompass the entirety of Terra with the infinity of all things, then all problems cease to be problems, all costs cease to be costs. We can freely traverse through different historical points, finding finite choices from infinite options, choices leading to the best possible future. We will have countless possibilities for trial and error. Every current, flawed path will become an experience leading to something better. Remember what I said? Those unbridled, capricious madmen? Fine, let them fight it out. Let them fight until the world collapses, until everything is destroyed. It doesn't matter. Even if Terra is destroyed 10 million times, we will still have the 10 millionth and first possibility. Chapter 608. The air was silent for a long while. Songsher let out a deep breath. In that instant, many things came to mind. Those vastly different yet undeniable thoughts swirled in his mind, until they finally left his lips as something else entirely. 2 points. Songsher held up his index and middle fingers. Firstly, this concept is indeed very appealing, but as the CEO, do you know how many people I encounter every day trying to sell me ideas with PowerPoint presentations? The silent ones are undoubtedly powerful, but to achieve something like this, Mr. Mortimer, if I may be so bold, Your infinite all things is not yet complete, is it? What you're describing is merely a theoretical, fully realized concept. Truth is the belief we uphold, so I will speak the truth. Mortimer couldn't help but smile. The answer is, correct, the current infinite all things is indeed not yet at the level we expect. But it can already do some incredible things. Songsher voiced the unspoken message for him, sincerely exclaiming, confronting historical figures. I guess your test isn't going to be placing me in the history where infinite all things reappears, is it? The latter clapped his hands. You're quick on the uptake. If my students had half your talent, they wouldn't always be giving me headaches. I don't need a brain. It would be strange if I couldn't figure it out after all this. Songsher shook his head slightly. You completed the anchoring and deduction of historical nodes, but to truly achieve infinite rollback and infinite choices on Terra, you're missing one crucial step: how to return to the past and restart Terra. A very tricky problem. Mortimer sighed. The laws of spacetime and causality, both are miracles that are difficult to grasp. Difficult. Songsher noticed the word the other had chosen. Mortimer casually tossed it aside, offering no response. Go on, your second point. How about you guess what I'm going to say? Songsher slightly raised his head. This is a very easy challenge. Mortimer waved his hand, and a cup of black coffee appeared out of thin air. He took a sip, his brow slowly relaxing. The next second, he casually tossed aside the half-finished coffee and cup, straightening up. What kind of future would be considered the optimal choice? That's what you're asking, isn't it? This maple muffin is too sweet. It's making my tongue feel cloying. Songsher pointed to the second layer of the dessert tart. Amber syrup filled every crevice of the muffin, making it look quite appealing. On the contrary, the strawberry tart is quite good. The strawberries are fresh, radiation-free, and the cream is just the right amount of sweetness, perfectly puffed up. Songsher then pointed to another side, to the small, red and white pastries. So here's the problem. The maple muffin I ate earlier filled up a bit of my stomach, causing me to eat less of the strawberry tart. Is that the optimal solution? Definitely not. So, should I use the infinity of all things to reset my choices? Maybe I should just avoid the maple muffin from the beginning. Mortimer laughed heartily. That's the crux of the problem. We always think that what we don't have is the best, endlessly pursuing something better, something even better. But is that really the crux of the problem? Mortimer leisurely rested his chin on his hand. Did I make the worst choice? Most people have thought so. But whether it was actually the worst choice or not, they would all think so. But rather than a problem, I prefer to call it a desire for beauty. Answer your question, Songsher. If we achieve true the infinity of all things, do you think we would endlessly rewind history, endlessly make choices? The man scoffed. That's underestimating our 8,000 years of heritage. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. Mortimer released his hand, raising his index finger. Even if records and truth. The spirit of records and truth has remained constant from beginning to end, but the practitioners born from it differ. Yet, this is a truth that practitioners throughout history, including those of the silent ones, have always understood. We don't know where the single optimal solution lies, but we don't need to know. We only know that, at least for now, Terra is definitely not, and that's enough. Listen carefully, Songsher. Everything we do is not to be a group of cowards indulging in history. Those cynical attitudes had vanished without a trace. In the 8th millennium since the birth of records and truth, one of the leaders of the contemporary practitioners, the impostor, Mortimer Condensance, said calmly, "Everything we do is for the sake of moving forward." Is that so? But in my opinion, the difference between the two isn't that great. Songsher's smile had also faded, his pupils now burning with a captivating flame, just as they had always. No matter how eloquently you speak, the opportunity to choose again remains unchanged, Songsher said calmly. Avatars, clones, brain transplants, memory overwriting, possession. Whether it's technological means or psionic methods, even if you include all of these, everyone still has only one life on a macro level. A life moving forward without the chance to choose again. It's precisely because we understand this that we can unleash our fiercest and most surging passion. A pawn that has crossed the river can only advance, but once it knows it has the opportunity to choose again, everything will inevitably become insignificant. Songsher shook his head. Don't even mention things that can be manipulated with memories, even a brain in a vat. I also heard of cases where containment was breached. Those things originating from instinct, or even things deeper than instinct, can't be affected by mere memory clippings. The quantum Zeno effect. Mortimer snapped his fingers. The act of observation itself causes the collapse of possibilities. The infinity of all things is indeed incredible, a miracle, An 8,000-year vision, the pinnacle of Terra. Songshur said calmly, but a future chosen through such things seems too ephemeral. At that moment, Mortimer's shoulders began to tremble. His right hand covered his face, then slowly moved upwards until it lifted his golden bangs, revealing a genuine, seemingly uncontrollable smile. Ha ha, ha ha ha. That's it. Mortimer was excited, even joyful to the point of near euphoria. He chuckled, pointing his index finger at the young man on the sofa ahead. So we are the true psionicists. Chapter 609. Songshur stayed in a hotel. Of course, it was more like a guest house than a hotel. The Beyond the Boundary simulated a normal social environment to some extent, but the limited area of 1.2 million people, especially since a significant portion of them had never stepped outside the Beyond the Boundary in their entire lives, inevitably resulted in a significantly different business environment. The supporting facilities were quite complete. Songshur glanced at the washing machine and found it was a brand from the Enterprise Alliance, only about 3 or 4 years old. Judging from this, the purchasing department of the Silent One Society was quite efficient and up-to-date. Who? Songshur sank into the soft bed, the pleasant scent of sunshine gently enveloping his body. The Beyond the Boundary was currently in a normal cruising state, like a calm sea under a clear sky, without any feeling of swaying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. However, there were exceptions. While the Silent Ones have established a comprehensive internal circulation system for the outer world, theoretically allowing its inhabitants to survive for a considerable period even in the event of the apocalypse, the outer world ultimately cannot create things from nothing and still needs to periodically draw resources from the outside. Like mining minerals, once the Silent Ones find usable mineral resources, they first demarcate the approximate area, then use the power of psionic energy to overturn and blast the area to pieces. The outer world then uses a giant gravity anchor to tow these fragments into the ship's smelting area for a series of subsequent finishing processes. At such times, the Silent Ones broadcast a warning throughout the entire ship beforehand, alerting everyone that the ship will experience a certain degree of fluctuation in the near future, the infinity of all things. Songshur raised his right hand, his evenly shaped, strong fingers slightly blurred, perhaps due to squinting one eye. To transform history from a linear, unbroken path into an endless network, allowing free movement across time and the axis of causality, enabling individuals to choose their own future. This was the supreme spectacle the Silent Society sought to achieve, an unprecedented feat. Undoubtedly, the Silent Society had not yet accomplished everything it needed. However, on the other hand, while the conversation with Mortimer yielded much information, the latter ultimately failed to reveal the specific progress of the infinity of all things. This was not unexpected. After all, he was not a member of the Silent Society. The other party's willingness to reveal so much was primarily driven by a desire to see a historical node that would shift the world line. From this perspective, the Silent Society's prophetic history showed that world line shifts had occurred more than once, and they had invited more than one so-called historical node like himself. For the Silent Ones, Songshur was certainly special, but not unprecedented. But I truly was reborn. His fingers swayed in his blurred vision, as Songshur thought to himself. To be fair, if the Enterprise Alliance had succeeded in deification of Terra, it could probably achieve a similar effect. However, the principles behind the two are completely different. The former is like loading and unloading a save file, a physical rewinding that, like Laplace's demon, causes every particle to regress. The latter, the infinity of all things, is derived from the laws of spacetime and causality, a more thorough rewinding that reverses the spacetime axis. So what exactly is this rebirth of mine? Psychic energy? But I am the source. The source can certainly find a few psychic techniques involving the concept of time, but setting aside the issue of their strength, their compatibility is severely incompatible with my own. That final conversation with Mortimer was no empty boast. I can't exactly say I possess superhuman strength and use the simplest, most unadorned methods to break through the spacetime axis. Technology? The Council of Knowledge's time stasis is already Terra's most cutting-edge product in its exploration of time, hailed as the ultimate technology of singularity. But even the Council of Knowledge can only achieve time stasis, lacking the power to achieve anything else. If psychic energy is somewhat negotiable, then in terms of pure technology, even if I were reborn 100 times, I might not be able to develop new singularity technologies. Well, perhaps I can remove the might not. As his thoughts raced, Songshur thought of something else. Does Isidore Sinity know of the existence of the infinite? The moment this thought arose, Songshur chuckled to himself. Undoubtedly, this king of all must know. However, according to his memories from his previous life, Although the other party had theoretically declared war on the entirety of Terra, it seemed there hadn't been any major conflict with the Silent Ones, as they were preoccupied with conquering other forces. Well, that's not surprising. The Silent Ones are neutral in their stance and incredibly powerful. Even with the infinite schemes, their threat in the short term is far less than that of the Enterprise Alliance, the Van Pusta Empire, and other forces. Rebirth. Songsure thought for a moment. Rebirth. Songsure thought again. Rebirth. Songsure continued to think, and then confirmed it. He really couldn't figure it out for the time being. The infinity of all things test was coming soon. This was the most important and exhilarating thing right now. Songsure composed himself and made a cheerful decision. Let's get some sleep. Something we haven't had in a long time. Space Mothership, Beyond the Boundary. Bridge Area World Hub. In a world where silver and indigo blend, like a warm ocean, countless crystal balls float. Some of them were cracked, dull as the ashes of a calamity, others were a blazing crimson, growing ever more intense, like a tangible massacre. Some were crystal clear, shrouded in dreamlike colors, others shone with a twilight-like halo, like solidified amber. Endless crystal balls drifted with the ocean currents, like hundreds of miniature worlds. I spoke with Songsure. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air. The figure materialized into Mortimer's silhouette. The man adjusted his frameless glasses, then bowed slightly forward as a sign of respect. Self-reliant, highly talented, with an unwavering will, and a mature set of principles, an exceptionally outstanding individual, beyond reproach, Mortimer said slowly. Moreover, his breakthrough speed and psychic abilities is beyond imagination. He reached the 4th ring in just a few years. If it's him, he could very well be one of the historical turning points of this generation. One more thing, I tried to perform a few divinations on him, and well, not a single one was successful. While it's partly because I'm not good at these things, aren't the causal relationships he's involved in excessively heavy? Chief, do you have any clues? Still within the normal observation range. A gentle and calm voice echoed from among the countless crystal spheres after a breath. Go test him. Mortimer pondered for a moment, then a smile returned to his face. He approached the throne of the 6th ring revelation, the current leader of the Silent Society, and the chief of the Council of 12. He said respectfully, As you wish. Chapter 610. You really don't gamble anymore? Ahem, the curly-haired boy coughed twice, revealing a shy smile. Just a little gambling now, and then, really just a little. Indeed, it was a Germar. Compared to, when they met years ago, he was like a completely different person. His slender frame, thanks to ample nutrition, had grown to over 1.7 meters tall, and his cheap, second-hand mechanical prosthetic limb had been replaced with a noticeably more expensive model. Even the air of someone who frequented the streets of the corporate alliance, constantly covered in needles and tubes, hunched over and fleeing through blood-stained alleys, had transformed into a subtly scholarly air. Well, I can actually explain this a little. Agalamar tugged at his shirt collar and chuckled. Mainly, 1/3 of luck is a bit too useful for things involving probability. I have this psionic skill, so I have to use it, right? By the way, I really didn't expect you to be here. I was startled when I saw it was you who contacted me. The Silent One Society isn't some omniscient observer, so why can't I be here? Songsure leaned against the railing, gazing at the shimmering water below. This was a city park located on the 2nd level of the Outer Realm. These scholars clearly had little interest in asceticism, having built a fairly large artificial lake in the park. Peak 1st ring psionic power, Songsure objectively assessed. I think this advancement speed is a bit slow. Sigh, you can't expect everyone to be like you. Agalamar scratched his head. Okay, I admit, even by normal standards, this still doesn't seem fast. What's the final psionic technique? Songsure asked. I remember the gift the Path of the Tao gave you was 1/3 of luck, and then you accidentally obtained delay, which allows you to postpone the repayment of 2/3 of misfortune. Agalamar answered without hesitation, it's expansion. The interference of luck is limited, but I can temporarily amplify it. By the way, don't say anything like try it on me. Even with expansion, a 1st ring cultivator like me can't interfere with a 4th ring cultivator, let alone someone like you who's been involved in so many big things. The boy pointed to his temples, then clasped his hands together in a prayerful gesture. If you insist on trying, the backlash will keep me in bed for a week. Do I look like that kind of person? Songsure asked without changing his expression. But I really didn't expect you to become a reserve clerk. Aren't the requirements for a clerk quite high? What are you talking about? I've been studying very hard, okay? Agarmir counted on her fingers. firearms use and reconstruction, philology, geography, and all kinds of history. My current level of history is probably better than even a master's student from the Corporate Alliance. By studying history, one can understand the rise and fall of dynasties. Songshur became more interested. Then tell me about the current situation in Terra. Have you ever cooked rice in a pressure cooker? It explode? Agarmir bluntly stated, I can't think of any possibility of a non-total war. Tell me something you don't know. Songshur shook his head. Agarmir thought for a moment. I think that's all. Oh wait, there really is. The boy suddenly realized, if you ask my opinion. Let's not talk about the distant past, just the recent Seven Earths War, a battle involving tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people, is now just a short paragraph. Nobody remembers how many times the knife pierced skin, how many liters of blood were lost. But Agalamar suddenly paused, as if choosing his words carefully, and after a while, he spoke. Perhaps from a historical perspective, this isn't a bad thing. The world is already bad enough. Perhaps rebuilding is the only option. The boy stretched out his hand, his sharply defined alloy prosthetic arm shielding his face from the artificial sun. Sunlight streamed through his fingers onto his face, creating dapple patterns of light. I'm incredibly lucky. Practically too lucky. First, I met you when I was kidnapped and forced into being a human civ, then I successfully joined the Silent One Society and became a reserve scribe. The boy slowly shook his head. But how many people in the world have my luck? Most people just disappear cleanly and decisively. Why did they die? Agarima withdrew his hand and straightened his collar. That's my thought. Space helicarrier beyond the boundary. After saying goodbye to Agarima. A pure white room with a standard cubic structure. Let me briefly explain. Mortimer leaned back on the sofa, while the young man sat on the opposite sofa. They didn't seem to be conducting some kind of bizarre experiment. Rather, it resembled a therapy room with a weekend appointment with a psychologist. If you're ready, just say so. The man smiled slightly. We want to observe the absoluteness of historical nodes, that is, when the environment, identity, and power all change, can a modern historical node become a past historical node? And vice versa. Later, I will use the infinity of all things to send you into a randomly selected recreated history. Actually, it's not random. You can think of it as a virtual game, or take everything you encounter seriously. It's up to you. We won't interfere. Mortimer pondered for a moment. To be precise, we won't interfere at all. You just need to do whatever you want. Okay. Songshur raised his hand. Recreated history, that sounds so captivating. I can't wait. A beautiful answer, although saying it like that seems very disrespectful to history. Mortimer snapped his fingers. First test, let's begin. A crisp ringing sound echoed in the room, like 1,000 crystal balls gently colliding. Songshur felt an indescribable pull on his palm, a gentle force that he could easily break free with a single thought, but at this moment, how could he possibly give up? His consciousness sank, and perhaps a moment later, he abruptly awoke. When Songshur opened his eyes again, he heard the fierce whistling of the wind whipping through the banners, and the urgent wailing of horns. Even before the sounds, what assaulted his senses was the lingering, foul stench of blood. The hastily erected tents were being swept open, and shouts, cries of agony, and the muffled thunder of horses' hooves rushed towards him. Chapter 611. Fighting. Fighting on the battlefield. Almost instantly, the moment Songshur caught a whiff of blood, he reacted. Without bothering to examine his surroundings, he abruptly stood up and burst out of the tent. It was this single movement that made Songshur realize something was wrong. His strength and nerve conduction speed had been drastically reduced. Moreover, he couldn't summon his psionic flames. Whoosh! A howling, icy wind lashed down on him. The muddy ground was covered in frost, hardened into a solid texture, making it almost impossible to feel his toes underfoot. And at that moment, arrows rained down from an unknown source, mercilessly pelting the army formation. Everywhere you looked, there were people. Not a well-organized, arrayed army, but a chaotic scene of many disoriented soldiers jostling and bumping into each other. Hold on. Hold the formation. Small enemy harassment. Don't panic. Move towards the signal flag. Fierce roars rang out intermittently, but these were quickly drowned out by the terrified screams and the whistling of arrows tearing through the air, echoing from all directions. This place was covered with a vast forest, the trees of unknown age, lush and verdant, their branches and leaves almost blocking out the sun, a natural barrier. But the source of these arrows was a troop of light cavalry, 20 or 30 men. Undeterred, they skillfully drew their bows and fired, their tall, Powerful horses leaping nimbly through the bushes and vines, their eyes gleaming with a wolf-like ferocity in the dim light. This troop of light cavalry had actually managed to chase after hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers fleeing ahead. At this point, "Are you still going to throw your lives away?" the cavalrymen shouted, their bows drawn and arrows raining down without pause, as if their strength were inexhaustible. "The Emperor considers you all to be coerced. This time, only Xiao Chaolai will be the leader. The rest of you will be spared if you surrender. Otherwise, you be thrown into the netherworld, where you die 9 times over." Just like the officer's earlier shouts, in this chaotic situation, most people could only hear the labored breathing and smell the overwhelming stench of blood. They couldn't hear the surrender pleas at all. But someone did hear them. A soldier, just crawling out of the bushes, looked up, bewildered, at his surroundings. The others were panicking, jostling and pushing, like a swarm of headless flies desperately rushing forward, no one paying attention to their comrades nearby. He suddenly shuddered, shakily unfastened his sword, and then, without hesitation, turned and ran wildly towards the cavalry. A cold glint, like a thunderclap, shattered the darkness of the dense forest. The words were cut short as the spearhead, made of black iron, easily smashed the skull, the soldier's head exploding like a ripe watermelon. Yet the spear's momentum didn't diminish, it even advanced further, piercing through the blood mist, sending a cavalryman flying backward, pinned to a tree. The spear's chilling light illuminated the newcomer for a fleeting moment. It was a massive, 8-foot-tall man, clad in heavy armor. Without uttering any pointless words like reorganize, the man, the instant he threw his spear, charged without hesitation towards the cavalry formation. The speed of this charge even surpassed that of the fierce soul steed, a breed of horse that had undergone more than 10 generations of bloodline improvement beneath them. "Attention! It's the vanguard officer's badge," the cavalry leader shouted, alerting his comrades. He then dismounted, grinning maliciously, and raised a long spear to meet the enemy head-on. A stray dog from the Northern Heaven Army, daring to act so arrogantly. Hearing this, Song Shi scoffed, "Enough to kill you." Sluggish, bloated, low agility, and weak strength, these descriptions were relative to Song Shi as a 4th-ring great source. On the battlefield at this moment, the power of this body, having reached the 2nd-ring transcendence, still far exceeded mortal imagination. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 10 blows. Spear shadows cascaded like waterfalls, fist winds surged like tides. Wherever they passed, the air was violently torn apart, the frozen ground shattered with a deafening roar, leaving a spiderweb of craters with every step, and even snapping trees large enough for one person to encircle. As elite cavalry pursuing the routed Northern Heaven Army, the 30-odd riders present possessed keen eyesight, and were well trained, able to reasonably assess the battle's momentum. Therefore, they were astonished to find their commander being suppressed by his opponent. Aside from initially being slightly clumsy and at a slight disadvantage, the opponent quickly adapted, fighting more fiercely and intensely, and in the blink of an eye, had turned the tables, forcing their commander into a perilous situation. Zhang Er, the vanguard officer of this Northern Heaven Army, wasn't he supposed to have just entered the 2nd level of cultivation? Both of them are at the 2nd level, so how did their commander suffer such a great loss? For a moment, they couldn't care less about continuing to pursue the fleeing troops ahead. The cavalry formation suddenly dispersed, relying on the dense forest environment, galloping around the center of the battlefield while switching to specially made 4-sided armor-piercing arrows, designed specifically to deal with experts. They held them back, creating momentum for their commander. For someone who has reached the 5th level of the heavenly realm, especially one focused on physical cultivation and following the path of divine demons, whose senses are exceptionally sharp, holding back their arrows would surely make them feel like they have thorns in their backs, distracting them and preventing them from unleashing their full power. Unfortunately, for mortals like themselves, lacking the aptitude to reach the 5th level, the battlefield of the 2nd level is already the limit of their influence. Before the earth-shattering power of the 3rd, 4th, and even 5th levels, all things are like weeds, not even allowed to be looked at directly. According to rumors, the reason why the 7 major sects that dominate the eastern continent have been relatively inactive in recent years is that their sect leaders have been in seclusion, attempting to break through the limits of the 5th level and reach the unprecedented and perhaps never to be repeated 6th level. And it was this negligence that led to this new heavenly army calamity. Then, before their very eyes, the frenzied spear shadows suddenly scattered for a moment, and then the opponent closed in, blood mist surging around them, a solid punch landing on their commander's chest. Psionic Art Blood Fiend, a 2nd level transcendent psionic art that transforms one's blood into a special substance called Blood Fiend. which can evaporate from the skin when needed, forming a mist to protect oneself, weaken the enemy's attack, or enhance the lethality of one's own strike. It possesses both physical destructive power and mental interference. Boom! A muffled thud, and the cavalry commander groaned. The blow that should have hit his chest was blocked by the thick spear, the spear that broke under the weight. Even so, the attack still caused considerable damage. The cavalry commander's eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets, and he spat out a single word through gritted teeth: arrow. Relying on close combat, he suppressed the metallic taste in his throat, brandishing his broken spear to restrict his opponent's movement. The momentum is still acceptable. Songshi's voice tore through the air, and then, without dodging or retreating, he unleashed an even stronger punch than before. But the spear is too soft. The next instant, a blood-soaked hand, clutching something, emerged from behind the cavalry commander, while shrill screams erupted from all directions as a barrage of armor-piercing arrows simultaneously engulfed both sides. Fortunately, Songshi had anticipated this, using the cavalry commander's body as a shield, sweeping and deflecting most of the armor-piercing arrows. However, when he peeked out again, the cavalry had already retreated without hesitation, even maintaining a remarkably accurate barrage of armor-piercing arrows amidst the galloping horses, the violent shaking of their bodies, and the complex, dim environment, preventing Songshi from pursuing them. This level of physical prowess could not be explained simply by being well-trained. Ancient gene enhancement technology, huh? Songshi watched the cavalry disappear from sight, abandoning any further pursuit. Which period of history is this? TSK, I don't know much about these things. Come on, let me ask you something. The next moment, Songshi crouched down. The cavalry commander was now a pitiful sight, his body riddled with arrows embedded in his skin, his chest gaping open, blood gushing out. Yet, his powerful vitality, a result of the second ring transcendence, allowed him to barely maintain his intermittent breathing. Heh, do you think I tell you? The man coughed up blood, struggling to shout, you bunch of damn bastards. With the envoy from the upper sect backing you up, you're all doomed. Songshi raised an eyebrow, quickly changing his words. An envoy from the upper sect? What ring? What path? This question startled the man. He paused, then heard the other speak. Come on, tell me what year it is, and I give you a quick answer. What year? It's the 127th year of Tianyuan. The man's face suddenly turned ugly. How dare you insult me, you scoundrel? The 127th year of Tianyuan. It sounded like a reign title, but there were countless emperors throughout the history of the Eastern continent. How could he possibly know who was who? However, the term upper sect seemed vaguely familiar. So Songshi asked again, does upper sect refer to a sect? How strong is this upper sect envoy you mentioned? You, what nonsense are you spouting? Fine, that's it then. Upper sect should refer to the group of spiritualists of this period, organized in the form of a sect. One last question, Songshi said, who is the strongest in the world right now? I mean, in our Eastern continent. Hearing this, the other person paused, stopped cursing, and a hint of envy flickered in their eyes. Naturally, it's the leader of the upper sect Nether Abyss sect, the peerless being who has reached the pinnacle of the fifth heaven realm. The voice gradually faded. He was dead. The fifth heaven realm, that is, the first to fifth rings? If the sixth ring, God's throne, hadn't appeared yet, Songshi stroked his chin. Conservatively speaking, 3,000 years ago. Judging from that upper sect envoy was probably at the third ring level. Songshi pondered briefly. The fourth ring above that level isn't worth the hard work, and the second ring below that. Not every second ring cultivator possesses true strength, enough to make this cavalry commander so certain. While the opponent was only at the lower level of the second ring, he was still, after all, a second ring cultivator. Songshi picked up the broken spearhead, wiped it clean, and the smooth tip reflected a sallow face, a strong nose, and a few strands of gray-black hair blowing in the wind. This was Songshi's appearance at that moment. The lower level of the second ring transcendence. There are 5 psionic arts in total, 3 from the first ring and 2 from the second. The former is straightforward, strengthening reflexes, optimizing muscle fiber structure, and enhancing self-healing abilities, a fairly standard and basic set of transcendence. The latter consists of bloodlust and tiger bone. The effect of the psionic art tiger bone is to enhance the overall skeletal strength of the psionicist, allowing them to withstand greater impact and provide better support. Simultaneously, the hard and resilient bones themselves can also serve as lethal weapons. A close-quarters battle that determined life and death gave Songshi a thorough understanding of this body's condition. Neither good nor bad, average level. Compared to other transcendent individuals he had encountered, Lu Danshu, Shang Jianyuanzi, and Chu Tonglu were all inferior to Gabi during Palauser's era in terms of talent. Even Lu Danshu in his second-ring lower-level stage could easily defeat 10 of this vanguard officer named Zhang Er. Slightly difficult to deal with. Song sure tried, but being of the Southern Dipper type, he couldn't utilize any of his fourth-ring great source spiritual energy, as if he had always been a transcendent. Trying to kill a suspected third-ring envoy of the upper sect with this meager spiritual energy. Even if he mastered this body to its fullest extent, it was unlikely he could succeed. Moreover, in ancient times, countless years ago, there was no way to find heavy aerial bombs or gravity field generators for deployment. If psionic energy wasn't enough, technology would suffice. Huff, Songshur suddenly noticed he was breathing heavily. With the physical abilities of a second-ring transcendence, this shouldn't have happened. The young man spent a few seconds sensing his body and discovered that he had been injured earlier, various in size and depth, which had accumulated until now. His gaze lingered on the cavalry commander's still open face. His psionic technique regarding self-healing power couldn't create something from nothing. He needed to ingest sufficient energy and nutrients in a timely manner to heal wounds. A second-ring transcendent's flesh and blood were undoubtedly highly nutritious, as long as he ate. I didn't become a psionicist to eat people. The arrowhead was grabbed by a large hand, the shaft broken off, one of the few armor-piercing arrows he hadn't managed to block. Considering the bleeding and the risk of the wound widening, Songshur chose to leave the arrowhead inside his body for the time being. Fine, let's return to camp first. At least we need to figure this out. Suddenly, the world flashed white for a moment. A silver streak of light illuminated the forest. Songshur felt every hair on his body stand on end, not from a chill, but from a powerful static electric field. Boom! Immediately following, like a god striking a heavenly drum, a violent thunderclap resounded from the highest heavens. Songshur abruptly looked up. The winter wind was pierced by the arc of electricity. Thousands of winding silver snakes swam through the clouds. Surrounded by the brilliant silver lightning, a blurry figure, its face indistinct, stood with its hands behind its back. And this being was forcibly suppressed by a crimson streak of light piercing the sky. Chapter 612. The lightning surged in the clouds, emitting wave after wave of heart-palpitating roars. As the heaven and man path, which emphasizes the interconnectedness of heaven and earth and the unity of all things, even at only its third level, its power surpassed all other paths, incomparably magnificent. But that was all. No matter how loud the lightning roared, how dazzling its light, it remained suspended in the sky, hesitant to actually descend. As if wary of something. The distant crimson stream of light revealed its true form. It was a dark red long sword, as if congealed blood, its entire body shrouded in a dense crimson light. It twirled and flew among the clouds, the last glimmer of light barely fading before being torn apart by a new one, transforming into a crisscrossing net of swords. At the very least, this flying sword had broken the sound barrier. Xiao Chonglai, your old wounds from the Battle of Liyuan haven't healed, and you inflicted new ones these past few days. Do you really dare to fight me? A voice, mingled with thunder, rang out clearly. The response was a sneer emanating from the flying sword. Then what's the point of your nonsense? If you have the guts, come down and test the sharpness of my sword. The blurry figure riding the lightning remained unmoved, simply repeating. Your new heavenly army has always touted the slogan of recreating a new heaven for the common people, but this defeat is inevitable. Continuing this stalemate is merely a matter of time. Your stubbornness and relentless resistance, insisting on dragging these people down with you, do you even deserve to talk about recreating a new heaven? The opponent deliberately used the technique of thunderous sound, making the booming echoes in everyone's ears. I guarantee in the name of the upper sect Li Shao Tianfeng that anyone who lays down their weapons and surrenders will be granted a way out. The sound abruptly ceased for a moment. With a deafening boom, a streak of iron-colored steel shot up from the forest, piercing the sky and fiercely striking the blurry figure. This spear throw had broken the sound barrier. Even heavily armored cavalry would be easily pulverized upon contact, but with a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning struck the spear precisely, the intense heat and electrical energy instantly melting it and causing it to explode. Perception spread instantly, and Bai Qing from the upper sect Li Shao Tianfeng immediately locked onto his target, a burly man in a corner of the woods below, still in a throwing posture. A cursory glance revealed him to be merely a second-level cultivator. You? However, immediately following, a crimson sword light slashed down from afar without hesitation. That second-level madman, no matter how much he threw spears, could only be annoying at best, but Xiao Chonglai, also at the third level, especially one following the path of a sword immortal, possessed a killing power that should not be underestimated. Ignoring his anger, Bai Qing suddenly raised his hand, and in the blink of an eye, lightning and flying sword clashed more than a dozen times before separating. Bai Qing gave the flying sword a deep look, then at the burly man below. Huh? The latter was actually glaring at him. A flash of silver light disappeared, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a python struck the opponent, only to be dispersed by the flying sword in time. Leaving behind a cold snort, the lightning that filled the sky suddenly contracted into a ball, and Bai Qing disappeared into the clouds, appearing dozens of meters away with each flash before vanishing in an instant. TSK, still too weak. After confirming that the opponent was gone, Songshur slowly lowered his right hand, rubbing his wrist with his other calloused hand. His entire arm felt noticeably sore and painful. Even with his muscle fiber structure optimized by psionic techniques, throwing a sonic spear was still quite a struggle for someone at the lower level of the second ring. The great source that follows the thunder route. Its imagery is that of acting on behalf of heaven to punish. A very classic type. Songshur squinted, recalling the scene just now. Even though it was only a few brief exchanges, he had discerned most of the opponent's information. Without the assistance of Lili Temple, he was a genuine pro-level senior great source. His awareness is decent, and he handles some small techniques quite skillfully. Overall, he could be rated above average. Add to that the third ring mid-level spiritual energy. It's not easy. Songshur pondered for a moment. The upper sect, Li Xiao Tian Feng? I wonder what level this person's talent ranks within that. In Songshur's view, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the opponent's talent was slightly inferior to Chu Tonglu's, belonging to the level where he might have a chance to contend for the peak of the third ring in his lifetime, but the hope for the fourth ring was extremely slim. As for the other side, the one who forcefully withstood the thunderous attack with a flying sword, clearly a third ring beyond spiritual energy user. That's more interesting. Clatter. At first, it was just scattered raindrops, which quickly coalesced into fine, continuous threads. But in the blink of an eye, a torrent of warm, damp rain lashed down, relentlessly washing over the heavens and earth. The intense heat of the thunder heated the moisture, creating a powerful convection with the cold winter air, transforming it into frosty rain. The environmental repercussions of a third ring Daiyuan were beginning to unfold. Muddy water flowed, floating with murky blood bubbles. It meandered across the land, eventually forming puddles of oily, stagnant water. Songshur let the icy rain lash his face, his hair sticking to his forehead. The congealed bloodstains in the seams of his heavy armor melted, slid down the plates with a soft patter, becoming part of the rain. Accustomed to battlefields filled with the smoke and smell of engine oil, where a single shot could obliterate a person along with their prosthetic body, the sensory stimulation of cold weapon warfare wasn't unfamiliar, but it wasn't exactly familiar either. After all, he wasn't particularly interested in virtual games featuring cold weapon warfare. Whoosh! Songshur took a few steps, and pulled out the lance he had used to pin down the cavalryman. The main material of this lance was a material called mysterious iron. After a brief test, Songshur had a good understanding of it. Having come from an orphanage and ventured into the world, his early days, as a freelance bounty hunter, piecing together weapons and equipment from rusted parts and second-hand goods, were fundamental survival skills. Based on this experience, he was fairly proficient in material science and mechanical engineering, at least in practical applications. This lance was of quite good quality. Perhaps there were some design flaws, but in terms of material strength, weld stability, and toughness, it was in no way inferior to the commercially available cold weapons manufactured by the corporate alliance's weapons dealers on professional lathes. His 5 fingers caressed the thick, bowl-shaped gun barrel, the slippery feel of it soaked in rainwater, and blood plasma pressing against his palm. Not surprising. Songshur thought to himself. If technology isn't enough, use psionic energy. These days, almost all the so-called master craftsmen are psionicists. To be precise, most are psionicists on the transcendent path. With the help of certain psionic techniques, they are practically human mobile furnaces. As long as their psionic energy is strong, the precision and performance of their products are by no means inferior to modern ones. After all, a second-level transcendent can achieve millimeter-level craftsmanship by hand. If there's a drawback, it's production and efficiency. The cost of building a lathe workshop is far higher than training a second-level transcendent. Besides, psionicists aren't cattle, they can't just sit there all day forging equipment for you. However, as a second-ring psychic and vanguard officer, he was clearly not among the regular soldiers, thus qualifying for this spear. It's barely a divine weapon, Songshur exhaled, the spear planted beside him. His free hand grabbed the cavalry commander's temple, yanking his head out. He casually ripped off the spine, shaking off the blood, then smoothly pulled out the spear, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and strode towards the front lines. What he saw was utterly gruesome. Flags embroidered with New Heaven were soaked in mud, almost crumpled underfoot, broken arrows, tattered helmets, scattered supplies, and even corpses, pale-faced and with pupils limp. The group of about 30 light cavalrymen, with bows drawn, pursued relentlessly, causing over 100 casualties. However, besides those directly struck by arrows, a significant portion perished in the chaotic stampede and trampling during the rout. The morale is terrible. Does this army even have a future? Songsher meticulously observed the scene. If this were a company in the Enterprise Alliance, they would have implanted behavioral control chips in your brains long ago to forcibly lock down order. Along the way, realizing the pursuers had temporarily ceased their pursuit and that some lower-ranking officers had begun to reorganize, the previously chaotic army gradually stabilized. Amidst shouts, these men, their faces stiff, silently picked up the debris scattered on the ground. But when they saw Songsher, they instinctively trembled and lowered their heads in awe. Those who had fallen behind had witnessed him tear the cavalry commander apart, and even those who hadn't seen it then realized what had happened upon seeing the head hanging from the spearhead. This vanguard officer. I never seen him so fierce before. However, this only temporarily calmed the morale of the men. Songsher glanced around. The atmosphere remained chilling, a deathly stillness as if frozen solid beneath his feet. Lord John. Just then, a young man in fairly complete armor ran up quickly. Captain Shao is looking for you. This young man was robust, and despite the winter rain and wind, his eyes were still bright and piercing. Even his wet armor seemed to gleam faintly. Songsher memorized the man's face, superficially nodding, and asked succinctly, Where? The young man pointed in a direction. Songsher, carrying his spear, walked in that direction. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the young man, one hand on his sword hilt, rejoining the regrouping of the ranks. Without needing to deliberately identify him, after walking 200 or 300 meters, Songsher knew he had found him. The years of accumulated vines and weeds were swept away, revealing a massive rock. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged on it, his sideburns disheveled and loosely scattered behind his head, perhaps because his cloth had fallen off. The man raised his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Instantly, a sharp aura seemed to pierce the sky. Songsher felt as if he had been struck by a sword, his hair standing on end. Cough. Breaking the aura was an uncontrollable cough. Songsher's gaze followed, noticing that the man's abdomen was wrapped in bandages, yet even this coughing motion revealed faint signs of blood seeping out. The kind of injury that could reduce a third-ring transcendence to this state. Zhang Er, you did well. The man called Commander Shao frowned, forcibly suppressing his cough. I saw it all. He raised his index finger. I noted this down. Once we reunite with the Southern Heavenly Army, I will personally petition General He for your commendation. Southern Heavenly Army? Reunite? Songsher caught this new information. The cavalry had mentioned the Northern Heavenly Army, and the envoy from the upper sect had referred to them as the New Heavenly Army. The Southern Heavenly Army and the Northern Heavenly Army, collectively known as the New Heavenly Army? Songsher memorized it and said aloud, if he comes again. As long as I'm not dead, he won't dare come down. Commander Shao interrupted, his voice cold. A mere on the path of heavenly beings. How could he have the guts to fight to the death? If it were someone like you or me on the path of gods and demons, I naturally wouldn't dare say anything but him. Ha! Songsher automatically equated heavenly beings and gods and demons with great origin and transcendence. As the other spoke, he also focused his gaze on a crimson light swirling around the former. It was the flying sword from before. Upon closer inspection, beneath the dense crimson light, the flying sword itself bore cracks of varying sizes, lending an air of forced ferocity to its original fierce power. Born in the eastern continent, hailed as the transcendent path of sword cultivators, it was forged by consuming divine iron essence to build its physical body and condensing spiritual awareness to form its sword embryo. The flying sword was a supernatural organ forged by the opponent with countless efforts and materials. For a transcendent sword cultivator, the flying sword's importance was no less than that of the heart and brain. Conversely, this also indicated that Commander Zhao's condition was indeed quite poor, at least noticeably weaker than the third-ring great source, who commanded Thunder. However, the reason why the latter, a mid-third-ring cultivator, was still unwilling to leave the fray was now clear. The path of sword cultivation is notoriously tough, not in the sense of physical strength surpassing normal limits, but in a kind of toughness that is too rigid and easily broken. Sword cultivators who can withstand damage may not be able to handle it, but those who can unleash damage are ruthless. Based on his initial impression, this Commander Xiao is a master of this path, especially given his severe injuries. A sword cultivator with considerable talent and already astonishing killing power, the destructive force of his dying strike, well, that's indeed difficult to withstand. Although he really wanted to discuss with the other party whether there was any connection between celestial being and daring to fight to the death, after a second of serious consideration, Song Shi regretfully abandoned the idea. What's next? Song Shi asked again. Yang Jin died at your hands. Those lackeys of the upper sect will have to quiet down for a while. Commander Zhao's gaze lingered for a moment on the head hanging from the spearhead. To be honest, he hadn't expected Zhang Er to give him such a surprise. Notify the entire army to rest in place for half an hour, then continue towards Denai Mountain. Once we're inside the mountains, we can catch our breath. Song Shi nodded, indicating he understood, then asked, but what about the Southern Heaven Army? Commander Xiao was silent for a few seconds. Our Northern Heaven Army did suffer a defeat this time, but the Southern Heaven Army is still here. General, he is still here. Right now, there's definitely more than one force approaching them. As long as we hold out until we merge, we still have the day to kill our way to the upper sect. Chapter 613. During the half-hour rest he took, braving the cold rain, Song Shi managed to piece together some information about the current timeline. The price was that his adjutant's expression became somewhat inexplicable. Speaking of the eastern continent alone, the world is currently divided into 13 provinces. Looking at the map provided to the officers, these 13 provinces differed significantly from the modern eastern continent of his memory, primarily in terms of terrain. For example, in his hometown of Yulai County, the Ninlai River, which would later traverse the entire county, had a vastly different waterway distribution. He guessed that high-ranking spiritualists had clashed there over the past few millennia, altering the terrain. And the group that dominates this land is the spiritualist group known as the Seven Upper Sects. The so-called Tianyuan 127th year wasn't the emperor he had previously assumed, but rather a custom from the upper sects. Whenever a new upper sect is established, the world's calendar is changed accordingly. The closest to becoming the seventh supreme sect in the world is the psychic group, Tianyuan Chunyi Dao. As for dynasties, there are some, but Song Shi assessed that these dynasties had little presence, essentially becoming vassals of the seven supreme sects. There are even precedents of rival supreme sects using dynasties as a chessboard, tearing them apart in the process. The difference between immortals and mortals is like clouds and mud. Song Shi unfolded the map, his index finger slid across it casually. The map, made of some unknown material, combined the toughness and durability of fur with the clarity of paper, making it quite useful. Ancient psychic supremacists? I feel they would have quite a bit to talk about with the Eastern Continent Republic. No, it's hard to say. Song Shi looked up. A sudden commotion arose in the distance. After a few breaths, seeing that the commotion hadn't subsided but was instead showing signs of escalating, Song Shi tucked the map back into his belt, grabbed his spear, and walked over. No one dared to stop him. The soldiers who had been crowding the outer perimeter quickly moved aside, making way for Song Shi. Even disregarding his rank as a vanguard officer and his recent feat of killing the cavalry commander head-on, his appearance alone was enough to intimidate. The phrase broad-shouldered and burly is often used to describe a burly man, and Song Shi, through his psionic technique Tiger Bone, had made this description a reality. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a broad and thick frame, coupled with optimized, knotted muscles, and clad in heavy armor, he looked from afar like a guardian deity cast in molten iron descending from a mandala. Pushing aside a soldier who hadn't yet managed to get out of the way, Song Shi planted his spear in the mud beside him and glanced at the center. What's going on? Why all this commotion? Actually, no explanation was needed. The moment Song Shi saw the scene in the center of the circle of people, he understood. His sideburns were disheveled, fine droplets of water, whether sweat or rain, running down his face and body. His thin clothes were soaked with mud, but he couldn't wipe it away, for he was bound hand and foot and pinned to the ground. Beside him were 2 others, similarly dressed, stripped of their equipment, huddled together like trembling birds. Deserters. Lord John. Seeing the 8-foot-tall man push his way through, the only person standing in the center bowed slightly. Judging from his attire, he was a junior officer, and his forced smile was still quite unpleasant. These 3 tried to run, but luckily they were caught halfway. Song Shi hummed in agreement, gesturing for the other man to untie one of the ropes. The man hesitated, but seeing Songshur raise his hand, he swallowed his words and silently untied the ropes binding the middle man. Ron? Tell me, why did you desert? The man rubbed his hands in disbelief, still somewhat dazed. Startled by the question, he instinctively looked up. He saw a towering figure standing before him, his face expressionless, arms crossed, looking down at him. Aye? Meeting the gaze, his voice trailed off. But the man's eyes remained unmoved. For a moment, only the cawing of crows echoed through the air, the rustling of the cold wind through the trees. Perhaps a second, perhaps minutes. The man finally couldn't bear the deathly atmosphere any longer. His pale lips trembled, and he suddenly opened his mouth. I don't want to stay here and wait to die. He lay upright in the muddy water, shouting, How many days have we been here since we came from Liyuan? How many of us have died? His face was flushed with the purplish-red hue characteristic of someone overcome with emotion. New Heaven. I only joined the army because I heard they could provide food. Rebuilding New Heaven. I don't want to do it, and we don't have the ability to do it. Even General Xia was killed by the upper sect. What can we do? This is not a reason to desert. Songshur shook his head. But I want to live. The other man sobbed, suddenly starting to kowtowing with all his might, splashing mud and water everywhere. Lord Zhang, please have mercy and spare our lives. I promise I never appear before you again, sob. You rather kowtow to me here than raise a sword against the upper sect? Songshur desperately wanted to say something. But in the end, he said nothing. They would starve to death if they didn't eat, so they wanted a bite to eat. Continuing would mean being hacked to pieces by swords and pierced by arrows, so they wanted to take off their armor, discard their weapons, and escape. What's wrong with wanting to live? What happens to deserters during wartime? Songshur suddenly raised his voice. The junior officer's expression immediately turned serious. According to the new heavenly army law, anyone who feigns death or deserts during wartime will be beheaded. The moment the words fell, a loud bang shattered the air. The fine rain suddenly broke, tracing an arc. When the spear returned to Songshur's palm, the three men on the ground collapsed simultaneously, blood gushing from their headless necks, staining the earth crimson. Are there any of their fellow villagers? Songshur asked calmly. A few breaths later, several hands were raised from the crowd. Collect their remains. The junior officer stared blankly at the burly man, wondering why this vanguard commander Zhang seemed so strange. But when the man looked at him, he quickly bowed again. By the way, Lord Zhang, your arrival is just in time. I was just about to inform you that Commander Xiao summoned you to the main tent for a military meeting. Songshur nodded. As he prepared to leave, the young man took one last look around. Most people were staring blankly at the remains, their faces colorless, like living skeletons. That atmosphere, like a dim fog, would probably take even a second-level consensus cultivator a while to transform into positive energy. A dozen breaths later, Songshur arrived at his destination. The so-called main tent, under these circumstances, was nothing more than a hastily erected cloth tent, with gaps not even properly filled, letting in drafts from time to time. There were 8 people in total, including Commander Xiao. When Songshur entered, the space felt even more cramped. One of them had a somewhat dazed look in his eyes. He remembered how powerful the Northern Heaven Army had once been, its advance unmatched. Even the immortals of the 7 upper sects had been slaughtered in droves. He and his group, following Commander Xiao, commanded a full 5,000 men, considered a main force under the Northern Heaven Army. Who would have thought that once the 7 upper sects took things seriously, the situation would gradually become mired in conflict? The Northern Heaven Army had lost its former dominance. In fact, in the Battle of Liyuan, the immortals of the 7 upper sects, along with the dynasty they supported, nearly crushed the entire Northern Heaven Army. Most of the familiar faces, who used to attend military councils, were now gone. Of the 5,000 men, only less than 2,000 remained. Even General Xia, the commander of the Northern Heaven Army, has been missing ever since, having faced the sect leaders of both the Shura sinking domain and the Great Xuanya sect during the Battle of Liyuan. Recreating a new world, was it all just a dream? While the other was lost in thought, Songshur was also surveying everyone in the tent. Besides Captain Xiao, a third-ring Transcendence cultivator, there were 2 second-ring cultivators. This was all the remaining extraordinary units of this remnant force. Their situation was far from good, especially since everyone was wounded. As for the first ring, even in the ancient battlefields of cold weapons, under normal circumstances, a first-ring psionicist would find it difficult to turn the tide of battle, and would be powerless against sheer numbers. Everyone's here. Xiao Chonglai pulled out a giant map and spread it on the table, stating succinctly, "Next, we focus all our efforts on advancing into the Great Mud Mountain. The mountain's terrain will be a major obstacle, offering a glimmer of hope. After crossing the Great Mud Mountain, another 300 li ahead will bring us into the Southern Heaven Army's reach," someone added. "The Southern Heaven Army has undoubtedly made preparations to intercept the upper sect and provide support for us. Commander Xiao, that's the problem." Another person spoke up. "Even if Bai Qing is hesitant to use his sword due to your strength, his lackeys are still not to be underestimated. Besides, we have more infantry than cavalry. If they send cavalry to harass and delay us again..." He gave a bitter smile. "We can't expect Zhang Heir to find an opportunity to kill their commander every time, like today." Xiao Chonglai frowned. "Stop with the nonsense, this is a military council. Just say what you have to say. Get all the horses ready, assemble an advanced cavalry force, and rush over the Great Mud Mountain to join up with the Southern Heaven Army." The other person had clearly already prepared his plan. "The rest of you will continue to advance while holding off the pursuers until you and the Southern Heaven Army's reinforcements return." Xiao Chonglai suddenly opened his eyes, his crimson pupils seemingly filled with blood. "You mean, you want me to abandon my men and live a life of ignominy alone? What kind of ignominy is this?" The man, fearless, met Xiao Chonglai's gaze head-on. "The way of war is to make sacrifices and cut ties. If we drag this out any longer, we eventually force you to draw your sword and break free. After repeated attrition, even if you were made of iron, how many nails would you have left? Only when Bai Qing no longer fears you will we be finished. Make a decision now, at least we can preserve some strength. The Northern Heaven Army needs to keep some seeds of revolution." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Chonglai roared in fury, his flying sword clanging loudly beside him. "They swore to follow us to the death, not to be used as expendable resources. If we did that, how would my Northern Heaven Army be any different from the upper sect? Besides, we fought before." "Captain," someone said, "their courage has vanished." Xiao Chonglai's angry shout abruptly stopped. "The Battle of Nanchi Mountain was our last victory, and that was 2 years ago. After that, we suffered defeat after defeat, and the Battle of Liyuan was a complete disaster. Our morale has collapsed." Someone else spoke up. It was another second-ring psionicist, completely shrouded in lacquered armor, who said in a muffled voice, "These past few days, those cavalry have been relentlessly pursuing us. Many haven't been wounded by arrows, but rather by their own men. We can't fight. You are a swordsman who has achieved mastery, advancing without retreat, your spirit soaring to the heavens, but our lads are not. If you were a divine sense, those who follow the Tao can still be morale-boosting, but you're a sword cultivator." "To put it bluntly," another said, "Captain, your escape is more important than anything else. These 2,000 men, hey, even if you, who's recovered, were all killed, how long would it take? With your cultivation, you'd still be highly valued in the Southern Heaven Army, and besides, it's not like you're really the only one leaving. I calculated it, if we gather a few more, we could get about 200 men to retreat with you. Then, without men, where would the sword cultivators come from?" That blatant ferocity suddenly vanished, and Xiao Chonglai's expression calmed. He shook his head slightly. "The difference between immortals and mortals is like heaven and earth. This is the rule the upper sect set for this world. Our new heaven army is here to recreate this new heaven. Now you want me to betray this?" Xiao Chonglai's voice was as firm as metal, resolute and decisive. "Then why did I join the army in the first place? I might as well have broken off Chixing and smashed my head against a stone lion." Chixing was indeed the name of Xiao Chonglai's flying sword. However, after these words, at least 3 people in the tent showed expressions of annoyance or disapproval. Recreating a new world. If slogans were effective, the upper sect would have been crushed long ago. Besides, how many members of the new Heaven Army truly fought for this slogan? There's one right in front of him. No matter how agitated he was, the captain's kindness and favors towards them over the years were genuine. He would try to persuade him, and try again. If that failed, he would have no choice but to accompany him to the netherworld. "You mean, once we regain our courage, we can all live?" Just then, someone spoke up again. It was Zhang Heir, the vanguard officer who had recently distinguished himself. The person who uttered their courage has vanished, paused, then frowned. "Zhang Heir, I didn't mean that." "Since we can't reach a conclusion for now," Songsher placed his large hand on the map, surveying everyone, his eyes seeming to burn, illuminating the tent for a fleeting moment, even surprising Xiao Chonglai. "Then let's secure a victory first, regroup, and then make a final decision." The tent fell silent for a moment. The next instant, Xiao Chonglai raised his hand, stopping the others who were about to speak. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Er, tell us. In the Battle of Liyuan, although our army was defeated, the 7 upper sect also suffered considerable losses. Coupled with the Southern Heavenly Army's distraction, only Bai Qing was left to pursue our force. Those dynasties they support are obedient, but the price is weakness, so they only provide Bai Qing with ordinary troops. Bai Qing, as a third stage cultivator, is elusive and can catch up with us at any time, but ordinary troops can't. So these past few days have been trying. The plan is to use cavalry harassment to delay them. Then, Songsher stared at Xiao Chonglai. The next time they appear before us, it will only be a small group of elite cavalry paired with extraordinary units. Kill them, seize their horses, and we have more options whether we fight or retreat separately. Second-level experts, including you, make up 3 of us. The officer in charge of supplies shook his head. We used up or lost almost all the weapons that ordinary people can use to threaten second-level experts in the Liyuan battle so far. Weapons. We don't need them. Songsher shook his head. I'm enough. Chapter 614. Wei Xian approached Songsher proactively. At that time, Songsher was practicing with a long spear in a cleared area. A month for a staff, a year for a knife, a lifetime for a spear. In modern times, this saying is different. Admittedly, the rapid development of cybernetic technology has given cold weapons a renewed purpose, especially in urban warfare. However, the long spear, once the most powerful weapon on the battlefield, is now far inferior to swords, axes, and knives. Cybernetic technology represents high-speed mobility, while the city represents a reinforced concrete environment. The combination of these 2 factors amplifies the disadvantages of the long spear in terms of cumbersome handling, while its advantage in attack range. So why not just shoot, unless the user of this long spear is extremely powerful, capable of easily crushing concrete steel structures, but at that point, the type of weapon becomes merely a matter of preference. It doesn't matter what they use. I am the same. From his debut in his previous life, he had always chosen a primary weapon setup, long swords and firearms, supplemented by technical equipment. However, as his spiritual energy grew stronger, he gradually abandoned the latter too, focusing solely on sword combat. In this situation, he had to practice with the spear. Wei Xian stood by for a while, watching the almost continuous line of spear shadows whistling through the air, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Your spear technique has improved? The gunfire ceased. Songsher let the heat rising from his body, condensing into specks of white dust, released the spear, and glanced over, discovering a familiar face. It was the young man he had briefly spoken with earlier, his burning eyes standing out among the fleeing soldiers. All martial arts are interconnected on a physical level, Songsher casually remarked after sizing up the other man. Its root is in the feet, it originates in the legs, it is controlled by the waist, and it manifests in the fingers. Master one technique, and you master all. Once you mastered one, learning others will be much easier. Furthermore, training hard in the sweltering heat of winter and the freezing cold of summer is essentially a form of muscle memory, meaning that what the brain knows isn't necessarily what the hands know. Songsher stretched out his hand and slowly clenched it into a fist, but the spirit. The 5th level of the heavenly realm is a power that originates from within oneself. My physique isn't just a carbon-based structure, it also reflects the mind. So when I know in my heart what to do, afterwards, the body will respond quickly, rapidly forming muscle memory. Speak. Songsher crossed his arms. What do you want with me? Although the other party uttered some incomprehensible words, Wei Xian understood the general meaning. His expression turned serious, and he cupped his hands. I am Wei Xian, a captain under Commander Wang. I heard you were gathering men, preparing to fight those lackeys of the upper sect. You want to come? Yes. Wei Xian cupped his hands again, and said in a deep voice, the upper sect's pursuers are strong, and we are weak. A direct confrontation offers no chance of victory, but dragging this out will still lead to certain death. A dead end? Songsher asked with interest. Interest? Are you questioning Commandant Zhao's strategy? You should know, with just that one sentence, I could take you down on the spot. It's not questioning, just stating the truth. Though he said no, Wei Xian stared intently into Songsher's eyes. The enemy has 2,000 cavalry alone. If it weren't for the Commandant's sword, they would have already pounced and devoured us. But no matter how skilled the Commandant is, he was seriously wounded in the Battle of Liyuan, and these past few days, he's been running and fleeing everywhere. He doesn't seem like he recovered completely. If this drags on any longer, once the Commandant shows signs of fatigue, the entire army will be wiped out in an instant. A direct confrontation offers no chance of victory, but skirmishes hold great promise. The brave men of the Northern Heaven Army aren't all dead yet. Wei Xian clasped his hands in a deep fist salute, his eyes gleaming. With a valiant figure like you leading the charge, please allow me to join you and revitalize the army. Song Shi remained noncommittal. All right then, he said, you throw a punch at me. Wei Xian hesitated for a moment, then immediately assumed a fighting stance and launched a powerful punch. Song Shi caught the punch with one hand, but this was a deliberate attack. The opponent instantly pulled his hand back, and taking advantage of the momentum, he closed in with a powerful elbow strike. With a muffled thud, Song Shi took a step back, his expression unchanged, while the other man grimaced. The elbow is one of the hardest parts of the human body, yet in that collision, the other man's chest felt as hard as iron, completely unmoved. Quite strong, Song Shi assessed the feel. What did you eat? Wei Xian rubbed his elbow, respectfully replying, the commandant once bestowed upon me half a box of tiger bone strengthening ointment. Song Shi understood. Myths often tell of warriors bathing in dragon blood, gaining some of the dragon's power, but growing dragon scales, breathing flames, and developing vertical pupils. These are essentially primitive, uncontrollable effects of genetic erosion. The tiger bone strengthening ointment the young man had used was probably something similar, a classic form of genetic modification. No wonder the man's appearance was still considered robust, yet his strength far surpassed that of an average strongman. Count you in. We set off in 2 hours. Song Shi said succinctly, bring all your gear? Yes, sir. 2 hours later. Approaching the Great Mud Mountain region, the terrain gradually became undulating, as if a god had scattered handfuls of seeds on the ground, giving rise to vast, lush forests. Commander Xiao attempted to lead the remnants of the Northern Heaven Army into the Great Mud Mountain, hoping to use the terrain to block pursuers. The latter's commander, naturally aware of this, had been sending cavalry to harass them, while simultaneously urging his troops to advance rapidly. If it weren't for the envoy from the upper sect preferring to split the cavalry into small groups for harassment rather than personally leading 2,000 cavalry in a decisive battle, this Southern Heaven Army would never have traveled this far. The sky held the characteristic gloom of winter, with glimpses of lightning flashing through the gaps in the thick clouds. The envoy was Bai Qing from the upper sect Li Xiao Tianfeng. The man looked down, but gleaned little useful information. To avoid being struck by Xiao Chengya's flying sword, he deliberately positioned himself high in the sky. Below, the forests were dense, and he wasn't proficient in the Yuan magnetic method of lightning magic, so he couldn't rely on magnetic fields for detection. Combined, even someone at the third level of cultivation couldn't see everything. It didn't matter. Anyway, he had enough mortals on hand this time, nearly 10,000, several times more. If they caught up, they could drown this remnant of the Northern Heaven Army. The only thing he needed to be careful of was Xiao Chengya's flying sword. But that would be even better. He hoped the opponent would make more moves, aggravate his injuries, and weaken him, so he could easily take his head. What was the use of killing so many mortals? At most, he'd get a light, insinuating compliment. But if he could capture a third-level cultivator, especially the renowned Xiao Chonglai, perhaps even the sect leader would want to meet him. While Bai Qing was pondering this, the cavalry sent down below were still galloping forward with all their might. The fierce soul steeds, bred and improved over dozens of generations, could still leap and bound through the mountains and forests, moving swiftly. The cavalrymen, pulling their horses, deliberately created a thunderous thud with their hooves, attempting to break the formation ahead of them. The effect was quite noticeable. Hearing the deadly hoofbeats approaching again from behind, the Northern Heaven Army's previously long, serpentine formation instantly crumbled. Although they barely managed to avoid a complete collapse thanks to the combined efforts of their officers, widespread commotion ensued. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in an instant by the dozens of cavalrymen riding the fierce soul steeds. However, they had become much more cautious, no longer advancing recklessly as before, maintaining a respectful distance while firing their bows. This time, they even brought fire arrows soaked in oil, specifically targeting the supply wagons. The powerful arrows pierced through the felt and wooden planks, igniting the provisions and other supplies inside. Xiao Chonglai, it's time for you to act. Thousands of meters in the air, Bai Qing's eyes gleamed with silver light, and the lightning in his palm pulsed even more intensely. Continuing to bleed them dry like this would be tantamount to a slow death. Just then, the Northern Heaven Army's formation suddenly broke apart, and a cavalry force of about 50 men charged out. Good. Seeing this, the upper sect's cavalry were more delighted than worried, firing a volley of arrows. Several charging cavalrymen immediately fell, and in that short time, the two sides were nearly 100 meters apart. The leader of the Northern Heaven Army, a burly man with a powerful build, easily deflected the arrows with his long spear, preparing to charge ahead alone. In an instant, two of the opposing forces stepped forward fearlessly to meet them, clearly also experts, who had reached the second level of cultivation. Learning from the lesson of their commander being killed single-handedly last time, they had sent two to reinforce their position this time. However, the outcome was decided almost instantly. The three long-handled weapons clashed violently, but the two that were combined were the ones that were knocked down. The two sides clashed more than 10 times in a single breath. The burly man's martial arts were unparalleled. If his warhorse hadn't been inferior to the ferocious soul steed, it would have nearly smashed one of their heads. Why not kill the horse first? Bai Qing instantly realized that these people not only wanted to disperse the enemy, but also planned to steal the fiendish soul steed. Just then, a deafening roar ripped through the sky. Even more striking than the roar was the sudden cracking of the ground. On the upper sex side, an unremarkable-looking cavalryman unleashed superhuman strength. Veins bulged on his forehead as he pressed down on a burly man 100 meters away. The ground beneath the man cracked open, and the massive amount of mud and rocks that shot up seemed to come alive, transforming into a terrifying mud python as thick as a water bucket that coiled around him. Another expert at the second level of cultivation. An ambush deliberately concealed. Sweep. With a loud laugh of "I smelled the mud long ago," the spear forged from black iron swept and shattered the mud python with unparalleled force. In the next instant, a mist of blood erupted from the burly man's body, gathering on the spear, and pierced his opponent's chest like a thunderbolt. Simultaneously, a fierce javelin was hurled at the cavalryman commanding the mud python. It was a young man in bronze armor, his eyes wide with rage, forcing the former to pause his attack and instead summon mud and stones to protect his side, deflecting the javelin. As someone who walked the path of celestial being, even at the second level, his physique didn't exhibit the transformative difference between mortals and gods and demons. Taking a direct hit from this powerful and heavy spear would still result in serious injury. The next moment, the mud and rocks transformed into a torrent of rain powerful enough to shatter gold and split rocks, crashing down with a deafening roar. Even though he was mentally prepared and had buried himself in his horse beforehand, the blows still instantly shattered the warhorse, sending chunks of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Wei Xian also tumbled to the ground in a very disheveled state. The instant he landed, the earth, studded with pebbles, suddenly softened, turning into mud and sand, as if dozens of slender hands were tightly gripping his feet. Dragging him into the ground? No, these slender, muddy hands were clearly trying to crush Wei Xian's legs, but Song Shi saw it. The instant he pierced his opponent's chest, with masterful control of his strength, Song Shi used his spear as a support and his warhorse as a springboard, seemingly flying into the air, leaping onto the now masterless steed, the ferocious soul steed. Just as the latter was about to neigh and tremble, a large hand pressed down on its head, a fierce and murderous intent coalescing into an unyielding command. Overturning the cavalryman's corpse, and catching his spear, Song Shi, without hesitation, hurled it at the second-ring great source warrior. This strike was far more ferocious than Wei Xian's, instantly piercing the mud and stone barrier, forcing the warrior to duck in disarray to avoid the attack. Kill! Song Shi roared, ignoring the reactions of the others, spurring his steed and charging alone towards the cavalry formation. The world flickered between light and shadow. Faster than the rumbling thunder was a bolt of lightning that tore through the atmosphere. Not aimed at any one person, countless bolts of lightning converged into a storm, crashing down on the entire forest, including Song Shi, within a radius of tens of meters. Where the lightning passed, the atmosphere was easily pierced, leaving behind the smell of ozone. Even a single bolt of lightning from a third-level cultivator could shatter iron armor and incinerate a person. The next instant, crimson light ripped through the sky, shooting upwards and forcefully shattering the lightning waterfall. The remaining lightning that spilled onto the formation was then caught by two other second-level cultivators from the Northern Heaven Army. You, surnamed Bai, you lost this battle. Do you still intend to linger here? A roar, devoid of any sign of despair, echoed across the sky, accompanied by crisscrossing crimson light, like an insurmountable wall, firmly blocking Bai Qing's path. The latter's expression darkened. Without a word, lightning crackled around him, forming beams of lightning which he hurled downwards, only to be shattered one by the flying sword. The situation below was clear. The burly man, now mounted on the stolen ferocious soul steed, was like a bird with wings, charging at the forefront. Each time he unhooked the short spear from his back, a rider fell from his horse. Within a 50-meter range, the power of his spears was comparable to a heavy crossbow that required several people to operate. His body was enveloped in a raging blood mist. At a glance, he resembled a demon just risen from a sea of blood, his terrifying power unstoppable. Even the remaining 2 experts at the second level of cultivation clearly showed signs of retreat, turning back without looking back. Of the 50-odd riders who had come, only a pitiful 10 remained. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. A few breaths later, Songsher pulled back the ferocious soul steed, raising his hand to stop the flushed faces of the people behind him, watching the cavalry gradually disappear from sight. Still too weak. As the effects of adrenaline gradually weakened, a sharp, persistent ache surged through his limbs and bones. Songsher thought to himself. None of Zhang Eyre's 5 spiritual energy techniques enhanced endurance. On the contrary, maintaining Blood Fiend required extra stamina. He had only fought for a short while, and he already felt his condition decline. My lord! Having been grazed by the mudslide, Wei Xian's bronze breastplate was ripped through. Fragments of armor and flesh a tangled mess, yet his face betrayed undisguised excitement. We won. We... Boom! A thunderclap louder than any before interrupted all his words. Watching the flying sword tremble, and even rise with wisps of black smoke, Bai Qing slowly withdrew his hand. Xiao Chonglai, if you were in your prime, you wouldn't have struggled so much to withstand this attack. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at you. You won? You won by letting me take this blow? Fine, then I help you win a few more times. I guarantee you win until you never want to win again. Before a reply could be heard, a streak of lightning flashed away, leaving only his calm voice echoing in the sky, lingering for a long time. You won't make it to the Great Mud Mountain. Chapter 6:15. The main tent was eerily quiet. Xiao Chonglai stood at the head of the tent, his thick eyebrows furrowed. We seized 31 ferocious soul steeds this time. Finally, someone broke the silence. Ferocious soul steeds are top-quality breeds. If we streamline our supplies, taking 3 people won't be a problem. Captain, you can take 300 men, we can still leave now. Xiao Chonglai remained silent. He placed his hands on the table, a faint crimson light flickering in his pupils. At this moment, some in the tent were silent, emanating a burnt smell, a lingering effect of the scattered lightning. Some had grave expressions, staring intently at Xiao Chonglai, others had their heads down, lost in thought. In the recent battle, the upper sect side lost nearly 40 men. Normally, the ferocious soul steeds, now without their masters, would spontaneously return to the camp, but Songsher and the others had anticipated this and intercepted most of them. And, from the 3 prisoners, some new intelligence was obtained. First was the fate of Xiaowenjiu, the commander of the Northern Heaven Army. In the Battle of Liyuan, he fought 2 against 1, facing the sect leaders of 2 major sects, 3 true immortals on Earth, and powerful cultivators at the 5th level of the Great Divine Ability Realm. He fought across 4 provinces, causing the collapse of 600 miles of mountains and rivers, and disrupting the natural order. Even after more than half a month, strange phenomena such as the appearance of stars in broad daylight remained at the battlefield. Afterwards, Xiaowenjiu's whereabouts became unknown. Whether he lived or died is still unknown, and even the outcome of the battle is debated. However, one thing is undeniable. The commander of the Northern Heaven Army did not win. This relieved Xiao Chonglai and the others. Being missing was better than a death report. As long as he was alive, the Northern Heaven Army could be rebuilt one day. But the second piece of news immediately plunged the slightly relaxed atmosphere back into a freezing state. The upper sect has already freed up its forces. The new envoy will arrive soon. At that time, you traitors will only face certain death. Xiao Chonglai's expression was uncertain, a look he had maintained for quite some time. Captain, a 3rd-level expert can travel 1,000 miles a day without difficulty. There's no time to hesitate. Finally, someone stepped forward, raising their voice. 31 fierce soul steeds, plus our original horses, can gather 300 people to leave. Please give the order, take them away immediately. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Xiao Chonglai braced himself on the table, his flying sword beside him glowing crimson, yet he couldn't strike straight out as he usually could. The envoy from the upper sect. He growled, I killed him before. Captain! Upon hearing this, someone quickly stepped forward. Now is not the time to act rashly. We must save our lives. Yes, Captain, who knows how many men are left in the Northern Heaven Army? We can't all die here. Captain, I know you're unhappy, but are we all willing to accept this? But there's no other way. Enough. Xiao Chonglai slammed his hand on the table, the sound like a thunderclap. instantly shattering the commotion in the tent. He uttered 2 words, Zhang Er. Present. Songshur stepped forward and cupped his hands. You, Kushan, Meng Hebua. The man quickly recited several names, including 3 core figures of this remnant of the Northern Heaven Army, all at the 2nd level of cultivation. You all go down now, muster 300 men, mount your horses, and cross the great mud mountain at top speed, without stopping for a moment. Despite his apparent success and persuasion, the men inside the tent were startled upon hearing his words. One of them, his face paling, immediately cried out, Captain, what about you? If I cannot lead them to victory in life, then at least we shall die together. Xiao Chonglai waved his hand dismissively. My mind is made up. Say no more. This isn't a matter of saying it or not. The other man, his face contorted with bitterness, immediately exclaimed, Without you here, what use are 300 men, or even 3,000? We cannot abandon the essential for the trivial. A fine example of abandoning the essential for the trivial. After a brief silence, Xiao Chonglai suddenly laughed. Meng Hebua. And you lot, what did you join the new heavenly army for? Before the other could answer, the man cut to the chase. You shout slogans at me all day. Do you really think I don't know what you're really thinking? Nothing but a lifetime of wealth and glory. Fine, no problem. Who doesn't like wealth and glory? I admit it. Have I withheld your rewards all these years? I've pretended not to see all your underhanded tricks. Recreating the new heaven, recreating the new heaven. Ha! And now you're turning around and trying to tell me what to do. Putting the cart before the horse? How dare you say that? He sneered repeatedly, raising his index finger, almost poking the other's chest. Remember my kindness, huh? Remember my kindness, huh? Do I need you to remember my kindness? Get down here right now, pack your things and get out. These words were harsh, like being pounded in the chest. Those directly targeted turned pale, their lips trembling. However, upon seeing Xiao Chonglai's heaving chest and bleeding lips, they swallowed their words, remained silent for a long while, and finally simply clasped their hands in a fist and said, Commander, take care. Xiao Chonglai kept his head down, refusing to look. Just as they were about to leave the tent, they noticed Zhang Er, who had been motionless, suddenly stand up. Captain, Songshur clasped his hands and said loudly, I have a plan. Lord Zhang. Not long after leaving the tent, the young man, who was supposed to be resting, came to the door. This battle was truly a triumph. Songshur glanced at him. Wei Xian had already been bandaged, his body reeking of strong medicinal ointment. Even though the mud and sand waterfall that pierced through metal and shattered stone had only grazed him, it had still managed to penetrate his bronze armor, leaving his chest raw and mangled. Fortunately, thanks to the tiger bone strengthening ointment, his bones and muscles were significantly stronger than normal, allowing him to endure the ordeal. After simple treatment, he surprisingly retained considerable mobility. However, at this moment, there was an uncontrollable joy in Wei Xian's eyes. We captured a total of 31 ferocious soul steeds in this battle. Those beasts were quite arrogant at first, but after the commandant pointed them out one by one with his sword, they immediately became docile. A triumphant victory? I don't think so. Songshur chuckled. You really think so? Hearing this, Wei Xian's joy froze. He looked around and, finding no one else, lowered his voice. After all, it's a good start. We can't ask for too much. Wei Xian shook his head slightly. At least we need to let everyone know that we're not just the new heavenly army that only knows how to run. 10,000 pursuers, including 2,000 cavalry. A few dozen ferocious soul steeds are nothing to them. Songshur, holding his spear, said, 2,000 cavalry. Even if used to surround and kill a second-level cultivator, that's more than enough. I was just asking casually. Songshur said nonchalantly, How did you join the new heavenly army? The sudden shift in topic caught Wei Xian off guard, leaving him bewildered. However, he quickly composed himself and said in a deep voice, My family was poor and couldn't afford to send me to school, so from a young age I apprenticed under an old soldier at the village entrance, learning martial arts and military strategy. At 16, with my master's introduction, I also entered the Zechongfu, a military post in the capital. The young man paused. I was born with great strength, and I thought that even if I didn't become a high-ranking official, I could at least make a name for myself. But, hey, the Zechongfu sounds impressive, all that swagger and power, but when they encounter a member of a powerful clan, no, even a servant of a powerful clan member, they don't dare utter a sound. That bastard, just to please a woman, burned hundreds of acres of fertile land, right at harvest time. Countless villagers were forced to sell their children, and many old people hanged themselves from their roof beams in tears. Wei Xian said fiercely, "What utter nonsense! The path of the beast is nothing but the path of the beast. The protectorate of the people and the state, the things the protectorate dared not handle, the new heaven army took care of." Suddenly realizing his superior was in front of him, Wei Xian suppressed his emotions and slowed his speech. "So I packed up my weapons and joined the new heaven army, and that's how I made it through these years." Heaven and man refers to the interconnectedness of heaven and earth, the unity of all things, and has nothing to do with character or personality. Songsher didn't say these words aloud, only nodded and said, "Recreating a new heaven." "That beast was eventually hanged in public," Wei Xian said calmly. Songsher hummed in agreement, then suddenly said, "I give you half a quarter of an hour to pack up and get ready to leave." Leave? Wei Xian was taken aback, confused. "What?" "The commandant has made a decision, personally leading a group to break through the siege and seek help from the Southern Heaven Army." Songsher patted the other's shoulder. "I think you're good. I give you a spot. Hurry up and get ready to go." "Break out? Call for reinforcements?" Wei Xian chewed twice, his face suddenly changing. "Isn't this just abandoning the enemy and fleeing?" "You're lying. With Commander Zhao's temperament, how could he leave us behind and go alone?" "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the army." Songsher looked up. The sun was setting, the sky was gradually darkening, and the bright new moon and a blue moon rose together, reflecting each other's light. The moon and the blue moon? These two satellites orbiting Terra. "Go find the commandant. He'd tell you what to do. We just want a match. How can we run away?" Wei Xian glared. "Lord Zhang, are you really so willing to?" "Sigh, why do you always like to pry?" "I rarely want to be a riddle maker." The solemnity on his face suddenly vanished. Songsher scratched his head and sighed. "Then I'd be blunt, I'm going to kill Bai Qing." "Are you satisfied with this answer? If you are, hurry up and find Xiao Cha Lai, we be busy soon." Wei Xian thought he had already been surprised enough today, but hearing the other party's words, he was shocked again. "Kill Bai Qing? You?" But this time the other party didn't intend to explain further. He patted his back and forcefully pushed him forward. Wei Xian was astonished, and walked a few steps as if in a daze before suddenly realizing something. The other party's strength was much greater than when they sparred before. "Who?" Songsher exhaled, feeling the blood flowing through his limbs. Transcendence is a path that requires considerable time and effort. Zhang Er's talent is mediocre, and his training is mediocre. Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do much in such a short time. He simply used his increased control over his body to further optimize his muscle fibers, actively activating his self-healing psionic technique to repair some hidden injuries that Zhang Er couldn't detect before. He also relearned his spear skills, pushing his martial arts to a level far beyond Zhang Er's. This whole process only increased his strength by a mere 50%. To defeat, or even kill, a mid-level third-ring psionicist, this level of strength was far from enough, not even enough for himself. Crimson blood mist rose from the surface of his muscular arms. This was Blood Fiend, a psionic technique that combined blood modification with materialized fiendish energy. Initially, it granted psionicists stronger physical abilities. Once mastered, it could gradually be projected outwards, attaching to external objects like weapons to enhance lethality. As Bai Qing and Songsher thought to themselves, a sudden commotion arose not far away. Amidst the chaotic clamor, shouts of "Where's the commandant? Make way! Make way, and we want to see the commandant!" could be faintly heard. Looking up, a sea of heads surged. Several junior officers, clearly pushed forward, managed a semblance of composure, but the soldiers behind them were in a frenzy, shoving and jostling. How can there be such a disturbance in the army? A sudden, powerful shout rang out, even causing the surrounding woods to rustle. Seeing the towering figure approaching, the commotion momentarily paused, but then the clamor quickly returned like a tidal wave. Military habits run deep. Even at this moment, the junior officers bowed first. "Greetings, Commander Zhang. What's all this noise about?" Songsher glanced over. "Come, speak." The junior officer, who had been called upon, exchanged a glance with the person beside him, then said in a deep voice, "May I ask, Lord Zhang, why have all the warhorses in the army disappeared? And why have the captain and the others vanished as well?" You mean the captain and the others abandoned us?" "I wouldn't dare," the officer replied, but his gaze remained fixed on Songsher, refusing to budge. "Quite a few people." Songsher looked around. Besides the few who had openly stepped forward, there were many other junior officers hidden among the crowd. It was inevitable that people from the same hometown would band together in the army, and these junior officers were often chosen as leaders, representing the attitudes of a dozen or 20 people. Smart people were never in short supply. Once the first group noticed the disappearance of the warhorses, the news quickly spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, throughout the entire army. Then all of you, open your eyes wide. See clearly what this is. A crimson light shone brightly from the night sky, followed by a gasp of surprise. The small ornament that appeared in Song Shi's hand instantly transformed into its original form. It was none other than Xiao Chonglia's flying sword, Crimson Strike. Its appearance and crimson, fierce light were identical. Don't you all know Commander Zhao's character? With the entry into Danny Mountain imminent, he received scouts reports that 2,000 cavalry were rapidly approaching, so he led his men ahead to cover our retreat and ambush the pursuers. Song Shi raised his voice. This was originally intended to be a covert operation, but fearing your panic, he specially entrusted the flying sword to me temporarily as proof. Escape? Song Shi tapped his chest. If I really wanted to escape, would I still be here talking to you? Pass on my order. Inform the entire army that this battle is unavoidable. Prepare to meet the enemy with all your might. The burly man's spear slammed down suddenly, the force causing a 3-foot wide chasm in the ground. I lead the charge. Chapter 6:16. The night sky wasn't as dark as many imagined. The bright moonlight veiled the clouds with a thin white glow, resembling a vast, white sea of energy. However, at this moment, a silver ray, many times more dazzling than the moonlight, tore through the clouds, streaking across the sky at high speed. A true disciple of the upper sect Li Shao Tianfeng. King Tingzi, Bai Qing. The only person in this northern heaven army he truly cared about was the crimson swordsman Xiao Chaolai. Or rather, for the 7 upper sects, even letting the entire remnant escape was inconsequential, as long as Xiao Chaolai didn't escape. Therefore, these past few days, he had remained behind the enemy lines, constantly using his qi to pinpoint Xiao Chaolia's approximate location, ensuring that the enemy wouldn't abandon his entire army at some point and rely on the incredible speed of his 3rd-level flying sword to flee alone. In the past, the Central Heaven Divine Court ruled the entire eastern continent, dividing the land and sky by bloodline and imperial power. Countless powerful clans and aristocratic families emerged, and when it came to employing people, they disregarded talent and strength, focusing instead on noble birth. This led to widespread suffering and misery among the common people. Until the world could no longer bear the burden, heroes rose up. Many capable individuals joined forces to overthrow the debauched rule of the Central Heaven Divine Court, trampling the bones of all the powerful clans and nobles. Even the heavenly emperor of the 5th realm was forcibly killed on the throne by these heroes. Countless people pooled their wisdom and strength, shedding countless tears and sacrifices, to achieve the current order between immortals and mortals, where family background is disregarded and only innate talent matters. Yet, unexpectedly, only a little over 1,000 years later, someone has raised the banner of a great unified dynasty, claiming to create a new world, and now, in my perception, the remnants of the Northern Heaven Army, Xiao Chonglai, had actually abandoned his entire army and fled alone. Can he escape? A rumbling thunderclap echoed through the sky, countless silver snakes slithering and dancing among the clouds, vaguely forming a face as large as a house. Even before the words arrived, a bolt of lightning tens of meters long struck. This lightning bolt flashed with a terrifying power. If it struck, the 100-strong cavalry unit below, charging forward with all their might, would instantly turn to ashes. But their leader flung open his fur cloak, and a crimson light pierced the night sky, fiercely meeting the thunder. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the collision, a flash of light illuminating the heavens and earth. As if startled, the cavalry scattered, like trickling streams seeping into the surrounding mountains and forests. Behind them, even further back than the remnants of the Northern Heaven Army, the already rugged mountains and forests suddenly trembled. 1 tremor, 2 tremors, 3 tremors. The trembling showed no sign of stopping, but rather intensified, like the tide crashing back from the horizon. One after another, flames gradually lit up, like swarms of fireflies in the night. But these weren't insects, they were a troop of cavalry, torches held high, well-rested and ready for battle. Previously, without the orders of the sect's envoy, they dared not act on their own, watching helplessly as this prize was within their grasp. Now, with the order for a full-scale attack finally given, they could finally have a good fight. They could collect some heads and exchange them for rewards from the sect, which had recently become unusually generous. Kill! A cacophony of excited shouts merged together, the discordant noises disappearing into a unified roar. The sheer force of the roar was overwhelming, seemingly designed to terrify anyone. The defensive formation, barely maintained despite the desperate maneuvering of officers at all levels, began to crumble at the first sign of this deafening roar. The battles of Daocheng, Wanfeng, and Lanjiangshan had been a series of defeats. Even occasional victories were quickly followed by greater setbacks. Finally, in the decisive battle of Liyuan, the battle that would determine the fate of the Northern Heavenly Army, they lost again. One after another, immortals stood proudly in the sky, blocking out the sun. The ground was teeming with troops from various dynasties, emboldened by the promise of rich rewards. Comrades were being systematically annihilated, and even General Xie, their pillar of strength, was missing, his fate unknown. Then, a roar suddenly erupted. It was a roar like that of a tiger or leopard. No, a roar far more ferocious than any tiger or leopard. The combined might of 2,000 cavalrymen was instantly crushed by this roar. Countless torches flickered, illuminating a burly figure clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive iron spear the size of a tree trunk, seated atop a tall horse. Then, with a flick of the reins, he charged forward amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, charging headlong into the cavalry ranks in the distance. This area was near the Great Mud Mountain, the terrain already hilly and densely forested. Even with the ferocious spirit steed and the enhancements from various secret elixirs, like tiger bone tonics, the cavalry's performance couldn't compare to that on the plains. Moreover, such elite cavalry constituted only a minority of the current 2,000 cavalrymen. Yet, cavalry against infantry, especially against a routed army, and even with a slight numerical advantage, despite the disadvantageous environment, should still have been a crushing victory. That's how it should have been. Bang! 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 The spear swept across, snapping and scattering every arrow that came its way. Amidst shouts that had distorted their tones, the man, like a heavy hammer, charged single-handedly into the cavalry ranks. Then, men and horses alike were shattered. The high-strength spear forged from black iron, the inhuman strength of the second ring transcendence, and the kinetic energy from the galloping horse. Songsher merely swept it, and an oncoming cavalryman was instantly reduced to pieces, flesh and blood exploding in a spectacular display. No need for exquisite techniques. Songsher simply controlled every ounce of his strength, transforming it into the simplest swings and thrusts. In the blink of an eye, he had carved a long, crimson corridor of blood and gore through the army formation. Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed from the sky once more. Xiao Chonglai, do you really think you're still my match? Thunderbolts coalesced into swirling vortexes, frantically striking the crisscrossing flying swords, accompanied by Bai Qing's shout. Stop spouting nonsense. The only response was a sneer. Xiao Chonglia's voice was loud and fierce. I wouldn't need my full strength to kill you. Heh, always so arrogant. The lightning bolt reformed into a human shape 30 meters away. The spot where it had been pierced by the sword light a second ago was now pierced by the lightning bolt. Bai Qing grabbed the lightning bolt in his hand, twisting it into a lightning sword that was several meters long and constantly shifting. This time, instead of dodging, he slashed it head-on. If Commander Xiao's temper was really as tough as his mouth, he wouldn't have bothered to sneak away. The tangible flying sword clashed with the illusory lightning sword. The sky seemed to light up with a small sun, the sea of clouds within a radius of several hundred meters shattered, the atmosphere reversed, and then instantly burned away. Xiao Chonglai grunted, his sword strike becoming somewhat disordered. He can kill. Feeling the impact of this attack, Bai Qing felt certain. Both were at the middle stage of the third level, but Xiao Chonglai had always been considered a genius with the potential to reach the fourth level, while he had to admit that he was somewhat lacking. If both sides were to face off at their peak, my chances of winning would be no more than 30%. Fortunately, the enemy's injuries sustained in the Battle of Liyuan hadn't healed yet, and the situation had now reversed. The enemy now had less than a 30% chance of victory. The only thing to worry about was the enemy's dying blow. A sword cultivator's dying blow, if not handled carefully, could leave an indelible wound, damaging his foundation. TSK, he had originally planned to let the others continue to wear down the enemy, weakening him as much as possible. Who would have thought that this Commander Xiao, known for his unyielding spirit, would run away without a word, forcing him to intervene? Was there a conspiracy? As long as it wasn't a new third-level realm cultivator's fate, there was no conspiracy before him. The battle below continued. While the burly man single-handedly charged into the enemy formation, more cavalry rammed into the Northern Heaven Army's main force. Limited by the terrain, they couldn't execute a one-shot, 1,000-man charge, but their overwhelming force still engulfed the Northern Heaven Army soldiers at the forefront. The raised lances snapped along with the first charging cavalry, but more cavalrymen surged forward, shields shattered, revealing raw flesh beneath. Swords clashed, hooves trampled, and the two sides clashed. Thanks to their prearranged defenses and numerical superiority, the cavalry couldn't completely break through the enemy lines immediately, resulting in a stalemate. But it'd be over soon. Following the pattern of recent days, if they could charge a little longer, the enemy would crumble, collapsing even before their rearguard could hold. So what if it's a stalemate? Reinforcements are pouring in. One cavalryman was startled. Something was wrong. The density of his comrades nearby was noticeably lower than expected. Realizing something, he whirled around, only to witness a horrifying scene. A man shrouded in blood mist used his spear to prop up the barbed wire netting beneath him. This weapon, made of dozens of strands of wire woven together into a net, was specifically designed to counter skilled opponents. Its user, his face flushed red, struggled desperately to pull it outwards, attempting to bind his adversary, but his body was instead pulled along bit by bit. Bang! The barbed wire snapped one by one. 5 well-trained cavalrymen, possessing the strength of 5 horses, were no match for him. The next moment, the spear flashed like a waterfall, yet also like a dragonfly skimming the water. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the 5 surrounding men were ripped open, and they fell helplessly backwards, men and horses tumbling over. The psionic technique Blood Fiend was activated, even subtly drawing upon the blood of the surrounding casualties, converging it into a dense blood mist. From Songshire's palm, this mist transformed into unparalleled killing power, unstoppable for a time, leaving no one in its path. Mincemeat. Exploded heads. A rain of blood. How could Zhang Er be this strong? Someone recognized him, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even those pillars of the army, capable of taking on 10,000 men. Were they this strong when they were young? Another shouted, "He's going back to reinforce. Stop him." Songshire charged into the enemy lines alone, shattering dozens or even hundreds of men, then spurred his horse, spun around, and charged back towards the Northern Heaven Army's main force. Whether it was the Blood Fiend or the sheer amount of blood on his clothes, the air was thick with a stench so strong it made these seasoned veterans nauseous. He looked like someone just pulled from a pool of blood. Songshire could hear his own panting, rapid and labored, as if he had swallowed burning coals, his internal organs burning. But even more scorching than his lungs was his spirit. It should have been done this long ago. Songshire roared with laughter, piercing through a cavalryman charging from the flank with his spear. Vanguard officer? Squad? Formation? In the end, it's still more satisfying to kill alone. At that very moment, blinding lightning struck down from the sky. Without a shred of regard for friendly forces, the lightning trailed a wake dozens of meters long. The moment it hit the ground, the cavalryman closest to Songshire didn't even utter a sound before being reduced to charred remains, horse and all. Just a second before the lightning flashed, Songshire swiftly swung his cloak. He had deliberately added several layers. The theoretically non-conductive animal hide cloak only lasted less than half a second before being easily pierced. But this was enough for Songshire to shift his stance. His Blood Fiend aura compressed and condensed inwards, catching the descending lightning. What a brilliant act of punishing on behalf of heaven. First, his vision was filled with white light, then his entire body felt as if it had plunged into an ice cave, as if he had lost a second of memory. Songshire opened his mouth, exhaling a cloud of hot air, followed by a wave of intense pain coursing through his body. He actually caught it? The expected scene of charred remains didn't materialize, and Bai Qing was slightly surprised. His lightning technique possessed the true meaning of punishing on behalf of heaven, which was particularly effective against those who had committed countless murders, and whose blood flowed freely. While the path of gods and demons was indeed tough and resilient, how could a mere second-level cultivator escape unscathed? However, the reality was undeniable. The carbonized scars cracked piece by piece, revealing the muscles beneath the skin working, as if just emerging from a porcelain kiln. The man grinned maliciously, tearing away the scars with his large hand, revealing the still slightly pink and tender flesh beneath, not yet fully cooked. Then, he gave himself a thumbs up. A thumbs down. Bai Qing paused, then laughed heartily. What courage! No wonder you walk the path of gods and demons. After those words, Bai Qing unleashed another burst of lightning, a strike significantly stronger than the previous one, aimed at the struggling Northern Heaven Army's main formation. Xiao Chao Lai, and you brat, I make you watch them turn to dust. The crimson light vanished in an instant, followed by the lightning bolt exploding in midair. However, compared to the beginning, the flying sword was now clearly weakening, even to ordinary soldiers. The crimson light flickered, the blade swayed precariously, barely holding on. On the other hand, while the surrounding lightning of Bai Qing had also weakened, it still maintained a respectable level of power. Even though he had gained the upper hand, a series of shouts actually widened the distance between him and Xiao Chonglai, and he even cautiously withdrew his lightning, subtly shifting to a defensive posture. Not bad at all. Song Shi clicked his tongue inwardly, pulled out a handful of pills from his robes, bloodthirsty pills, demon body pills, chi-boosting pills, and killing intent pills, and swallowed them all in one gulp. He then picked up his spear, and strode towards the Northern Heaven Army's main camp. First, he charged into the enemy lines alone, fighting fiercely in the sea of people for a long time. Then, he took a hit from the third ring to Yuan with a special attack. His current condition wasn't good, but he wouldn't die anytime soon. Boom! It was a scene invisible to the naked eye. Terrifying lightning intertwined into a net, seemingly changing the world in an instant, turning it into a thunderstorm disaster. There were also fierce and violent crimson sword beams, piercing through the lightning, unleashing dozens of strikes in a single breath, attempting to divide the sea of lightning. Such scenes were commonplace during the Battle of Liyuan. Bai Qing let out a long roar, his lightning magic splitting into offensive and defensive paths. He defended against the enemy's swordsmanship, but attacked the Northern Heaven Army's formation below. Sure enough, whenever lightning was about to strike, sword beams flew in to block it. Even at this point, Xiao Chonglai was still trying to minimize his own losses, but this also caused him to take several more hits of lightning, and his condition declined again. Even so, facing the celestial beings who excelled at wide-area attacks among all the cultivators, Xiao Chonglai couldn't completely block them all. Lightning bolts frequently struck the army formation, indiscriminately killing soldiers on both sides. Ordinary soldiers, those who hadn't even reached the 5th level of the heavenly realm. Faced with the attack of someone at the 3rd level, even a slight glancing blow would instantly turn them into charred remains. Bai Qing laughed heartily. I don't wish to commit unnecessary bloodshed. Surrender now, and I might spare your lives. Chapter 6:17. The spear slammed down. The cavalryman didn't even have time to groan before he exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh, splattering everywhere. But even more horrifying than the scene was the figure behind the spear. His shattered armor had long since fallen away, revealing a dark red and black fleshy human body, as if he had just fallen into a sea of fire, making one wonder how he could have survived. Yet, he had survived, and was even devouring life after life at an astonishing rate. At this moment, someone with sharp eyes shouted. His speed has slowed down. He's about to die. Fire arrows? Use the hook net? Song Shi didn't say a word, but simply swung his spear, smashing another man's skull, his spittle flying everywhere. By this point in the battle, the once dry and cold earth had become soaked in mushy. Every moment, someone fell, blood and sludge submerged the soil, meandering down the jagged rocks, indistinguishable from blood or gasps of breath. A nauseating, warm, and parched atmosphere rose, enveloping every pore. The sounds of swords piercing flesh, the cries of agony, the roars of desperate struggle, an endless wave of sound rose from all directions, rolling and echoing, seemingly never to cease. Even the thunder in the high heavens seemed less significant in comparison. Sweat, or rather blood, made the spear shaft increasingly slippery, yet the large, thick fingers still gripped the spear like iron clamps, precisely piercing flesh, shattering bone, and slaughtering new life. Boom! Boom! Cavalry and infantry, the upper sect and the Northern Heaven Army, thousands of individuals clashed, and war broke out, like opposing tides crashing together. The first wave crashed and shattered, but it didn't matter, because the next wave came right after. The instinctive fighting spirit that had long since become ingrained allowed Song Shi to maintain his sharpness even in this critical moment. The night, though still dim under the flickering torches, was bright enough for the 2nd level of transcendence. And so, the young men saw it. The Northern Heaven Army was about to collapse. The fierce battle had reached this point. The combined casualties on both sides had exceeded 1,000. Such losses might have been manageable for the New Heaven Army at its peak, but the remnants of the Northern Heaven Army could no longer hold out. Song Shi abruptly raised his head. A crimson light shone. 1, 2, 3, 1 split in 2, 2 split in 4. In an instant, like thousands of meteors streaking across the sky, the crimson sword light transformed into hundreds of slender sword beams, covering the rapidly moving lightning shadow ahead. But it missed. The usually highly cautious disciple of the upper sect unhesitatingly unleashed a spiritual energy technique, his speed surging dramatically. A streak of lightning flashed as he weaved through the gaps in the sword light with dazzling speed. Even when he was occasionally grazed, he didn't pause to heal his injuries, instead continuing his rapid advance. What? So desperate already? Sword cultivators emphasized the momentum of a single strike, the killing power concentrated in a single, fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of crimson meteors dimmed, and Bai Qing laughed loudly. Xiao Chonglai. Your calamity begins today. Fool. It was a voice noticeably lower and hoarser, yet still fiercely imposing. It was Xiao Chonglia's utterly unceremonious voice. Don't you even know where you are? Where? Bai Qing was slightly taken aback. His senses were constantly active. His current location was 15 meters above the ground. He suddenly realized that the hundreds of sword beams his opponent had unleashed were a covert attempt to force him here. But what good was being forced here? A thick cloud of blood mist suddenly rose. It was a blood mist far more intense than any before. Blood Fiend, a spiritual energy technique combining blood modification and materialized fiendish energy. Initially, it granted the spiritual user enhanced physical abilities. With mastery, it could gradually be projected outwards, attaching itself to external objects like weapons to increase lethality. But this wasn't its limit. The highest realm of Blood Fiend. Internal influence on external influence? Bai Qing's pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine. Something was wrong. Is this an even greater step, the unity of heaven and man? At this moment, the people engaged in battle all stopped simultaneously. Not astonished by the scene itself. How could the bloodthirsty emotions of battle be stopped by something like this? It was merely an external force. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The massive amounts of blood and baleful energy that had seeped into the soil, clung to wounds, the dead and the living, erupted tonight, as if suddenly stirred by an invisible hand. A dark red, almost tangible, colossal blood mist surged across the battlefield, forcefully suppressing both sides. Then, it violently converged on one person. Resentment, rage, killing intent. In an instant, Song Shi felt his mind being bombarded countless times. This vibrant blood fiend was wrapped in incredibly complex and turbid thoughts. If it were the original Zhang Er, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it even for a single breath. No, the real Zhang Er wouldn't have even reached this point. With only the second ring of transcendence, he pushed the blood fiend to its highest level, forcibly achieving oneness with heaven and man, dominating the killing intent and resentment of this battlefield. But it's not as good as Calamity. Time resumed its flow. The scarred man grinned, letting out a wild, triumphant laugh. Its roots are in the feet, it originates in the legs, it is controlled by the waist, and it manifests in the fingers. This was the most standard thrust. Under the gaze of countless people, in the center of the battlefield, the ground within a 1-meter radius sank an inch. Someone rose from the ground like a cannonball. Song Shi raised his head, his spear, wrapped in a vast and mighty blood aura, thrusting towards the dazzling lightning above. If even the blood aura of a mere few thousand cannot overcome. A violent roar, and the sound of gunfire swept across the entire battlefield. Then you deserve to die. And so, lightning surged. All show and no substance, yet you dare to try and shake a tree like an ant. It was too late to dodge. Then let's not dodge. Bai Qing roared, his azure sleeves billowing violently. Terrifying lightning condensed and collapsed in a fraction of a second, then expanded outwards. The area within a radius of several hundred meters turned into pure, dazzling white. The heavenly punishment lightning technique could destroy demons, but it also meant that sufficiently powerful murderous resentment could corrupt it. This was a contest of pure power. Could the murderous aura that had specifically instigated tonight's battle, commanding thousands in combat, overwhelm a mid-level expert of the third realm? Bai Qing gave his answer. No. Even though the opponent's meticulously crafted, exquisitely precise attack, despite being only at the lower level of the second realm, had forcibly reached the level of the third realm in terms of destructive power. But how could that surpass oneself? Surpass the true disciples selected from countless individuals by the supreme sect Ling Shao Tianfeng. Surpass those who have worked tirelessly day and night. Surpass King Tingzi Bai Qing's 36 years of cultivation. Break. Like the morning mist meeting the warm sun, the lightning magic, unleashed at its peak, tore apart the sea of blood and evil with overwhelming force. All the bloodlust, resentment, killing intent, and hatred were annihilated in the lightning. The remaining power of the lightning then blasted into the mountaintop, engulfing the man who had raised his spear. In the last second before being swallowed by the lightning, Song Shi's lips parted. You've been tricked. More terrifying than the lightning, more ferocious than the blood and evil, the world seemed to freeze, a chilling killing intent washing over everything. 5th heavenly rank, 6 paths of the Tao. The world's killing power, the swordsman's is number 1. A sliver of crimson light pierced the sky and earth, like the last glow of firewood before it burned out, an unparalleled sword beam piercing through the humanoid figure formed by the lightning. A few breaths later, the latter exploded with a deafening roar, countless arcs of electricity scattering like a silver fireworks display. The swirling fireworks reflected countless distinct faces. A crimson light hung in the sky, illuminating the earth, accompanied by an echoing roar. The true disciple of the upper sect, Bai Qing, is dead. The next second, the cavalrymen who had nearly crushed the Northern Heaven army abandoned their nearby spoils without hesitation, fleeing in undisguised terror, ignoring everything that was happening behind them, without looking back. Without Bai Qing to hold the line, killing them with a third-level expert was no different from slaughtering chickens and dogs. Until the last cavalryman disappeared on the horizon, the crimson light that had been hanging high suddenly flickered, then flickered again. It seemed less like a descent and more like a sudden crash into the Northern Heaven Army's main force. Captain, Commander. Commander Xiao? Go and take good care of Zhang Er immediately. Xiao Chonglia's face was ashen, coughing up blood with every word, yet his eyes were wide with rage as he gripped the arm of the nearest man. Then the entire army must cross the great mud mountain at top speed. Not a moment slackening. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. With that, without waiting for a response, Xiao Chonglia's head lolled to the side, and he completely lost consciousness. When Song Shi opened his eyes again, he found himself swaying, as if floating on the sea. He shifted his gaze to the side and saw two men, their energy and spirit clearly far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, carrying something. Oh, the stretcher he was lying on. Song Shi tried to move his arms. His left arm was alright, just very painful. His right arm was more numb, a kind of paralysis that wouldn't obey his commands. That's understandable. His dominant hand is his right, and when he charged at the enemy with the spear, he took the brunt of the lightning strikes. His flesh was probably scalded, his blood evaporated, and had reached a point beyond the limits of his self-healing psionic skills, causing necrosis. Hearing the commotion, the stretcher bearers instinctively turned around. Seeing the burly man staring at them, their hands trembled, and they almost dropped the stretcher. Their companion, about to curse, followed the man's gaze, and was equally startled. Lord Zhang? You're awake? Yes, I'm awake. Song Shi nodded. How long have I been asleep? Oh, and you can put me down now. Put me down? The man looked troubled, cautiously saying, but your injuries. At least I can walk. Okay, you were unconscious for a day and a night. We're about to cross the Great Mud Mountain now, and we haven't seen any pursuers yet. Where's Xiao Chong lie? Ignoring the subtlety of addressing him by name, the other person replied, the commandant is also recuperating. Oh, right. He said he'd go see him when you wake up. Go see him? Ha, still putting on airs. Song Shi rolled off the stretcher, hissing as his feet touched the ground. The pain was real. His legs felt like they weren't his own. Taking a step felt like deliberately pushing his knees against a saw. But it was alright for now, it wouldn't kill him. He should get used to it after a while. Sigh, forget it, I won't force myself to eat. I remember there's a cart. Convert it into a wheelchair and bring me one. After refusing the suggestion of being carried, Song Shi leaned against the wheelchair and swayed all the way to the front of the army formation. A noticeably thinner man stood on the edge of the cliff, his haphazardly tied hair now disheveled in the cold mountain wind. Hearing the creaking of wheels behind him, Xiao Cholai turned around, paused for a moment upon seeing the wheelchair, then shook his head and tossed over a leather pouch. Have a drink. Without waiting for a reply, Xiao Cholai picked up the pouch and began to drink. Song Shi took the pouch. A strong, almost pungent, smell of alcohol wafted out, with a rather astringent aftertaste. It was clear at a glance that this wine wasn't of high quality. However, given the current situation, there was no point in expecting anything good. After drinking for a while, the other suddenly said, You're not Zhang Er. Oh! Song Shi asked, How do you know? I'm not crazy. Do you think I wouldn't see that? Xiao Cholai scoffed. That Zhang Er is incredibly stupid, and his martial arts are just SOSO. Let him fight Bai Qing. Heh, he'd be killed in the first move. Song Shi shrugged. My surname is Song, my given name is Shi. I don't have a courtesy name. Song Shi. Xiao Chonglai read it aloud, confirming he hadn't heard of any expert with this name. Zhang Er is indeed a fool, but he is still my subordinate, Xiao Chonglia's subordinate. The man raised his crimson pupils, staring at the person before him. Let me ask you something, is this Zhang Er still alive? Perhaps he was never alive to begin with. Song Shi shook his wine pouch, finding it indeed empty. Perhaps I am not from this era, but from the future. The future? This silence lasted longer than ever before. A clear look of astonishment appeared on Xiao Chonglia's face. which hadn't changed much even when he slashed by Qing. After a long while, he gave a soft hum. This time, Song Shi was somewhat surprised. You actually believe this kind of argument? Are you going to ask a few more questions? No need. Xiao Chonglai shook his head. With your talent, you couldn't possibly be an unknown person, yet I never heard of the name Song Shi. Your ability to accept things is truly impressive. Song Shi praised, then, seeing the other staring intently at him, he hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. The future? Our new heavenly army? I don't know. That's true. Xiao Chonglai didn't show any disappointment. The causal relationships involved in such matters must be extremely complex, and it's understandable that you can't reveal it. No. Song Shi shook his head. What I mean is, I really don't know. Xiao Chonglai was stunned. I'm not very good at history. Whether it's the 7 Upper Sect or your new heavenly army, I don't know the specifics. Song Shi met his gaze. I can only tell you the current situation, which is different from the 7 Upper Sect, but far from a better one. Xiao Chonglai remained silent for a long while. Then he said, Aren't you going to say anything? Song Shi leaned back in his wheelchair. We already know the future. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out, starting as a low hoarse chuckle, then suddenly rising as if soaring into the heavens. What bullshit about the future? The people of the Upper Sect, Jingxin Xianyu Mountain, are best at bewitching minds and disrupting cultivation. Xiao Chonglai grinned, his pale face glistening with a cold, sword-like glint. Who knows if you're one of theirs, coming here specifically to spout nonsense? In the distance, twilight deepened, the sun rose, illuminating a vast sea of rosy clouds. The massive mud mountains, stretching for countless miles, fell behind the winding ranks. A few more days' march would bring them to the Southern Heavenly Army's position. The ancient iron sheath clanged, it sounded like thunder in 10,000 valleys. It cleaved clouds and parted mountains, its blood staining the heavens. Xiao Chonglai casually tossed aside his wine pouch, pressed his hand on the sword case, and walked away, never looking back. Only his song echoed through the empty valleys and mountains, lingering for a long time. Stars hang low, the river tide fills the wine cup. What is there to fear about the future? There are still unburnt ashes. Chapter 618. How much time has passed? Song Shi rubbed his temples. When he opened his eyes again, the scholar-looking man was still sitting on the sofa, looking at him listlessly. One of the leaders of the Society of the Silent, the Fifth Ring Revelation, the impostor, Mortimer Condantance. One day, Mortimer pulled out a pocket watch from somewhere and shook it, to be more precise, 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 27 seconds. Compared to real time, the infinity of all things is 3 to 1? Song Shi exhaled. My perceived time is 3 days. The discomfort caused by the decline of his spiritual energy disappeared, and the overwhelming power of the fourth ring, the great source, flowed back into his heart. With just a thought, he could transform it into a ferocious sea of fire, destroying everything. No longer Zhang Er, the vanguard officer of the Northern Heavenly Army, but Nan Do Song Shi. This involves a very complex conversion formula. Mortimer spread his hands. According to the records of the Silent One Society, the highest recorded time difference in the infinite world is 6 years to 1 day. Let's put that aside for now. He snapped his fingers and smiled. How does it feel? In which era does the history of the new heavenly army and the 7 upper sects take place? Song Shi didn't answer, asking another question first. That's not a very professional way of asking. Mortimer stroked his chin. There's more than one way to divide an era. For example, how is a dynasty considered to have perished? Lost its capital? Lost royal power? Had no direct descendants left? If... Song Shi interrupted, speak plainly. 5,600 years ago, the last heavenly emperor died in battle, symbolizing the destruction of the central heavenly divine court. The eastern continent entered the upper sect era, where groups of psychic beings organized into sects maintained their rule for 1,400 years. Song Shi nodded. The new heavenly army ultimately failed. A statement, Mortimer affirmed. That was predictable, wasn't it? The new heavenly army wasn't weak. If it had only wanted to claim territory as its own, the upper sects would probably have come to congratulate it, Song Shi said calmly. But the new heavenly army didn't want to claim territory. When it comes to the struggle for the great Tao, there's no room for compromise. It has to be a fight to the death. The new heavenly army was no match for the 7 upper sects. So what was its ultimate fate? The northern heavenly army was routed in the Battle of Liyuan, and many of its remnants perished in the subsequent pursuit. Of those who survived, were captured, and ultimately escaped to the southern heavenly army, less than 1 in 10 survived. Mortimer sighed. The most fatal flaw was that their fifth-ring psionicist, fighting 2 against 1, was severely wounded and fell into a 2-year slumber. During this vacuum, the 7 upper sects went all out. Although the new Heavenly Army achieved some local victories, its main force was ultimately defeated. The remaining forces scattered across various regions, occasionally launching uprisings under the new Heavenly Army's banner, but none ever gained significant traction. 37 years later, the last rebel army claiming to recreate the new Heavenly Army was wiped out, after a period of 64 years. The new Heavenly Army has completely withdrawn from the historical stage of the Eastern Continent. Mortimer shrugged. Of course, there were some new Heavenly Armies later on, but those were just unrelated creations borrowed from history books. But if you're willing, Mortimer smiled brightly, I think you're now qualified to claim yourself as the only legitimate successor of the new Heavenly Army on Terra. Recreating the new heaven. Over thousands of years, the heaven of the Eastern Continent has been recreated countless times. Songsha remained noncommittal. What did Xiao Chonglai say? Historically, he died at Bai Qing's hands while covering the troops' retreat. Incidentally, aside from a small group who escaped on horseback, the Shangzong executed the rest of the unit as a warning to others. Ultimately, he fell short, unable to break free from his destined death. Songsha exhaled, the face with crimson pupils involuntarily appearing before his eyes. The conversations carried on the mountain wind were vivid in his mind, making him wonder if this was real history that had truly occurred. And what about the upper sects? Hiring me as a history tutor wasn't cheap, Mortimer grumbled, then said, the 7 upper sects, I should say the 8 upper sects, experienced a fierce conflict while proving their path to establishing a future for the people of the Eastern Continent. This ultimately sparked a century-long civil war among the upper sects, causing the original order of immortals and mortals to spiral out of control. Let me think. What's the term? Right, the Age of Great Strife. It brought a large number of talented individuals. In short, after a considerable period of chaotic warfare, 6 upper sects perished, and the Eastern Continent entered an era of dual dynasties, the Great Zhou and the Great Yin. Mortimer clapped his hands maliciously. Go to the Eastern Continent Republic now and see. Several aristocratic families claim to have connections to these 2 dynasties, their ancestors holding various titles like Duke or King. They're incredibly noble. The Silent Ones, symbolizing absolute neutrality, have learned to be intolerant. Songsha chuckled, asking rhetorically. These are merely Mortimer Canton's personal opinions, and are intended solely for popular science purposes. Mortimer wagged his index finger. My friend, please don't overinterpret them. Songsha remained silent. He leaned back slightly on the sofa, and after a few breaths, suddenly chuckled. It's meaningless, he commented. Oh! Mortimer leaned forward slightly, and at some point, his playful expression vanished, replaced by a solemnity that seemed incongruous with his usual demeanor. Tell me about it. Even if Xiao Chonglai was injured, he still made a true disciple of a high-ranking sect hesitate. The Crimson Swordsman, in fact, wouldn't even need 1,000 years. A few hundred years later, probably no one would remember him. My chivalrous deeds, my unwavering beliefs, and the choices I made as Commander Xiao would be forgotten forever. Songsha shook his head. Even those high-ranking sects that once dominated the world, thousands of years later, if it weren't for the infinite myriad phenomena, they would only have a vague impression of me. It seems they did exist before, but that's all. There were at least 12 such scattered forces, like Xiao Chonglai's at the same time, Mortimer said. Xiao Chonglai led 2,000 cavalrymen in a nighttime breakout southwards, fleeing towards the Great Mud Mountain, but failed and perished at the Lingxiao peak of the high-ranking sect, Qing Tingzi. Bai Qing. 7 days later, all his subordinates were executed. Xiao Chonglai's last few days consisted of this short sentence. But people are not words, nor numbers. Zhang Yi, Wei Xian, Meng Heibua, everything about these people has vanished into the dust of history, unknown to anyone. Songsha said, faced with time, no matter how incredible, how sacred and magnificent the achievements, they will all become an insignificant corner of history. The silent learn to revere history. Songsha slowly said, the first infinity of all things, you let me enter the Great Mud Mountain node, that's what you meant, right? Mortimer nodded slightly. But so what? I do not revere history. Under the man's gaze, Songsha slowly raised his hand, meeting the other's gaze, his crimson gold pupil showing no sign of yielding. History, in the end, is something I create, it is a product of my hands. History should revere me. Chapter 619. A beautiful answer. Mortimer clapped. Over the years, the Silent One Society has received numerous people we consider to have deviated from the timeline before you, and they all express varying degrees of disagreement. But you're the first to be as extreme as me. My personal judgment is that it might be related to your background. A smile returned to Mortimer's face. From an orphanage, and living in a place like the corporate alliance where everything is weighed on a scale, it seems reasonable to hold this view. Guess what you want. Songshur said lazily, but I advise you not to guess. Then I apologize for that. Mortimer shrugged, his tone very sincere. Do you need to rest for a while? No need. Songshur chuckled. The real historical juncture, my complete self. It's time for the main course. Rest? You're joking. Mortimer tapped the table with his index finger. A soft ringing sound filled the air. An indescribable, magnificent light poured down, flooding the seemingly infinitely divided labyrinth of colorful glass. The shattered glass had countless facets, each reflecting a complex and intricate scene. Each facet, each scene, had actually occurred on Terra hundreds or thousands of years ago. Supreme wonder, the infinity of all things. These turbulent and ever-changing scenes surrounded the two, as if they were in the eye of a storm. You're right, the Great Mud Mountain isn't really a historical turning point. Mortimer admired the broken glass. Whether Bai Qing lives or dies, no matter how many of the remnants of the Northern Heaven Army survive, no matter which direction it sails in, it won't affect the Eastern Continent at that time. Even if Xiao Chonglai successfully broke free from his predetermined death and ultimately surpassed the Fifth Ring, the New Heaven Army still couldn't withstand the full force of the Seven Upper Sect. Their weight on the scales of history. Mortimer raised his index finger, sketching an imaginary scale in the air. Too light. So, as you wish, the pre-class game is over, and the real test officially begins now. Mortimer casually slapped the scales aside, his 5 fingers seemingly pulling out a vast scroll with a whoosh, a creation like a film reel floating before both of them. Choose one. Which of those real historical moments would you like to witness? The cataclysm of Ukfollies, which led to the demise of a great empire. The War of Conquest, which gathered the elite of the Eastern Continent and defeated the Central Heavenly Court. The past of the Vampusta Empire, the struggle between the First and Second Dynasties? Even further back, the bloody era of brutal battles between humans and other intelligent races? Songshur listened quietly, a smile gradually spreading across his face. The answer is none of them. Oh! Mortimer stopped pulling at the scroll. Aren't these appealing enough? Without the slightest hesitation, Songshur answered, not enough. Hey, the War of Conquest? The young man shook his head. The glorious deeds of our ancestors are certainly moving, and have laid the foundation for who we are today. However, setting that aside, it was merely a time when technology was still primitive, and the pinnacle of psionic energy might not even have reached the Fifth Ring. The calamity of Ukfollies? Sounds intimidating. I heard it mentioned occasionally over the years. Songshur rejected the idea. But this empire called Ukfollies, no matter how vast its territory or how prosperous its civilization, was still just a single nation. The calamity that led to its destruction, no matter how exaggerated it is depicted, was ultimately just the fate of one nation. As for the battles between those non-human, intelligent races, they hold even less appeal, Songshur said calmly. Leaving aside how many years ago that was, and how far psionic energy had developed, the fact that they ultimately failed to defeat humanity and became footnotes in history makes them unworthy of my attention. If they met my standards, I'd be incredibly busy. That's a ruthless critique, Mortimer said, neither agreeing nor denying. So, I am a modern psionicist, Songshur nodded. The path of great origin has taken thousands upon thousands of years, countless psionicist trials, innovations, and accumulations to reach who I am today. Therefore, I am stronger than them. Therefore, I must be stronger than them. Going back to the past, participating in their conflicts and great achievements? I admit it's very appealing. Under normal circumstances, I probably would have agreed long ago. Songshur smiled, a hearty and unwavering smile. But now, it's not a normal time. Mortimer, without warning, also began to laugh. The man gestured for him to proceed. The War of the Seven Earths, Songshur said, enunciating each word clearly. At this historical juncture, I choose the War of the Seven Earths. Mortimer lightly covered his forehead, letting out a low chuckle. Can I say I foresaw this? Foresaw this? Songshur didn't even raise an eyebrow. You already given me revelation, what can I say? Such a standard pathological prejudice. Mortimer curled his lip. Need a pre-departure divination service? Songshur clapped his hands. Yes, that's it, he said thoughtfully, telling someone a fortune before they leave, making them wary, and then after taking a series of precautions, the prediction actually comes true. This is a trick you Revelation people particularly love to play. I can find tons of people who have been tricked like this in any fabled book. Mortimer smacked his lips. Oh right, there's another question. Songshire pondered. Possessing the infinite possibilities of all things, your silent society is essentially a Terran encyclopedia, able to freely retrieve valuable items, like the pure white creature singularity technology, the complete genome compilation? That thing was sunk into the abyss, and Emerald Pharmaceuticals can't find it anywhere. But why have I never heard of the complete genome compilation reappearing? The infinite possessions involve the laws of spacetime and causality. Breaking through both simultaneously is no easy feat, Mortimer answered crisply. You should be able to imagine how weighty a singularity technology represents. Even if you manage to snatch it from the pure white creatures, you can't break through the dual limitations of the laws of spacetime and causality to bring it back to reality. Not an easy feat. The implication was that it wasn't impossible. Songshire thought to himself. Records in truth, with the infinite possessions, the silent society might actually be the most deeply entrenched power on Terra right now. Thinking about it this way, if it weren't for the presence of a god's throne, it would probably have been ripped out of gold coins by various forces long ago. Chapter 620. The sun rose. It was a pale, cold sun. Marsh Lowell lifted the felt tarp and shivered as he stepped out of the plastic tent. Someone was already dressed in their gear, standing silently in the center of the camp, seemingly lost in thought. It was a rather comically bulky outfit, a one-piece suit made of canvas with a radiation-proof gel coating, the joints sewn with car airbag material, the breathing mask made from a diving mask and coffee filter paper, the filter canister filled with a mixture of activated charcoal and medical cotton. There was no laughter, perhaps because Marsh himself was dressed like this. The war had begun, and had been going on for years. Countless forces, and warlords, whose names had only just been memorized were instantly reduced to ashes by new entrants. Today's high-ranking figures were tomorrow's unrecognizable ashes. Nuclear weapons, biological weapons, the abuse of autonomous hunting machines, and those capricious high-level psionicists who, apart from their self-proclaimed identities, were indistinguishable from humans. They filled the sky with pale gray, ravaged the earth, and left behind a legacy of excruciating devastation. Boss, everyone's here. A man resembling a bloated, expired can of food approached, whispering noontime still good. Based on the patterns observed over this period, each round of beyond visual range artillery bombardment of the Hogarth region by the Eastern Continent Republic was spaced 3 hours apart. Especially recently, the intervals had been getting longer, perhaps because the Eastern Continent Republic didn't want to waste too many resources on the ruins of a city. Hogarth, if you stay in a place long enough, will you consider it a second home? Marsh didn't know the answer, but one thing was certain. The memories of his old home were gradually fading, while the cratered ruins of Hogarth were deeply etched in his mind. Then he said, "Let's go." 12 old pickup trucks, the foundation of this small nomadic tribe shelter, and for today's scavenging, they'd driven 2 of them out at once. Thanks to the relentless bombing by various forces, most of the pre-war major roads in the area were destroyed, broken, and riddled with potholes. Fortunately, the 2 pickups had been modified for off-road driving, so the journey was relatively smooth, and they stumbled their way to the outskirts of Hogarth. Leaving 2 men to guard the trucks, the rest of the scavenging team, including Marsh, 5 people in total, began traversing the city. Collapsed buildings, rusted billboards with illegible lettering, and tattered barbed wire everywhere. The concrete jungle possessed a vitality unmatched by any other living thing. Even after round of bombing, it still retained its general outline. Carefully circling around a charred and twisted skeleton, the scavenging team breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their destination in the distance, but then immediately held their breath again. The Geiger indicator hanging around his neck flashed a scarlet light. The sign was Askew, and through the thick layer of dust, the words Hogarth Second Waste Recycling Station were faintly visible. Normal waste recycling stations don't handle radioactive materials, but wartime disregards that, especially in a semi-abandoned city like Hogarth. The United Government, backed by several megacorporations, had long since loosened regulations, and the local government had dumped some low recyclable items here, including some radioactive materials. Fortunately, the government hadn't gone so far as to dump nuclear waste directly. The radiation was still within manageable limits. It could be filtered, cleaned, and degraded. There was always a way to handle it. In this era where bearings are more valuable than gold, a group of wanderers had no choice. Boss, not bad luck. A wanderer leaned against a window with a large hole in it, staring ahead, his voice low. Looks like it's just us. So neat. Marsh also lowered his voice, carefully examining the small mountains of plastic, machinery, and wrecked train cars. According to the messages on the channel, quite a few people must have been here. Years of wandering had forced him to develop a keen eye, and in just a few glances, Marsh spotted quite a few valuable items. A solar panel with half its length remaining, a small battery with its casing tattered, and a bottle of antibiotics, its expiration date unknown, lying in a transparent cookie tin sloshing around a thick, green liquid. The local Wanderer Online support community had mentioned this place. But wanderers are notoriously stingy. They only come to try their luck, scavenging for scraps, never expecting to find anything of value. Are the local vagrants living such a high standard of living? They look down on all this? Oh, another kid's taken the bait. A flippant whistle rang out as a man in military uniform with a buzz cut, holding a pair of thermal imaging binoculars, picked his ear. Who's coming this time? Bill? I have no interest in your kind of perverse humor. On the other side, a thin figure squatted on the ground, adjusting his ammunition pouch. But I'm interested in making money. $5,000, 2 rounds. Then Ben? Sure, I was just wondering what to do with the time. The people stationed here are going to get moldy. A black-painted exoskeleton armored figure walked over, like a modern knight. But he only taken 2 steps when someone beat him to it. Hey, I'm coming. Don't try to take it from me. Let me show you how powerful my new gadget is. It was a young man in a light tactical suit with curly hair. He grinned, his pupils glowing a deep blue, each pierced by an etched circuit. So what if you got a prosthetic eye? The burly man in the exoskeleton said irritably. Look at how much flesh you have left. Don't let your lower half be replaced with a screw later. The more jealous talk I hear, the happier I am, the young man chuckled. You guys can get one too. Those companies are offering low-interest prosthetic loans. Hey, if it weren't for the war, would you want to get a bargain from those corporate bastards? Come on, the first man with the buzz cut curled his lip, waving his binoculars. Prosthetics are really unstable. I don't want to suddenly go insane one day. And get a bargain? Humph, those guys might just use you as a guinea pig. Well, and you still foolishly walked right into their doorstep, becoming their free guinea pig. Being mentally ill is better than suddenly getting shot dead one day. The young man scoffed. Think about how to survive on the battlefield first. It's truly ironic to make money but not live to spend it. Or you could give me your wife's contact information beforehand? The crew cut man chuckled. Don't worry, I put a copy on your grave later. In the midst of their light-hearted banter, the young man skillfully picked up a weapon leaning against the wall. It was a rather exaggeratedly designed gun, nearly 2 meters long, with a futuristic streamlined structure and an indigo blue electromagnetic acceleration coil behind the barrel. As elite mercenaries employed by the United Government, they enjoyed considerable resources and access privileges. This heavy Gauss sniper rifle, the Blue Trigger, was proof of this, a weapon provided by the Super Trust Company Southern Heavy Industries, costing only a third of the market price. Make way, make way. The crew cut man moved aside, clearing the window for the young man. This hotel suite on the 20th floor, abandoned due to the war, was large enough to accommodate an entire mercenary group. The young man placed his massive sniper rifle half a meter from the window, crouched down, and leisurely waited for the weapon and prosthetic arm to complete their intelligent linkage. 2 shots? He raised his voice. Ha, lady, then you lost. The man called Lady, who was adjusting the ammunition pouch, clicked his tongue. What real skill is this relying on a prosthetic body? $30,000, 2 shots in a row. Dare to take the hit. You think I'm afraid? The young man snorted. 2 shots it is. As he spoke, the prosthetic eye successfully linked with the weapon's scope. The scene before him flashed, and then abruptly changed. The projection on his retina instantly became an incredibly clear, rapidly magnified junkyard, as if a god were looking down from the clouds. Meanwhile, near the crosshair, wind speed, angle correction, temperature, and humidity data fluctuated in real time. If the designers of the Blue Trigger knew that this weapon, capable of destroying vehicles single-handedly, was now being used in a hunting game, they would probably be filled with regret. Thermal imaging view loaded click, like a camera switching. 5 blurry orange-red figures were suddenly extracted from the intricate urban ruins, clearly visible. First ballistic assist correction in the blink of an eye, dotted lines extended outward from the muzzle, then rapidly disappeared, until finally, only a single, straight line remained. Target protection analysis utterly rubbish. No offense intended. Aside from their ridiculous, mascot-like protective suits, the inner layers of armor these people wear are extremely rudimentary, some even handmade bulletproof vests. The bulletproof plates are broken and brittle, clearly salvaged from some junkyard, Would they even have a tenth of their protective effectiveness left? Kill confirmation delay 4 kilometers, 1.9 seconds. Considering the obstruction from buildings along the way, it's acceptable. If it hits the head, the opponent will have a reasonably decent corpse, but if it's slightly off target, oh, another ripe, rotten watermelon. The wanderers in the distance are completely unaware that death is about to swoop down its scythe. They maintain a not too scattered formation, cautiously surveying their surroundings as they slowly advance. 2 walk at the forefront, choosing to lead the charge for their companions. Based on their stride frequency, they will converge into a straight line in 1.7 seconds. 30,000 yuan. The young man smirked. Got it. The trigger was pulled. There was no earth-shattering explosion. It was as if the world had suddenly fallen into slow motion. A white streak appeared in the air, extending continuously until it first touched matter. Finite pores, like grains of rice, appeared on the surface of the first dilapidated building, and in the next instant, these pores began to expand, radial cracks spreading out. The exact same scene appeared on 4 buildings almost simultaneously. But in reality, without slow motion, there was only a very faint ding. The young man's eyes suddenly widened. The ultra-precise scope faithfully revealed the scene before him. Right in front of those 2 rats. On the theoretically unobstructed trajectory of the bullet, a figure appeared out of nowhere. A large-caliber depleted uranium round was clutched in his palm, as if casually picking up a candy from a coffee table tray. The black-haired figure stared at the bullet in his palm. Then, he looked up and glanced over. In that instant, the young man almost jumped up. What's wrong? The crew-cut man keenly sensed the change in atmosphere, his playful smile vanishing instantly, one hand already instinctively on his hip. Boys? No, it didn't just appear out of nowhere. The young man roared. It's super high-speed maneuverability. He's here. WH. He managed to squeeze out a single word before the crew-cut man drew his gun and aimed at the window. But the second word was impossible to utter. Fire. Only this one thought remained in his mind. That was faster than a Gauss sniper rifle firing at 10 times the speed of sound. One instant, a spark ignited, the next, it had traversed 4 kilometers, the raging flames almost filling the entire field of vision. What are you aiming at? The crimson flame suddenly receded, and a figure emerged. Songsher stepped on the muzzle of the sniper rifle. The specially made high-strength barrel couldn't even withstand it for a second. Molten iron spilled out, etching winding, charred marks onto the dirty wooden floor. Forget it, I don't want to hear it. Songsher took a second step, walking past the young man, who couldn't utter a single syllable before turning to ashes with a thud. A psionicist, this level of performance, at least a third-ring great source. Several brass-colored sped cartridges ejected from the ejection port, and the crew-cut man instinctively pulled the trigger. The heavy-duty pistol, touted as capable of destroying a large spider-like robot at close range, spat out blinding flashes of fire. Songsher didn't even blink. The scorched earth rose in less than 1,000th of a second, like a fleeting firework in the night, a brief burst of sparks before the steel core warhead vanished. 3 seconds, the crew-cut man heard the other say. I give you a chance to say your last words. What? A roar interrupted his thoughts. Ben roared and swung his power axe down fiercely. He slammed it down on the suite's floor. With the added power of his exoskeleton armor and power axe, Ben could easily cleave the load-bearing pillars of a cross-sea bridge. This axe blow would cause the entire floor to collapse. But that's how it had to be. Only by rushing into the chaotic environment could they have a chance of winning, and all his thoughts were swallowed up by the flames in the next moment. 3 minutes later, the only mercenary deliberately spared for questioning turned into ashes behind the young man. The 11th year of the Seven Earths War. The Scorched Earth spell, powered by 4th ring psionic energy, also served as a signal jammer. In the blink of an eye, the hotel suite was completely destroyed, utterly razed. Songsher walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The Eastern Continent Republic and the United Government are facing off here. A rusty wind whipped up, tearing open the flapping curtains to reveal a ravaged world. Smoke from burning battles swirled above the city. Collapsed and broken buildings, abandoned cars everywhere, and orange leaflets proclaiming Hogarth's new tomorrow huddled in street cracks, their charred corners peeking out. War had begun.